Oh, baby. Good morning, everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to everybody who had a great weekend. I know you did. It was a phenomenal sports weekend, that is. Can't wait to discuss it with you all there listening, either in your car radios, on the Odyssey app, through YouTube, the Comcast Business Text Line, Twitch. Good morning to all the teachers, the cops, all the youth coaches, all the therapists out there, physical therapists, especially the one going to see Joe Shasky. Hopefully he doesn't have a major injury this morning. Good morning to Spadoni. I know he's had a rough weekend because the Lakers, got any broom noises? Sweep. One thing Steph Curry has, Shasky, he's never been swept out of the playoffs.
I didn't even think of that.
Never been swept, never even been down 3-0.
They've only really lost in 6 or 7.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of he lost in 6 to the Spurs.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
They lost in 7 to the Clippers.
Yep.
They lost in 7 to the Cavs.
Yep.
They lost in
6 to Toronto.
6 to Toronto.
And then 6 to the Lakers.
Wow.
He's never been down 3-0.
I'm not going to lie. Watching all these games over the weekend in terms of the NBA, there is something to be said for chemistry.
Yep.
Drama-free.
Yep.
And then you're just seeing all of the role players just elevate their play. I was shocked the other day when I went to the game. This was Phoenix versus the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah.
I'm like, Jeff Green's making plays?
Making plays?
What? How
Didn't see
many?
the
This guy's
game.
been on 17 teams, and he's still making plays? But to me,
Right.
Jamal Murray and Jokic are clearly going to be
Right.
your headliners. Bruce Brown has been such an incredible acquisition. And you pair him with KCP, and you look at how much money the two of them are making. And I think what makes it unique for Denver is that they have a lot of guys making that amount of money.
Yep.
We talk so much about, max players, minimum players. Well, they're in that mid-range, and both guys have been excellent, and they don't even need to play excellent at the same time.
Right.
But they have. And Bruce Brown has been so good on both ends of the floor. KCP knocking down shots. I'm a KCP fan.
Yeah, I love KCP. I love Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. I think Eric Gordon is playing well in this series. He found his niche. Aaron Gordon out, by the way, of San Jose, Archbishop Mitty. And then, of course, Michael Porter Jr. I thought before the series that the Lakers would pick on Michael Porter Jr. I thought at some point he'd be unplayable in the series. The guy's getting in there playing some defense.
Shocking.
He damn near dropped a triple-double Saturday night.
Yeah.
He's not just shot hunting, and he's letting the game come to him. He's playing some defense. He's rebounding. So the Denver Nuggets got something cooking. And then you look on the other side in the Eastern Conference in the Miami Heat, and you want to talk about their role players. Max Strus, Gabe Vincent, even Duncan Robinson is making plays.
Gabe Vincent is going to make a lot a lot of money this offseason.
No doubt.
I don't know how much. It's not max money, but he came out of nowhere.
Check. He'll get a nice check.
But Bonte, the Heat do this. Look, during the regular season for the Miami Heat, it's kind of interesting. Both teams are drama free. If you just talk about national drama, but they've had issues. Miami, Lowry was unplayable for large stretches of the season,
and Butler was running amok.
Yes.
He was a head case at times during this regular season.
Absolutely. And then I look at what happened with Duncan Robinson. Duncan Robinson, they gave a big contract to undrafted guy, shooter, had a big rise during the bubble, and then they paid him, and then he went to the bench. And then because of certain injuries, obviously Tyler Hero being one of them, he's been given opportunities, and he's made the most of them.
Somebody threw this out there. I think it was Tony Jones from Utah. He's covering a series between the Nuggets and the Lakers. And he basically said, the Heat should look at trading Tyler Hero for a first-round pick because it looked like they don't even need Tyler Hero, and you can repay Gabe Vincent.
Kind of crazy.
And you can go get some other assets for that. But we'll get in the trade season because Warrior fans are all looking at trades with Jaylen Brown and everything like that.
I am.
I mean, it's pretty wild, though. But you bring up the role players. And look, Sal Castaneda like, I really wanted Lakers and Celtics. And I know a lot of people are going to get everything because the Giants are playing some good baseball. The PGA Championship was really good. I enjoyed the finish there. Yeah, your boy was tapped in.
Nice.
It was a good couch day with Baby Ches.
It's a bloodbath on that course.
No, it was nasty out there. Nasty. But Brooks Koepka wins his third
So
PGA
happy for him.
Championship. Bryson DeChambeau, I'm so glad he faded. I don't care the new look. I'm so happy he faded.
Did you notice that he looks deflated physically?
It looked like he got humbled.
Yeah.
He's been humbled by something.
Right.
Whether he lost the matches, the surgery, he just sounded different. And I was like, he's kind of likable right now.
He's more likable.
Yeah,
more likable. I don't know if he's likable.
He's more likable.
More likable. But I also think he's a guy that he went to live and he kind of faded away from the spotlight.
He did. And I want to get into that. I want to ask you some questions about a live guy winning the championship on CBS. I know Jim Nantz at the Masters was kind of throwing shade at live or whatnot.
Big time.
How did he do this weekend? I want to get your thoughts on that, Shasky. Lomachenko and Devin Haney. I know you're not a big boxing fan, but we're tapped in watching some boxing. It was a really good fight, high-level fight. It's rare that you get two champions in the ring at the same time. That's the biggest problem with boxing as opposed to UFC. UFC, you get your main guys fighting.
Unified.
Boxing, there's a lot of politics.
Yeah.
You can't get these guys into the ring, so you get a good fight. And Lomachenko put it on Devin Haney. Now, Devin Haney's 24. He's from Oakland. He's a Bay guy.
Yeah.
But he got outclassed in that fight, and he got the decision. He got the decision. What's his boxing at his best, right? And Lomachenko's crying at the end. He's from Ukraine. He was fighting in the war. He wanted to bring the belts back for his son. So he had a lot of controversy there. But just an overall great sports weekend. Giants are playing well. They got a youth infusion here. Through 46 games, I kind of like where things are going. Now, they need some pitching. That's what it's going to come down to.
I agree.
But hitting-wise, they're going to be fine.
You know, it's interesting. I feel like the Giants are in this weird spot right now, Bonte, where I don't even care if they make the playoffs or not. Not that I'm like, of course, it's all about competition. You want to win the World Series, and like I get all that. But where they are in their life cycle is such a different spot than where like the Warriors and Niners are. Like the Warriors and Niners, like God, you got to win another one, right? Like you feel like the sand is coming out of the hourglass. Whereas with the Giants, it's like all house money. It's like I'm seeing all the youngsters. All I've wanted was a little taste of some of the youngsters, and I'm getting that little taste. And B, I got to be real with you, like. Patrick Bailey, I honestly think that the bat is like nowhere near where it needs to be. The fact that they're playing him and that all their guys in AAA and AA are starting to ball out simultaneously, something about bringing Casey Schmidt up, it like breathed life into the organization.
You know, you made the point, and it's so true about Brandon Crawford. His bat stunk when he first came up.
So bad.
He's a defensive specialist.
Yes.
Bochy said, you know what? I know you can't hit right now. You're going to bat eighth.
Yes.
You're not going to have a lot of pressure on you. It just bat at the bottom. Now, he came through in some playoff games. No doubt about that.
Very
2012, very clutch. Wild card game at Pittsburgh, the Grand Slam. So he got better as he progressed. Same thing with Patrick Bailey. You got him up. He looks like a big league catcher.
Defensively, he's their best guy.
Defensively, he looks light years better than Joey Bart.
Or Saban.
Or whoever's out behind the dish. I know they've had like 15 million catchers.
Yes.
But he looks like, okay, he can handle the backstop.
Yeah.
Logan Webb speaking about him saying, I love pitching to him. I love throwing to him. Meanwhile, Logan Webb, you know what? I don't care if he's a 2. I don't care if he's a 3. I don't care if he's a 1. Give him the damn ball. We're going to have a chance to win the game.
Yeah.
That's all I want.
Yeah.
Logan Webb is that. So you hope the injury with the back tightness isn't too serious here because he's the one guy I know. I give him the ball, you're getting 6 innings. But Patrick Bailey, looking at him over the weekend saying, wow, all right, I could get up for this.
Feel me?
I could get up for this. And you sweep the Phillies, and you're playing the Marlins. You win 2 out of 3. The Marlins are scrappy. That's a tough little baseball team.
That guy that they got in the Minnesota Twins trade.
Oh, Arise?
Wow.
How did they get him? First off, he was a rookie of the year.
Kruko was talking about him, and he said Tony Gwynn early on. And I'm like, I don't know, Kruko.
You see the comparisons?
Yeah, but then they showed the side-by-side, and then I watched him hit for 3 days, and I said, oh, he is the closest I've seen to Tony Gwynn in terms of bat control, going the other way, hitting the gaps. Bonte, he looks like he's going to be a 15-year batting champ.
Yeah, no, he won the batting championship last year, and Minnesota just trades him out of nowhere in the offseason. They traded him away, and I was thinking, damn, he batted .316 last year. He only hit 8 home runs, but he's not a power guy. But he puts the ball in play.
Yeah.
He makes things happen on the base paths. He had a hit, what was it, Saturday through a hole? I was like, how did he get it through there to right field?
Like a tennis racket. Yeah. Like he's swinging a tennis racket. It was unbelievable. Like he's a baller.
They've got some players here, but the Giants turning things around. We got that going on here. How do you feel about Farhan and Gabe Kapler through 46 games?
I'm going to be honest with you. Like, I'm not at full pivot, but I'm pretty close to it. Because here's the reality is this. Like, you looked at the big league roster heading into this year, and it felt bleak.
Yeah, it did.
It felt really bleak. You're like, what are we building toward? And now...
And it started the season, too. Remember how the season started with the Giants? It was like, oh, boy,
too many moves. Yeah. I mean, just too many moves. And now you look at it, and you're like, all right, every youngster in the double and AAA is balling right now. Like, kind of shocking, right? And then you look up, and you're like, oh, Casey Schmidt, he looks like he's a 10-year player. Now, I don't know if he's ever going to be an all-star, but in terms of glove and a little panache when it comes to the plate, like, he's got the penchant for flair.
Dude, I'm telling you, he picked up being at that game in person. He picked that play at third base in the second inning against Philadelphia on that Wednesday afternoon. I looked at my buddy and I said, oh, that's big time. Because it was a hot shot to the corner, the way he snagged it, and everything he throws at first base. It's chest high.
I know.
I don't care where he's at.
Cannon, throw
it chest high.
And this is on an infield with Crawford, who has a cannon.
Right.
And his arm looks infinitely stronger than Crawford's.
I mean, everything's chest high no matter what. He's running towards first base. Even the double play he turned when he was at second base over the weekend. Yes. I said, okay, so I got Estrada and I got Schmidt.
Feel me?
I feel good about that. Patrick Bailey. I begged for the youngsters. What happened to Patrick Bailey? Where's he at? Remember spring training? Where's he at? Now he looks like a player. Keep him up here.
Yes.
He doesn't need any minor league reps. Let him learn how to hit at the major league level. I'm cool with that. Then you got guys playing well on the minor league system. And I'm thinking now, because you know where my mind goes. This NL thing is wide open. The Braves are clear-cut the best team. Cardinals are starting to figure it out. But this is the most vulnerable Dodgers team in over a decade.
Hands down.
Hands down, right? If you could get one more pitcher.
Yep.
One more pitcher who can get you 6 innings, and we'll play some
Their
stuff from Alex Wood.
Their bullpen is still, like, to me, the Giants' bullpen is so hit and miss.
Yeah.
And I don't have a lot of reliable arms, but this is where I go back to,
they're relying on them too much.
Well, I mean, they don't have any starting pitching. Like, it's a double-edged sword. Like, I don't think they're deep enough in the starting rotation, which takes away any little depth that you think you have in the bullpen, and they're not that good. But here's the reality, B. You're seeing the shapings of what we were told Farhan was going to bring in, and I have been the most skeptical Farhan guy on the planet. I mean, I've been very skeptical. I've been in and out on him 15 times in the last 3 years. But, boy, it's hard to not sit here and go, all right, I'm seeing the everyday players come up, and they look like legit. If you could just get some pitching, I think we're starting to come around here.
Well, Alex Wood keeps getting pulled in the 5th inning. And we'll get into that because I know he's not happy about that. But here's Gabe Kapler on the immediate impact of Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey.
I think you always have to expect that young players are going to have some ups and downs and some struggles. It's always nice when they have the ups first because it kind of sets the tone and brings a lot of energy to the ballpark. But they're not going to be without their bumps and bruises along the way. If you ask me if I'm surprised, I'd probably say no. And mainly because of the pedigree, right? Both of these guys are first-round picks with great athleticism, tested power, good skills, and equipped to do what they've done so far.
And here's what Kapler said about bringing up defensive-minded prospects.
I think it's an adjustment that we've made as a group. We've recognized that one of the strengths of our team is our starting pitching, to some degree or another our bullpen, which is what we expect. With that, I think it's important to protect those pitchers. We all think it's important to protect those pitchers. We've seen the appreciation from our pitchers when we make plays behind them. One of the ripple effects that we saw last year is when we weren't able to make plays, it pushed relievers into the game earlier than we would have liked and taxed our bullpen a little bit. And what we're seeing when our pitchers go deep into the game is just the opposite. We convert ground balls into outs for guys like Alex Cobb and Logan Webb and Anthony Vescalfani and others, and those guys are pitching deeper into games, which means there's less outs to get for our bullpen. And so I think we've recognized as a group the importance of that and have emphasized it.
Oh, that good old ambient sound, the wind blowing there as Kapler talks. That's from Sam Lubman, producer extraordinaire, going out there all weekend long, grabbing sound at the park, Oracle Park. And that's what you got to do, real quick. Not to get on my soapbox here, but if you're a young producer out there working in radio or television, and you have access to big league clubs like the Giants, like the Warriors, like the Niners, whatever, take advantage of using your credential, young journalists. Sam Lubman putting on a masterclass. Evan Giddings does it with the Golden State Warriors. A lot of our producers here. I see Mark Grandy out there. I see Lucas Alexander. That's how you get ahead in the game. You get into the park, you're answering questions, and you get to see a big league game for free.
You know, some of the sound that you heard there from Gabe Kapler, I think this is important to bring up here. Last year, I thought it was one of the worst defensive teams that I've seen in Giants history. You could make the argument it was the worst base running team of my lifetime, and I would totally listen to that argument. The base running is improved, although it's not great. It's improved. To me, defensively is where they made their most strides. Let's start at first base. Lamont Wade Jr. taking over for Brandon Belt.
I'm not bad at that.
You know, I underestimated the transition for him. I thought it would be a big downgrade. I was wrong.
He's playing well at first.
He's playing really well at first base defensively.
One of the best plays he made, to me, didn't even count. He snagged a foul ball.
How about that?
You remember that about a week ago? Yes. I was like, whoa, okay. All right, Lamont Wade Jr. And the bat has come alive.
Well, and
Late
his
night
OBP
Lamont.
has been there. He draws a lot of walks. I look at second base. Look at the strides Estrada has taken. The guy had basically a clank glove last year. Everything clank, clank, clank off the heel. And this year, he's much improved. And now, to me, he's average to above average defensively because he's got range. Shortstop, Crawford, Schmidt, they've been good there. Like, Crawford's not as good as he was a couple years ago.
Breath of fresh air.
Yeah, I agree. Third base, you lose Longoria. I'm sorry. I thought you'd take a step back. J.D. Davis and Schmidt have been unbelievable defensively.
They really have.
And then I look at the outfield. When Yastrzemski's played center, he's been good. When you have Conforto in right, he's been solid. Haniger's kind of an adventure in left, but Conforto, to me, has improved their right field defense because Luis Gonzalez was in and out defensively last year.
Right. And Bryce Johnson's got that speed, too.
Absolutely.
I like Bryce when he comes into late innings and he's tracking down balls. He tracked down the ball on Trey Turner, I think it was last Tuesday night.
Incredible.
In the gap. Usually that's triple, and he just ran it down like it was nothing. So I like Bryce Johnson out there at center.
The number one area, just watching this team day in, day out, defensively at catcher, it's been an adventure. Blake Sable's not a catcher. They're trying to convert him into one. Joey Bart, I thought his glove was better. I don't know.
What do you do with Joey Bart now?
Do
you just cut bait now?
No,
I mean, and I don't mean to call him that, cut bait, but I like Bart. But it's just not working out.
No, I agree.
That feels like one where it's like a James Wiseman type of deal. With Patrick Bailey now coming up, he's going to get most of the reps. Do you want him as a backup?
Well, this is what I do. I keep him around for the time being, and he's a backup catcher, and then give him some spot starts at first base. Like, to me, like Wilmer Flores, love Wilmer, but...
Do you look to move him?
Well,
is that a guy you look to move? Because now... With the league, you look at the Braves, you look at the Cardinals, you look at the Dodgers, the Padres.
It's a young man's league.
It's a young man's league, but the Padres are a mess. The Diamondbacks are playing well. Pittsburgh, how long will they last?
Yeah.
The Mets are down right now.
I'm rooting for Pittsburgh.
Right, I am too. I like their team a lot. Again, the Giants are one or two starting pitchers away from being in a lot of games, and you can not rely on that. As Gabe Kapler said, we don't need the bullpen to get 12 outs a game. You only want this bullpen getting 6 to 9 outs max.
Agreed. I think they're in a good spot. And again, this is going to sound counterintuitive, but I truly believe you could flip a Michael Conforto at the deadline and still compete for that last wild card spot. I think you can move some of these older pieces.
But I don't know if I flip him.
Well, he's on the 1 year deal.
He's on the 1 year deal. I get it. You make me lose. But, he seems like a good clubhouse guy.
No, I
He seems
hear
like a guy who has power, who can come up in a big spot and not feel overwhelmed.
I like Conforto.
Mitch Haniger's bat, I think, will come around at some point.
I do, too.
So, I don't know. This 7-game road trip they got coming up
But, Bonte, they're in a good spot.
They're in a great spot.
Because they've got other guys they can bring up. The key is, to me, is this. Do not swing a deal that moves off of your young players because right now is not the time. This isn't even your window.
Right.
You're playing with house money. And that's like, if you make the playoffs, awesome. It's great. I'll be excited. I'll be in the front row cheering this team on. But, like, the worst thing you could do is sacrifice some of your future for the present because this isn't even the version of your team that I believe to be your best.
Right. 7-game road trip coming up for the Giants. At Minnesota for 3. We get to go see Carlos Correa and the Twins. They are in first place. But Carlos Correa
is struggling.
I wasn't mad at
I know. You were
I was mad at the process of how they reneged on the deal. But signing Correa, I was kind of lukewarm on it just because I don't know, man. I just didn't think they needed it. It was like, all right, you missed out on Judge. Now we're going to go spend on Correa. I don't know if that deal ages well. But then you got 4 in Milwaukee, which is going to be a big series. And the Giants have had some big series there in Milwaukee the past few years.
So 8th inning of the game, Friday night, my wife goes, is that Sam?
Yeah.
And I go, it is. We got to talk about that, Sam. We've got to talk about that on the other side.
Well, love it look good. So we got some Giants stuff. We got some NBA stuff. We'll get back into the conference finals. How shocking is it that both series are now sitting at 3-0? Both series.
I'm surprised.
I am surprised. How about the Nuggets, the way they took apart the Lakers in the fourth quarter Saturday night? The Miami Heat dismantling the Boston Celtics. You got Bruce Koepka winning the PGA, and you got some Niner stuff. We're getting back into 49er football. OTAs, I believe, starts tomorrow. Right? And
no media is allowed on the field, which stinks because I wanted to go down there. Yeah. You feel me? Trey Lance.
Sam Darnold.
There's a lot of things coming out about Trey Lance looking a lot better, which is good.
This is going to be a big cap. A big cap. So we got everything on the table.
On the Purdy front.
And listen, we will stick the Warriors in. I felt like last Friday, maybe us as an audience, us as hosts, maybe we got a little tired of talking about the Warriors because it felt a little negative. Clay Day, Draymond Day, blah, blah, blah. We're not trying to make wholesale changes, but the first domino is What does Bob Myers do? CJ Holmes wrote a great article about that. What does Bob Myers do? Does he walk away? Does he take a break? Does he go to oversee another team? Who knows? But we got some Warrior stuff as well. So everything's on the table. It was a great sports weekend. We love being back here on a Monday on the Morning Roast. And this segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. We'll get ready for what are we calling it again? Later on today?
Warrior Summit.
Warrior Summit. That's right, Warrior Summit. I was thinking the panel.
Is this
up at Buon Vito and Wanda Creek?
Is this because all of the egos on that panel are Mount Everest level? As I reach the summit,
I got Mark Willard. Most words today. Mark Willard. He will be long-winded, no doubt. If you have IRS and state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-888-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT.
Big bones, big dinosaur bones, preserved from...
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
What up, Larry June? Which home run was that? Because we had a few. Is that Patrick Bailey.
First career home run.
Second inning. Yeah. Patrick Bailey. Didn't hear that. 423 feet to center. Good on him. Kipe on the call. NBC Sports Bay Area.
What do you think of the number 14 for him?
Not mad at that. I'm not a big number guy when it comes to baseball.
Really?
Yeah, I kind of like the funky numbers now. You see Aaron Judge wearing number 99. You see some guys wearing 77.
Manny Ramirez kind of started that 99 thing. Manny Ramirez.
Yeah.
I think when he went to the Dodgers, he went to 99.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. I love the wacky numbers. 55 lets it come. 14 is not bad. 14 is a weird number in baseball, right?
Well, 14, I just, again, closing my eyes, thinking about Giants players in the past. There was the plucky little second baseman who scored against Detroit in extra innings. Not DeRosa.
Ryan Theriot?
Ryan Theriot, a former Cub?
Thank you. He wore number 14. That's off the top of my head.
The former Chicago Cub.
Mike Benjamin was 17.
Was Mike Benjamin 17? Only thing I remember about Mike Benjamin was a 3-game series he had at Wrigley Field. What he had, like 14 hits in 3 games or something like that. And I remember the next Giants home game I happened to attend at Kettlestick Park. They honored him. He had an incredible weekend. Mike Benjamin, baby.
Oh my God.
What was he?
Some of these numbers are just absolutely incredible. I'm going to go through the whole thing here. Number 14. You keep doing it. Casey Schmidt's going to rock number 6. Now, when you think of 6, I think of JT Snow.
JT Snow right away.
Absolutely. And Robbie Thompson.
Yeah. Yep. Damn, 6 is...
It's a good number.
That's a damn good number.
It's a really good number.
It's a damn good number right there.
Guys who wore 14. Wow, this is an incredible list. We're going to go backwards here, Bonte. Right. Some of these names are going to come. Austin Wins, obviously Patrick Bailey, Tyler Beatty, Chadwick Trump. There's a lot of forgettable names. Ryder Jones, Jackson Williams, Casey McGee.
Wow, there's a lot of forgettable names here.
Brandon Hicks.
So he's already the best number 14 in franchise history.
Wait till I come up with some of these. Mike Fontenot was another one.
Better than
I think
Fontenot.
it was Fontenot, not Theriot. Maybe I ruined that. And then Fred Lewis. I'm trying to go yard.
Oh, boy.
Jeff Facero, Andres Galarrago.
Big Cat's not bad.
Yeah.
Big Cat wore 14 with the Giants?
Yeah.
Yikes.
FP Santangelo.
So was Vita Blue 14?
Todd Benzinger was the guy,
Todd
not Mike Benjamin.
Benzinger.
Yeah.
I remember Todd Benzinger.
And then Atlee Hammaker, who got blown off the mound in 1984 in the All-Star game.
All-Star game. Where was that? Was that in Cleveland, Ohio?
No, 84 was at
Candlestick.
Candlestick.
Park,
Yeah.
yep.
He got
All-Star
served
curse.
up and never was the same.
Cleveland was when Sean Estes gave up the home run to Sandy Alomar Jr.
Yes.
14. Was Vita Blue 14?
Yes, Vita Blue was 14.
That's the best ever 14.
Yeah.
There you go, right there. 650 coming in. Vita Blue.
George Foster.
Yeah.
Jesus Alou.
Vita Blue's the best 14. Vita Blue's the best 14.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
888-957-9570.
Willie Mays wore 14 in 51.
Did he really?
Yeah, for a small period of time.
Just switch it up. Yeah. Sam Lubman on TV. By the way, this afternoon, we will be bringing you our Warriors Summit. That's right, Warriors Summit. All the hosts, Shasky, myself.
Sweet.
Steiny Guru.
Wow.
Willard and Dibs.
Someone going to tell Steiny, lay back on a couple of them brewskis in between shifts?
Big homie's going to be fine, bro.
That's not my job. And post-game show host John Dickinson, live from 4 to 6, is going to fly by. Juan Vito in Walnut Creek. It's like a home field advantage for JD. He lives in the creek, I heard. So a lot of guys don't live in the city. We got a long way to go here, Sasky.
I think we're the only ones that don't live on this. We live on this side.
Where who set this up? John Curley. He set the destination.
And is he even going to go there? Because John Curley doesn't leave the 7x7 of San Francisco.
No, he doesn't. Sales guy
I will
from
not
the
be
city
there this weekend, fellas.
could not find a spot in the city. He sends us all the way to Walnut Creek.
Oh, I'm Irish.
Where's Dino Lettieri? I thought we should have been on his place in West Portal.
Juan Vito in Walnut Creek. I'm sure a lot of people, too, are hitting me up like, yo, we could have hosted that spot. Yeah, it's John Curley. The address is 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138.
You got to slow down on Curly, bro.
That's 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138. The show is open to the public as we have an open discussion about all the questions and issues the Warriors have in the offseason. Again, that's 4 to 6 p.m. Juan Vito in Walnut Creek. As some of my buddies say, they're going to come with their shirts off with my name spelled. Come on, buddy. I say, please don't do that. If you come, don't embarrass me like that. Please do not. Please do not.
Yeah, that's doing a lot.
That's doing a lot. You don't need to come out to Walnut Creek to see me perform at work.
All right, I want to give some shout-outs, but maybe we'll wait like 20 minutes while everyone's in the car. I want to give some shout-outs.
Loved it. Shout out to all the school bus drivers. Didn't see this because it was on the second page. If you do show up.
What's that?
If you do show up,
for today.
Kicker. For today.
For the Warrior Summit.
For the Warrior Summit. You'll have a chance to win an autographed Klay Thompson jersey.
Oh, there was a joke Spadoni told me earlier. Did you hear it?
Klay Thompson. Tell the
joke.
Hold on. Well, before the joke, I got to shout out my neighbor, Matthew Dew, who said, "What are bricks made of, Bonte?" I said, "Clay." He goes, "Ding, ding, 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 ding." I said,
"That's pretty good.
That's not right."
That's actually pretty good.
Thompson.
That's pretty good.
You can't do it enough. Seeing Klay Thompson, I was like, you can't do that, man.
Well, Spadoni had a similar joke, a little different.
I don't want to steal it. Evan Giddings had the joke originally on Friday, but you have a 3 for 19 chance to win the signed jersey, I've been told.
Oh, wow.
God, that's so brutal.
Wow. Y'all roasting my boy Clay like that, man.
I'm not going to lie to you, though, Bonte. And I'm going to give some shout-outs to some teams that won championships over the weekend in the city. And anybody else, please text them in. I want to give your school, I want to give your team or whatever some love because the seasons are starting to wind down. I'm watching the Celtics kind of implode, really, yesterday. And I'm thinking to myself, largest loss in Boston Celtic history, which I couldn't believe it.
Was that the largest loss in playoff history?
That's what they said when they were interviewing people coming off the floor. I was like, wow, really? Anyway, they got to shake it up, right?
That core's been together since 2018, right? Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, too much one-on-one.
Well, there's a lot of finger pointing in the media and amongst those teams. Like, Udoka was the big story going into the season. Clearly, we could say this, that, and the other. I think some of that residue has its fingerprints on what we're seeing right now.
Well, they're back in the Eastern Conference Finals, so you don't want to take a lot. But at this level, you need a coach who's sturdy, stable, a coach who's going to get the most out of his team. And Joe Mazzulla, I watched his post-game press right inside the NBA last night, and he took the bullet for them. He said, I didn't have them ready. There's a disconnect, obviously. I didn't have them ready. And Barkley was irate. He said, it's we, dude. I appreciate you taking the bullet, but it's about a we thing. You can't, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown know what time it is.
Yeah.
And they did not show up. Marcus Smart is flopping and trying to get kicked out of that game. Maybe you got to shake it up there. And a lot of Warrior fans are saying, well, you got Poole, you got Wiggins, you got all this stuff. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with Boston because I don't know if you can win with both of those guys.
First off, I'll take either player. And I love Jason Tatum. I think
I'd take Jason Tatum in a heartbeat.
I would also take Jaylen Brown in a heartbeat. I would take either one of those guys. Number one, they're infinitely younger than what you have right now, and they're the kind of guy who can clearly get their own bucket in ISO situations, and I think have never played with the amount of raw shooting that a Steph Curry would provide, which would create more space for those guys to do dribble drive penetration, and then just the transition game for both of those guys with the Warriors. I will take Jaylen Brown. I will take Jason Tatum. I would be trying to explore some sort of a deal with them, and they seem to be an aggressive deal-making type of a team.
Well, a couple dominoes have to fall for the Warriors, and we could get into this. By the way, Carmelo Anthony has officially retired from the game of basketball after 19 seasons, 10-time All-Star, 75's greatest players. Carmelo Anthony finally retires. His son is coming up. I miss Melo. I did. Part of me the last 3 years wanted Melo on the Warriors. Just as a spot-up shooter.
They could have
used him, man. He does not shy away from shot making. I just always think about, man, what if Melo didn't leave Denver? What if he just stuck it out in Denver, Colorado, tried to win there? It's kind of, what could have been for Carmelo Anthony, although he was a great scorer, but his New York Knicks days was just awful. They didn't do anything, so Melo officially retires. But when it comes to the Warriors, there's a couple dominoes they need to drop. The first one is Bob Myers.
Yeah.
And I want to ask you a question, Chasky, about Bob Myers on the other side. We'll get back to the Giants. We'll get back to Lubbock. We'll get to the 49ers. We haven't even gotten to 49ers. OTA start tomorrow. And, boy, training camp is coming. And I'm trying to squeeze in some vacations before training camp because this one's going to be hot. You thought last year was sick. Now we get Darnold, Purdy, and Trey. This one's going to be fascinating,
McCaffrey's first full camp.
Oh, my God.
And you'll have Debo active and ready for the whole entirety of camp.
Oh, my Lord.
For all I honestly believe that part of Debo's struggles as a wide receiver was that he didn't get a chance to really practice with anybody.
Brandon Ayuk, I saw him at a Warrior game. I said, hey, Brandon, you ain't no fourth option. He just looked at me and said, tss. Tss.
Oh, really?
He's a noted LeBron fan. He's not happy.
That's okay. Javon Kinlaw, already pictures of him working out at the facility all over the place.
Yeah, we saw that last year. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, more. We got open forum, man. And by the way, 510, the Warrior Summit will be live on YouTube. It will be live on YouTube today, Warrior Summit. So
how can they fit all of our egos on one screen?
And our big heads. How's the positioning going to be? Is it just going to be Morning Roast, Steiniku?
Well, you're at the head of the table. The king always sits at the head.
People ask if I'm coming to the limo.
I'll be coming with like a napkin over my elbow as I'm serving food to everyone.
Yeah.
On the other side.
So look at this, James C _ 1982. So basically, Bonte is the least desirable host coming in today. Hey, man, if y'all don't want me there, I'll sit my ass on the couch and watch Lakers and Nuggets.
Oh, hey there.
All right, that's it. We got a break. Clock. We'll be right back.
Since first opening it.
Vincent got free. Another three. Another hit. He's been a flamethrower. What shooting tonight?
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
Not. All right, Bonte.
We are roasting Clay, unfortunately.
I know we're going to get into the Warriors. We will. I promise. We'll get right into them.
Jimmy freaking Butler.
But I do want to give some shout-outs and some love to some of the championship games that were over the weekend. Number one, I got a text from my buddy Cheese, a.k.a. Jason, and I saw a photo. It looked like their third-grade basketball team, the girls, ended up winning it all. So congratulations to St. Cecilia's third-grade girls. I believe him and Mike Hurley, my homie Mike, their daughters.
Part of the Hurley family?
What?
Bobby Hurley?
No.
Dad Hurley?
No, this
Those
is the Hawaiian Hurleys, as in the surfers from the sunset. Mike, love ya, and his family. They ended up winning a championship. That was the third grade girls. And then I know I went to the sixth grade St. Cecilia's versus St. Brendan's game at West Sunset. It went 10 innings. Now, I've coached both, schools. I coached the St. Brendan's boys, sixth grade, and all these different boys were pitching. Casey pitched his heart out, looking like Nolan Ryan yesterday. I saw maybe one of the greatest plays I've ever seen in my life. It's extra innings. Casey hits a bomb over the center fielder's head. All right, it's tie game. This is sixth grade. Extra innings, West Sunset, sun's out. It was beautiful. Runner on second base. He hits a bomb over the center fielder's head. Center fielder picks up the ball, throws it to Charlie, who I've made fun of earlier this year for doing the gritty.
Yeah.
Charlie throws an absolute seed from dead center field as
Did he
the
hit
cutoff.
the gritty after that?
I'll let you know what he did. Guns down the runner, which would have been the game-winning run at home on one of the greatest throws I've ever seen. Throws the glove off, hits the bow and arrow.
Oh, he hits the bow and arrow.
Hits the bow and arrow, and then starts dancing.
This is my guy.
Starts dancing. It was unbelievable. Anyway, they ended up winning on a walk-off in the 10th inning.
Right.
Of the sixth grade championship. And Mr. Lewis, Brennan Lewis, hits a double to kind of lead off the inning. They ended up getting a little base hit at the end, and they ended up winning. But it was one of the great games that I've ever seen.
I like this Charlie kid. I really like Charlie.
St. Cecilia's Irish versus St. Brendan's. No one should have lost the game, but it was just a beautiful, as the sun is up at West Sunset, it was just awesome. Fourth grade St. Brendan's ended up losing as well to St. Cecilia's in the championship.
I want Charlie. I want to interview Charlie. That's my type of kid right
Chuck?
there. Bow and arrow. Gritty. I like this Charlie kid. By the way, 650 Comcast
I love
Business
this
text
Charlie
line.
kid. Hitting the bow and arrow.
Fifth grade Warriors out in Wanda Creek won the MVP Flight League championship yesterday. My son D Buddy had 12 points in the fourth quarter, hitting 2 big threes. Shout out to D Buddy. And shout out to the Warriors, the fifth grade Warriors out in Wanda Creek. That's a big time championship right there. Brianna Stewart had 45 for the New York Liberty yesterday. Brianna Stewart was good yesterday. She moved over from the Seattle Storm. Now she's playing with Sabrina Ionescu. Yeah, Candace Parker with Las Vegas. WNBA is hot right now, man. Yeah. I mean, Mark Davis is up in Seattle watching his aces. And then he went down to Vegas for the fight Saturday. Mark Davis is a lovable character. By the way, 510 wants me to say this. Arriba Las Chivas! Arriba Las Chivas! He wanted me to say that. Why? I don't know. Give me a reason. I just said it for you, but Arriba Las Chivas, did they win the championship?
I don't know. I'm not really sure.
Does he want me to practice my Spanish? What are we doing now?
Well, I think that you're getting ready to, do some MLS.
Arriba Las Chivas!
I don't
even know where they play.
Yeah.
Right.
One last shout
They
out.
won their
This is the
semifinal.
SFYBL Bronco Division Platinum champion, Bossman, Team Bossman. Shout out to them. They beat us in the playoffs, and then they ended up winning it all. So if your team, your Little League team, your basketball team, your soccer team, if anybody's won, shoot us a text or hit us up on social media so we can give them a little love.
All right, shout out to YouTube, the Comcast Business Text Line, Twitch. I know a lot of YouTubers thinking, what the hell are these guys going to talk about now that basketball's over? Well, basketball's still in play. And I got a question for you about Bob Myers, because CJ Holmes, he wrote an article. You heard about he pull off with Willard and Dibbs. You got Willard and Dibbs tweeting. We don't know what Bob Myers would do.
What are Willard and Dibbs tweeting?
Oh, I think Willard sent out a tweet said, the Warriors have made no decision. It's a report about nothing, blah, 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 blah.
Okay.
So anyway, I'm not going to attack Anthony Slater or Shams Sharani on their report. The facts are Bob Myers has a decision to make. Mm-hmm. And if you ask me right now, I would feel like Bob Myers is moving on. Now, is he moving on to another team? I think Bob Myers, if anything, would like to take some time off. That's a decision I think he's weighing right now. But when it comes to the Golden State Warriors and Bob Myers, we know about his attachment to Draymond Green, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson. I mean, they're boys. They're tight. There's no doubt about that. And I wonder if the personnel or if personal decisions like this or decisions like this, and it comes to the personal relationship, how hard is it to make a deal? How hard is it to say goodbye? I'm not quoting Boys to Men about this, but I'm leaning towards Draymond Green here. A lot of Warrior fans that I've seen over the weekend, you see the media, you see Draymond Green tweeting, I think a lot of people have Draymond Green fatigue, especially in Dub Nation. And he has a decision to make when it comes to the opt-in or opt-out. But when all these trades are coming on the table and all these fake trades and everybody's on a fake trade machine, is Bob Myers equipped to move on from a guy like Draymond Green? I wonder if Joe Lakem's thinking like maybe the best thing in the world is for Bob Myers to move on because I need to make a decision about Draymond Green. If I want to move on to the future and I want to open up minutes for Jonathan Kuminga and a Jordan Poole and a Moses Moody, well, Draymond Green is right there in the way. I get it. Steiny said this last week, and it was a great question. Steve Kerr has said, we're not a championship team without Draymond Green. Now, that may be true. But are you a championship team with Draymond Green? And if the answer is, no, you're not a championship team with Draymond Green or without him, then wouldn't you want to free somebody up? Wouldn't you want to start some of the movement into the future now if you're not a championship team with Draymond Green?
People can disagree with me. I don't think that they are getting past Denver. Even let's say they do somehow get past the Lakers, which whatever. You think that they should have, could have, would have gone past the Lakers? Fine. They didn't. I don't think they're getting past the Denver Nuggets. I think that their need, like rolling it back, quote unquote, is not good enough. And I don't think, barring a unrealistic trade scenario, just trading Jordan Poole, which I think there is a segment of people that are like, keep the three, Jordan Poole is the issue, move him away. I don't think you're getting something back of significance that makes you better than Denver. I just don't. Right. I just don't.
That's what the operation is about right now, right? It's beating Denver. Because it feels like Denver's now. It's Operation Win a Championship, but that team that's going to be in a way for you to win championships, it feels like it will be the Denver Nuggets for the foreseeable future.
I look at how Denver is constructed, and then I look at how the Warriors are constructed, and it's two completely polar opposites. I look at Denver, and they have, yes, two guys making a lot of money, but then there's a lot of balance if you look at the rest of their financial situation. Now, some guys like Bruce Brown, were sitting there and anyone could have had them. KCP, I believe, is a free agent this upcoming offseason. So we'll see if they'll be able to even retain him. But their windows right now of being able to squeeze all these salaries into where they're at. The Warriors have two guys making 71% of their cap, and that is Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. All right? You add in either Draymond or Wiggins, you're looking at the cap right there. Boom. Like, that's the entire cap. So the Warriors are at a different financial spot. Would the Warriors be better served, instead of having all of these top-end salaries, splitting one or two of those maximum salaries into multiple players that can help them? I think they would.
Wow.
I think they would.
Look at the contracts for the Denver Nuggets, though.
It's pretty interesting, isn't it?
Well, you look at Jokic. He's got the 5-year, $272 million deal. He's going to be making 46. He's going to be making 50, 54, 58, $60 million by 27, 28. Jamal Murray has 2 more years left on his deal. He's making 33 and 36. And he's a free agent in 2025, 2026.
A comparable max to what Wiggins is not losing, but going down in after this year.
Think about that. He's going to make 33.8 next year. Jordan Poole is going to make 27, or was it 32 that first year?
I think it's 28 the first year, and then it jumps up to 32.
That's a hell of a deal for Jamal Murray.
It is.
Michael Porter
When he plays like he has been playing.
He's been closing.
Absolutely.
The 30-point first half Saturday night was just special.
He was spectacular.
He was phenomenal.
And I know he went 0 for 9 or whatever in the second half. It didn't matter. Jokic picked up the slack.
He scored like 40 points combined from the fourth quarter of game number 2 to the first quarter of game number 3. I think it was the most points combined in back-to-back quarters in 25 years of playoffs.
He played all 24 minutes in game 2 of the second half.
That was special basketball.
It really was.
Special. Michael Porter Jr., 5 years, $180 million. He's got on his deal. 33, 35, 38.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money, but the guy's starting to fit.
No, he is.
Starting to figure it out.
And to me, he's playing better defense.
No doubt. Eric Gordon feels like a bargain. $21 million next year, $22 million a year after. Then you got Contavious Caldwell-Pope.
What's he at? 14?
You know what? He got a 2-year, $30 million deal.
So he's at like 15. Okay.
So he's at 14.7 next year. Then he's got a player option for 2024, 25.
I think he could opt out and make a lot of money.
Dude, and then Bruce Brown has the opt-out where he's going to make 6.8 next year. He's going to make a lot of money next year. So you got Christian Brown, who's getting rotational minutes. Peyton Watson got some playing time earlier this season. John Char can hit the 3. So Denver's in a great good spot.
What about your boy DeAndre Jordan?
Yeah, he'll be gone. I mean, it is what it is. He's a vet. Jeff Green is a vet as well. He may re-sign with them. But here's the point. The Warriors have to match up with the Denver Nuggets. Oklahoma City with Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, Josh Giddey, Chet Holmgren, they're coming.
Yes.
Minnesota, they're going to be an interesting team to see what happens. New Orleans Pelicans, going to be very interesting to see what happens. So it's Operation Win a Title, but Operation I got to figure out a way to beat the Denver Nuggets with this new look roster.
Yes.
How do the Warriors do that?
One, and they have to match up with them.
Right.
And right now, I don't think they match up very well.
Can Draymond match up with Jokic? Here's my biggest problem.
Their length is such a problem.
Here's my deal. The Sacramento Kings, I guess I can mention them, but nobody's afraid of Sabonis. Nobody, or Sabogus, whatever you want to say. Kings fans, by the way. I saw Casey, my boy Kenny Caraway, sent out a tweet yesterday, trying to sneak it through. What if Fox didn't break his finger against the Golden State Warriors? I said, Kings fans, man, y'all got to let it go. Just enjoy the season, man. Let it go.
Look, I'll be honest with you. I've thought long and hard after seeing how the Warriors got bounced from the Lakers. What if Steph doesn't go nuclear? No one else was really playing that well.
Oh, they lose that game.
Well, that's what
they
I'm
lose
saying.
that game by 10.
I know they won going away, but Steph
dropped 50.
Steph was unreal. So, I think he goes both ways. So, yes, for Kings fans, I hear that argument. Look, dude, it's 12 years later, and I'm still talking about, well, what if Ginobili doesn't hit that shot in Kent Bazemore's face in Game 1?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I'm looking here at the text line. Warriors is a better match with Denver than the Lakers. They would have had it easier against the Denver Nuggets with all their ball movement. But defensively, Jokic would have got everything he wanted. Jamal Murray may have gotten anything he wanted. And that would have been on Andrew Wiggins to try to slow him down. And then their role players.
I think
their role players are playing really well.
I mean, KCP is a very good two-way player. He's not one of the cream of the crop of the league, but you could do a lot worse than him. To me, he's starting caliber, but if you have him as your sixth man and him and Brown are two guys that you're rotating, I mean, that's pretty potent.
It's pretty good. And
either one of them could go off in any game.
And by the way, this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. I think Laura Britt's going to join us at 8:30 to talk some Giants. To clean of the show, Laura Britt, 8:30.
So you asked, is Bob Myers a little too close to the big three?
Right.
I want to do yes, I think he is. But let's backtrack a little. I get it.
No doubt.
If I was in his position and I was at the top of the food chain and some of these guys were responsible, as well as your own doing, together, we worked together to complete what they completed over that long of a run. You've built earned trust and equity and a level of, I don't know, not autonomy, but a level of partnership. And I also think that you've earned a level of denial on some level. I'm not going to acknowledge some of your flaws because you mean so much to my own professional and personal journey. If Bob Myers took over, I'm just going to use a team, the LA Clippers 10 years ago, 11 years ago, he's probably not viewed the way that he is right now. Now, maybe he does a better job down there. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. But whoever was going to be the head while that team was doing what they're doing, and he gets credit for all those moves. I'm not taking credit away from him. But I can understand where those guys mean more to you.
Right.
The way you coach or the way that you view your own children is very different than how you view others, right? Sometimes you're harder on them, but at the same time, you're going to give them more chances, right? Because they're your kids. And so I look at Bob Myers. Yeah, I'm sure that he's a little too emotionally attached to these guys, but I kind of get it. And I don't fault him for it. But at the same time,
will that hinder you from making a move?
And this is where I kind of get, and I see both sides of the coin. If I'm Lakeup, I'm not speaking as Lakeup. I'm speaking as Joe Shasky pretending to be someone in Lakeup's position. I might want a little outside influence to look at how I'm viewing this situation.
Right. And if you do elevate Mike Dunleavy Jr., as a lot of people are suggesting, because he's been an assistant GM now for a few years, is he attached to Draymond Green the way Bob Myers is?
It's a question I don't have an answer to.
Steve Kerr, because that first domino, what if Bob Myers does decide to walk away? Now you can opt in and everything. You bring everybody back, you bring Kerr back, and you try to run it back, and you move on and you try to get some veteran help. But if he does move on, now that's the first domino. How does that impact Draymond Green? He did say that sucked.
Yeah.
And I would not be happy about that. Does that force him to opt out? What if Steve Kerr says, you know what, I have a come to Jesus moment here. I don't want to move forward without Bob Myers because I had that synergy with Bob Myers. What if Bob Myers and Steve Kerr are at are in an impasse because of the way Steve Kerr did not utilize the youngsters. Because when Steve Kerr said this, I don't think we've talked about it, but when Steve Kerr has basically said, we maxed out with this roster. If you're Joe Lacob and Bob Myers, you're thinking, wait a minute, maxed out with the roster? You didn't play some of the young guys. You didn't play all your tools. Are we sure we maxed out this credit card? Because I feel like there's some money left on the balance here.
Well, then I would also pivot to Steve Kerr. Like, you've been a GM. You tell me what you need, because I can't just trade the youngsters to get back important pieces.
Right.
I'm going to have to move off of someone. You can't have it both ways. You can't tell me that we maxed out this roster and then stay loyal to some of the big pieces making big money, because you're limited in the amount of moves that you can make. And I think that this is where we've kind of been with the Warriors the last couple of years. Like, we all kind of knew, if you're being honest with yourself, one of two things happens. You either stay loyal to the core to a fault, and at some point it crashes and burns. Or you stay loyal to winning, and you have to sacrifice the relationship or losing one of the players that you love.
No doubt. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app. Your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports covers. Now, a lot of people say you need defense to win championships in the NBA, and I disagree with that. You need bucket getters. When I'm looking at the Denver Nuggets in the fourth quarter, Jeff Green can hit a quarter three. Michael Porter Jr., we know he could shoot and be an offensive threat. Now he's playing some defense. All you need is defense in spurts.
But even then, he's playing D. Let's not act like he's locked down on the perimeter.
It's
like
about
Iggy
getting
in
buckets.
His prime. Exactly.
It's about being a threat
and I'm not
offensively.
trying to diminish him.
Look at Bruce Brown. He's an undersized guy like Gary Payton II.
Exactly.
He's got a floater to his game. He's not afraid to hit the three.
Strong.
And he plays hard.
Yeah, he plays really strong.
He plays really strong. He's physical. That's the type of player you need.
Yeah.
But you look at Miami. Okay, we could talk about all their flaws. Duncan Robinson, Max Strus, Gabe Vincent. What do they do on the defense side of the court? What do they do offensively?
Yeah.
They are a threat to score. And if you score at will and you continue to make threes like the Heat are making or like the Denver Nuggets, that puts pressure on the opposing offense. Sometimes your offense could be your best defense because all of a sudden you're making buckets, right? Jokic in the fourth quarter is dominating the game in game number 3. AD has no answer. What happens to the LA Lakers? They feel the pressure to score in every single possession. And every single brick that goes up for the LA Lakers, there's some energy sucked out of the crowd.
Yeah.
The fan base starts slumping its shoulders. All of a sudden, the Lakers are like, oh, boy, we can't get a stop now because Denver's rolling offensively because we have to guard all 5 positions. So where I'm getting at here is, can you afford, if you're the Golden State Warriors, when you're playing the Nuggets next year, Jokic is going to be 28, 29, Murray's going to be 27, Michael Porter Jr. is going to be 26. Their core is young. Eric Gordon's still a young guy as well. All of a sudden, you've got 5 threats offensively. That's where I feel like the Warriors have to get better at. You can no longer do the 3-on-5 thing. You can no longer do the 4-on-5 thing in today's NBA. You need threats offensively in all 5 positions. And if Draymond Green can't be a threat offensively, how can I move forward and get past a team like the Nuggets in the future?
It's a great question. And, just trading away Wiggins and Poole, I think that's a lot of people's, they want to do that. They want to trade Wiggins and they want to trade Poole. And my pushback to them would be, those are the only 2 young guys you have on your team. And you need young, dogs. You need young dogs to help hunt during the regular season as well as in the playoffs. It's a young man's league.
Right.
I know we don't want to acknowledge that. And I'm not saying, it's not a 21-year-old man's league. But at the same time, it's certainly not a 34-year-old man's league.
No.
Look around. The 34-year-olds are either hurt or they start to age.
Bounced.
What Jimmy Butler has done in the playoffs is rare. You don't get better at that age in the playoffs over time. You just don't. More people resemble what Chris Paul went through in the playoffs year after year, or James Harden, where they get exhausted and tired, as opposed to what Jimmy Butler or a Steph Curry will do. Those guys are outliers, right? So I'm just looking at this from I need a young, hungry number 2. And if I'm going to sacrifice Wiggins or Poole, who are my younger, hungrier players in terms of where they're at in their career, it better be for one of the more dynamic, unique players in the league who still has prime years left.
No doubt. By the way, and you look at, it's okay to retinker and retool. Look at the Showtime Lakers. They were different from the first 2 championships to the last 3 championships. The Celtics were different. Corbett Maxwell won an MVP in the 84 finals. He was nowhere to be found in 86. He was gone. You could retool your dynasty. The Lakers, 2 the three-peat with Shaq and Kobe, and then you win two
Very
championships.
different.
Very different. The San Antonio Spurs, there were so many different variations.
Can I ask you about that?
Well, real quick, because I want to get this nugget out there, and I want to answer the question.
Yeah.
Pat Riley's one win away from his 19th appearance in the NBA Finals as a player, coach, or executive. Okay. 19. Okay. That will mean Riley has either played in, coached, or been in the team's top decision maker in 24.7% of all the NBA Finals in NBA history. And how different was all those Pat Riley teams as a coach, player, and executive?
How bold was he throughout those years? Think of the bold moves that he's made time and time again. You brought up the Shaq and Kobe thing. We all agree. Shaq individually better than Clay or Draymond Green. Wouldn't you agree?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like just all time, in terms of all time. Okay? Laker fans, and I know he wasn't homegrown. He was a Laker. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he was everything the Lakers represent.
Yep.
He went to Hollywood to shoot Hollywood films and bring them a championship, and he did it.
And he was star power. He was box office.
When they made the trade to get rid of Shaquille O'Neal, they took a small step back.
No doubt.
You do not win those 2 championships with Pau Gasol and go to, 3 finals overall?
3 finals, 3 straight.
You don't unless you move off of Shaq. Now, Shaq ended up winning first.
Right.
Shaq went to Miami. He won a title. If you remember correctly, because of the double teams, Wade went off in the 2006 finals, and he was incredible.
They lost to the Eastern Conference Finals a year before in 7 games.
After 1.5 years, the Lakers lost that deal. 4 years later, who won that deal?
The Lakers.
Now,
Kobe
if we
ended up
think
with more
about it,
rings.
I think it was great for both sides. I think Shaq got to do what he wanted to do. He became a South Beach legend, returned back to Florida. Kobe got to do what he wanted to do. Like, you got to make bold moves. And what I'm saying is that right now the Warriors are at a crossroads, and I do think that they're going to have to come off of one of the big 3.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. And if there's one of the big
inevitable.
3, I got to have shooting. Look at how important the shooting is in these conference finals. You need shooters here. So 888-957-9570. If you had time to step away from the Golden State Warriors, what should be the first move they do? We will get back into the Giants. Let's talk some Niners on the other side as well. The quarterback stuff we haven't even gotten to. And the schedule. Let's have some fun with the schedule.
Oh, I'm ready
games
for that.
you're looking forward to. Games that you got to go to. What's your marquee games? I want to get into the Niners here in a second. 415, Mr. Hill, thanks for finally checking my text. I live near Washington High. Remember you in the black Camaro. I once warned you to move your car due to street cleaning. Well, thank you for warning me and not, preventing me from getting a ticket. That's cool of you, 415. I'll remember that.
Street cleaning, we all know. I had to move all my cars this morning for street sweeping.
Oh, I don't miss that.
Not mine, my wife's primarily.
No, I don't miss that about the city.
It's the worst.
It is the worst.
I don't care what anyone says.
I got booted before on my old block. I remember I got 5
the boot?
Oh, back in 2011, I remember me and my buddies were all going to Cobb's Comedy Club. And they were like, yo, let's take the one California. And I knew my car was booted on that block. I said, let's go this way. 38's faster. I mean, it was bad, dude. It was bad. Oh, man. No, on my same block, got 5 tickets in like a 3-week span. It's like, come on, man.
It's the worst.
2-hour parking zones. And now you see what they're doing now. Sunday, they're going to activate the meters up until 10 p.m.
Yeah,
at
it's
night.
ridiculous.
I mean,
I'm so sick of the politicians in this city.
Good luck during the Super Bowl week. A lot of people are going to get towed and get a lot of tickets. That's going to be a memorable one in 2026. All right, we'll continue to keep it moving here. What's coming up on the game sponsored by 7-Eleven. We'll get to the Niners for the first time in a while. 49er Talk here on the Morning Roast.
At 7-Eleven, our hot coffee.
appreciate it. They had a hell of an offseason for Sacramento, too, but with the Warriors offseason here, we're going to talk all about it today at Walnut Creek. But it is going to be wild to see who gets touches because, the roasters will keep receipts. A lot of people are looking for Shatsky to get his touches. Who would be the first to bring up Giants baseball in the Warriors Summit? Who's going to bring up Trey Lance? What's going to be Mark Willard's longest question? Or will he answer his own question? I mean, it's going to be wild. Dibs' one-liners, his $2 jokes, which is always geared towards Guru and myself. That's coming. He's predictable when it comes to that. Shaq's going to be chilling with you, man. Chilling with you. Be quiet. Be quiet.
I'm not going to lie. I feel like I'm going to be real tired.
Oh, you're going to make that excuse?
And then when
you start talking, you're just going to keep going. Right?
Well, I mean, considering we're the only ones that live on this side of the bridges, if you will. We've got the farthest to go, the earliest rise in the morning. So I'm going to load manage myself throughout this particular ordeal.
Guess what, though?
What?
Guess what, though?
What's that?
Premier Limos is coming through for you boys.
Let's go.
Steve and the whole crew over there at
go.
Premier Limos. He said, Bonte, do you need a car? Do you want to ride in style? I said, you know what? Bring them on over.
Wait a minute. You guys ordered food and you didn't let me know?
I told you a Gambino's run is happening because I forgot breakfast. We go back and get you something. What you want?
I don't know. I'm going to think about it.
Spadoni has your credit card.
I'm going to think about it.
Charge it to the game. Charge it to the game, Spadoni. Think about it. It's all me. It's all Uncle Bonte today.
Thank you.
I'm feeling good.
Mood.
I am in a great dude. This was an underrated sports weekend. Like everybody said, the Warriors is done, and we're all decompressing from the Warriors. The PGA Championship was awesome.
Can we stop there?
All right, real quick. Let me just go ahead and tap. We can stop there. We'll take some calls. We got Austin and Robin. So we had the PGA Championship. I was locked in on it. Brooks Koepka was rolling. I said, Brooks is back. Live tournament. I was intrigued with what Jim Nets was saying about Live because he had some shade thrown towards him.
Because he also works for the PGA Tour on their broadcast.
Right. So
he's a loyalist.
We'll get that in Michael Block. I promise you.
Yeah.
Giants baseball. All of a sudden, Casey Smith, Patrick Bailey's up. Look at the bleachers. Look at the bleachers.
Hey,
they're packed on a Sunday.
I might not ever be more right about me saying a prospect is going to be good
than
the Casey Schmidt thing.
That's a good one.
I did call Ramos being weak, though.
Well, isn't he starting to hit?
No,
Latos is starting to hit.
Matos is hitting, not Ramos.
I always get them mixed up.
Yes.
But you're right, Casey Schmidt.
Listen,
you got me so gassed up about him.
He's legit.
I went crazy when he didn't make the opening day roster.
I know.
You gassed me up about him. First, you talked about him like he was Michael Jackson. All right, dude, calm down. And all of a sudden, this guy... You know what? Sasuke's talking about this. This guy's good,
He's
man.
different.
He's different. He's got the it factor, the way he wears the socks, the pants legs.
Everything.
I'm all in on Casey Smith.
I'm with him. Unreal.
All right? So we do that. We're doing that. You had the PGA Championship. You had the boxing. Lomachenko, David Henry was a prize fight. That was a high-level fight. I thought David Henry lost.
Yeah.
He didn't. They got the decision. It is Shakur Stevenson, who's an up-and-comer at 135, was like, Devin's not on my level. Trust me on that. He's not on my level. So you got some big fights happening at the lightweight divisions. The conference finals are really good.
Excellent. Well, the game yesterday wasn't great.
Yeah, it wasn't great. It was just like, wow. Boston
that's my bigger takeaway.
And then Denver in the fourth quarter. Now, we were talking about this during the break. The Lakers had their shot.
Lose.
Dude, I do too. But that third quarter when Jokic picked up his phantom fourth foul, because you knew the whistles would come out, and he picked up the fourth foul, 7.5 left in the third quarter, I thought the Lakers, it's their time to take a lead in the fourth quarter and make it a series. And the fact that Denver was able to escape that quarter with the 2-point lead, and I thought, Shaska, you love coaching. I thought Mike Malone used his timeout to that third quarter. He never let the Nuggets blow a lead, and he used. Remember the one time, the second one, he was at the free throw line, like timeout.
He usually is a guy that plays on edge or coaches on edge, and it almost makes me too jittery. And I feel like the players react that way. Yep. He's been brilliant in terms of his lineups, his rotations, his ability to stop momentum.
His post-game pressers.
He's been
Anthony
excellent.
Davis camped out for 8 seconds in the paint, so we got to navigate through that. I'm like, dude, this guy's unbelievable.
He's on fire. I love everything about him, and he's like about 5'8", so that's very relatable.
He's like a little pit bull.
Exactly.
And he's like, after game one, when they won game two, he goes, I've never been part of a series where we're at 1-0 and everybody's feeling good about the loser to game one.
What about the stat that you showed us with LeBron James in the fourth quarter?
Oh, wow. I retweeted that one. That was a great one.
I mean, honestly, whose fault is it that LeBron's losing right now? Like, who are, because it's always someone's fault. So, Spadoni, what's the narrative? Not you. I'm saying, like, from LeBronians, what do they think? Who's to blame? Why are they losing?
He's 38 years old. This is to be expected.
So now it's on him?
Well, he has a foot injury, as we've known, that he probably needs surgery in the offseason. Like, that's just a fact. But all seriousness, like, the Nuggets are just a better team. Like, they're just better. Like, top to bottom.
So,
the Lakers had opportunity to win each of these games, and they didn't. Nuggets seized the opportunity and give Jamal Murray. He hit bigger shots than the Lakers stars. Like, that's just what happens.
So it's a very intriguing tweet, and I don't know what it pertains to, but Bron has struggled in the fourth quarter this postseason. First quarter, he's shooting 53% from the floor. Second quarter, shooting 53%. Third quarter, shooting 53%. In the fourth quarters in his postseason run, he's shooting 35%. And it's 3-point field goals in the fourth quarter. So in the first quarter, he's 5 of 21, 8 of 23 in the second, 7 of 25 in the third. In the fourth quarter of all these playoff games from LeBron James, he's a whopping 1 for 20 from three. 1 for 20. Remember,
that is crazy.
And in the third quarter, Saturday night,
1 for 20.
He hit his first three of the series.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
but now it's the foot.
It's the foot.
Yeah, I saw a meme over the weekend where they were like, "Which boot will he be coming out to the press conference in Game 4 with?"
Yeah, no, there's something.
I mean, it's not a phantom injury because he missed actual regular season time within multiple weeks. He has a torn tendon in his foot. They're saying it's probably plantar fasciitis, and he has to have off-season surgery.
Hey, as someone who knows about plantar fasciitis,
see, there you go. You could, Shasky, come on. Some say you're the LeBron James of the station.
Wow.
I don't know about that, but like obviously I didn't tear to the degree he did.
So
but
he's the real king.
I'm just telling you right now, though, any plantar fasciitis, I think people like roll their eyes at it. It's a devastating injury, and I can only imagine if it's true. I can only imagine what kind of pain he's in.
Yeah,
because it's not just the foot, it's the heel, it's the ankle, it's the calf. It goes all the way up the leg. It's really difficult.
He's pulling up from three. He's missing. They're not playing defense. Anthony Davis can't guard Jokic. Jokic is the best center by far. He may be entering top 5 territory.
Him
Jokic
and Jamal
is unbelievable.
are taking turns.
That's Stockton and Malone on drugs.
It's incredible. Like, that's the one thing. I'm watching Jamal Murray, and I'm saying to myself, what would it look like for Steph Curry to have a low post presence?
Oh, my gosh.
Because Jamal's getting anything he wants from the perimeter.
Everybody is, right?
I know, but I'm talking about
Jamal,
him in particular. No doubt. And maybe I underrated him pre-injury. I'm blown away at the level of play from him.
He's unbelievable.
I knew he was good.
Right.
Maybe I didn't think he was this
you
good.
Thought maybe the bubble maybe inflated some of that stuff.
Right, the shooting, because his shooting was through the roof. And I remember the game that he got hurt when Mike Malone kept calling timeouts late in a blowout against the Warriors.
I remember that. He kept fouling them.
And not that I blamed the injury on Mike Malone, but it was like, what are you doing? This game's over.
Yeah, he does wild
remember
out
that?
there. I do remember that. That was one of the few games we covered at NBC Sports Bay Area. We were in the building for that night. We're actually in the building for that night with no crowd there. Those games are so weird. It was so weird. Remember that? We were doing a pregame show in the booth. It was so odd. It was so
odd.
Weird. Oh, I'm so glad we got crowds here. By the way, the crowd at the gallery out there in Rochester, New York, where the PGA Championship
was incredible.
He's
won 3 majors in that state.
Right. Spit on that. I want you to explain Michael Block, how great that story was, the hole in one on hole 15. It was awesome. We'll get to Robin and Austin in just a second. Hang tight. I want to take your calls here. I guess we'll push back the Niners schedule here because I see some people want to talk Warriors. But I want you to explain the PGA Championship, Shasky. Kepka winning, coming through with his third PGA. Yeah, let's do it right now, real quick. So, Spitball Michael Block.
Like, I watched this Netflix doc, and it was basically Drive to Survive was like the Formula One Netflix show that everybody went crazy over, and it kind of gave you a little snap into the lives of these guys. As whatever you want to call reality television these days, but I thought it was really cool. And then the golf did the same thing. Now, Brooks Koepka was one of the guys that they, did a whole segment on, a whole episode. And my takeaway was different than everyone else's. Everyone else was like, oh, he's super emo and weird. And mine was like, no, Brooks Koepka's been injured for 2 straight years, and he really cares about winning. And it, really tore him up. I'm not saying he's Kobe, but I saw similar, determination and miserableness from not winning that I saw from Kobe on the Dream Team, Redeem Team doc. I don't know if you watched it or not, people out there. But, basically, Brooks was saying, all these other tournaments mean nothing. All I care about is winning championships. Now, he had 4 at the time. He won back-to-back PGA and back-to-back U.S. Open majors. He wins again right now, and he went to Live. He took all the money to go to Live, and he's really been a shell of himself since a couple of years ago because of the injuries. And a lot of people said, "Oh, he took the money from Live. He's going to mail it in the rest of his career." Well, he had a lead at the Masters.
At the Masters, he faded.
He did fade.
Yeah, but he was there. He was there in the hunt. No doubt.
He admitted, "I choked," and he said it they play 54 holes as opposed to 72 holes in Live. And I'm getting real nuanced here, but imagine playing 3 quarters instead of a 4-quarter game. That's the difference. And so he ends up winning his 5th major, tying Phil Mickelson, tying Rory McIlroy.
Wow, Phil only has 5 majors?
Yes.
Damn.
Yeah. And
I thought Phil had more.
No. And you're talking about a top 25 career of all time now
Yeah,
for Brooks Koepka.
he's up there.
He's one of the big game hunters of his era. He's a very Kawhi Leonard-like in terms of his approach. Like, all he cares about is the playoffs. So, that being said, that's the number one thing. Boom. Live guy, wins it all.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
And Jim Nantz, was he neutral on that?
I thought it was pretty neutral.
Because he was shady during the Masters.
Absolutely.
Jim Nantz is a nice guy, but he was throwing shade
He's
at the Live
PGA
guys.
Tour loyalist.
No doubt.
Now, PGA Tour is one entity. PGA Championship is not affiliated with the PGA Tour. So I'm going to get confusing here.
Right.
It's the Pro Golf Associates. So anybody who's a professional, you go to Olympic Club, you go to Harding Park, there's a pro there who will teach you the game of golf.
Right.
All right. That's what the pro is, the teaching pro.
So that's who Michael Block is.
So Michael Block is a teaching pro, and they have their own little tournament, and the top 15 or so get to play in this big major. And it's very lucky. It'd be like, the equivalent would be like, hey, I play Sunday baseball, and then the Marlins are going to call me up for their playoff game, and I get to play with the Marlins in the playoffs. That's the equivalent of this, right? And so Michael Block not only gets paired with Rory on Sunday, shoots a hole-in-one
on 15. That was sick.
Sick as hell.
That was sick.
And
Crowd
finished
going
top
crazy.
15. So imagine being
He
someone.
asked, real quick, he goes, I was reading his quotes and I watched all his interviews. It was really cool. But he was saying, like, he goes, man, Roy starts hugging me. I'm like, why are you hugging me, dude? Did I get within 3 to 5 feet? It's weird to kind of hug me. And he goes, no, I went in, dude. And the crowd's going crazy. Ducked right in.
Normally
and
it bounces
chipped the hole. It chipped like the lip of the cup or whatnot.
Yes. It was incredible. So he was kind of like the winner of the weekend to me, because this is a guy who you could pay. Bonte Hill could go right now and pay him $145 to get a 1-hour lesson. That's what this guy does. He basically gave up trying to be an actual pro and was now just a professional teacher. And so you could pay him to learn the game of golf. This guy gets an opportunity to compete at the highest level and beats 100 legitimate golfers.
That's pretty cool.
And is top 15, and now qualifies for the Masters, and now is going to play next week in a normal PGA Tour event. It's pretty amazing.
And now he qualifies for the U.S. Open next year in Louisville, Kentucky.
Absolutely.
And he's going to try to qualify for the U.S. Open, I guess, at the L.A. Country Club next year.
It's golf's equivalent of like a Kurt Warner 1-year story.
Yeah, that's
right.
awesome.
Like this guy went from being a nobody to a somebody.
Did you see when they showed him the video of his club, in Mission Viejo, and his son was there, and he was crying, he was choking up. That was really cool, man.
It was really cool.
Awesome.
I mean, look, I said to Spadoni,
his 18 shot, the approach shot to get it
was
incredible. To save par, that was awesome.
It was incredible.
That was pretty cool.
He had to quiet the crowd on 18 while Rory was putting because they were so fired up for him. Speaking of which, Rory, you got outplayed by a PGA coach.
You don't like Rory, huh?
No, I don't. I think he's overrated. He's got a lot of Aaron Rodgers vibes to him.
You don't like Rory.
Well, I just think he thinks that he's special, and it's like, bro, you haven't been special for 15 years.
He's never lived up to the hype that he was. He was supposed to be the next Tiger Woods, and he has come well short of that.
I would rather have right now, and this is a minority opinion, I'd rather have Brooks's career.
Wow.
Yeah, I think I would be with that too.
I would too.
Koepka, I remember it was Justice Smith coming up.
Yep.
Rory.
Yep.
Bruce Koepka is better than all of those
all of
guys.
them.
It feels like it. And in the big tournaments, when he's in the third day, when he's on the leaderboard, I'm like, I'm betting on Koepka.
Exactly.
Because he makes big shots. He knows how to save par. He just has that arrogance, that swag.
Yep.
Who was the guy who he was playing with yesterday?
Victor Hovland.
He
looks like a stoned Rory.
What was that on 16 when he couldn't hit it out that bunker?
So he's in the bunker. It was 17. He's in the bunker.
17.
And he blades it into an embedded area and basically got the ball stuck in the mud and had to get a drop. Yeah, that was.
And then Koepka's just watching. He's just
great.
kind of smiling like, look at this guy just struggle.
The best part about Brooks, he plays fast. Yep. All these guys play super slow, and everybody can't stand it, but I'm glad. I love Brooks. I know a lot of people don't like him. I think he makes a great, compelling character. Some people think he's a villain. Some people think he's a hero. I love him.
Yeah, all right. That was our PGA tournament. I thought it was great. I'm into golf. I've been playing the PGA golf tournament. Going to the golf spot tomorrow, Pleasant Hill.
Are we going, or is it a video thing? Because I wanted to go today, but I don't think I can make it.
Yeah, no, we had to cancel. Well, they canceled. Sydney sent me an email Friday saying not Monday, Tuesday. So it's scheduled for Tuesday. I'm not sure if we're doing a video as a meet and greet, but we will get something.
Yeah, I want to get down there.
I got to go golf shopping. I wasn't able to go shopping yesterday for some golf gear. I'm really looking forward to that.
It's so fun.
I'm really looking forward to that.
Like, getting the fit in, getting all that. It's fun.
I'm going straight to the Jordan section or the polo section. I should be balling on the budget, but I'm wearing nothing but the best on the tour.
Just get a lot of forgiveness in those clubs, Bonte. That's all I'll say. A lot of forgiveness.
All right.
Bonte's going to get an entire set of hybrids.
Dude,
you know those giant.
I don't even know what you guys mean.
Tour exotic clubs?
I don't even know what you guys mean. All right, let's go to the Alliance here, man. A lot of Warriors talk. That's Austin. I thought that was Fidoni playing the drop. Austin, the Bay Area. What's happening,
What's up,
man?
Austin?
What's going
Long
on,
time
Austin?
no here.
Hey, nothing much. Just finished getting gas. How y'all doing? How y'all been?
I'm good, man. We're really good, man. It was a great weekend of sports, although the Warriors are not in it. A lot of good basketball, a lot of good baseball, a lot of good golf, a lot of good sports. Just sports in general. Great weekend of sports.
Hey, but look. Hey, I don't know if you remember when I asked you when they traded James Wiseman. Would you see Moody getting his minutes? You said no. You guys said no, and he got his minutes. What happened to that Jonathan Kuminga? And everybody keeps saying we need to trade away Poole and all these our shooters. Wiggins, trade him for what? That's our defensive anchor right there. We already got shooters. We trade our big man. That we need 5 people in positions to score, and we did that. The Warriors didn't believe in their process. Curry and them didn't believe in Wiseman, and that's what they get.
So what?
Anthony Davis.
So what do you want the Warriors to do here moving forward? What should be the first domino? We know Bob Myers has a decision to make. Draymond Green hasn't opted for his contract to make $27 million for one more year. Clay's on a 1-year expiring deal for $43 million. What do you do if you're the Warriors, Austin? What do you want to see them do this offseason?
Bring them back, bring the core back, and get in a big man. So
where are you going to get a big man from?
So you want to bring the core back? You're cool with bringing Draymond back and everybody back, but just getting a big man?
Yeah, that's the only thing we need. Bring a big man to unlock Kuminga, so he can go do out those Iguodala things on the court that nobody else can do.
Well, if Kuminga, but how about this though, Austin? I'm going to keep you on the line. And I don't disagree with you. I do believe they need a big. But if they bring a big back and they bring back Draymond, they bring back the same core, Kuminga didn't play this year because of those guys in front of him. How's he going to play this next season if those same guys are back, Austin?
But that's crazy. He did play because when they had James Wiseman, he was playing.
Yeah, but in the playoffs, he didn't play. In the playoffs, he didn't play.
Because Steve Kerr was tripping. I don't know what he was on.
And just like Moody didn't play in the regular season, didn't play until the playoffs, which is crazy. So, Austin, we appreciate the call. I do agree with you. They do need size. I'm looking at Jokic. He's going to be in the way for the next 5 years.
Can we just have like a realistic conversation? Like everyone
matters.
Everyone wants to stay. Like the core comes back. I don't think the core is good enough.
I don't either.
Like that. So that's where I maybe disagree with others. And this whole they have to, we have to live and die with them. We died this year.
They died.
I mean, when you don't win the championship and you don't even get to the Western Conference Finals in a year where Steph Curry is essentially healthy and is in his prime and at the height of his powers, like that's not good enough.
Well, you look at Denver and the way they create things. Even Miami, they have some ducks in the half court. They create easy shots.
Yeah.
When you don't have 5 threats on the floor all at once, it's tough to get easy shots. All of a sudden, the court is compromised. We talk about it all the time when it comes to Draymond and Looney. Yeah, I get it. They had the best net rating starting 5. But how many times has Steve Kerr had to switch up that starting 5 in the playoffs alone? Just in 13 games. Well, how many different starting lineups did we see in the playoffs?
It's a great point. The other part is that like Steph Curry's going to miss 20-something games. We can argue.
Probably.
No, he is. I mean, he's going to have load management games, and he's had some small injuries here and there. Like the older players aren't playing 82 games; they're just not, and I don't blame them, and they shouldn't. You're going to need someone. Like I know you want to trade Poole away, and I get that. I understand what people's point is. Poole averaged 26 points a game
as a starter.
Steph Curry was not
when Steph
here.
was out. Yeah.
All right. So you better bring in somebody. You want to bring in all these role players, which I get it. Are those role players going to be able to go over 500 when Steph's absent?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because that's what they did this year.
I don't know.
And I think it's easy to say. It's harder to execute.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I am definitely with you there. It's going to be tough. And I just think you need to get easier baskets to set up your half-court defense. So you don't always have to play in transition, or you don't always have to stop the game because you're fouling so much. Teams are going to the free throw line at will against the Golden State Warriors. Worst team in the league when it comes to that. So I do think you need some size to get some easier buckets. Having Jokic, having Bam Adebayo, Jimmy Buckets, guys who are physical and go to the rack, Think about how easy their offense looks right now. They're getting whatever shot they want. Even the Lakers are struggling a bit. I still think they're getting open looks, but now their shooting is getting exposed. Now their personnel is getting exposed. And Dennis Schroeder, by the way, his fourth quarter Saturday night, one of the worst playoff fourth quarters I've seen in a long time. I mean, the guy was flopping in a critical game. He's still trying to flop and create and draw fouls, and you're creating open looks for the Denver Nuggets. They hit back-to-back threes. Boom, boom.
Schroeder and Russell have been god-awful this series. Just horrible.
But those
Lonnie
are two
Walker
guys-
not doing it. Like, they're not getting, like, the contributions from
Right.
the guys that the Denver is. Like, they're just not.
If we're going to have a realistic conversation, then we need to also acknowledge, which, again, you could say, Joe, it's a bad 6 games, but Klay Thompson and DiVincenzo and Gary Payton all got outplayed by their guards.
Yep, no doubt.
Right? So
no doubt.
as we pick on the role players, saying the role players aren't good,
They outplayed the Warriors role
for
players.
other teams
Yeah.
were outplaying your starters.
There's no doubt about that.
And your role players.
And even going back to the Sacramento series, Malik Monk had a hell of a
That's what I'm
series.
saying. He was
lit
better
it up.
than Klay at times.
No doubt.
Right?
Davion Mitchell was really good at times. We all scratch our heads saying, why didn't Mike Brown go to Davion Moore in Game 7?
I mean, look, the reality is that if you were to combine the two series and you were just to list all the guards, Steph's going to be somewhere in the top 3.
Yep.
De'Aaron Fox is going to be somewhere in the top 3. Clay's like outside this top 7 in terms of all the guards that played, and Jordan Poole outside the top 10, maybe.
Yep, no doubt.
Right? Like, that's not good enough.
No, it's not good enough at
It's
all.
not just Poole. It's all of them.
Nope. No, I'm with you there. Robin in the city. Robin, what's happening, Robin? Hey, Robin, real quick, before you start, where's your dog at?
He's at home.
Okay.
What happened that day?
Yeah, what ended up happening, Robin? We lost you. The dog started barking. Who was the dog barking at?
He was just at people. I shouldn't have had him in the car. So the kids are gone. They gave the dog away, but the dog cried for like a whole week. The guy that they gave him to was really weird. He looked like a little dog molester to me. So I said, bring the dog, just bring him back home till we find him somewhere to go. And we never did. And my older son said that my younger son straight played you, Mom.
Damn.
Where my dog's at?
I thought the dog was barking at us to give a take. I thought the dog had a take.
He was barking because he know I can't stand Draymond Green, and I was getting ready to get on his case. That's why. And listen, you guys, before I get to what I really called in for, I just want to say real briefly, in my opinion, that the Celtics need a point guard. That was all, I think, some of their problems because, I don't know. They just seem to underachieve as the competition gets higher and higher. They've gone to 3 Eastern Conference, or this is the 4th one, and they've only won 1 and 1 finals. And each time, the alleged star, which is Tatum, underachieves. But I think part of their problem is they need a point guard. Yeah. So that can direct traffic. With respect to the Warriors, I don't think the core is good enough. I've been on this airway telling you that the bench of the outplayed our starters in the last series, the Lakers bench. But I would have no problem seeing Draymond go.
Why is that?
I've seen his latest podcast. The latest podcast about don't count the Lakers out. I'm so sick of Draymond. And here's the thing, what I saw in the L.A. Series. Steph can run the point. He can be... first of all, let's go way back, you guys. Draymond was elevated because of Kerr's offense.
Yes.
Okay?
Yep.
Motion
offense, yep.
So that... Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, Robin. We got you.
Okay, I'll make it fast so that the backcourt could be unleashed. Okay, that's great. We seem to think that we need Draymond continuously to do that. We saw in the LA series that wasn't good for Curry. He had to play Curry on the ball, and he ran the point. He ran the floor game. I think that if Kerr not moved off his offense, but had to tweak it a little bit with his personnel, that we could get by without Draymond Green. And we had to let one of them go. And I think he should go because he's not worth bringing back millions of dollars for the next 3-4 years because he's going to look just like how LeBron does. And I wanted to tell the Laker guy there,
Spadoni,
that he don't have a foot injury. I'm gonna see if he gonna come out with a fake cast on.
Hey,
his
Robin.
line.
Robin, good call, Robin.
Good
call.
When Draymond hugged LeBron and they almost kissed at half court,
that drove you crazy.
As the buzzer was going off, were you as angry as I was?
Oh, she's gone. Just like that. She's gone.
How dare you cheer for the Lakers?
That interview brought to you by nobody. I don't think we had a sponsor.
When Robin called in on the pregame show last week, I knew I made it.
Oh,
I was
there
like
you go.
5 a.m. Robin's calling in. Oh.
By the way, you know what?
We should invite her to the summit.
Yeah, well, she should be on the summit. Spinoni needs to be on the summit too, man. He's part of the lineup. I don't like that. Pre-game show, he sets a tone every single morning.
5:30 Bonte, I'm going to be ready for a funeral, unfortunately, and that's the Los Angeles Lakers
Oh,
funeral
that game
tonight.
starts at 5:30? Yeah, at 5:30, I will not be locked in. I will be checked out of the summit at 5:30 p.m. And on the way home, I will be watching the Lakers game on my phone, courtesy of Hulu TV. Thanks to Premier Livos for the ride today.
Be a fascinating offseason for all these Western Conference teams, right? Like, they all have flaws other than the Nuggets, which is crazy.
Hey, one thing about the Morning Roast, we ride in style, baby. We ride in style. Don't have to make that drive to the creek, baby. Sit back
I'm
and
going to feel like Batman showing up to the gala, when he has the two sweet vehicles.
Oh, yeah. Well, is it the one with Anne Hathaway when she steals his car? Remember that?
Oh, no.
Dark
Anne
Knight.
Hathaway's in Batman? Which one was that?
He was Catwoman.
Dark Knight
Catwoman.
Rises.
Yeah, Dark Knight Rises.
Oh, in the Dark Knight Rises.
She's no Michelle Pfeiffer, though.
I was
Come
thinking,
on.
She was pretty good,
I was
though.
thinking Michelle Pfeiffer, and I was also thinking of the newest one, and I was like, what?
Oh, that Catwoman. Oh, yeah, she was
Zoe
good,
Kravitz.
too.
Yeah.
They're getting better and better with these Catwomans. I got no complaints about the Catwomans. Penguin movie's going to be
I'm gonna lay
sick.
away from that.
Yeah, let's lay away from that. There was some things that got me in trouble Friday.
You got in trouble?
Well, we talk about strippers, strip clubs. There's you always got to go home.
Professional dancers.
Big professional dancers because the streets talk and the streets sometimes get back to the
Don't talk about
It's got a lot of snitches. Let me say, oh, you know what Bonte said on the air today? Oh, you know what Bonte said on the air? And then she's got to go back and watch a clip. And then, oh, what do you mean by this? Hey, I'm performing, baby. I'm performing. This is performance art. Spinoni, get in.
You say it's like, babe, I'm so confident in our relationship that I could speak this way because you know who I'm coming back to at the end of each day. Come on.
That doesn't work for me.
Oh, sorry.
6.5 years deep. That doesn't work. By the way, Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.
I'm so
Thursday.
uncomfortable.
Thursday. Bay Area
Does
Sports
anyone
Hall of
have a
Fame.
choice?
The newest class inductees. Check this class out, Shasta.
Give me the class.
Buster Posey.
I think he'll get in.
Patrick Willis.
I think he'll get in.
Gary Payton.
OG?
OG, Gary Payton.
I think he'll get in.
SOG, Andre Ward.
Son of God.
Son of God. Julie Foudy, Women's National Soccer Team. This class is loaded.
Yeah.
It's happening Thursday at the Hyatt Regency in Embarcadero. There's still a few tickets available if you want to go see some of these stars. It all begins at 5 p.m. Program runs until about 9:30. So your boy may be on fumes on Friday, Shasky, but Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. The class of 2023 coming this Thursday night.
Great class.
Great class. Great class. Wow, that is a stat class.
That's an incredible class.
One day maybe we'll be in a radio Hall of Fame for the Morning Roast, huh?
Sure.
Maybe.
I mean, I know Dibbs has been talking a lot about that.
Yeah, he's been talking about the Hall of Fame.
I just
want
to be able to have a nice long career.
Yeah, that's it. Make some money, huh? Make some money. Pay our bills on time.
I told you, I don't really care if like the other esteemed real journalists like me or not. All I care about is do people who listen to us every day like what we have to do. Every inch of my body and anything that comes out is for sale. I really don't give two rips if, the beat writer for the Chronicle for whatever sport cares whether I'm a journalist or not. Am I entertaining? Did I support my community? Did I make you laugh?
Has anybody ever wrote an article? Yes, he's not a sports talk radio host. But guess what? They all listening.
Well, I was just going to say, they all wish they could have this platform.
Tony and Sally Andrew. Tony, what's happening? Tony.
Hey, what's up, man? How's it going?
Good. I thought we put you to sleep, Tony.
I'm feeling this vibe, Tony.
I thought we put you to sleep, Tony. I get it. It's slow Monday, right?
I'm right here. Now, I like what Robert was talking about, though. She has some good points. I'm not going to lie to you.
All right. What you got?
Not much. I used to, just FYI, I used to work at the Chase Center, and I used to always run into you all the time. You would always go, what's up, Tone? What's up, Tone?
Oh, what's up, Tone? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You're my guy.
Yeah, man, I hope you've been good. But anyways, I just want to talk about, I don't know how we're going to do it because everyone's on contract, but we really need to bring in some kind of like a big big presence, like some kind of center or a forward, help stretch the floor. Maybe a shooting big that could probably do it, or really just be able to keep up with the other big man in the league, defensively, especially.
I can hear Spinelli laughing.
Well, when you say shooting big, I think a lot of people think of James Wiseman. They're like, isn't that exactly what he was? But the defensive part obviously is clearly optional.
I couldn't tell.
Yeah,
I know. No, I'm not ripping you. I'm not ripping you.
No, you're right. Hey, Tony.
I'm not.
You know,
Tony, you're not.
Well, how many times in the playoffs did we talk about this, Tony? Boy, if you gotta have a guy who can hit a mid-range jumper, well, damn, James Wiseman can hit a mid-range jumper. We know that about him.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's true. That's true. But hey, I got a quick question. What's worse, for the Celtics to lose, even though they just made it to the finals, or the Lakers to get swept on their home court?
Ooh, great. I would love to see the Lakers get swept on their home court. But Boston, this is the thing. We all thought Philadelphia and Boston was the Eastern Conference Finals. I actually thought about Philadelphia last night more so than anybody.
Why?
Because Philadelphia had a 3-2 lead. Game 6, they were up. They get to take foul. Tyrese Maxey hits the free throws after they awarded it to Joel Embiid at first. They had Game 6. Jason Tatum was 1 of 14. You don't think Philadelphia right now, Doc Rivers is unemployed right now. You don't think they're thinking, damn it, we had the perfect opportunity to go to the finals. I don't know if that Miami Heat team beats Philadelphia. Embiid's going to have his way with Bam Adebayo.
Yeah.
Jimmy Butler would get his. But boy, you got James Harden, you got Tyrese Maxey, you got
but they're just tougher. Like
they are tougher. Miami's tougher.
They are
tougher. And Spoelstra's a better coach than Doc Rivers.
Well, it's not even a debate.
But if you're Philadelphia, you're thinking, damn it, we blew a golden opportunity.
The thing I'll give Spoelstra that I think is very underrated when I'm looking at Steve Kerr's strengths and weaknesses. Do I think that Spoelstra is a great communicator? Yeah, to stay in one job that long, you have to be a great communicator. But Steve Kerr is clearly a great communicator when it comes to, forging relationships with some of his guys. The area where I think Spoelstra has the one up on him is he's just emotionless when it comes to you're going to the bench, Kyle Lowry. I don't care how much money you've made. I'm going to go to this guy. Oh, this guy's hurt. Duncan Robinson, we haven't used you a lot this year. But guess what? Now's your time. Here's your opportunity. Yep. He is really all about who gives me the best chance to win right now.
They do a great job of adjusting their game plan. A great job of doing that. Game by game, series by series, and even tweaking from year to year. Pat Riley does not settle. Pat Riley, you see the Godfather there sitting next to Alonzo Mourning?
I mean,
that guy's been part of 24.7% of the NBA Finals all time in the NBA. That's incredible.
I mean, they've been to now 2 finals in the last couple of years, they will go to the next finals. And if you look at their roster, it's not that impressive.
No, it's not.
But you know what it is? They play a brand of basketball that's very difficult to beat.
Something Spoelstra said before the Eastern Conference Finals, he goes, we embrace the grind of the regular season. We embrace it. Whereas I look at the Golden State Warriors and we just poo-pooed the regular season.
Now we
didn't take it seriously at all.
No, we didn't. They whiffed on Michael Beasley way back when. And I think we've kind of forgotten. But and Michael Beasley hung around the league for a long time, but he was a clearly flawed player and had some life issues that I think kind of prohibited him from being a great player. What do you think they would have done with James Wiseman?
They would have tried to work to his strengths. They played 2 of their players' strengths. Duncan Robinson. Okay, we know he's not a great defender.
Can't defend anyone.
But let's protect him by going to a 1-2-2 zone.
Yeah.
We know he's not a great ball handler. But let's improve on that to where he can at least make 2 dribbles and drop a dime here.
Hero doesn't defend either at all.
At all, but they made a player out of him.
No doubt.
Bam Adebayo was a flawed offensive player. Now look at him.
Well, and this is what they're playing Gabe Vincent a lot, right? They're playing him and he's going to get a big contract. I think one of my biggest issues, Kerr was obsessed with playing Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb during the regular season. Then why didn't you at least try them in the playoffs? If you loved them so much at the expense of these other young players, why didn't you use them in the playoffs
I agree with that, and I want to add, we always talk about what a player can't do out here in the Bay Area. It feels like with the Warriors, what can this player do? Well, we always talked about what Wiseman can't do, what Kuminga can't do, what Draymond can't do, what anybody can't do. What about what they do well? Why don't we play to their strengths?
I agree with that.
Wiseman can hit a mid-range jumper. He can run a pick and roll. Now, I'm not saying he would have been ready for Anthony Davis and the LA Lakers, but we focus so much on what they can't do.
I'm with you.
Well, Miami, it looks like What can you do?
Yeah, when we're going to maximize
we'll hide
that.
what you can't do.
Exactly.
To the best of our ability. If you can't do it on both ends, then we're not just going to play.
That's the
We
Bill
don't care how
Walsh.
much money you make. We just won't play you.
Yeah, it's the Bill Walsh method.
Spoelstra would have sat Clay's ass down. And it's tough for me to say. Spoelstra would have been like, Clay got it going.
Well, I think the Godfather, too.
The Godfather, too.
I think Pat Riley he's not afraid of anyone.
We're loyal to whoever can win us this game.
He told LeBron a week in, I am not coming down from the booth or
coach.
wherever up in the suite to coach this team.
Spoelstra's your coach.
It's Spoelstra.
Yeah. You either live with it or we'll find a team for you.
Yeah, and they also have Adonis Haslam who will snap anyone's neck on behalf of Spoelstra.
Absolutely. Even the Denver Nuggets, look at their closing lineup in Game 5 or Game 3, I should say. It wasn't freaking Aaron Gordon.
When they
it
were
wasn't
chanting,
KCP.
The crowd was chanting for Haslam.
I know
We
that was
want
funny.
Haslam.
That was funny.
Play him. And Spoelstra's like, nope.
Nope, not going to do it. But think about Denver. They closed with Jeff Green and Bruce Brown alongside Michael Porter Jr. and Jamal Murray. That was incredible. All right, injury report time.
Injury report.
Oh, hey there. All right, Calvin in St. Louis. We'll get to you on the other side. We've got some more phone calls coming in about to go to St. Warriors, but I promise you on the other side. I said it at 7 o'clock. We will talk about the Niner schedule at 8 o'clock. We're going to do that, Shasky. We're going to lock in Niner schedule. Wicks has some Warriors calls as well. Laura Britt, 8:30 to talk about the Giants. But the Giants got some more bad news about one of their relievers over the weekend. Left-hander Thomas Zapuki was part of the trade with the Mets last year. They brought in J.D. Davis. Underwent surgery to correct thoracic outlet syndrome over the weekend. What the hell is that? I don't even know what that is. The procedure, which has become common in pitchers of late, involves removing a piece of a rib to reduce pressure on the nerve in a pitcher's arm. No recovery timetable was provided, but the same bet is he will miss most, if not the rest of the season. Sounds like it. Sounds like an injury that could put you on the bed for life. Damn. The hell is that? Anyway, the injury report brought to you by Boxer Garza, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. More of your phone calls about to go to St. Warriors. Plus, we'll dive into the Niners schedule because we haven't done that yet, and we love doing that on the morning roast. We have a lot of fun with that. That's all coming up here on 95.7 The Game.
He nutted that thing.
Welcome to IKEA. Enjoying the spring weather?
dog molester to me.
It ain't Bonte, it's Fronte.
Oh, baby. What a Monday on the roast. It's good to be back with everybody. Good to see Shasky, Spinoni, and Lubman. Hopefully everybody had a great weekend. Good morning to all the graveyard shift workers, all the teachers, all the students, all the school bus drivers, everybody out there getting their kids to school on time, getting them to daycare on time. That's a big thing there. I know baby Chaz, I just looked at the camera. She's still knocked out. She's living a life. And all of a sudden, this baby's sleeping past 8 o'clock. Can you do that on the weekend, please? Please? Not Monday through Friday? Damn it.
Are we allowed to get off some frustration right now? We're going to get right back into sports, but you grant me a little?
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, let me say good morning to Comcast Business Text Line, Twitch, and the YouTube audience. We love everybody on YouTube, and don't forget to join us on the Warrior Summit today live at Buonvino, Walnut Creek, 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138. All the hosts will be there. Shasky, Steiny, Guru, Willard, Dibs, JD, the who's who. I'm a game time decision, Shasky. I'm decided. I don't know if I want to go to the creek.
On probable. So basically, on the first and third Monday or second and fourth Thursday, depending on what side of the street I park on, I got to move my cars, right? And so I got my car, my wife's car, and it's super early in the morning. And so the onus always falls on me. It's also garbage day on Sunday night, so I put the garbage out, and then the garbage comes, and then I got to put it away. Yeah. And if you don't put it away, people throw things in your garbage bin, right? You know how this goes, right? If you put your bins out too early, people go through your garbage bins, and then you have garbage everywhere, and you can get fined by the city. So this morning, I'm waiting, and I see the Recology truck. I'm like, all right, awesome. As I'm moving the cars, playing the musical chairs game that I always see. And the guy dumps the garbage. I go, thank you very much. I think his name was Raul. We were talking, whatever. I had my Giants hat on. He's like, well, great weekend for the Giants. I'm like, absolutely. He's like, do you see that truck down the street? And I go, no. He goes, look at that. And I look, and it's literally like half a block down, and it's in front of, right there off of Alamany. An entire truck is just on fire. An entire truck.
Out of nowhere?
Out of nowhere.
It could be a lot of things there. Fatal attraction, something.
So, no, this is what's happened. And it's happened now, I'd say once every 3 to 5 weeks. There are certain encampments all around in the area that literally have started fires all over. There's been junk fires. There's been vehicle fires, people living in their RVs and whatnot. And I was like, you've got to be kidding me. You've got to be. This thing, the entire truck was on fire. Scared the crap out of me. I tried to take a photo of it as I was driving by it. I rolled the window down. I called 911 because I didn't know if anyone was calling. The fire department had to come, the ambulance, everything. I'm like, this is like getting out of control. The fires and stuff are getting out of control.
That's crazy.
And at some level, I'm just saying, like, do we have any pride as a community anymore and as a civilization? Do we have any care? Like, I get it. I'm empathetic to the human condition. I'm empathetic to people's living situations, and I understand that I'm coming from a place of privilege. I understand all of those things. Is it out of line for me to be saying I'm fed up? Like, I'm legitimately fed up with it. Every 3 weeks, there's a fire. What?
You got 2 years to clean it up because the Super Bowl's coming in 2020.
I know. It's
that
just
announcement
so
should
annoying.
be made over the next 2 days.
Bonte, could you imagine how many families
are living
in the area that are breathing in those toxins?
I'm not going to lie to you, though. I'm not going to lie to you. Get off in Barker and Arrow today. The sun was out. You see the skyscrapers getting off of 280 South. And I had the windows down today. It was about 55 degrees at around 5:30 in the morning. I was like, wow, this is nice. Downtown San Francisco looked beautiful this morning. I swear to God, I was driving out Embarcadero. I was like, this city's beautiful.
Oh, I love it. I
didn't have to worry about I didn't see any homeless people around. I didn't see anything. I was just like, wow, the city looks beautiful this morning. And it's a beautiful city to live in. Now, there's a lot of things going on. The parking, the street cleaning, the 2-hour parking zones. The meter maids are now going to extend the time you have to pay. Usually at 6 o'clock,
I know, that
it cuts off. Now at 10 o'clock, you're going to have to pay for parking in the city of San Francisco. And it's going to happen 7 days a week now.
I know. And my interpretation of it was, we're not getting enough money Monday through Friday because of, work not being as busy as it was. We used to ticket the crud out of everyone. So we need to
think about parking.
Fix that budget.
Think about parking in 2026 for that Super Bowl week.
It's going
to be a nightmare in the city. But it is what it is. Let's get back to sports here. By the way, if you're looking for Giants talk, Laura Britt's going to join us at 8:30. But you could also check out my guys, Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys, Joe Shasky and living legend Seb Lubman. Our boy Kyle Kelly listens to the Roast all the time. Shout out to Kyle Kelly out there. Saw Lubman. It was like, hey, are you Sam Lubman? And Lubman posted a picture on Twitter. You see it on Morning Roast 957. Dude, Sam Lubman had a hell of a weekend at Oracle Park.
Yeah, Kyle and I, we were chilling out in center field yesterday. Had a quick bite to eat and just, talked a little Warriors and Giants yesterday. It was a nice time. So, shout out to you, Kyle, and thanks for shouting me out yesterday and grabbing me. So it was nice.
No, Sam Lubman, he was on television Friday night out there in the press box doing God knows what. But he's asking all the questions of Kapler. He's annoying Gabe Kapler now.
So are you our Giants insider? Is that what we should refer to?
That's what he is.
Yeah, Morning Roast Giants Insider, Sam
like
Lubman.
that.
There we go.
Put that in your bio on Twitter. Giants Insider for the Morning Roast.
We got
your bio.
We got our Warriors pre and post game host on the roast. We got our Niners expert and Joe Shasky. We got our Giants
Vontae's
Insider.
not gonna like that.
And then
it's okay.
And then we got our resident Laker fan and Joe Spino. We all have something, guys. Isn't that great?
No, it is great. Share the whiff. See, Shasky, I like to get triple doubles, man. You could be the Niners insider. Spinoni can be our outsider, insider, whatever you want to call him. You can call Lubman the Giants.
I'll just be the youth sports expert.
We've got diversity on the show. We got versatility. Get that in the Twitter bio right now, Sam Lubman. Morning Roast, Giants Insider. When we want to know about the Giants, we go straight to Sam Lubman. Garlic Fries and Baseball, guys. 2 episodes every single week. New episodes are now available.
Yeah.
And the Giants have won 5 out of 6. They swept the Phillies. They went 2 and 3 to the Marlins. I'm getting a little excited about the Giants.
They do feel good. It feels like the tide is turning. My
But
hat finally came in. I've been searching for this hat that I have on right now for
What is that hat?
for years. So this is the, I would say it's the 1980s curvy. It's the only way I can describe it. Curvy SF Giants hat. All right. Imagine the one when Bonds signed here in '93.
Yeah.
They wore these until they went to the more block letter, old school ones
By the
again.
way, speaking of Bonds, do you see the video I sent to the thread yesterday?
Of course.
He's in Tokyo, Japan.
Yeah, hitting jacks.
And he's just calm, and he hits a ball like 500 feet to the Tokyo Hotel.
I love
It's
Bonds.
like, damn. You see how calm he was looking? So it's like, I'm about to smack this one 480 feet.
All these people that don't think he's the greatest hitter of all time are just so full of it.
I mean,
Tell me you never watched Bonds without telling me you never watched Bonds.
I laugh every time I watch a Bonds at bat now. I just start laughing. Because I'm like, this guy was crushing baseballs like it was nothing.
Yeah.
He was the best.
My favorite is hearing from the older guys who saw him in high school and how he would hit bombs in high school like it was nothing.
Yeah, so-
I mean, this is amongst legends of the Bay Area, and this guy was by far and away a legend of the legends.
No doubt. All right. I want to take a couple calls here, but first I want to ask you about the Niners schedule. We never got to get into it.
Yeah.
2023 Niners schedule. Now, Laura Britt's going to join us in 18 minutes to get back into the Giants.
It's a good schedule.
But this schedule I'm looking at here, I'm in love with it. Pittsburgh, week 1. There's so many folks hitting that trip up. Week 1, Niners.
So you're going to do that?
So I have a wedding to go to in New Orleans a week before. Thankfully, it's already paid for.
In New Orleans?
In New Orleans. Big Dog City. He's getting married in New Orleans.
Congratulations.
Big Dog City. Congrats, man. He's getting married. And now we're thinking about this because his wife is a big LSU fan. His wife has season tickets to LSU football
So let me
games.
guess. Season 0 or week 0, you're going to go to a LSU game.
Guess
I'm
what?
jealous.
So listen.
Who do they play?
Listen. So they get married on a Friday. They take out Saturday. LSU plays in Orlando that Sunday against my Florida State Seminoles. In Orlando.
Against your Florida State. Hey, that basketball jersey would come in Orlando in August.
Yes. I mean, that and my Charlie Ward jersey that Lubman had to wear.
So you're taking another 4 weeks off of work to go on this excursion through the South.
I'll be off
Thursday. Sports.
I'll be off Thursday, Friday that week. Be back Monday. Well, actually, Monday we'll have Labor Day off. And we'll be back Tuesday, ready to go for week 1.
Wow,
Pittsburgh.
you're flying on Labor Day? Oof.
No. But listen. The flight to New Orleans is on Sunday.
Okay.
To leave New Orleans and come to the city, but we're thinking about maybe Audible League and maybe fly to Orlando and then fly back.
That.
I don't know yet. But Pittsburgh week 1, Sunday, September 10th. A lot of people making that trip. The Pirates play at PNC Park that Monday. I want to go see PNC Park and check out a baseball game there. TBD. That's a fun game to start the season.
Oh, yeah,
Pittsburgh Niners.
Absolutely. I'm all in on that. To be honest with you, I would rather play them later in the year because I think they're not going to be very good. That's just me. I don't think they're going to be very good.
But that week 1 game, they're going to be hyped up.
Exactly. Absolutely. I think Kenny Pickett is mediocre.
Yeah.
Just mediocre. That's what I think he is. Just
on that grass.
Average.
That's going to be a hell of a game.
But that game is absolutely going to be fun, and I like that one.
Then week 2?
I don't like playing the Rams week 2 at LA.
SoFi.
I want that to be like a later in the season game because I want to go to that game.
Yeah, week 2, September 17th. SoFi. It does feel early.
Chalk that up as a dub.
All right. So then the home opener. How do you feel about this, Shasky? Home opener, September 21st against the New York Giants on Thursday Night Football. It's a prime video game.
Don't love a Thursday night home opener Gonna be honest.
Short week.
Don't love that. But it's okay. I love playing the New York Giants. I find them to be a top 4 rival of the 49ers. So I'm all in on that one. And Daniel Jones, Barkley, let's see it.
All right, let's see
Waller.
it.
Richie
Darren
James
Waller,
Jr.
Darren Waller. Newly married Darren Waller.
Yeah.
With Kelsey Plum from the
Yeah.
Las Vegas Aces. She said Josh McDaniels, he was just mad because he didn't get invited to the wedding, blah, blah, blah. There was a little back and forth there.
That was weird.
That was weird, but a nice little weapon for Daniel Jones.
Aren't the Raiders weird?
I think the Raiders are going to be really bad this year.
You think?
I hope so.
I think they're going to be
Fight
really
on.
bad.
Caleb.
I know, they seem set at quarterback.
I think the Las Vegas Raiders. Ed and I were, whoa. That's the great thing about Hulu. I got NFL Network again. So the top 100 was on. They were doing the quarterbacks, and it was Brett Favre, and it was Tom Brady, and Belichick, and Collinsworth. I ended up not going to bed until 11:30 last night. And then it was sitting there once. I was like, dude, this is fascinating. Listen to them talk quarterbacks. It was Peyton Manning. It was Joe Montana. And I was just like, yeah, Joe Montana's the best.
Did Montana say that Jimmy Garoppolo is a top 5 quarterback and he would have retained him
He
too?
did not show up to the panel. It was Rich Eisen, Collinsworth, Belichick, Brady Nils, Brett Favre in there trying to get his one. But I was like, man, NFL Network, they showed all the Super Bowl classics, the football lives. I'm locked in. I'm just like, this is great. I get to catch up on everything, right? But where was I saying? I just
don't
lost
know.
my train
You were
of thought
just talking
here.
about top 100.
Yeah, top 100 quarterbacks. What were we talking about?
Caleb Williams?
Yeah. Vegas Raiders. The commercial came out with the Vegas Raiders, and I was like, God, I think the Raiders are going to be weak this year. That's what it was. It's like, I think they're going to take
when
a massive step
Devontae is
back.
like questioning why he went there. It's like, Doc, Devontae, did you not see what was going on? Like, what? You wanted to live there.
Back shoulder fades from Jimmy Garoppolo. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
All right, so week 4, they play the Arizona Cardinals without Kyler.
Yeah, that's like the ticket giveaway game. If you got to do a favor hey, you know what? You want my Niners tickets? You want to take your son to the game? You want to take your daughter to the game?
Someone will be on the receiving end of getting Vontae's tickets.
Well, you're not going to get my tickets. We're going to that game.
Speaking of bad, I think Cardinals have number 1 overall pick. Bad. Them and the Bucks. I was looking at the teams. No, but Kyler's going to be out all year.
I know, but what I'm saying is even if they get the number 1 overall pick, they're going to be faced with a tough decision because they've invested so much money into Kyler Murray. Caleb's number 1 overall. Just write it down now.
Kyler might move.
They might move on from Kyler. New GM, new head coach. Go ahead.
So Pittsburgh or the Rams, one of those games are a trap game.
Those are both road games.
Yeah, both road games. I think one of them is a trap game.
3 in a row at home.
Dude, trap game. And then you got the New York Giants, short week. Cardinals, that's a smack them around game. You're going to smack them, get right game / AKA get right game. That's what the Cardinals are. Dallas Cowboys, week 5.
They will now have played 3 straight years against the Cowboys.
That's pretty cool.
I love it. No, I'm all in. And if you're a Brock Purdy lover, you would think, based on timelines, Brock would be back for that kind of a game.
Will he, or would Trey Lance already have the job?
Well, it'll be a great
will it be
summer.
Sam Darnold?
Sam Darnold, the greatest quarterback thrower in 49er history.
Boy, I'm so glad the Warriors had this run that I had to stay away from that.
Spadoni, why do you? I want to know why Spadoni laughs every time that gets brought up.
It's just...
it's the most absurd sentence ever.
But as a thrower of the football, guys, I don't know if it's that absurd.
Giving me flashbacks here. You're giving me flashbacks.
You gotta be kidding me.
You give me flashbacks. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I listened to Mayo
much like Sam Bradford
on his podcast on that one, and he's like, "You got to understand. I'm talking about throwing it all over." And
stop,
Matt. I love you. Stop. Hit the eject button.
Larry Kruger's getting cooked too. We love Larry Kruger here at the station. He's a teammate, right? Cleveland Browns, week 6, October 15th. That's a very interesting game in Cleveland.
Will Deshaun Watson be good next year?
And it's a back-to-back at Cleveland and then at Minnesota for Monday Night Football. And that's a road trip. I would love to go to Minnesota for that game.
And that would be the second time that they have to go across the country to start the year, and then a third time up north. Minnesota is not it's
not an easy flight.
No, we went there. We got out. And by the way, in October, they'll be lucky because when we went there
it was -5.
In February, it was so cold.
Yeah, we got off the time. We were walking through like, oh my gosh. Remember this?
We
were
like
flying
death.
out. I don't know. I took a photo. Everything was snowed in.
It looked like Game of Thrones.
The Golden Gopher Stadium was all snow. It was everything.
Cool.
It was brutal.
Minnesota should play outdoors, though.
They should. Like Cleveland. So that's an interesting back-to-back.
Yep.
Maybe they say Ohio for that. You said Ohio.
And that's a Monday night.
That's a Monday night game. And then you got to fly back for a short week.
You think Kyle's going to have a tough time game planning against his lover?
Oh, Kirk Cousins?
He loves him.
Oh, man. I think Minnesota's going to struggle, too. They just made a big trade. Zadarius Smith going to Cleveland.
Yeah.
The pass rusher.
Well, and they've been trying to shop Dalvin Cook all offseason.
Yeah. It'd be fun not to face Dalvin Cook. Cincinnati, before the bye week.
So Cincinnati is, if you're looking for the number one contender to the Kansas City Chiefs in the AFC, to me it's the Cincinnati Bengals, and I have them above the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, that's going to be a hot game. Hot game. Sunday football, 1:25 kickoff.
Bring
October
back all
29th.
the Sam Weish, Boomer Esiason
I'm going to
feels.
do this right now. Please, God, do not have the Warriors play that Sunday, October 29th. Because usually around that time, it's the first game on the network, NBC Sports Bay Area. Please, I want to see Joe Burrow live in person. I want to be on the field for warm-ups watching Jamar Chase run routes.
You need to talk to your boy Adam Silver and have him switch up the schedule.
Yeah, I need to talk to him. No Warrior games on Sundays during football season. All right, then bye week at Jacksonville. Tough game, trap game. Trevor Lawrence and company, winners of the AFC South. That ain't easy. Need to come home, play Tampa Bay. They're going to be, got to smack them game.
Tampa Bay, by that point, they'll be their third quarterback?
Yeah, they'll be done.
Right?
Kyle Trask. Who else? Baker Mayfield. Hey, who else? Yeah,
whoever. Okay.
Mike Evans still there. Maybe Mike Evans could be this year's trade deadline deal.
I would love to get Mike Evans.
I would love to see him in a 49er uniform. All right, Tampa Bay. We're going to talk about existence.
Right now, week 12, to me, is when I believe the stiffest part of the schedule is.
Short week, Thursday night, Thanksgiving night at Seattle.
I hate that.
It's going to be a tough game.
We played them on a short week on Thursday this year on the road. Now we have to do it again next year.
And then you go to Philadelphia the next week on the Sunday night.
Which sucks.
1:25 kickoff.
And I'm going to let it be known. I'm not going to that game.
Yeah, me either. I'm out. I'm out on that one. December 3rd, I'm not going. Plus, it's Baby Chez's birthday on the 4th.
Oh, nice.
I can't make that game.
She a Sagittarius?
Yeah.
Nice.
She loves the outdoors.
No wonder me and her are kindred spirits.
There you go. Shasky? Whatever the phone call she thinks it's either Mully, Shasky, or Tutu, which is her grandma.
I love how it's Mully Shasky. God, the fact I'm even in this conversation.
Yeah,
Keep going.
You've come up a long way. Then you got Seattle again after Philadelphia.
Ridiculous.
So you got Seattle 2 times in 3 weeks.
With the body bag game in between.
Body bag game. Yes, it is a body bag game. You got a few of those on the schedule. Arizona.
And a Arizona. Game. Yeah, they'll be at the end of their season.
That'd be a tune-up game. That'd be a tune-up for Christmas night against Baltimore. Now, the Baltimore-Cincinnati game to me are Super Bowl preview type games. Those are box office. That's high level. That's the best of the best.
I don't have the 49ers as a Super Bowl team right now.
I don't right now.
I have to see their quarterback. To me, I will not put you in the Super Bowl word until I see who your quarterback is.
Now, Christmas night at Levi Stadium to go see Lamar Jackson, I'm all in for that.
Yeah, Christmas night, Michelle, we're not going to Christmas stuff with the family. We're going to this game.
We're going to this game.
I'm letting it be known now. In fact, I might get like 6 tickets for the whole family. We're going to go down there.
So then you go back on a short week, go to Washington, D.C., December 31st. I don't know what the Commanders are going to look like, but that's going to be a funky game. You know it is. It has funk written all over it. F-U-N-K.
They're a team that's going to be probably tanking for the number 1 pick as well.
Yeah, I don't love that game, though. I don't love that game.
I think a rebrand is also in order for them. Now that they have a new owner, I expect them to change that name within 2 to 3 years.
Wow, so no Commanders, huh?
I think that's a terrible name.
And then you end the season at home against the Rams.
Which, I mean, come on. So you play the Rams week 2, and then you don't play them again until the week 18?
It's a funky schedule.
Like, can you squeeze the Rams somewhere in between the Seattle, Philadelphia? Like, that's what I wanted them to do. Yeah, I hate that.
If you're a 49er fan, what road game would you like to go to? Is it Pittsburgh? Is it Cleveland? Is it Minnesota? Minnesota's intriguing because of that dome. I like that stadium a lot.
Why do I feel like this is the last great season with a flush roster? This is the year to me, as we just kind of look at the Niners and we zoom out a little. I think a big move is going to be made after this year. They need clarity on quarterback. Find out who you're moving forward with at quarterback. That's number 1. Yeah. Number 2 is, who's the one big domino to fall? Is it Trent Williams retiring? Is it moving off of one of the weapons?
George Kittle, because you drafted 2 tight ends this past draft. Maybe the writing's on the wall for George Kittle.
I like to keep my tight ends because they're not paid as much as wide receivers. To me, is it Debo?
Now it's interesting. The Warriors.
Is it McCaffrey?
It's interesting. The Warriors are trying to keep their core together or trying to figure out what to do with the core. Now the Niners are a year away from having to make these decisions.
That's why this year's the year. If you're going to win it all with this roster,
I think this year has to be.
It's got to be this year.
It's going to be tough.
It's going to be really hard, and you don't even know who the quarterback is.
Pittsburgh. You like that road trip though? Pittsburgh. I do like Cleveland, Minnesota.
I like Pittsburgh.
I always wanted to see a game in Cleveland at the Dog Pound.
Yeah, I would too. But I mean, it's got to be the right time of year. Like to me, part of going to
October
Pittsburgh,
15th.
to me, part of going to Pittsburgh, part of going to Cleveland is the elements.
Yeah, you want to go in the elements?
Yeah. I mean, who wants to be
in
in hot Pittsburgh in the middle of September, the beginning of September?
It's the first game.
You know?
Could be Trey Lance. Could be Sam Darnold.
It would be fun, though, because Heinz Field is clearly awesome.
Right.
And the Steelers have a great legacy.
All right, let's squeeze in these 2 phone calls real quick. Calvin, St. Louis. Let's be quick here. I know you got a Warriors thought here. Calvin, you got 60 seconds.
All right, guys.
What's up,
I want to say what's up, Shasky. What's up, Bonte? But, man, my girl want to say hi real quick.
Hi, guys.
Hi. Asking about it and everything. But, man, it must be nice to be Steph Curry and Steve Kerr. And I'm going to go ahead and tell you the truth. They've been the problem this year. Ain't nobody going to want to come play for the Warriors, man, when they see the disconnect that the coach got, not sitting up and utilizing rookies. I see a lot of teams utilizing the rookies that's on their bench and everything that's like that. Kerr admitted to himself that this team was messed up. Really? But you didn't fix it. Yeah, if Pat Riley was the coach of the Warriors and stuff like that, he would not have said, he would have emptied his clip. He would have sit up here and played our bench and everything else like that. He would have played Kuminga. He would have played all them other guys. But no, Kerry didn't do that. He just sit up here and watch the house burn down. And then Steph, really? Steph sitting up there hot dogging guys. He's not sitting up here playing strength in numbers no more. Steph not playing like that guy out of Davidson and stuff like that, where he dribbled a couple of times, playing that mid-range game. Then he comes to the outside, utilizing everybody. But last thing I want to say, Klay Thompson, really? Klay Thompson wears a hard hat. Klay Thompson upped his game. Klay Thompson sit up here while Steph Curry was out. Klay Thompson had everybody working. Think about that. Everybody was working.
Big Cow, you got to call us back tomorrow, man. You were bringing some fire. Wow. We'll say BPA. We got a break. We'll say BPA. BPA, hang tight. Damn, Cal, would have given more run. He said we got a Steph problem. It's the first time I heard that one.
I don't know about that.
Cal in St. Louis not holding anything back. He's fed up. Calvin in St. Louis fed up. By the way, some Doobie Awards. I was thinking about it since we had the dude, where is he from? Visalia. That town has like 100 people. Shout out to Visalia.
It ain't Bonte, it's Frotting.
Yeah, there you go. Troll of the Year should be a category. That was a great troll call.
I like that.
Because he waited a whole for 40 minutes to get that. You got to have some deep hatred for somebody that went a whole 40 minutes and say, hey, you're a fraud, dude.
You got to have some very thin skin if you're still thinking about that 72 hours later.
Oh, I'm just saying, Trey, it got me thinking about the Doobie Awards.
I'm just messing with you,
thinking about Doobie Awards. I do have thin skin. He bothered me. That's why I went to Yo Mama. I was like, man, fraud of the year? Damn. You can say I'm not the king of the Bay, but a fraud?
I heard from about 50 people this weekend saying the Yo Mama was the greatest rebuttal of all time.
Well, a lot of people were saying, he felt it when he said Yo Mama.
All right, Ludman, we're going to break.
Troll of the Year is what I was getting to. And that guy, whatever his name was, I forgot his name, Doobie Award nominee for Troll of the Year. James C. _1982 is up there as well. Also, Shasky's Troll, he's up there as well for Troll of the Year. Maybe he'll win a Doobie Award.
I like it.
Hate listening. Must be something, man. I couldn't do it. Anyway, what's coming up in the game sponsored by S.D. Johnson Raid. It's the one and only Laura Britt. Wow, we got a new Raid. Raid Essentials Light Trap uses light to attract trap flying insects like fruit flies and mosquitoes, turning your home into restricted airspace. For insecticide-free protection. That's people with Pet Friendly get new Raid Essentials Light Trap. Wow. We got Raid on board?
I'm thinking of 11.5. You ain't on that bomb no more. We on Raid.
Or was it Nade?
It was Nade.
All right. Laura Britt coming up.
The new Raid Essentials Light Trap uses light.
the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Dwayne Kuiper, NBC, Sports, Bay Area, Bonte Hill. Did you hear the sound of that bat?
I did.
High drive.
High drive. You know what that it reminds me of? It reminds me of the
batting
Arizona
cages?
No, it reminds me of Eno Benjamin trucking Drake Kirkpatrick. Just that natural sound. That give it to me one more time to crack in the bat.
High drive.
That's sexy right there, man. Oh, one more time. One more time. One more time.
High drive.
I'm just making.
When are you going to come out and umpire one of my Little League games? We'll do a scrimmage.
All right, well, I got time on my hands now.
Can we do that?
Yeah, let's do it.
I would love for you to show up and just umpire an inning or two.
You want me behind the plate?
Wherever you think that you should
First
be
base,
as an umpire.
Third base,
well,
second base.
When you're umpiring alone, you have one of two spots to be, either behind the dish or behind the pitcher.
Oh, wow. You call balls and strikes from behind the pitcher?
Well, it depends on if you have the appropriate equipment or not.
Damn. I don't know.
Are you one of those guys that have like the 1970s chest plate one?
I need that. If I'm going to be calling shot, I don't want to get hit with no baseball. Do I need shin guards too?
I mean, again, it's whatever that you think that you need. I have umpired many a game from behind the pitcher's mound, either the left or right-hand side, depending on where we're at, and then it gives me more mobility. When I'm umpiring alone, I actually prefer that spot, but I understand being behind home plate. You get a better vantage point.
It also can you play that and then the crack of the bat? Just like, oh.
Second and 5. This is Eno.
Oh, my God. This makes me tingle.
More than anything, I just want to see if you could bust out like a pair of like Jordan umpire shoes. Because I'm sure they make them somewhere.
I was hoping you guys would provide the equipment. I'm not going to go buy a bunch of stuff.
You know what? I will buy a brand new face mask for you.
Don't buy that for me. No. We got to save our money here.
You know
Things
why
are getting tight. You got 2 houses. You got property tax. You got to save money.
You know why I think it's a more appropriate umpire who would be more authoritative on the diamond than you?
Who?
A mother of multiple children.
Laura Britt. Don't suck up to Laura like that.
Pre- and post-game host at NBC.
Now, you know what Laura would do? You know what she would do? It'd be a 3-2 count, and it'd be a borderline pitch. She goes, you know what? Let's just do a do-over. Let's just do it again.
No, she would not.
Laura Britt, aren't you about that fruit snack? Aren't you about that fruit snack and Capri Sun life?
I'd be very fair. That's what I can promise.
All right, there it is.
Very fair.
There it is.
Like a robot ump.
I missed you yesterday, Laura, on the telecast. I was watching yesterday. I actually watched it all weekend. You guys are hitting your stride on Giants pre and post. We're talking to Laura Britt, of course, ABC Sports Bay Area. I want to know if she's going to get back on the Niners, what she thinks about that. But I saw, first I got to ask you this. Your co-host, your partner in crime, Carlos Ramirez. Now, I don't know how much roll my R's like him, but he's jacking my style, Laura. I felt some type of way seeing him with 2 laptops on the set.
Oh, the 2 laptop life?
What was that about?
I got to tell you, we got to work on the 2 laptop life. It's not a good look. It's not a good look, Bonte.
For Carlos or for me? Because me, I'm mastered it. I got the NBC stickers.
It looks like you're trying to break into the mainframe of a movie where we're trying to pull a heist.
Well,
how many computers, Shasky, is too many computers?
Well,
I was trying to 2 is too many.
Well, Laura, next year I was trying to work on the 2 laptops and then the tablet. How about that? So you got live games going on the tablet. You got the iNews, the script of the show on one computer, and then you got Tweet Deck, where all the smack talk, all the breaking news is going on. I feel like I'm in a control center.
Bonte, you have my number. Do you want to shadow me? I've got the 1 iPad life.
Oh my God.
I'm with you on that.
That's stressful right there.
I'm going to start right here. Because I want to get into the Giants right now. Like, I've been watching this team my whole life. And the last time they had 1 winning season since the Obama administration. Like, that's where we're at. And for the longest time, no, it's the truth. I mean, that's a fact. So,
I didn't know we were going to get political on here. But
I'm not even trying to.
You never know where we're going on
you
this
have
show.
no idea. We're all over the place. Scattershot. But, like, on the real, like, as a longtime Giants fan, I get it. Each professional team is there to win the ultimate prize, the World Series, blah, 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 blah. I'm at the point now that I've seen a little bit of Casey Schmidt, and I'm feeling really optimistic, and it feels like the tide has been turning in terms of the young players coming up, showing promise, the minor league system's looking so much better. I am so not like, yes, I want to win. I get it. I want to win. But like optimistically, everything is going in the right direction. And so right now, I'm just all about the feel good of like the journey, like seeing Patrick Bailey show some promise. And I think the bat's still a long way away. Seeing him defensively behind the plate, I'm like, yeah, he's their best defensive catcher, clearly. Seeing what Casey Schmidt has brought, he's breathing life into the lineup. Seeing Tyro Estrada, I feel so good about the overall feel of the organization. I don't really even care about winning and losing right now.
I kind of like that. I mean, I think people should care about winning and losing. I don't think it's
what I mean.
To say right now they're going to go out and win the World Series. No, I mean, they had a really good stretch for a long time where they did that many times. So you've got to be realistic. I think you're right on it, Joe. I wasn't expecting this today. I was expecting unrealistic expectations from Bonte. That's what I've been.
Well, I'm having fun watching them. Like I went to Arizona and I went to the series Diamondbacks versus the Giants, and it was like Giants fans as a whole are so excited for Casey Schmidt. I feel like he has changed the pulse of the fan base.
I think so too. And then you add Patrick Bailey onto that, and even Ryan Walker from yesterday. You add those young players in combination, and I do think it's something to get excited about. You know, it's early in the season, and Gabe Kapler yesterday spoke about, they're going to have ups and downs. They're going to have struggles, just like any major league player is. He mentioned that it is good that they're having the ups first, and I do agree with that, because if you have the downs first, then you start to question, do I belong here? Am I supposed to be here? So the fact that these young players are getting called up, having the good moments, the highs first, really setting the tone in the majors for themselves is a good sign. This is an exciting time for Giants fans. I get that it was a hard off season. You've got not a lot of players that are locked down for long term. You've got Logan Webb, right? That's the future, which is a great player to have locked.
Stud.
Logan Webb's really good the last 7 starts.
But outside of that, I understand the frustration that's been brewing the past couple of years, because you do want to have a player that you go to the Giants dugout store and you get a jersey and you know that he's going to be there in 3 years. That's where the frustration, I think, has been brewing. But to see the young guys starting to pan out, that's the future. And so you do have to have the delicate balance of course, everybody wants to win now. You want to win games now, which over the past week they have been doing. Once this young infusion has gotten brought up, and Casey Schmidt earlier back in May, you want to see that success, but you also have to think about, what does this look like 3 years down the road? And we might be seeing that right now.
No doubt. Laura Britt, host on Giants pre and post on NBC Sports Bay Area, does a lot of good. She's doing the 49ers Foundation a couple weeks ago. We'll ask her some questions about the Niners as well. But Laura, you brought up Logan Webb. Like Casey Schmidt, I'm locked in on him. Patrick Bailey, I like seeing a youth movement here. But having a guy, when you look at this pitching staff, where I don't know how many guys you can count on to go 5 innings, except for Logan Webb. Now, how serious is this injury with the back? Because he's gone at least 5 innings in every single start. But his last 6 starts, he's been dynamic. I think he's rectified his season, turned it around. And I don't care if he's an ace, Laura, a 2-starter, 3-starter. I just know when I give him the ball, Logan Webb, that is, in a big game, he's going to perform.
Yeah, and I don't. It was pretty surprising. Nobody knew until Gabe Kapler said that that's why he was taken out of the game with the back tightness. It seems like he's fine. That's according to him. After that game, it seems like he's going to be okay. Those are tricky situations with your back and being a pitcher, and they're obviously in it for him for the long haul. So I don't really know what's, we're just going to wait and see on that. I don't think it's anything serious. We would have heard more by now. He didn't have to have an MRI. He didn't have to have any kind of scans. So I think those are all positive signs. Yeah, the starting pitching thing is a little bit dicey, because when you look at Alex Wood and how good he's been, you also start to wonder, like, where's the balance of leaving a guy in versus taking him out? And I think I'm more old school when it comes to starting pitching. And I said, let the guy have a chance. Why are we so quick to yank guys now? I don't like that. And I think that's part of the problem, too. Like, even when a pitcher starts to struggle, the first thing, it's such a short leash right now. And that's part of the problem on why you're not seeing some of the pitchers go deeper into games. And understandably, maybe they're struggling in an inning. But I kind of like to see a guy work it out. Can he fix it? Can he not? How does he handle the high stress? If they lose a game because of that, is it worth it? I don't know. Where do you guys fall on
Well,
that?
no, it's a really great question. So, like, okay, I have this problem with some of our little leagues around here, right? Now, I'm going to use this as an example with the Giants last week with Alex Wood. They'll say something like, oh, the kids can only pitch 65 pitches. And I'm just throwing out hypotheticals. And my thing's like, okay, but how many warm-up pitches? How many warm-up pitches in between innings? Does he play catcher afterwards, and now he's throwing the ball back to the pitcher? Am I putting him at shortstop, and now in between innings he's throwing 7 times over to first base? Like, it's not just the amount of pitches that you throw. Are there guys on base, right? There's context. Are you stressing? Are you throwing a lot of breaking balls? So Alex Wood's in the game the other day, and they had a predetermined, I believe, 60 or 65 pitches he was going to throw. Yeah. And he was one batter away with no one on base from qualifying for a win. And I was like, okay, I get the 65 pitch limit. He was cruising. Yeah, there was no one on base. Yep. Let him qualify for a decision.
And our producer, Sam Lubman, he's been at the park. He's our Morning Roast Giants insider. He actually does a great job going down there and getting sound. He probably annoys you from time to time when he's at the yard. But he noted that Alex Wood seemed agitated. That he seemed agitated with taking out, not getting a decision.
And I would have been too.
Yeah, no doubt.
I would have been too.
Yeah, no doubt. And I'm with you, Laura.
He was one batter away.
You're going to wear this bullpen down by July. Now, they're going on a 7-game road trip now to Minnesota and Milwaukee. But, I mean, let's scale it back a little bit.
Exactly.
Let Alex Wood go 6.
Exactly.
Let Cobb go 6. Let DeSclafani get deep into the game. Because by August and September, we're going to be saying, well, you don't have any bullpen arms. They're all worn out. You're using them way too much. And I don't even have the data in front of me, but it feels like every single day I'm seeing a Rogers brother. I'm seeing a Scott Alexander. I'm seeing a Camilo Duvall. And Camilo Duvall's having an all-star season. But you got to keep that arm fresh. I'm with you, Laura. You got to keep these starters in longer.
Yeah, and I think that's where, the fans lose it too, because you want that for Alex Wood. Not only does you want it, but everybody is sitting there going, no, let him get the last out. Please let him get the last out. And that means something to pitchers. I mean, those numbers add up, and whether or not it matters in the long haul, like that matters to them right now. You look at your numbers; people look at those numbers, and so you want to be able to have the opportunity to get the win. You want to be able to get the other out. And I get why he's frustrated in that situation. But overall, I'm actually really impressed, guys. I thought Bonte was going to be all over it, depressed. I was going to have to really talk him off the ledge. I'm proud of you guys. Really proud of you guys.
Hey, listen, man, broken clock is right twice a day or whatever, and it's just a good Monday. And Giants are playing good baseball. But, to your point about the pitching or whatnot, because one thing we do know about the Giants, and we thought about this, believe it or not, Laura Shask, and I believe this, they will hit this year. And they're hitting the heck out of the baseball right now. Lamont Wade Jr., you guys threw the graphic up the other night. I said, Dale, Late Night Lamont is back. Yeah. What a season for him.
Late Night Lamont.
He's back, Laura. Wow, this team can hit. That's what they're going to do all season long. They're going to hit. Henniger's coming around. Conferno's having good at-bats. We know about Casey Schmidt. I mean, this team is hitting. So that's why it looks at the pitches like, you know what? If you get some pitching here, maybe you can compete for a spot in the playoffs.
I think so. I think absolutely. They're really hitting their stride right now. With injuries at the beginning of the season, that was tough. I know they're still dealing with some injuries now. The one thing that was concerning to me, which I know some people might say, oh, why is that a knock, was how many runs at the beginning of the season that they were scoring via the home run. It seemed that was the only way that they were scoring. So then you get, bad numbers with runners in scoring position, too many men left on base. Over the past 2 weeks, they've really started to flip that script, and that's where I think you start to see a team that can make a push, because if you're only scoring runs via the home run and some of these other things are faltering at times, if you're so reliant on that one aspect of your game, that can be concerning. The most positive thing over the past 2 weeks for me is that they're starting to correct those numbers a little bit. I know it's exciting to see home runs. I like them too. But that can't be the only thing that you do.
No. One last thing on the way out, and Laura, I love talking Giants with you, and you're doing a great job on there. Their defense is so much more improved.
The chat said there's a TV Laura and a radio Laura.
What do you mean?
There's a TV Laura who's all nice and genuine, and there's a radio. There's a radio Laura.
TV Laura has to fight for oxygen because Carlos and Sean Estes and Randy Wynn are like dying to chomp at the bit and argue over nuance.
There's no 30-second answer with Sean Estes.
By the way, the other day when you were eating in Wendy's. It was hilarious, and that was maybe my favorite part of the entire thing.
Somebody make me stop eating on TV. It's embarrassing at this point.
Oh, I love eating on TV. Did you see me with them DoorDash things? Yeah. My soda company was like, "You're on a diet. What are you doing? Eat that sisig burrito." Whoa, I crushed it. Sorry, soda.
Laura, honestly, though, their defense is so much better. Lamont Wade, I did not anticipate being this good at first base. I was way wrong. Estrada's gotten better. Obviously, Schmidt's a stud. J.D. Davis, just looking around the diamond, I thought they'd be crushed by the shift defensively. They've been really a surprise defensively.
They've been really good defensively. When I start to look into the numbers defensively, this was probably about 2 weeks ago, so I bet they're a little bit better now. They had actually a lot of errors, which was surprising because it didn't feel like that. It didn't feel like they were getting a ton of errors. Well, when I dug into it, a lot of them were those catcher interferences. I think Blake Sable at the time was 5.
Well, and Bart's dropped a few back there. Yeah.
Bart's dropped a few, and then it was actually Crawford when he was struggling earlier in the season with some, just some mismanagement of the balls. But now they're starting to really correct that. You're seeing the youth. J.D. Davis has been wildly impressive. You can hear that, oh, yeah, they've worked on this, they've worked on that. And I always question, how can you really work on a game-time defensive situation? I think J.D. Davis has proved that you can.
Yep.
You really can improve those things if you work at it hard enough. And, I mean, some players have it and some players don't. I think Casey Schmidt very clearly does.
He's a stud.
And one thing with Patrick Bailey that he makes it look so effortless. It's a short sample size. He's only been up a couple days. But he looks really good behind the plate. The way he snaps that glove, but also has soft hands. He's just, I think he's somebody to keep an eye on because I think he really could be a positive thing for the Giants for years to come.
I mean, every throw he makes from third base is chest high. I'm like, wow, look at that arm. Look at that speed. Real quick, Laura, because you do double dip with the Niners at times. Hopefully you're on Niners coverage this year because you're really good at it. What about this? What about the Niners quarterback situation? OTAs start tomorrow. Sam Darnold. I know you're still tight with Matt Mayoko. What insight do you have on the Niners quarterback position as we get back into football?
You know what's funny? My father-in-law was talking to him yesterday. This is all he wanted to talk about. He was like, who's going to be the quarterback? Is it going to be Darnold? Is Sam Darnold going to be the quarterback? Is it going to be Purdy? I think the Niners are sold on Brock Purdy. It's really just going to be a timeline of when he's going to be able to get back. How soon we'll be able to see Brock Purdy. And I sat down with Kyle Shanahan at the Dwight Clark Legacy series. This was a couple weeks ago. You should go to that. To anybody listening, it's a really cool event.
Yeah, we're not big time. We're not big time like that.
This is not blowing smoke. It really is cool because it bridges the gap. First off, it raises money to help 49ers alumni that have fallen on hard times. But you also, we've had John Lynch, George Kittle, Kyle Shanahan, Bryant Young, and then you've also got the new guys. We had Christian McCaffrey this year, Fred Warner. Anyway, I'm talking it up. It's
your name
away.
Your name dropping. You're just flexing. It's all good.
It's a really cool event. So we talked to Kyle Shanahan for probably 20, 30 minutes on stage about a lot of it. Matt Mayoko and I talked to him about the quarterback situation. He is really high on Brock Purdy. And Matt Mayoko, I don't know if you guys saw the article.
I saw it, and I referenced it almost
Sam Darnold was the best thrower of the
What's he smoking?
We're going to move past that, Matt Mayoko.
I know he's from up north, but what's he smoking?
Let me just say this, Laura.
I heard his backtrack, too.
Matt Mayoko better be lucky.
Him up.
Hey, he better be lucky we were in Warriors basketball mode, Laura. Matt Mayoko's lucky the roast was locked in on basketball. We just let that go by the wayside.
Come on.
We let Twitter deal with that one.
No, y'all, Kyle Shanahan backed him up on that. I asked him about it on stage in front of Matt.
Shanahan also thought Joe Williams was going to be the next running back for 10 years.
Listen, Laura, we all love Shanahan. Shanahan will lie to our face and say, go watch a Buffalo game to see if they roll with the quarterback. And then Josh Allen runs.
Won't any coach of any team?
Yes.
They all?
Yes.
He is.
Yes.
That's why I love Shanahan. I got a love-hate relationship with him. What about Trey Lance? You didn't mention Trey Lance.
He did mention Trey Lance. He talked about Trey Lance. I just think, I don't know that the ship has sailed there, but it does, you do get the inkling that that's not the direction they want to go in. But it's because of the situation that he's been put in. It's not exactly his fault. I mean, he hasn't played that many games in the NFL, not by any fault of his own. He's been injured. So when he first comes in, he sits behind Jimmy Garoppolo. Then he comes in, and it's his year, it's his team, and then he gets injured. So what you have to go with is what's proven, is basically what Shanahan was saying when we talked to him about this. And that's understandable. The NFL, not for long, whatever, all those little,
cliches,
things that you want to say about the NFL, they're true. And so you've got to go with somebody that's proven. And what Brock Purdy did last season was so impressive. And those are real-time, game-time situations. Nothing replaces live NFL action. And the fact that Trey Lance hasn't been available starts to push him down the list because Brock Purdy did come in and succeeded so early. So I don't think that all this talk about like Sam Darnold's going to be the guy for the future. I don't think that that's true. I think Brock Purdy's the guy. It's just going to be, when is he actually going to be able to play? When is he going to be available? We'll have to wait and see about the injury timeline.
All right, we will wait. And we'll see you on TV later. We'll see you on TV later today, right? 2 laptops?
No, I'm off today.
You're off
Good
today
for you.
again? Back-to-back days? Damn, low management already during the Giants hot
I got to get my hair did. This hair doesn't do itself, guys.
That's true.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Back off, bro.
Yeah, I am backing off. I mean, you should see Laura's desk, man. She's got all her heels. She's got her kicks there. She's got the makeup set up. I steal her cue cards all the time. She doesn't know that. Now she does. Nice. But she has the best desk there. She's not even going to be there. So we got So we got Carlos Ramirez biting my style again. What made him go 2 laptops? Because I know I set some trends over there, but I didn't know I was going to set that trend.
I think he's like you, where he wants to have stats up on one, God only knows what's up on the other, and I just go phone with my box score, iPad for the rundown.
All right. See, I like the IG on there. I like the Twitter. I like all that stuff.
But for the television, I get it for radio, Bonte.
It looks good for television, right? People are used to it.
Yeah, you don't need that for TV.
I don't know.
I'm going to talk you off of the 2 laptops. Listen.
Shasky, don't you like the 2 laptop look?
You got to drop it to one or an iPad and maybe a tablet laying flat on the desk. It's going to be a better look. It's going to be a better look.
All right, Laura.
Sorry, I'm just knee deep in these Sam Darnold turnover stats, and I'm just I don't care what throws he makes in shorts. This guy is a turnover machine.
You thought we were going to be crazy today, Laura. Wait till Sam Darnold's announced as a starter week 1
I wish I failed as much as Sam Darnold and had that much support.
He's the best thrower of the football in 49ers history.
So you basically want to be Cliff Kingsbury there, right?
Does John Brody not exist? Does Joe Montana not exist?
Steve Young?
Does Steve Young not exist?
Are we not going to bring up Jeff Garcia?
I mean, come on.
Colin Kaepernick? Come on, Matt Mayoko.
I'm excited because I thought I was fully prepared today to go full Dr. Laura voice. I was going to be the sports version of Dr. Laura for you today, Bonte.
I like that.
Oh, no.
I didn't even have to do it. We're going to have to save it for another time.
Listen, look, we're all good. Lakers are about to get swept. We're fine. Celtics are going to lose. Jokic probably going to win his first NBA championship. I'm cool with that. And more Jimmy Butler. The Warriors got some decisions to make. But the Giants play some good baseball. I'm in a good mood. They won 5 of 6.
And you're well rested.
And I'm well rested.
That is,
I got to say.
That's smart.
The boy get 9-10 hours of sleep. Man. Yeah. No double duty.
That's a game changer right there.
That is a game changer. Although I do miss Dub Nation already. I've been seeing you guys over there at NBC, Laura.
I know. I do love it when all the crossover seasons are happening because we have so many people in, and it's really fun to mix and mingle.
Do me a favor. Close your eyes, okay? All right.
I know where
all right. Close your eyes.
I know where we're going.
21-34 overall record. All right. Close your eyes. 61 touchdowns, 55 interceptions, 37 fumbles. That's Sam Darnold.
I thought he was going to actually ask, "Hey, when did you get me on pre and post?" You got Rob Brooks on there. What do you got? What is it? Hits and Brooks. What is it? What is the segment called with Brooks? They got Estes Bestis. Yeah, Hits and Brooks. I'm waiting for.
Don't hate on my guy Rod Brooks.
I'm not hating. No. I'm just saying. I'm waiting for Shasky smashes.
No. It would be come see me at third base because I'm usually third base coach. So come see me at third, which means you get on to first and then steal a couple bags and come see me at third. See, now that's called coaching, Bonte.
I like that.
Shasky, I'd love for you to have a segment on the show.
Oh.
Let's make it happen.
Laura, you know the number. Hit me anytime.
You know the number. The higher ups don't know the number.
Yeah, that's the problem. Hathaway's like,
The other station would crap the bed if Shasky showed up on Giants pre and post. I'm trying to get on there too.
No, I would not. I would love it. I love it.
You and Carlos take a day off? How about this? How about this, Laura? You got the ears up there. I got something for you right now, Laura. I got something right now. For our 9 o'clock
Wednesday day game?
You take a day off, Laura. If Carlos gets sick, just call Shasky and I can host. Shasky will be the analyst.
I am so in on this.
We can do the 30-minute pre.
I am so in on
this. Get some
this.
help on the post.
Help on the post.
Laura, you see me cooking here?
I can envision Gregor Blanco on Zoom right now.
Right. You get Shasky, you get Bonte, and we get that TV check too on top of it.
I'll do it for free.
Yeah, he will do it for free. He will do it for
pro
free.
bono, doggy.
Don't tell him
Don't
that.
tell him that. We get Shasky in a suit.
The first taste is for free. That's what the ice cream man used to say.
That is the most important question here. Are you going? You go suit. You would go suit for TV, right?
Who, me?
Would you go suit with me?
Of course.
Would you go
and I wear
Gucci's?
dress shoes. I don't wear Jordans. I wear
What about
dress shoes.
Gucci's?
I've got like 5 or 6 pairs of suits. Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Oh,
I'm just waiting for
Laura,
the call.
You and Carlos call in sick.
I'm like
You know
Casey
who to
Schmidt.
call.
I just need to call up from the minors.
That's it. I feel like they're doing that a lot
Sound
right
pathetic.
now. So
Laura,
just jump on that bandwagon.
We're going to let you go because we sound pathetic right now. I'm begging for TV time.
Just following your lead.
We're having too much fun.
All right, Laura. Go enjoy
Have a
your
good
day
one,
off.
Laura.
Go get
Enjoy
your
your
hair
day
done.
off.
Get the makeup done. We're all good over here. We'll see you on TV tomorrow.
Yep.
When the Giants are taking out the Twins.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, Laura. Good stuff as always for Laura Brent. Probably went a little too long. I can hear the boss man right now. Laura Brent, 30 minutes.
Can I ask you a question?
Minutes. But you know what?
The
Sunny
Sam
Gray
Darnold.
Day. She'll be back on Sunny Gray Day tomorrow.
I know we got all kinds of sports exploding. The Sam Darnold thing. What are we doing? Like, can we at least see a good game before we start to crown someone who's categorically sucked? I mean, let's just Sam Darnold. If we were just saying top 3 overall pick, has played a lot for many coaches, lots of different teams, and has sucked. I mean, he sucked. It's okay to say it.
It's
Alex Smith's second year was better than anything Sam Darnold ever did.
So, as you are listening tonight,
and I'm not even an Alex Smith fan.
KTNC FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. We'll get to BPA in just a second. Thank you for waiting on hold. Hey, dude, listen. When they sign Sam Darnold, when they sign Sam Darnold, I know this fan base too well. I know this organization too. We both do. We grew up with it.
I know.
We know how we are. Sam Darnold could have he could have signed with the Dallas Cowboys, and nobody in Dallas, Texas would be talking about Sam Darnold's going to get first string reps. It'd be all about Dak. Vegas, they could have signed Sam Darnold, whatever. The Rams, whatever. Of course, with the 49ers. It took 2 days to hear the voice of the 49ers, Greg Papa, talk up Sam Darnold. It took about a month for Matt Maiocco to say, he's the best thrower in the football I've ever seen here in Niner uniform. That's dude. I'm like, Matt.
They've had multiple MVPs. Forget Young and forget Joe Montana. John Brody. Does he not exist?
Dude, I mean, Colin Kaepernick was a better thrower of the football than Sam Darnold. Now, he wasn't the most accurate at times, but throwing the football, do we forget what Colin Kaepernick was doing on that field? Bombs, deep shots. I mean, go look at the Tampa Bay game when he threw one at Vernon Davis. It's like, wow.
I'm not even
one of the greatest throws I've ever seen.
I'm not even a big Jimmy fan, but Jimmy's had a collection of games better than anything that Sam Darnold's done.
Can he throw it better than Trey Lance?
I don't know. I don't even know what Trey is. I don't know. But, I just know what... Look, all I'm saying is this. I'm not saying that Sam Darnold can't regain whatever you thought of him pre-draft.
Right.
All right? But can we at least acknowledge it's a reclamation project?
It is, but you know what?
Okay? I'm not saying he can't be good. That's not what I'm here to say, right? If the Warriors could save JaVale McGee, okay? If the Warriors could somehow salvage Nick Young, then could Shanahan salvage, Sam Darnold? Maybe. But at least acknowledge he's been god-awful for 5 years.
No doubt.
Not even good. Not even mediocre. God-awful.
But you know what?
Now, you could say that the organizations that he was with sucked.
I could listen to that.
And I'll listen to that.
Yep, no
but
doubt.
he was a part of them sucking.
But I'll also listen to him being surrounded by a lot of stars. He is surrounded by George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey, Brandon Ayuk. Those are 4 legit weapons. I'm excited about the tight end from Alabama, Latu. I'm excited about your boy from Oklahoma. I still want to see Danny Gray go down the field. What do you draft Danny Gray for? He's going to take the top off the defense, right? Well, I want to see that this year with Danny Gray. This is the best system he's been in his pro career. There is something to that. There is something. You always find lightning. Hell, Tommy Maddox had to go to the XFL.
Yeah.
Came back with Pittsburgh. Boom.
But he showed a lot at a lot of stops.
He showed a lot at a lot of stops, but he was struggling, right? He was a bust up until his Pittsburgh stint. Then he got his job taken by Ben Roethlisberger. The rest is history. There are reclamation projects in the NFL. And Sam Darnold, there's a situation for him, a 1-year prove-it deal with this system, with Kyle Shanahan calling the plays. I will listen to that, but I have to see it first.
Okay, so let's play this out. Okay, I want to ask you 2 questions here. So bear with me. Most people within the 49ers organization are telling us Brock Purdy's the guy. So let's start with that known quantity. Brock Purdy's their guy. All right. If I suggest Trey Lance plays well for X amount of weeks and then Brock's ready, most people would say Brock should get his job back, right?
Yep.
Now, what happens if Sam Darnold starts at the beginning of the year and Sam Darnold plays well? Should Purdy still get his job back?
I think you got to go with the hot hand, right?
I'm asking.
I would think so.
What do you think the answer is?
I don't know what the answer is.
Do you see where I'm going with this?
I do see it. What if it's Trey Lance?
Or Sam Darnold?
Because you heard Laura, I asked her, because I asked everybody about this. Because everybody's talking about Brock. Everybody's talking about Sam Darnold. What about Trey? What if Trey's that guy? What if Trey balls out for the fourth? What if he's 4-1 through 5 and he loses a tight game to the Cowboys on Sunday Night Football?
Do you know what my theory is on life?
What's that?
You can't lose your job to an injury. Yes, you can.
Alex Smith did.
Draymond Green took David Lee's job
because of an injury.
Yeah, and we've never looked back.
No doubt.
Alex Smith absolutely did. It happens all over the place. What are you talking about? Tom Brady is the greatest example of all time. Right? Like, no, you can. I'm sorry, you can.
Roethlisberger, no doubt.
It's called getting Wally pipped.
Right.
Does anyone know where this story started?
Rivers finally got the start in San Diego because Drew Brees got his shoulder.
So
Justin Herbert.
Right before game time.
Even though they invested what they invested. So this is what I would say. Could Brock Purdy be their guy? Absolutely. If either guy, I'm not even going to say Trey, I'm going to say either guy. If Darnold or Trey Lance is winning at the beginning of the year, I do think you kind of stick with it.
I'm with you there. You got to go with the hot
depending
hand.
on where Brock is in his rehab and blah, 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 blah. Like, to me, these seasons are all about just, can you capture magic in a bottle?
Well, also this, Shask, I'm going to add to that because you're hitting on all the points. Well, we saw Brock, and he struggled at times down the stretch. But has Brock Purdy earned enough equity in the NFL to just say, all right, week 7, I'm ready to go, I'm going to start?
None of these guys have. In my estimation, none of these guys.
Like, Brock hasn't. He hasn't done anything like Jimmy Garoppolo.
Trevor Lawrence has a more comprehensive resume than anyone on the Niners roster at quarterback. And I would say to you, as high as I am on Trevor, even though he has the pedigree and all that, I would say I'm skeptical. I want to see a second year of growth. Wouldn't you agree with me?
Mm-hmm.
All right? Like, okay. What's Joe Burrow? A lot of people like Joe Burrow wants to get paid, all the money. Joe Burrow's had magical seasons. And a lot of people are like, yeah, but. And I'm like, really?
Yeah, but on Joe Burrow, really? Yeah.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Josh Allen.
But there's people who have questions.
Josh Allen.
You know why? Because we have an impatient society. We're impatient.
I mean, Joe Burrow's amazing.
You don't get a long leeway. Like, before you get a quarterback, you draft him in the first round, it was automatic that fan base, that organization
would give him leeway.
Probably give him 3 to 5 years.
Now it's
no matter
3
what.
to 5 games.
Now it's like 7 games.
I mean,
you're not thinking. Look at Zach Wilson.
Look at Justin Fields.
They pivoted off of Zach Wilson in 2 years.
Well, it's for Aaron Rodgers, but they were going to pivot off him even before that.
They tried to last year with Mike White.
But I also think for him, Trey has been not good enough and injured, so like that's his thing. I think Zach's is injured, not good enough, and kind of a jerk.
Right. So,
at least I'm reading the tea leaves on that one.
Well, 5-0, speaking of tea leaves, Comcast Business Text Line, stop bashing on Sam Darnold. With the right coaching and talent the Niners have, he'll be in position to succeed. Trey Lance doesn't have it. He won't start.
I don't know none of them. I don't know.
You two clouds should read the tea leaves, speaking of clouds, right? And tea leaves. Then 406, how full circle is this? Shasky asking just to see a game. You guys remember a little video of you two crowded Lance after practice? Well, I still believe Lance should have started that season. Look where we are now. Look where we're at now. By the way, watching Brady, and I thought about you last night.
What's that?
Because you're like, go get Brady, go get Brady. Had they signed Brady, and I don't know if they win a Super Bowl or not, because I think the 2020 team coming off that Super Bowl year, I didn't like the offensive line. I didn't like the way they went into the season, whatever. But what if they had signed Brady?
Oh, they had. I'm sorry. You could say they'd have one Super Bowl. Come on. B.
2021.
Look me in the face. I don't care what year. Pick whatever year you want. They would have won one Super Bowl.
And the conversation would have been totally different.
100% different. And Shanahan would be able to write his contract.
No doubt.
Moving forward.
So, we'll see about Trey Lance. I haven't given up hope on Trey Lance. I expect him at OTAs would start tomorrow down to Santa Clara.
If Jimmy was still the quarterback, like, let's just say this. Brock did exactly what he did last year, and throw Trey and Sam Darnold out of the equation. And Jimmy was the backup right now to Brock, but Brock wasn't healthy. And Jimmy started the year off 4-1.
You're not going back to Brock. There's
now,
no
is
chance.
that because Jimmy has more of a positive resume? Yeah.
Resume, experience. This fan base would have said it's Jimmy's team. We've won with Jimmy. That's what they would have said.
Yeah.
That's what they still say.
Yeah.
We won with Jimmy. And they did win with Jimmy.
Yeah.
They did.
That's a good point.
But it ran its course.
Another guy who had an injury and then lost his job, got it back, but then lost it again. Quan Alexander. It's a different position because it's obviously linebacker. Quan left. Dre Greenlaw stepped up. Quan came back, and he was okay, not as good. But, like, let's be real. He lost his job because of the time that he missed. We realized, Dre Greenlaw could play that position. Yes, exactly.
No, and the same thing may happen to Drake Greenlaw this year because he has a lot of injuries.
That's what I'm saying.
Brian and Pete, Palo Alto, real quick before the break. BPA, what's happening?
What's up, Brian?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I mean, look, Brock, they led the league in points in his 9 starts. He threw 17 touchdowns, 3 picks. They won every game except one in which he got hurt on, like, the 3rd play of the game. So, like, I'm not sure what the complaints are exactly, but, like, he's played, his body of work surpasses, what has Trey made, like, 3 free throws in his entire NFL career that looked like, wow, this guy's got it. So, like, you know, there is a body of work there, and it's better than anything Jimmy ever put on tape as a 49er. And if he's healthy, he's the starter. And they obviously think Darnold's probably their second best quarterback. That's what they're saying.
Do you believe that?
Do you believe that, BPA? Do you believe that?
Yes. I think Trey Lance's body of work was beating South Dakota State in 2020.
Yeah, but Big Ben Roethlisberger went to the Miami of
Ohio
and was terrible. I mean, Steve McNair, like, I get where you're coming from on, like, colleges. Did anyone watch George Kittle at Iowa? No. Like, no.
Okay, so guys, this is his 3rd year. Let me put it this way. Who had flashed more at an equivalent point of their career? Trey Lance or James Wiseman? I'll say James Wiseman, who have never been high on at any point. Like, come on.
All right, BPA, that's your opinion. We'll be here. We got Niner talk back. It feels good. TC Todd.
I'm going to be honest. I think. Okay. All right.
Save it for the other side.
Sam, it's
Save
just been in my ear all day.
Save it for the other side.
We will hit
What's
algorithms.
coming up on the game, sponsored by Caltrain Stormwater Program. Your phone calls and Chasky's thoughts. He's got a tease. What was the tease real quick, Chasky? Say it. Say it. No, don't say it. Lubman.
I know we're all for breaks, but I'm working for free tonight.
Let's change this to that by picking up after our pets, reducing pesticide use.
use all fields. That was classic. Joey Gallo. We're going to see Joey Gallo against the Giants.
He nutted that thing.
I'm not going to lie. I kind of wanted Joey Gallo this year. I'm not going to lie.
Where does he fit in with their outfield, though?
Yeah, I mean, he plays a good outfield.
No, defensively. I'm talking about where does he fit in with the bat? Like, if you brought Jock back to be that left-handed DH.
Yeah, there's no fit for
And then you got Yaz, and like,
I thought you could have got Joey Gallo at $6 million instead of paying Jock $20 million.
Conforto.
Yeah, you paid Jock 20. You could have got Joey Gallo for maybe 7.
Quietly, Jock barely plays.
Okay, so that's
DH, dude.
That's where we're at. By the way, John Paul Bermudez. What up, JP? Just sent me a text. He works over at NBC Sports Bay Area. He's always at the Gatehouse.
What's he saying?
Okay, Bonte, man. What's up? My dental appointment got canceled today. He goes, you want me to make it to the event at Walnut Creek? Want me to take some photos of you guys? I'm like, hell yeah. So we got a photographer.
Oh, wow.
We've got Whitley. We're live on YouTube.
Whoa.
The Warrior Summit, baby, getting big time. Now, all we need at Buon Vino, 1501 North Broadway Street in Walnut Creek. All we need now is the red carpet. So when we get out the cars,
the red
we
carpet.
start flashing to all the fans. Shasky, Morning Roast.
Is there going to be food?
I'm guessing there will be food. It's a winery, right?
Well, I mean, is the boss going to, bust out the credit card?
I was day drinking.
In these trying times?
Yeah, who's gonna be day drinking the most? Who's going to have one? I'll have water.
Steiny.
Yeah, that's easy, though.
All right, you want to go old radio lives, part 1? One of my first ever things to hear at 95.7 The Game was doing a draft party at Schroeder's.
Oh, Schroeder. Yeah.
Is
You
it
remember that?
Schroeder's or Schroeder's?
Schroeder's.
And
They did a Schroeder.
It was me, Guru, and Townie.
Oh, for the after show.
And it was the after show.
It was the after show.
And I will never forget it. It was one of the great moments.
Well, it started off on a great note, right? Because Townie was like, the Niners draft this guy.
A guard. Kept saying a guard.
Kept saying a guard.
Over.
Mike McGlinchey. And
he had like the greatest Mike McGlinchey stat that not even Brady Quinn knows. Okay,
dude. And he had a stack of draft. I think Townie, you didn't read a damn thing in his draft profiles.
He literally printed out. I'm talking stacks of sheets of paper that had all these. And I go, how would you even know where to reference these? Like, how are you going to thumb through them that quickly?
Oh my God!
It was the funniest. Anyway, where I was going was that they had ordered a bunch of food. And so, like, there were tater tots and cheese balls and this and Townie shoveling food in his mouth, turning his microphone off, staring at me and Guru as he throws us a softball and then is, like, chugging a giant beer.
Dude.
It was absolutely hilarious.
So I remember that draft
and
show.
Lucas is in my ear. Now, you got to remember, I had never done a remote at that point. I was so new to the radio game.
That was your first ever remote?
Yeah, and it was me and Guru. And Guru was like, like screaming at me from like a foot away. We're performing in front of everybody. And I love Guru for it. We had such a great time. And Lucas is in my ear the entire time. Townie, are you there? Townie, are you there? And the audience can't hear it, but I can hear it. And I was just a discombobulated mess.
Well, I remember that show. So
that was one of the funniest.
So I was, I thought I was like, hey, man, I made the draft show, right? I'm going to be part of all the draft shows.
Yeah, you were
right?
off to the side.
College football, right? So that year, the year before, we're at the Fox Theater, Spinoni, and everything.
Yeah.
No, it was 2 years prior, actually. It was me, Fortenbaugh, and Papa. And I was like,
Peacock extravaganza.
Kirk Morrison came by. Bubba Lynch, Marshawn Lynch came by. She had to drop to me. She goes, oh, baby, you a Niners fan? She goes, oh. I was like, damn, right? But so that show, right? David Bruce, shout out DB. He had to be part of it. So it's David Bruce, Joe Fortenbaugh, and Papa. And they had me off to the side. It's like, hey, you just update us when teams make a pick. Like, nobody has iPhones. So we get on the air.
So you were like Stat Boy.
So Niners are on the clock, and they are going to select it. People are like, no, you got to wait for it live. So I was just off to the side, like, waiting to get a word in. I was like, what am I even? Can I just sit next to Steiny and Dibs and just be high and drink beer? Like, why am I here?
Hey, don't throw them under the bus.
No, I mean,
so we drafted Mike McGlinchey, and I was pissed that we drafted Derwin James on the board. And then the Raiders pick was coming up. And at the time, we were affiliated with the Raiders simultaneously.
Yeah,
and we went to Rick Tittle live.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I was so mad that they took Colton Miller. He's like, Derwin James is on the board.
Are you kidding me? Taking Colton Miller? Oh, my God.
It was so funny.
Oh, my God.
Oh, God. We're going way back in the time machine.
Tony Caffarelli was running the promotions team.
That
you
was
had
hilarious.
the promotions. You had a Robson in his coffee. We got to remind you, Shasky, I was there from 12 noon through the night. I was just short. I was like, I honestly, I've never told anybody this. I hit the bathroom and yacked one time because it was so hot in there and I was getting a migraine. I was like, I need some air, dude. I've been in this place since 12 o'clock.
So you went back with throw up breath without brushing, right back onto the panel.
Yeah, I kind of, washed my mouth with some beer. I did an IG live with Gianna.
Oh,
Nash
yeah.
is holding the camera. And then Nash is, because some of the comments were just ridiculous about, we got some thirsty people listening on live. So they don't know how to act when they see a woman in front of a camera. So it was just a lot of who's who. It was a who's who. It's just like, geez.
I love how you're blaming throwing up on it being too hot when everyone knows it was because you were smoking and drinking.
I wasn't smoking because I was on air. I don't smoke. I don't do that. I was hot as hell in Schroeder. It was packed.
It was
You
so
remember
hot.
that? And we were all the way in the back.
I
No
remember.
ventilation. I can't roll like that, dude. I didn't have any Advils. No excited. I remember I left and Anna was driving. I was like, can you just drive, babe? We had to go to Party City and grab some stuff. Oh, I think it was for her because it was her birthday that weekend. It's always runs by the draft. So, that was a who's who, man. That was a lot of fun. It was a lot of
I'll
fun.
never forget. We're going to go to Rick Tittle live, and they just drafted Colton Miller.
He'd always be there.
Why did they draft him?
Right.
Derwin James is on the board.
It would always be Rick Tittle.
Get Guru in here, because that was one of the funniest days
It would always
ever.
be Rick Tittle at the Raiders headquarters at Harbor Parkway. What was the address at Harbor Parkway? Carmen Greg Pumble. I always had the address at Harbor Parkway.
I don't remember. 4949 Denise DeBartolo Way.
I do it now. Now I do it. It's a disease of mine. 4980 DeBartolo Way or Maurice P. DeBartolo Way, where training camp's going to take place. OTAs. 4949. Anyway, JD would always be at the Niners facility. So
1320 Harbor Bay.
1320 Harbor Bay. I spent a lot of time there, man. A lot of shows at that place. I miss it, man.
Spadoni, were you with me when we did the Monday night Raider talk?
I don't think so. I think I was promotion.
Black and silver?
I was still doing promotion, so I stopped by for a little bit, but I had SF State class
It'd
after
be
that.
us, Lincoln Kennedy, George Atkinson, and then Tom Flores.
Oh, Tom Flores, man. Good times. I'm glad he's in the
same
Hall.
three
I'm
guys.
glad he's in the Hall of Fame. But my God, some of those broadcasts. Lincoln Kennedy, big Link though.
Big
By the
Link.
way,
Big Link,
biggest
nicest
man
guy
I've ever
ever.
met in my life.
Big
Lincoln
Link
Kennedy.
with the cigars.
Big Link,
Big
nicest guy ever.
Oh, yeah. Big Link is
Literally
what's
the
up.
nicest guy of all time.
Big Link, Romo. I mean, we
Kick
do the
their
football
ass.
hour. Oh, my gosh.
So tonight's going to be one of those nights. If you're part of the 95.7 The Game family and you listen to us, without you guys, we don't have a station.
No doubt.
And I know we people hear that and they think that we're being fake humble. No, legitimately, without our audience, we don't have a station.
No
and
doubt.
so I hope to see a lot of people that listen to this station out there. If you hate us, who cares? Come up and, tell us that we suck or whatever.
tell me
if
to
you
my
love
face.
us,
Yeah.
I want to be able to say thank you for listening. I want to be able to shake your hand.
Be like your boy from Visalia. He had the balls. He waited out 40 minutes to tell me I was a fraud. You can tell me that in person today. Jay LaFrey. Jay LaFrey's going to be there. It's 2 blocks from his work. We got JP Bermudez. So we got Ernie Chavez is going to be in the building. So he says, I still don't know what Ernie looks like.
This is the way I'm viewing tonight. We're talking about the Warriors and it's a Warriors summit, but really, it's a celebration of the station and our fans.
Well, it's a celebration of the sports scene here in the Bay Area.
Exactly.
And we got Guru back with the tightest button-up shirt in the world coming off his birthday.
Get Guru in here. I got to ask him about that night we did that draft thing.
And you got to ask Spadoni this one before we get Guru in here. Ask Spadoni about the first ever draft party he was at. You were at the promotions, the Fox Theater, right?
Fox Theater, and the Raiders picked Garyon Conley with the first pick. And if you guys didn't know, he had a rape allegation that was soon dropped. He was acquitted from all charges. But at the time, it's like...
he was a great corner.
Oh, my God. It was just like, what are we doing?
Where was that one at?
It was at Fox Theater. It was Fox Theater in Oakland.
I was at the station for 5 months.
What was the one we did here near Metreon? What year was that?
Oh, that was at the Virgin Hotel, the second floor. That's right. It was Low Neal, myself, and Papa. That's right.
A lot of peacocking that day.
Yeah, a lot of peacocking. That was a wild one.
That was another small venue.
That's when it was hot. It was hot there, too, but you had at least the windows. It was like open air, at least. The Fox Theater, Spadoni was there. Alexander Scott was running the engineering.
Right. Scott. Alexander Scott.
And Papa's,
love that guy.
Let me tell you, Papa's ear headphones were jacked up all the way, right?
Uh-huh.
And he's like, looking at
Shocking.
he started yelling at Alexander Scott, bump you up. And Alexander Scott's like, you're up all the way. And he's like, up. And then Kansas City trades up, right? They trade up. That's when they traded up from
Fat
Mahomes.
Andy.
And Papa comes back, he goes, Fat Andy. He's going to draft picks for McCaffrey. He's going to take McCaffrey. We're screwed.
No, he took.
And so he had a full-out panic
He only
attack.
took the greatest quarterback ever.
While I'm sitting here thinking, the Niners just took Solomon Thomas and Deshaun Watson's on the board. Now, I don't know how to say this because I just started. I don't want to get my job taken. I'm just like, how did the Niners pass up Deshaun Watson? Abate, his hands are too small, hand size too small. I don't know. And then by week 5 that season, Deshaun Watson, you know what? He can throw with the best of them. Remember he had that game in Seattle? I was like, the Niners should have taken Deshaun Watson. But then that draft also, there was a report that came out. One team asked Gary Conley to take a lie detector test. So I read this report on there, right? Fort Boss looking at me, and Papa does one of these. I'm like the Raiders.
So your eyes moved around.
Your eyes moved around.
Okay, for those listening on the radio.
And
so it was the Raiders.
It was the
It
Raiders.
works. Lie detector. I'll give him credit. It worked.
Oh,
He was
my
acquitted.
God. Trash shows
Was that McKenzie, Reggie McKenzie?
That was
He
Reggie
was.
McKenzie.
Big Reggie.
Reggie did good things.
He did. Well, the Colt Miller pick, lest we forget,
It
he's
was a
still a
great
Raider.
pick.
It was a great pick in
I think he's
hindsight.
better than McGlinchey.
It's one of the best picks they've had since Max Crosby.
Remember
Khalil
when
Mack,
we covered the coin flip for the the Niners and the Raiders?
Dude, they had like a whole thing on
yes,
NFL
that's
Network
right.
because of it.
That's right. We did.
There's a coin flip.
We did cover that. Oh, my
We
God.
covered the coin flip.
Oh, I forgot all about that. There's so many things. But, dude, I'm not going to lie, man. I missed the Raiders being in the Bay. It was a lot of fun covering them, man. I swear
wild.
to God. They were wild.
Antonio Brown saga? All
The
time.
Antonio Brown thing was
Oh, my gosh.
all time.
Hard
First
Knocks.
off, they get him,
Yes.
and then he freezes his feet. Like the foot thing was the funniest thing of all time. Then he didn't want to practice. Then he was wearing the helmet.
Then he recorded a conversation with him and John Gruden, which is illegal in the state
dude,
of
the whole
California.
thing
Well, no.
Mommy, I'm free.
Remember Hard
Mama, I'm
Knocks?
free.
Remember we got the night. We stopped covering the Raiders at that point. As soon as Hard Knocks and the Raiders coaches referenced 90, I was listening to 95.7 the game this morning. Matt Negan had that on every promo the next day. Say, we're not going to cover the Raiders, but we'll run them talking about 95.7 the game on Hard Knocks. I remember going up to practice. Who's my boy? Levi. You know Levi. He has the Raider.
Levi
blood.
Damien?
Yeah, and he's a good
Levi
guy, man.
Damien, that's
Levi
right.
Damien.
I used to follow all those
Dude,
people.
Levi Damien he was like hurt, right? He had like this big old knee brace on. So we go up there. I'm like, man, how's Antonio Brady? Because Bonte, he doesn't practice much, and it frustrates you. But when he does practice, you're like, damn, this guy's good. He just didn't practice much.
Dude, they would
he came
play
in on a hot air balloon.
in like 120-degree heat
Oh,
in the
Napa.
middle
Birthday
of nowhere.
Oh, Napa next to the Marriott. We
Bro.
did shows up there.
There's not a tree in sight.
We did shows up there, so Pop and I
And you were melting, huh?
melting, right? But they bring over Steve Smith, the corner.
Oh, yeah.
Now, we didn't know that he had just been
He was
demoted.
big, 6'2".
Big. He was, you don't want to mess with him.
Sean Smith.
Sean Smith, Sean Smith. You don't want to mess with him because he's about that life, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
Don't you know about him, Alice?
Uh-huh.
So he just got demoted to second string. We didn't know that. So they bring him over, Will Kiss, not knowing that he just got demoted to second string and he practiced with the second string defense. So he was in a ticked off mood. So he comes to us. And I swear to God, it may have been Papa and I's best work. He actually let me get 2 questions in on the interview. We went tag team on him. And it was like, and I'm like, damn, he's not happy. Like, I had never heard Papa Cruller Raider like this. And so I'm coming in over the top.
Did he know he had that Niner check coming?
Maybe. I did not know, right? So we're talking till we go to break. I'm like, damn. We like, this guy's hot. We're grilling him. And I was like, man, it didn't look like he was like, it didn't look like he enjoyed himself. And he goes, he listens to the show. He knows how critical I am of him. And I was like, really? You think he listens? He goes, Bonte, they all listen.
Well, I found that out the hard way. What was the last live remote you and I have done? Championship?
Hotel.
Championship?
Which championship?
When they won the parade?
Oh, yeah, that is the live one.
Is that the last one? I'm trying to
that
think.
is the last one. Yep.
Anything?
That was a fun one. That was a good one.
Me and Langford during the summer.
Hilton Hotel.
You weren't there, though.
Yeah, the European.
So I'm talking about you and me.
You guys were in Philly, but the studio, so it's a little different.
Yeah, that wasn't this.
That wasn't that.
Like on set is different. There's just a different feel.
It's a different vibe. You're out there
That's
with the
how we
fans.
got started. Like, honestly, if I'm being real, part of the ascension of the relationship between the two of us, not only were we just dynamic on air from day one, but the
Your
number
words
one
not
thing
mine.
was, you like that? The number one thing was when we were down at the Hilton.
That's right.
I mean, if it wasn't for that show, we might not be here.
You know what? That's a great point.
It all culminated with that great Super Bowl show, too, afterwards. That what a night that was here at the station.
Jesus Christ.
We may not go behind scenes on that
Double
one.
overtime was so lit.
Well, Kobe came in with the
Kobe
shades.
and Tommy and Nash.
Oh, my God. Nash almost got his neck broke that day.
Jimmy G doesn't have it in him.
No, I said, I was like, run the ball. You don't know nothing about football. You don't run the ball right here. And then right before the show, everybody's like, are you guys okay? Can you do the show? Do you need time? I said, dude, we're pros. Get me on the air right now. Get me on the air right now.
That was the hardest show we've ever done.
And his chest is like, oh, my God, I don't know what to do. I was like, get me on the air right now.
I thought you two were going to fight.
Well, then Nash kept coming in. Let's go. I was like, dude, I don't need that prep talk right now.
Boss still owes me money for buying everybody pizza that day.
Remember and burritos, I think. You got burritos and pizza.
You didn't buy everything. I sent you Venmo for that, too.
There you go.
We went half on everything.
I guess you might be right.
Yeah, I know.
I was trying to squeeze a couple bucks out of everybody.
I know. You're trying to play me. Well, if you get some, I want in on that, too. But you're right. Our show started at the Hilton Hotel, and I wasn't sure if I was going to do it because I had some other things in the works. And then we go to the Hilton, that first game against Pittsburgh. Week 3, I'll never forget. They were 2-0.
Yeah.
And like we were having a ball before the game.
Lock in on me. Don't worry about that. Well, no, lock in on me.
Remember the pregame show? We had the Steelers fan. This old lady, she came by. We had random fans coming on the show. Did the postgame show. I get out of there, and he gets like, I need you guys on the air right now as the game is over. They're over. And I run in the parking lot. And I'm screaming to the mic. I'll never forget the intro. I'm like, the Niners are back. They're 3-0. They don't know how they got it done. They turn the ball over 5 times. Shasky looks at me and goes, are you a journalist or a fan? And then I start talking smack to the Pittsburgh Steelers fans. Great. And they start coming at Shasky, and the rest is history. Yeah. The sit-down we had with KC, Kyle Madsen, the round table. It was like boom, 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 boom. And it was the beginning of the morning roast, I guess
Sweet
you could say.
Music. My favorite, though, if we're going to go lows and highs.
Your post-game rant.
No.
Is legendary after the Minnesota game. I was ready to sock you.
Yeah, he was ready to sock me. No, but when what was the game where we got on the air too early and the Niners almost tricked the game away?
Oh, Detroit.
We were like so gung-ho to get on the game, and all of a sudden we started doing a post game. Like, wait a minute, there's an onside kick. Wait, we're doing play-by-play. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
He can say, got to do the play-by-play. I say, well, we need to get off the air right now. The game's not over. And that was the last time we went in early.
Was there like a phantom call and a pick six, right? That's what happened.
Oh, my God.
What a time, dude.
Oh, no, that was the Detroit Lion game when Bronte broke the screen.
Oh, that was we weren't even on there. We're doing Periscope's live.
Jimmy threw one of the worst passes
so take him behind the scenes.
Ever throw.
They got the phantom defensive holding call on Detroit. Jimmy threw a pick 6, and I hit the cabinet. And I could still see the scars on my knuckles. And John Curley's sitting next to me. Jimmy. He was like, you were calm the entire game. What happened? I said, because we got to start 0-2. We're going to Kansas City next week.
Let me ask you this. Most polarizing athletes that you've covered, because we're going to talk tonight. I'm sure tonight's going to be a lot about Draymond, Clay, and Steph. Jordan Poole. So who's the most polarizing athlete in terms of like, if you just say, because I'm gonna give you mine on the front end.
Right.
You just say their name. You get a wild range of emotions. Kevin Durant to me is number one. To this day, if you say Kevin Durant, 888-957-9570, the lines light up.
Just look at Kirsten last week. I asked a question. I didn't even think it was a big deal. It was like, let's throw away 3 minutes here and get the break. And I was like, well, what if you kept Kevin Durant over Draymond Green? How many championships? The comment section was, forget Kevin Durant. Monte, you idiot. Why do you keep bringing him up? I'm like, damn. Kevin Durant is so polarized. Yeah, he's up there.
So
wow.
Jimmy G is like right there.
Jimmy G and Draymond are like neck and neck.
Right?
It depends on the day.
That's what I'm saying.
It depends on the day.
I mean, like, I think we're going to look at Jimmy G and what he does with the Raiders as some sort of either validation or invalidation of his career with the Niners.
So you get Jimmy Garoppolo, Draymond Green, Kevin Durant. You got Kevin Durant number one. I could see that because Kevin Durant.
To this day, if we just say 888-957-9570, was Kevin Durant a real warrior? Yeah, people are like,
They love Andrew Wiggins more than Kevin Durant.
I know.
They love Wiggs more than him. That's crazy.
Well, and then there are a lot of people that really truly appreciate Kevin Durant for what exactly he was.
So you got those 3 guys.
Grow up.
I think Jordan Poole is rising up as terms of most polarizing figures in the Bay Area.
I think you're right.
Jordan Poole is rising up the ranks.
T.O. was there at one point.
T.O. was there, but I'm just talking about now.
Yeah, now.
Jordan Poole, KD, Draymond Green, Jimmy Garoppolo, Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy's up there, but I don't know if he's polarizing. I think he's more liked than some of those other guys in terms of universally.
Is Trey Lance polarizing then?
Absolutely. In a different way.
It feels like Eric Armstead on a lower level.
That's a good call.
Him and Javon Kinlaw.
Yeah,
that's
a good one.
Deeper.
No, that's a really... Jimmy Ward was that way for a long time.
Jimmy Ward was that way.
You know, we talk about guys that lost their job because of injury. Jimmy Ward lost his job because of an injury.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what happened.
Yeah, that did happen. So that's...
Tonight, I've just got this feeling tonight it's going to be a lot about, like, what do you do? And, who do you trade? Who do you keep? And
I feel like the youngsters are going to get bashed a lot at this summit. I feel like Kuminga and Jordan Poole are going to get roasted a lot by most of the members at the station. Now, I could be wrong.
Can we all agree, like, if they don't want to move off of Dre or Klay Thompson, they're very limited in what they can do.
Very limited.
You're basically saying trade away Jordan Poole and get me whatever you can.
Again, to bring it back to the conference finals that we're watching right now, Miami and Boston, Denver and the Lakers. It looks like the Western Conference from here on out because we dismissed the Denver Nuggets. I know I did. I was, all right, Denver's going to be the same old team. Michael Porter Jr. is not going to step up.
Bruce Brown has been incredible.
The Denver Nuggets were number one in the West all season long. And they mailed it in the last 2 weeks of their season.
Yeah.
Mailed it in. And a lot of people were saying, oh, we would love to play Denver in the first round. Well, I think we all need to rethink that process. Because with the way they roll through the Phoenix Suns, the way they're rolling through the LA Lakers, Nikola Jokic is 28 years old. He signed long-term. Jamal Murray's 26 years old. He's got another 2 years left on the deal.
26.
He's only 26. Remember, he came out after his freshman year in Kentucky. That's another guy where you watch those USA versus the World games. He was a youngster. I was like, man, who's this Jamal Murray guy? Yeah, I didn't think he was going to be this, though.
No, even before the injury, I was always like, Is this the best version of him?
I mean, the pick and roll between him and Jokic is unstoppable.
His shot looks so pure.
Stockton and Malone have nothing on Jokic and Murray right now.
He's got a really good feel for the game where it doesn't feel like he's rushing it at any time.
And he embraces the mid-range. He can get hot from three. He knows when to take over. He goes
more
to the rack.
More stout than you think.
No doubt. Physical.
He's got like an Andre Miller body.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Where he's just a little thicker.
Yep.
But I think he's a better athlete than even Andre Miller.
So you got those two guys, 28 and 26. Michael Porter Jr. is 25 years old.
Yeah. Could PBJ be a Michael Porter Jr. type player who was, I think, devalued in the draft because of injuries
and where he went to school?
Yeah, and like you look at him now, like I don't know what to make of PBJ because I think that he might be a guy that we don't talk a lot about now. I got a feeling that I think he's in the mix next year. I don't know where.
He knows how to play the game,
I
right?
think so, too.
He knows how to play the game, and he knows
feels like we haven't
system.
talked about him, and I don't think the Warriors are, and I think they're being hush-hush. I think they like him.
I saw him at the barbershop
a
couple weeks ago. It's just his mindset on learning the NBA game.
He looks 12.
He looks 12, but he understands the game and the way he talks the game on how to move, how to rebound, how to take care of his body. I'm like, okay, this kid gets it.
Yeah.
But he's a coach's son.
Yeah.
He's been around the game his whole life. All he knows is basketball. So I like the PBJ call. But look, Eric Gordon is there. He's only 28 years old. We forget how young he is.
That's crazy.
And he's playing well. He knows his role. Bruce Brown is only 27.
He's got more tattoos than I thought, too.
Eric Gordon?
Yeah.
Well, he just got tatted up this past offseason.
Was that what it was? Okay. Because
Yeah.
I didn't recognize a lot of the... And he's got some up on the neck and
Some
stuff.
people call it midlife crisis. Maybe it was like, hey, this is my new... hey, I'm going to go hard.
their own.
Yep, no doubt. And then you got Bruce Brown Jr., 27 years old. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope is 30. But, dude, they're a young team. So how did the Warriors reload? It's not about reloading and bringing back the same core and saying, we're going to run it back. We beat the Nuggets at 5. You beat the Nuggets at 5 without Murray, without Porter Jr., without Bruce Brown Jr., without Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. Then Monty Morris playing point guard. All right? And that was a tough 5-game series.
Yeah.
That was a tough 5-gamer. All right? It was 5.
Draymond literally said that Jokic was the toughest guard outside of LeBron that they'd ever faced.
So how do you reload to beat the Nuggets? I think you got to get younger. You have to get more athletic.
And you need some guys that can dribble by people. And I think that's the thing where I caution on. I know you want to throw away Jordan Poole. I understand. People are frustrated. Jordan Poole's one of the few guys that can create off the dribble. Not that he was great at it this year. He took a slight step back. But they need someone else who can create off the dribble if they decide to move off him.
So what do you do if you're the Golden State Warriors? What's the first domino to fall? Well, obviously, number one, you got to figure out what's going on with Bob Myers.
Yes.
And I asked you this earlier today. And I love Bob Myers. We both love Bob Myers. I think the station loves Bob Myers. The person, the GM, president of us, he's just a good dude. But if he does move on, is it the worst thing in the world for the Golden State Warriors, considering how close he is to Draymond, Steph, and Clay? Because if you make a move on Draymond Green, and I don't think they're obviously they weren't a title contender this year with Draymond Green. I don't think they're one without him. But if you're not one with him, then what's the point of keeping him off for $27 million? You're playing to win championships. That's what Joe Lacob said. So. And it's obvious with the way they play, the way they attack the offseason. But having a guy come in who has no attachment to the core, saying, look, I want to build around Curry, and I want to make moves, but the personal feelings get attached. How can it not be? For every business you think about, whether you worked at Costco, the butcher shop, you may have a guy slacking. You're like, man, I love this dude. I can't get rid of him.
No.
I love this guy.
Yeah.
It's same thing could be said with Bob Myers and Draymond Green. Bob Myers may know, hey, I need to move off of Draymond because we need to have 5 guys who could be offensive threats at one time.
Well, I think that's what makes the job very, very difficult. This is going to sound, harsh, but you don't want to have the quote unquote blood on your hands when you feel that someone is part of the reason why you're in a position to be where you are in life.
Right.
And so you feel an indebtedness to that person, and it's very difficult to move off them.
Mm-hmm. So,
and I get
GM, they come in and say, I have no attachment to Draymond Green. Thanks for what you did to this organization, for what you've done for this organization, but it's time to move on. He may say the same damn thing about Klay Thompson. May say the same damn thing about Jordan Poole.
I think that's the one thing as we look at football, because of the being able to cut anyone at any time, I think by nature, the sport tends to be more cutthroat than the NBA. It's just by nature of the transactions.
Right.
But the thing, if you look at the great executives, and I think Pat Riley shares this similar belief, Belichick, Bill Walsh. To me, those are the 2 great architects when it comes to franchise architects. They are ruthless. I want the best of you, and that's it.
Yep.
And the second I can't get the best of you, you're out of here. You're gone. And I think Pat Riley, there's a reason why they're back in this situation. Even if they don't win it all, I'm marveled that Pat Riley, with this roster, did this twice.
They were a play-in team, losing going into the fourth quarter, I believe, to the Chicago Bulls.
How many people thought when Chris Bosh had the blood clot and LeBron James left them, how many people thought that they would ever get back to a finals?
Not many.
You could make the argument that since the turn of the century, the 2 glamour franchises in the NBA are the Miami Heat and the Golden State Warriors.
Yep, I'm with you. I was going to say San Antonio for a second.
San Antonio, you know what? You're right.
But no, the Heat are right there. The Heat are a top 5 organization. Maybe in all of sports. You want to talk about culture?
That's what I'm saying.
Steiny and Evan Giddies will talk about the Heat culture. You look at Denver and you look at the Heat. They got cultures.
Yes.
Good cultures. Well, and it's set by the leaders. Nikola Jokic goes in there and says, we're going to take a business-like approach to each and every game. I'm going to dress like it, and we're going to go handle our business. You'll see him smack-talking a lot. Mike Malone's bought in. They've been together for a long time. Doesn't it feel like the Warriors' culture has been fractured a bit?
Well, it has. I mean, but I think when you're together with people for that long, it's only a matter of time, right? Like, you've all been around that couple that, it could turn anything into a fight. We've all been around those people. It happens. Not everybody is kumbaya 24/7, 365. But I think even more so in sports because there's a finite amount of time that you can be together, right? Because you realize that nobody lasts forever and no organization lasts forever. So there's going to be cycles. I think it's even more so, especially given the ego grab of I have to get my maximum worth right now because the shelf life is so small. So I don't know. I find the Pat Riley thing quite interesting, and the way that they've navigated this is definitely something that is unique. And I don't know if the Warriors can replicate it.
He's been part of 24.7% of the NBA Finals in NBA history. Pat Riley, coach, player, executive. It's done it all.
I kind of laughed at the Heat culture thing, but
it's real.
It is real.
It's real.
I think the Steelers have a comparable culture. Over the long term. I think they're in that same ballpark. I would say that the St. Louis Cardinals have a culture very similar to that. And not that these teams are going to be winning every single year. I just look at them as like organizations that never fall too far down. Yankees are, well, yeah.
They haven't felt
their money has kind of separated them from the pack. I don't think it allows them to be
I thought the Green Bay Packers for a long time had a really good culture.
I think you're right.
Aaron Rodgers threatened that by doing his own thing.
That's a good point.
And they got rid of him, and now it feels like they're back to their ways.
That's a good point.
The Green Bay Packers, that is. ESPN sources, according to Adrian Wojnarowski, the Bucs are narrowing a group of top candidates in franchise's head coaching search. Nick Nurse, part of that finalist group, Golden State Warriors assistant Kenny Atkinson, as well as Toronto assistant Adrian Griffin. They're the final 3 coaches here. These coaches will be part of final conversations with the Milwaukee leadership group later this week. Nick Nurse also looms in Phoenix and Philadelphia. So it sounds like Nick Nurse will get a job. What about Kenny Atkinson? And who would the Warriors replace Kenny Atkinson with? I got a name. Bonnie Williams. Bring him to the Bay. I would love Bonnie Williams as an assistant here.
I like that. I like that a lot, actually.
Because you think about the team he took over in Phoenix.
I love it.
He seems to be a guy that is very happy-go-lucky, and I don't think he's a number one.
No.
To me, he's a great assistant.
He's a great assistant.
He's your Norv Turner type.
And think about what he did at Phoenix. There was a lot of youngsters on that team. Aiden, Booker, Bridges, Cam Johnson. He got them to believe in themselves. In campaign. He turned around his entire career with Bonnie Williams in Phoenix. He implemented a mindset for those youngsters that they still have today. So I like Bonnie Williams as an assistant.
I think Kenny Atkinson fits Milwaukee because he's so uptight, and I think him with a lot of veterans actually works.
Yeah, I don't. Who, Buddy?
No, I think Kenny Atkinson
with
a bunch of veterans. I don't think he can coach a young team.
I don't know if he's the right fit for Giannis, though.
Why?
Too tight. Giannis likes to have fun. I don't know, man.
Interesting.
I thought
Coach Bud was just kind of like a passenger on a train that had kind of gotten off the tracks.
Yeah.
I always viewed him as like,
He was always freaking out.
Yeah.
By the way, the Warriors Summit tonight, live at Juan Vito and Walnut Creek, 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138, open to the public. Myself, Shasky, Steiny, Goo, Willard, Dibbs, JD, John Dickinson, will all be in the building for 2 hours, taking all your questions about the Warriors in this offseason. What should they do? It's going to be an open forum. It's going to be a lot of fun. We got photographers. We're going to be live on YouTube. We got a who's who. I think Rocket New Era, he said he's going to bring me a Taco Bell taco.
Oh.
That we can't. Don't capture that. Delete the video. Can't have me eating Taco Bell.
Taco Bell's so damn good.
It is so damn good. It's really, really good. I miss it so much. I do.
You don't need it, though, when you're on soda, Bonte, because they have the meals that's all that you need, right?
Hey,
I butchered that, but it's all right.
SOTA, baby. Got the soups for lunchtime, 2 cups of veggies, some edible protein at night, more vegetables. Don't eat after 6:30, protein bars at 2:30 in the afternoon. Telling you, soda, not bad.
And just like the Xfinity Fast 5, it's state of the art.
Ooh. You know what? Let's start it off with Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina. Tim, I'm going to give you 40 seconds today. 40 seconds. Your final thoughts. You've been on hold for a while. Let's go, Tim.
Real quick, guys. You know, we always talking about earlier, y'all were talking about doing what players can do. And I'm tired of hearing about Kerr talking about how he had this dinner with Draymond and Steph, and when did they feel they can impact the game, impact winning. Guys, when Draymond and Steph came in the league, they weren't 6'8", 240 and one of the top 3 athletes in the league. I think we can't compare different eras and different players. Kerr has to look at Kuminga as an individual and get the best out of Kuminga. We can't compare him to when Draymond and Steph thought they had an impact on winning. Kuminga had an impact on winning this past year. Do we not remember Toronto and the 4 threes? Do we not remember the rip away from P.J. Watson in the corner in Charlotte and the baseline floater? He already has an impact on winning, so stop trying to backtrack. Put this guy on the court and let him play.
Love it. Love it.
Final thoughts. I think that it's great to see Brooks Koepka win his 5th major and have a little renaissance here of this career, and to come back after losing the Masters the way he did. Right. I'm a Brooks Koepka fan. Whether you think he's a villain or a superhero,
I like Koepka.
He's better for the game of golf.
I like him a lot better than DeChambeau. What you got, Spinoni?
Coaching matters. Yes, in the NBA, we like to think of, it's not as important as the NFL or hell, even managers in baseball, but it matters. You're seeing 2 rookie head coaches struggle in Darvin Ham and Missoula. Credit to Malone and credit to Spoelstra.
Lutman.
I want to give a shout out to Ryan Walker, who also made his debut yesterday and got his first big league win in the process for the Giants. Very interesting delivery for him. He's got his back turned to the batter for the most part before kind of slinging the ball around. And, it's cool to see a guy make his debut and get a win there. Very nice guy, too.
And you know what? My final thought is Sam Lutman is doing a great job at Oracle Park. I want more Sam Lutman content at Oracle Park. He met Kyle Kelly, one of our many roasters out there in the world.
Nice.
Some people say they had billions on the previous morning show. Well, we got roasters. And roasters don't die, they multiply, baby. We got billions of them. So
thanks,
Sam
Exhibit.
Lutman, you like that? Pip my ride. Sam Lutman, Pippin Giants content. Going to Gabe Kapler, going to the players, doing a great job, and now he's officially been named the Giants Insider here in the Morning Roast. How about that? Update that bio, baby.
By the way, JD Davis on this week's episode of Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys.
Best part about that, I didn't have to do anything.
He had a monster weekend, by the way, JD Davis.
Subscribe wherever.
London or JD Davis? Who had a better weekend?
Subscribe wherever
Definitely
you
JD.
find podcasts right now. Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. It is the hottest Giants podcast on the market.
It is. It really is.
It's free.
It really is. And don't forget, that was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. 510, parting shot here, Comcast Business Text Line. Colin Kaepernick, by far the most polarizing figure in Bay Area sports.
Do you think I'm going to make it to my Kaiser appointment?
You better leave now.
10:25.
Oh, wait, we got to do a live volley.
No,
you better hurry up.
I don't have the read.
Oh, well, you better get it. Oh, we're good? We're good?
All right, I'm leaving.
Bye-bye. Steiny, go next.
Go Tigers.
Warriors offseason has begun. The questions are endless. Dub Nation wants answers, and we've got them.
righty.
What's up?
Back with my guy, Daryl the Guru Johnson.
What's up, baby? I missed you.
Yeah.
I didn't even get a happy birthday from you. I just got told my brother Rodney.
Don't get
nothing.
No,
Evan.
there's some issues that, not just with me, there's a lot of unanswered questions.
It's over now, guys.
A lot of unanswered questions.
I had a great time. Look at Spadoni.
There you go.
What happened, though? I'm driving to the airport real quick. I missed you. Evan Giddings in for Daryl. Make do with that what you will.
I said do with that information what you will.
We almost crashed. Like, dude, my vacation 2 days, now it got cleared. Oh, that hurt me. But then nothing from you the whole weekend.
Dude.
Any action?
You didn't say it was your birthday, first of all. There was so much confusion here. I got to tell you.
Well, you were off Wednesday.
There was a lot of confusion here, and there are some people still in this office who aren't really sure what happened this weekend. Now, you were in Vegas.
Yeah.
But you told everybody it was your brother's birthday.
A day before mine on the 18th, and mine's the 19th.
Okay.
And if we were family like we thought, we did this last year, Rodney and I, my brother. So that's why that explains why you were kind of dry.
When's my birthday? All right. So let's not.
You got me there, killer.
Okay, but so belated happy birthday.
Yeah. Thank you, Stoney.
Yeah.
31. Yeah.
Hey, you excited about today? We're doing a show from 10 to 2, and then we're headed to Buon Vino in Walnut Creek.
Walnut Creek. I'm ready, and I'm excited. And, Steiny, I don't have the answers for what ails the Warriors. Well, help us out.
Yeah.
But there's so much. So don't sit on stuff today. We used to do that in sales. What do you call that? Where you don't give me your all because you're saving it.
You mean for the Buon Vino?
Yeah, Buon Vino. Willard Dibbs, Monte
I got
Shafty.
6 hours.
All
I got
right, let's
6
get it.
hours of stuff.
Giant show of life? Yeah.
Let's start with Buon Vino first.
Okay, let's
tonight,
go.
4 to 6. I got to tell you, you know what I have one of my fears in life?
Sideline reporting.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Throwing a party that nobody comes to. Did I ever tell you about
Dude, this stuff.
Ever tell you about when I spent a summer in Cape Cod when I was going to my senior year in college? It was me and 6 other guys.
Come on, Stoney, Cape Cod.
Yeah, we got jobs in the summer, and we got there a couple weeks, and we said, let's have a party. And
let's go.
For about 2 weeks before the party, we told every girl we saw on the island about the party that we were having.
Let's go.
Everybody.
Networking.
Night of the party shows up. Not one person showed up.
Dude. But it's not because of the effort. You guys tried.
I don't know what it was from.
That is odd.
It wasn't
that happen. It's a bad feeling.
Honestly, it wasn't my house, so I wasn't out.
Yeah.
But we're like, ooh, he's good. You got some action tonight. Nothing. So I'm gonna need some support out there at Buon Vino.
Yeah, no doubt. We all will. September 26th is my boys' B-Day.
Who's coming to Buon Vino? 888-957-9570 today. And I told people last week who I would be. I'm going to sign flats if they have.
Look at you.
Mm-hmm. What else is going
on? Not the conference finals. Blowout City, left and right. Damn.
I guess when I left, you and Evan were talking about, what do the Warriors have to do? And you said, we got to re-sign Myers.
That's one.
And then they got to
trade Poole.
Okay.
And Day.
Right. And I think Evan said extend Draymond and then extend Klay Thompson.
Ugh.
And I said I'm 0 for 3 on that.
Wow.
I don't think Bob's coming back. I think that ship has sailed.
Well, we don't know that yet. Willard said Willard had the report. I keep my ear to the street about he had a contract offer in front of him, which makes me feel better as far as Joe Lacob if he does dip.
You know what? Yeah. We can just jump in there because you brought it up. Here's my first question about, and we're going to talk Niners because
is that OTAs are here? Sam Darnold, Trey Lance.
Yeah. Oh boy. But yet they're supposed to win a Super Bowl.
Well, they did it with Mr. Irrelevant, and that's no shade. they went to the NFC Championship with the last guy in the draft. So they can do – Kyle can do it with anybody.
I know, and I know people are going to be like, wow, there's a surprise.
Sandbagging is what I was looking for.
I'm not high on the Niners this year.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, no.
We'll get into it.
Same quarterback issues as always.
Well, one got hurt. He didn't have a bad chance.
Again, we're going into –
They lost some D-line depth.
Let me tell you what's going to happen. Brock Purdy's going to start 6 games. Darnold will start 6 games. Trey Lance will start 5 games.
Look at you.
I mean, and then the playoffs will come. Who's healthy? Oh, this guy that wasn't even on the roster at the start of the year.
Well, if your O-line is taking care of business, that won't happen.
Well, we get into O-line. O-line. We get into that, too. That's fine. What was I going to say?
You're 3 that you shot down with Evan. Evan and I are
I think
top
Bob's
3.
leaving.
Damn.
Because here's the other thing. Okay, so let me ask Warrior fans this about Myers. And it doesn't really matter if you're ready for a change or not. So the Golden State Warriors win the title last year, right?
All right.
They win the NBA championship. What? Why didn't they sign Bob Myers? Why didn't Bob Myers sign a contract after he won a championship coming into his lame duck year? That would have been the natural time.
Wow.
Okay, so, let's just take it a step further. Why wouldn't he?
If he was thinking about it, spending more time with the family.
Or
are you saying no money was offered?
I'm saying Joe Lacob made it clear that Bob Myers has or had at least 2 contract offers. Okay, what was the first one?
Remember when it was like Hoffa? We couldn't find that one. Remember we talked about
What if
it?
the first one was just like, what, are you kidding?
Or what if Joe gave it to him and it wasn't reported?
What do you mean?
What if Joe offered it to Bob and it didn't get out?
Joe Lacob confirmed that Bob Myers has had 2 contract offers in front of him.
But we talked about this. I'm not saying that's not true, but do you find it odd that never got out? So Joe said it, and I'm not calling Joe a liar, but do you think Bob was kind of a bit flabbergasted or perplexed that it was taking long, and maybe in his world that didn't happen, Steiny?
I think he won the title. Bob's agent said, let's re-up.
Yeah.
Joe Lacob said, okay, here's the offer. Bob Myers said, yikes. Really? We just won our 4th title.
Man.
Remember, Joe Lacob also said, it's a negotiation.
He did say that.
So then he probably came back, and maybe by that point, the second offer was fine, but maybe at that point, Bob was having second thoughts about, well, wait a minute. This is going to be tough sled in the next 3 or 4 years.
Wow, man.
Anyway, that's one thing I was
that's interesting.
Thinking. Why didn't he, why?
Did you give Evan your top 3? Or one of them? Because I want to hear one from you.
Here's the other thing. You know why I think Bob Myers is leaving?
I'm all ears.
Because it's almost unheard of that a GM gets to this point in their contract without an extension.
Okay. All right.
Like, he's only got 5 weeks left.
So you're going Rodney Dangerfield. It's about respect.
No, not necessally.
Well, I think, that's how you said that, though, Steiny. That's what I took from
maybe
that.
That's what, if Joe Lacob got, maybe the first offer Bob didn't think was great. Then they go through half the year, and Bob starts thinking about his family. And then Joe comes around with an offer, and Bob's like, it's now bigger than the money. I got to figure out what I'm doing, this, that, and the other thing. I got to figure out, maybe take a year off, maybe do TV for a year.
Got a podcast.
So that's why I think he's leaving.
When do you think we find out? Because Steiny...
You want me to find out? You want me to text him?
Dude, that's dope. I got his number, too. But I would never go there. I'd just probably put something like, I could bridge the gap financially, Bob. If it's about the chicken, we need you back. My thing is, who was going to come in if he decides to depart?
That's a great question.
That just... We looked at Dudley V. Steiny, you and I, in his eyes. He brought up coaching when I asked about him general managing and all that stuff. So I don't know why on my landscape I don't see him on my chessboard, but I do see Kirk Lacob. Steiny, that's what we live for, is to pass something down to our kids. And I'm not saying Kirk Lacob is getting a scholarship.
Not when it's on fire.
Ooh. But is it really on fire when you won 4-9? And you're still sitting with Steph and Wardell Curry? Is it really on fire?
It's not good. It's they're in a big pickle. I think everybody knows that. Yeah. What would I do?
Number one.
Well, if I'm Joe Lacob, I think Bob's going to walk. I just do. So I got to figure out what I'm doing there. I don't think Dunleavy's going to take the job. Okay. I don't know if I want to elevate my son. I'm just going through I don't know if I want to elevate my son right now. But then again, do you want to bring somebody in from outside? Maybe if you want to start tearing it down. The one thing, and again, before I get into this, I always got to preface it with,
I love that.
I don't think the Warriors have many good decisions. And I'm going to say what I would do, and if you say you would do something different, you're not wrong. I would not. I think I'd let Draymond go.
Wow. I've been thinking about that, and at the end of the day, Steiny, you know who would be good at that? Somebody not named Bob Myers, somebody to come in new to let Draymond know that the team was going in a different direction. But why wouldn't you do that? Is it about year 2, year 3, or what you said before I left? And I mentioned it to my brother, Steiny. I promise you I did. You didn't win a chip. I'm not blaming Dre, but you didn't win a chip with them. So what makes you going to – I'm just going there. You didn't win a chip with them. So is it imperative that you can't do it without them?
I mean –
Dre, I love you if you're listening.
We've got the one guy we're going to talk to, the one expert we're going to talk to about this is Danny LaRue from The Athletic. Danny LaRue is he is the man. Let's put it that way. He's the man when it comes to
the cap,
the Warriors' options, what's realistic, what's not realistic, and 3 questions I have. Because I was looking at some of this. There's some teams with some money. Like the Lakers could just offer Draymond 3 years and $90 million, essentially, if they want to go that route.
And they don't have a Draymond. Anthony Davis would be spectacular not having to do what Draymond does best, wear that yellow hard hat, Steiny. So something to watch there.
So I was just...
He spoke to, we'll play that sound later, Draymond, about Bob Myers and possibly the report that... he had it in front of him, Steiny.
So we had Willard in Friday, and he was saying, Draymond said he wanted to be a Warrior for life, and that he was kind of taking him at his word at that and that. And I was like, well, what? I was thinking, what else would Draymond say? Draymond's a clutch. So let me ask you a question. Do you really think Draymond Green doesn't have a feel for whether he's going to get an offer on a contract from another team if he opts out?
Hell no, he has a feel.
Okay.
He said it when he told us the handwriting's on the wall, and he's surrounded by clutch. That's who. Those are smart guys and gals. Go ahead, I'm cutting you off.
So if Draymond Green knows that the Lakers are going to offer him $80 million over 3 years, well, then the only way he's staying with the Warriors is if they offer him $90 million over 3 years. And maybe Joe Lacob says, you know what, that's too much. So we have to say goodbye to Draymond Green. Well, then both sides, once this happens, Draymond can say, I wanted to be a Warrior for life, but I couldn't and have enough money. And Joe Lacob will say, we wanted Draymond here for his entire career, but we ran into money things. Like that's kind of the way it feels like it's setting up, even though I get that Steve Kerr said we're not a championship team without Draymond. And even though I understand that the Warriors' chances to win a title, even though I think they're all but done right now anyway, they're all done maybe without Draymond. But here's what I was asking Evan.
Yeah. Who did a great job.
How do you know?
I listened.
I thought you were in Vegas.
Well, on the way to the airport, when you said Daryl out, Evan in, I was doing my, what's our boy's name? Woj. Make do with that what you will. It was cryptic. Thanks. My brother, he knows it's your birthday. That's Steiny. But go ahead. Evan, you did great.
So maybe that's an easy way for both. That's an easy way for these two parties to part ways. Warriors say, we wanted him, but couldn't afford him. And Draymond saying, I wanted to stay, but they couldn't afford me.
Okay. Well, how about this in my world? Because I would have said this to Willard, who I love to death. Steiny, when you make the statement, I want to be here for life, to me that includes financial. that means it's not about the money. That means, you know what? I wanted 30 a year, but you only could give me 24. I want to be here for the rest of my career. I'll take the 24. That's like us at our job. I want to be here forever. If I said money doesn't matter, but if money matters, then that's just talk. Because you're right, the Lakers could throw 90 at 3 for him, 30 a year, and the Warriors come in at 80, Steiny. He's out. So I'm not saying Dre's lying. I'm just saying that's not the title of the jam. The title of the jam is I'm represented by Clutch. There's a reason I'm represented by Clutch. Draymond's so smart. I know my worth. And maybe he's just ready for the next phase of his career, Steiny, just like possibly Bob Myers is.
It's possible. It's possible. So the one thing I was also thinking from a practical standpoint, and I know some people may think this is irrelevant. If Draymond opts in next year, you really think Draymond can play on the same team as Jordan Poole if Jordan Poole's making more money than Draymond Green?
And this is no insult. It's almost respect. Steinmetz, I'm calling you Steinmetz. Hell no. And if you don't think that's on the itinerary for Draymond and company, come on. I got land for sale for you in the Union.
Right. So I'm
Turk Island.
I don't know that Draymond Green wants to play with Poole or Poole wants to play with Green. And I know if I'm Draymond Green, I got a problem coming back to play for the Warriors when Jordan Poole's making more money than me.
And that's why we know Steiny, and that's why Dre ain't coming back to play on one, right? That would be Lamar Jackson. That would be crazy.
Unless he has no other offers. Maybe he has no other options.
See, I don't believe that. Yeah.
We'll see.
Look at the Celtics. They could use a Draymond Green.
Omar in Oakland. What's going on, Omar? How you doing?
Man, I can't complain. I was just getting a tuna sandwich, and a coffee, and then a meter lady gave me a $50 ticket, man.
Oh, no. Tuna and coffee? Sandwich, I don't know if that go together.
Tuna sandwich, man. You got to have that tuna sandwich. But anyway, I got a $50 ticket, $58 ticket. It is what it is. But, I'm a Celtics fan. I don't know if you guys remember me always calling last year. But I want to say I would love to offer you guys Jaylen Brown and Derek White for Wiggins, Poole, and Moody. And I think that's a fair trade for both teams. What you guys think? And I would love Draymond on the Celtics. And also, do you guys give the Celtics any hope to win a game, man? Because I don't know how I was looking for us.
Wow. Okay, I'll go first.
I don't think they're going to win a game. I think they're kind of resigned.
Why don't I like their coach from a basketball standpoint? He tries to be Tupac, Steiny. I feel like he tries to be the tough guy when you don't. It ain't even about being a tough guy. But for you to sit up there and say you didn't have your team ready yesterday, and then the blown leads in the first 2 games. Udoka is somewhere in Houston, probably at a strip club. They shouldn't do that. He's getting ready for the season. Probably like they miss me. Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. Steiny, they have no action together. It's you go, I go, I'll be in the corner. That's coaching. Come on, man. But I do think they win a game. Because I can't go 9 games without NBA basketball. You, I, and Bonte were talking about that. If the Denver's winning tonight, Spadoni, I'm sorry. Lakers are done. This will be 9 days without NBA basketball. Who wants that? No hoop on Memorial Day?
They've had breaks.
Not like 9?
Well, I'll bet if you did some
Drew Brees?
Somebody can do some research on that, but I'll bet you they...
But that's too much for you. Forget the research.
Well,
9 days?
Okay,
you eat basketball every day.
Okay, what are they supposed to do? How do they fix that?
Well, it's about the money and the contracts and the commercials.
What are they supposed to do? Oh, my gosh, the finals are going to start. Let's change all the days.
This is what you do. Have a clause that if,
so what if you
get swept?
What if you're going to Game 1 of the NBA Finals
you got me.
From New Orleans and you're flying to Boston?
I got none for you.
What if your girl Sheila E. is booked for a concert in
I just picture
Denver at Ball Arena?
Yeah, I got you. Okay. I told you got the point. Point Steinmetz.
Joe's in the 818.
That's L.A.
Is it?
I think.
Hey, Joe, what's up, man?
Yes, sir. Hi, how you guys doing? I called a couple months ago and I said, when it comes to your sports day Steiny and Goo will get you through.
Yeah.
Dude, that's
Probably remember that.
That's the boy right here.
Real quick, because you guys get me off the phone so fast. Just a couple quick comments and bullets, and then I'll take your answers off the air so you can get to other people. With Bob Myers, he's kind of stuck between player loyalty and moving some players to improve the team. I think he knows he needs to move some players. I just think that he's uncomfortable about doing that. So I love the guy, but if he moves, then at least somebody that's in that position might consider trading some players, improving the team. And, I love Jordan Poole. He's one of my favorite players. But if you put him on a team where he can start and just play the two and not worry about being a point guard, he has the tools to maybe average 25 a game. So that guy has some value. I disagree with people who say he doesn't have value. Also, Kuminga. Right now, Kuminga, what everyone's saying about Kuminga is very true. He has a lot of talent, but he's questionable. No one really knows what he can do. If we gamble and keep him and he has another season where it shows that he has some discrepancies, his value is going to drop. So knowing that the Warriors have no mid-level exception and they have no money to spend, I think they're forced to make some trades, and I'd consider moving Poole, Kuminga, and the number 19 pick to try to get a big, and a big could go ahead and give plenty of rest to Looney and Draymond Green if you had a decent big. That's about all I got to say. You guys are phenomenal. Take care.
Thank you,
Joe.
Wow.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll say this. I'm not trying to run Draymond Green out of town, but I'm watching the playoffs, and even before the playoffs started, Steiny, there's too much pressure on Curry and Klay now to be perfect from outside. And if you look at their numbers, they're still around career average. But if you say, you know what, it's age, it's attrition, there's a little dip, they need some help. And I don't have the guys in mind, but they need some presence down low. They need a soft reset.
Look,
they need to be able to throw it to Looney or Dre and be able to have them work and dance. So,
wow, I mean, I don't know what happened in Vegas, but now all of a sudden you're like, oh, maybe Klay isn't the same player.
Oh,
it's almost like you went to Vegas and come back and have acknowledged virtually everything I've said all year.
Yeah.
Let me just establish to you, because we haven't seen each other in a while, where I am.
How'd you golf Wednesday?
Wednesday, I golfed 92, 91.
That's pretty damn good for 36.
And then yesterday I had an 89.
Well, there you go. All right. That's why you're in a good mood. Go ahead.
I'm not really.
We got Juan Vino. Yeah.
I forgot about that.
A keyword Vino. Yeah.
By the way, we're giving away Klay Thompson an autographed jersey tonight at Juan Vino. Open to the public, 4 to 6. Get out there, 1501 Broadway. My feeling is this, Goo. A lot of people or fans say, you know what, the Warriors are just a tweak away, and they make the right move here or there, they can get right back in it next year. Okay, my feeling is this. They got a lot of breaks to win it 2 years ago. That's fine, but they did. You have to acknowledge it. This year, they ran it back. And what was proven this year to me with this team, they can't win it anymore. If you're going to say, Steiny, what are you saying? Are you saying that these six guys, they're not going to? I'm saying they're done. They're not. This iteration is not winning titles anymore. They're done. Mm-hmm. I just don't think it's realistic to believe that the Golden State Warriors are essentially going to, re-sign Draymond to a couple more years, maybe bring Poole back, maybe trade him. I don't know, but probably around. You got Wiggins, and we're going to come back next year, and everything's going to fall into place this upcoming year, and we're going to win 53 games, and we're going to be the third seed, and then I'm not doing that. This year to me was proof. We tried to do that this year, and we were a 44-win team. So I'm kind of moving on from that. That's where I'm at right now. But
I appreciate the honesty.
But if somebody wants to say, well, that's not a great alternative, I'd say I know it isn't, but there are no great alternatives. We want to re-sign Draymond for 2 years or 3 years or whatever. I'd be like, well, I wouldn't do that, but I see why they would or why they might.
Well, I'll give you this. I hear you.
They're not close.
Well,
come on, man. Does anybody out there really think they could play with Denver right now? The Warriors.
That's so hard because the timing is just awful right now.
What do you mean the timing is awful?
Because the Warriors look small. They got bullied by the Lakers, and now the Lakers are getting bullied by Denver. So when you put it that way, it's easy to say yes. But, Stoney, I want to just give you your record in regard to doubting the Warriors. And it's not just you, it's me. You're actually 1-1. Because I know the year that they came out of nowhere 2 years ago and won the title last year, that shocked a lot of people. Now, I feel like you're overlooking the punch, the residue from the punch, which is still there, Wiggins being gone. So I'm asking you, would you be at all shocked if Joe Lacob took all that I just mentioned that went into this season?
So you want him to spend more money on the same team?
It could be.
It's feasible,
a
year after he said, we can't keep going like this. We can't keep going like this. And he proved that there was something to it because he had to let Peyton go in the summer. And the only reason he got Peyton back was because the move saved him money. So you're going to tell me he's coming back with an extension for Draymond Green? Maybe, but maybe not. All right, today we're going to be bringing you our Warrior Summit. Bonte Butcher, myself, Goo, Willard Dibbs, and John Dickinson. We're going to be live 4 to 6 at Buon Vino in Walnut Creek, 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138. The show is open to the public. We're going to have an open discussion, answer all your questions on the Warriors issues. There's not just one. All those in attendance will have a chance to win a Klay Thompson autographed jersey. That's today, 4 to 6 at Buon Vino in Walnut Creek. That segment also brought to you by SC Johnson.
This is Protection. Yep, Protection. The everyday skin protection ritual.
I need a guru in my life.
That's on me.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Moses.
Guru's telling you to take off, Bob. It's time.
No, I'm not.
Great. I'm his guru on this.
Yeah, I do. Man.
Steinmetz made the same statement about the Warriors.
Dude, the people,
yeah.
Do you just laugh? You smile?
I do because they missed the point. They're focused on me when the reality is the Warriors won it last year, and 95% of the people didn't think they were going to win it.
98.
And I'm throwing Joe Lacob and Bob Myers in there. They did not believe that the Warriors were going to win it. They thought that they could obviously be a good team and then figure out where they are. Anyway, hey, great for the Warriors. They ran the table last year.
Now they're paying the price, you're saying.
They ran the table last year.
Well,
and if you look now at last year, and you know what? I don't really want to do this, but if you're gonna try to tell me that somehow they're going to be better next year than they were 2 years ago, then I got to say, how's that? All of a sudden, I'll credit Evan with this one.
Yeah,
Evan goes, how does that title look over the Celtics now last year?
Now I'm mad at Evan a little bit, radio mad, because it's not even about who it's
Celtics
over.
had
It's
more
about
talent.
what it represented.
Celtics had more
And they
talent,
were
but
up
the
two-
Warriors were more together.
No doubt.
Yeah.
And they were up 2-1.
Well, now the Warriors aren't together.
And that's what happens when somebody tries to knock your ass out.
Why do you think that'll go away?
It won't.
Okay,
Jordan Poole's going away, and I'm hoping they
it
get.
still won't.
You don't think he could fetch something?
No.
He was one of my favorites, Jordan.
First of all,
Poole.
we got Danny LaRue coming up in 10 minutes of The Athletic. He's a cap expert. We're going to ask him who's got money. We're going to ask him what the ramifications of re-signing Draymond Green are versus letting him go.
Man.
We're going to talk to him about the constraints of where the Warriors are right now and whether they can get out of this thing. I think
you're right.
Like even if Jordan Poole gets traded, the punch will never go away. Like the punch won't go away. Like Kuminga saw the punch.
Wow, man. So
Patrick Baldwin Jr. saw the punch.
I got to be
They
careful.
all saw the punch. Why? Because you're going to say something critical?
No, because
of
I'm
a
saying.
Bay Area athlete?
My dad always said this because just hearing you talk about the punch is never going away. Evan Spadoni, let me know what you think because I know you're a man of many words, Steiny. He says, son, you can bury the hatchet, but you'll always remember where the hatchet is buried. And that's how I look at this Jordan Poole, Draymond Green, the punch. It will never go away as long as they're on the same team. One has to go. Is there a possibility two could go? But Steiny, I think Joe Lacob is looking at young Jordan Poole with the rose-colored glasses in what he was the year that they won the chip, and he made growth, and that would mean telling Draymond Green, we're not giving you 3 years.
But you would not want that. Wednesday, you said re-sign Draymond, right?
Yeah, I did, and it's Monday now, and I've been through, I didn't see no whole lot.
Did they play a game?
No, I'm just thinking.
Did Draymond get hurt?
No.
Did something happen?
I don't think I'm going to get the ROI
what was the new
on
information?
That 3 for 90.
What was the new? There was no new information.
Oh, yeah, there were a
between
couple
Wednesday and
basketball
Monday.
games. There were some dudes in the paint for the Lakers. There's some dudes in the paint for the Nuggets, the Celtics in Miami. You don't have a Bam, Steiny. You don't got a AD. You don't got a Jokic. It's time, and you tried. You struck out with bases loaded with Weissman. Austin San Jose, that's my daily mention of him, but I'm just ready for the new phase of this offense. Curry and Clay, they need help. I feel like you want to give me dap on that.
No.
They need help. It can't just be about, did the 3 go in? Oh, no, it ain't. Now you need to bring something to the party from the power forward, small forward, and the center spot, Steiny. And for the people ready to run Wiggins out of town, why? He had some stuff going on. I like that's the one thing about this season that I could say, Wiggins wasn't himself. I know why. Okay, let's have a good offseason, come back stronger. They need another option if their shots are not falling, and the defense has to be honest.
This is uncharted territory.
Ooh. I think you could call Joe Lacob or text him.
No, I mean from you.
In what regard?
Well, I was listening to Wednesday's show, and you had the Okay, so you wanted to re-sign Draymond Green on Wednesday.
Yep.
Okay, and now on Monday you're like, let's not re-sign Draymond Green.
But go ahead. What was that?
We've acknowledged that Guru reacts to new information. There's really no new information out there.
Okay,
there was just a schedule of games. Games were going to happen before or after. So there's really no new information out there. So this, we'll give you if there was new information out there. We're worried.
I'm going to be honest. I went hard, Snotty. I went hard in the paint. So mornings were, I was in the bed in the hotel and watched that Laker game again, the one they got eliminated in. And when I spoke to Evan Spadoni and yourself while you were golfing, Stoney, I was torn because I thought the right thing to do was give Draymond Green that money. But now that I've thought about it and I'm watching these other teams run up and down the court, there can be a Warrior offense. There can be a Warrior team without Draymond Green. And if you give him 90 over 3, 60 of that, to me, is what he's already done. I'm not trying to say Dre doesn't deserve the jack, but the reason they lost to the Lakers is because Looney and Draymond Green cannot give you nothing offensively. And me, personally, I'm just tired. And now that I've seen the Splash Brothers collectively struggle from afar in the series against the Lakers, they need pressure alleviated off of them. How do you do that? You go try to get a Draymond Green that can put the ball in the hole. So that's why I'm saying Joe Lacob, hold on to those that $90 million.
What is a Draymond Green that can put the ball in the hole?
I want to say
Draymond
Green
is the guy who can't put the ball in the hole.
Right, but what if you had that guy to where what does Dre do? He sets Curry up, he sets Clay up, he screens. Those things are all good, but who did we have on? You weren't here, and they said, Goo, I like the way you said it. It was. I forget it.
They have no money. They're either going to lose Draymond Green.
Holmes.
Well, they're either going to lose Draymond Green for nothing, or they're going to re-sign him because
you're going to laugh with where I'm going.
They can't get anybody for him.
Well, they already have somebody, and you have to empower and have a great offseason to see if Jonathan Kuminga could answer the bell.
Yeah, I think that's all you can do.
I don't wish this on my worst enemy where they're at.
They won 4 titles. This is what you get.
But what about Steph? The chef?
You know what?
You think he's playing with the kids, driving them to school right now, not thinking about his future? Like, he ain't mad at anybody.
He's got 3 more years left.
Yeah, but he's reading the chessboard.
End of story.
He ain't got 3 more to just win 40 and fiddle around. Like, people, I ain't hearing it. We'll talk about it at Juan Vino tonight. I'm going to bring it up. What is the chef thinking?
You know what? I got to be honest. Where we're at right now, I don't give a rat's ass what he's thinking. Bill Russell didn't win a title every year he ever played. Magic Johnson didn't win a title every year he played. Too. Exactly. You don't get to just win titles because it's Steph Curry.
But now it's about his opinion on how we navigate.
He's just a player.
Oh, Steiny, he is, but he's more than that. Do you think he has the power to call Joe Lacob?
I don't think he's got the power to make Joe Lacob pay Draymond Green $90 million. No, I don't.
That's interesting.
I don't. No. $90 million, that's really $250 million?
Oh, my good Lord.
No, he doesn't. They can't tell.
What you got?
We got Danny LaRue coming up in 5 minutes of The Athletic. He's going to give us more of an indication of what the Warriors' options are. Anthony on 680. What's up, Anthony?
What's up, fellas? Welcome back, Guru. Happy belated birthday.
Right on,
I wanted to talk about what the Warriors really need. You can see what's happening with the teams that are beating the crap out of other teams this series. It's the others. And I'm not like, you look at our bench didn't produce enough as well as the Laker bench, and that sometimes the Laker bench was better than our starters. You look at Miami, they develop players. That is one thing that the Warriors are not good at doing. Jordan Poole developed himself. It's not like the Warriors put together a program to develop him. But you look at Miami, they playing 7 undrafted players. You got Strus, you got Gabe Vincent, and you got one of the other cats out there.
Duncan Robinson,
Caleb
Martin.
Duncan Robinson, and it's another brother out there. I think the other one with the Braves, and they're all happening. The Warriors need to take a play out of Miami's book and get guys that are hungry and that just want to play and have no ego. You look at the Warriors. We have some issues this season with just not having a solid enough bench at times when we needed it. And we're talking about Clay. We're talking about Dre. Dre can go. I think that the Warriors can win without Dre. I've never subscribed to them not being able to win without him. It's just something that I don't believe, because I believe that at its core, basketball is a game of getting buckets, and that's something that Draymond don't do. And you can find guys on the trade market and buyout that will defend and also give you some offensive.
You know what? That's a little bit harder than it sounds.
Yeah.
We got Danny? We'll get Danny in a second.
Okay.
New Wave Market LLC. Everyone healthy from the start. We have a good training camp. I can see us getting back to the finals with the same roster. I'm out on that.
Wow, Stoddy.
I'm out on that.
And then he didn't mention how much would you give Draymond, because Draymond would have to get paid.
All right, let's go to Danny LaRue of The Athletic. He's a cap expert, knows the ins and outs of the game as well as anybody I know. Danny, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, man.
Happy to be on. How you doing?
We're doing well. Long time no see, but I've been following you, and you're doing terrific, man. Really, really thankful you're on. Let me start out with, how many teams have cap room that you think could possibly be interested in Draymond Green if he opts out?
Not a ton. I mean, and it's also the teams that Draymond Green would be interested in.
Sure.
Because one of the striking things is that there aren't many teams that have cap space that are like really good if they have Draymond Green. And so could he help out a team like the Pistons? Of course he could. And with Saginaw, that connection, maybe that's a little bit more interesting. But I don't really see it. Maybe if you're a big believer in like the Pacers or the Thunder or the Magic, but this isn't a year where like a good team, a really good team has cap space.
Lakers?
They could make it work, but they'd have to let go of basically everyone they brought in at the deadline. So that would be painful. It's possible. But I'd say it's unlikely at the moment.
We're joined by Danny LaRue. He's a sports writer, author, and podcast host of the Dunked on Real GM Radio. He's a CBA expert, and he's unbelievably knowledgeable about the Cavs.
Yeah, Danny, I was telling Stoney the Warriors could use you. Speaking of Klay Thompson, Danny, I'm not all the way done with Klay Thompson, but I know his contract is bigger than his production, and I could think of like 6 teams that could use an outside shooter like him, the Lakers being one, the Knicks. How attractive do you think Klay Thompson and his current contract are to suitors out there, if any?
It's a big number. So if Klay Thompson's contract will be in the last year next year, it'll be $43.2 million. That's a lot of money for anybody. And the belief would have to be that Klay can be better than he was not only in the playoffs, but most of the season. He had some really hot stretches. So I think the teams that you'd be looking at if the Warriors were trying to shed salary in that way, no one's going to take him on full because basically nobody has that kind of money laying around other than the Spurs. But you could see a team like, let's say, the Knicks, who don't have cap space to work with, but they do have flexibility under the tax. And so it's like, hey, can he make your rotation better? Can you save the Warriors, I don't know, $15, $20 million? Yeah, there could be a path to do that. And that would be the most painful goodbye that the Warriors have done during this era. So it's possible, and we're going to learn a lot about what ownership, and honestly, it's more of an ownership decision than a general manager decision, what they're willing to pay, what they're willing to part with.
Danny LaRue joining us on 95.7 The Game. He works for The Athletic. He's a salary cap expert. Danny, do you see a scenario in which the Warriors re-sign Draymond Green for 3 years?
Absolutely. And there are a couple different key parts of that. One is the biggest issue. So the new collective bargaining agreement, we don't have all the details yet, but we have most of them. It's really harsh on teams that spend a lot of money. But the big penalties in that don't kick in for a couple of years because basically the idea is like, hey, if we're going to change all these rules, we can't do it right away. And so the Warriors would basically have about a year and a half of buffer to work through. And so, yes, if they retain Green and don't move like Poole or Clay or anything else, it'd be a very expensive team, but it wouldn't really change much long term. It's Joe Lacob's pocketbook, not mine, but you have that. But then starting in 24, 25, so we're a year and a half down the road, then things start to get hard. So I could absolutely see them bring back Draymond, and then if Clay takes a pay cut, or if you need to move on from somebody like Poole, you can do it then. But no, I actually think if Draymond's one to do it, I think the more likely thing is that he comes back than that he leaves.
Wow. Danny, not to put you on the spot, but we all saw Jordan get punched. We saw Kuminga at times pouting. He wasn't part of the playoff rotation. I'm asking you, what do you think of those two players? And do you think if they were other teams covet both of those players, or do you think they know there was a reason that both of them kind of had down years?
I think there's a difference between Kuminga and Poole. Kuminga didn't really get the chance. And also he's so young that I think another team could say, there's this idea of I think John Hollinger came up with this, is the second draft. Like if you get a bite at that apple, that you can find something there that the Warriors either haven't found or haven't used. And he doesn't make much money right now, and so you could get there. And I mean, that's part of the reason if I were advising the Warriors, I would say try not to trade him unless the team makes something ridiculous. Poole's a little different because the Warriors tried to put him in positions to succeed. Like they played him next to Curry a fair amount over the last couple of years. They played him apart, had him run the show. And Poole can be and will be better than he was in the playoffs and this past year. However, I don't think we saw enough this year to say if you gave him the keys to probably not the Warriors, but another team, he would do great. Like he could do fine, and he can do better in time. But that combined with him not improving on defense, that would make me a little bit more dubious, let's put it that way. But there are so many teams, even if he's imperfect, that would be interested. I don't know how interested they'd be at, $28, $29 million a year, so maybe it's a little bit of a negative contract, but not like horrendous or anything like that.
Danny LaRue joining us on 95.7 The Game. He works for The Athletic. He's a salary cap expert. All right, here. Let me throw this at you, Danny. This is can I assume, and I don't know if you kind of advocate for what a team should do or not, but it sounds like you might be thinking extend Draymond and see if you can get something for Poole that may be more compatible to the Warriors and run it back next year or give it another crack at it?
If Draymond's willing to do it, I would too. I mean, I think while Stephen Curry is still one of the best players in the league, like you don't know when another opportunity like this is going to come around. And the people who know that are longtime Warriors fans better than anybody. I mean, I wrote a book on their history, and even this is the longest run, but even things like, Run TMC, like that was a couple of years. Like you run into those circumstances. So I think you try that if you can, if Lacob is willing to spend the money. And the other part about that is they actually have more time here than I think some think. Because, yes, the team would be very expensive this coming year. If they don't, they could do other cost-cutting moves too. But you have about a year and a half to make those decisions. So you don't even have to trade Poole now. You could see how the season goes. You could see how the first half goes and do something at the deadline. But Steve Kerr basically said this in the exit interviews. If the Warriors lose Draymond Green, in all likelihood, they are done as a championship contender because even though he's not the best player on the team, he's impossible to replace. And so to me, if you're still in the mix, and I think the Warriors can be in the mix, then if I were advising, if you're willing to spend the money, then I think you owe it to more yourselves than anyone else to see if you can make it happen.
Yeah, Danny, that's my $1 million question. You kind of just touched on it. Do you think Joe Lacob would do that, or do you think he's looking at this thing like, I've done all I can, the writing's on the wall, or do you see him going past 450?
450 is a lot, and I think that the way that you could sell him on it would be a whole lot easier for Bob Myers to make the sales pitch than anyone else. I mean, I have full respect for anyone else who could take that job, but it would be temporary because Klay Thompson's contract expires. And the salary cap is going up. It's not going to go up like a bunch like when the Warriors got KD, but it's going to go up. So that bill is going down no matter what. And if Klay Thompson wants $50 million for his next contract, well, then he's probably going to be getting it somewhere else. But you'd have to take some real pain for the upcoming season unless the team wants to take Poole on and you're willing to let him go. They'd have to replace him in different ways. So, but it would be really, and it's to say 1 year. I mean, this team's been expensive for the last few years, so it's not like it's 1 year ever. It would really be 1 year where they'd be in this like incredible range, and then they'd be more run-of-the-mill expensive after that.
Danny LaRue joining us on 95.7 The Game. What about this kind of thought process? All right, the Warriors won it 2 years ago. they got some breaks, but whatever, they won it. This year, they were a 44-win team, and they almost got bumped in the first round. They got to the second round. Maybe, if Draymond walked and we, used Kuminga, could we be a 44-win team? Maybe, right? Warriors could win 44 if Draymond left. And I get that maybe their title chances aren't as good, but are they really realistic with Draymond anymore?
It's a great question. There isn't a definitive yes or no there, especially considering, this team is getting older, and it's the hard thing with Clay missing all that time with injuries. It's like you're never getting everybody back to what they were, even if they can be better than this season, like for Clay as example. It's honestly, I use the phrase a lot of defining success. And so the idea is, what kind of team do you want to be? And if the Warriors are happy being a team that is that makes it but probably won't win it, yeah, I mean, Stephen Curry is good enough that you can be in that range probably for the next 3-4 years. I think that would be completely reasonable. And Kuminga stepping in, yeah, I think you have that, and they have foundation with not only with Curry but also with players like Looney, who's under contract for 2 more years, and you give these young guys a little bit more latitude to step up. Is that fine with Curry? Is that fine with Clay and some of the other players involved? It's hard to know, but that is the kind of the middle path that it wouldn't stun me to see the Warriors take, particularly if the decision to move on is Draymond's rather than teams. And again, that's a possibility too.
Yeah.
Danny, we're up against it, but I got to get you out of here on this one. Warrior Twitter and the fans, they're mad. Dub Nation. I'm hearing Wiggins left and right, possible trade scenario. But Danny, he has a team-friendly contract. Wiggins is not going anywhere, right?
I would be very surprised if Wiggins went anywhere right now. I mean, he's an essential part if this team wants to be competitive. And, I mean, if they want to go in a really different direction, they could do it. But I would be very surprised if he's somewhere else.
Danny, thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it. You're great at what you do.
Thank you very much.
All right. That's Danny LaRue of the Athletic.
Good stuff.
Salary cap expert. But maybe more important, can explain salary cap issues in a way that we all can understand. Yeah. So, yeah,
man, Stoney.
I
don't envy Joe Lakeup. How about that?
I don't know if I'm, before I say let Draymond go, I mean, I got to know what he could resign for. I'm letting him go if it's 3 years for $90 million. Then I think I just have to bite the bullet.
3 for 75. Then
that's still a lot. I don't know.
And be a tad bit over Jordan Poole.
I mean,
I don't think Jordan.
I'm not. You know what? I guess the big picture is you have an opportunity to move on. Look, there's 2 things here. I'll give you where I'm coming from on the other side. How about that? But the long and short of it is, I don't think they're a championship team anymore. So if they're not, then Draymond Green doesn't have to be a necessity. He doesn't have to be somebody that you absolutely must re-sign. 888-957-9570 is the number. Goo's back, but is Draymond Green going to be back? 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to roll another year or 2 or 3 with Draymond, or you ready to look at life without him? Hey, are you looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? Do you want to earn up to $39 per hour within 3 years of starting? Then apply to become a VTA bus driver by texting VTA Bus to 333161. That's VTA Bus to 333161.
The BMW i4 M50.
I don't care.
Please.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
All right, let's go. 4-6 tonight. Juan Vino, Walnut Creek. Warriors Summit. Everybody from the station's going to be there. It's open to the public. It's going to be broadcast live.
And we want a mixture. We don't want a sauce.
I already did this already.
Oh, sausage fest.
1, 2, 2.
We don't want that.
I wouldn't use that phrase.
Sword fight.
No, I said I'd like to have a lot of diversity there.
Yeah, no doubt.
Something's off today.
We should have carpooled together.
Yeah, that's all right.
Now, see, Evan, when I say, that's the stuff.
What? I'm sorry.
Wow, go ahead.
Now, I'll tell you, we can do a little
I
side
didn't
of
want
it.
you in the car anyway. I was trying to be
You don't
nice.
deserve to be in the caddy,
Wow.
Steiny.
That smells like smoke in there.
What kind?
Yeah, no smoke in the caddy.
No.
Yeah.
I haven't been in the new one.
Remember you told me, I'll never forget that day. Go ahead,
All
Steiny.
right. Yeah, we got a lot of other stuff to talk. No, you know what? It's easy. And I love the criticism. You know me. I love it.
That you're getting?
Well, here's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I'm looking at the Golden State Warriors. I need people to tell me what they think.
Okay.
Because, all right, Bob Myers. Myers is going to do what he's going to do, right?
Yeah.
So we got no control over that. We don't have any control over anything.
back,
But
Bob.
as far as the show goes, okay, so what do we have to deal with in the offseason? Well, Draymond Green can opt out. Okay, what are our choices? Let's say extend him 3 years or let him walk for nothing. Okay, after the season the Warriors had and seeing where they are in terms of their salary cap and how dicey things are, my feeling is, you know what? I think it's time to start transitioning. So I'm not sure. I wouldn't at this point re-sign Draymond Green to a 3-year, let's say $80 to $90 million contract.
Yeah.
So my first question is, would you, Warrior fans, would you sign him to that kind of contract extension? Re-sign him. Okay. Then there's another thing. We got Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson on the end of his contract. He's got 1 more year. Okay. What do you do with Klay Thompson? And if your answer's nothing, then keep in mind Steph and Draymond will have contracts for 3 years, whereas the third member of the Big Three, Klay, will be playing on the last year of his contract. Do you really want that coming into next year? Or do you just go ahead and extend Klay for another 2 years after his contract so you ensure that the Big Three is together for the next 3 years? I'm out on that.
Wow.
I'm just not. That's too much of a commitment for too long a time. That's me. Jordan Poole. I'm open to trading Jordan Poole, but I'm being very careful about it. Very careful. But my number one thing with Draymond would be I just can't.
I hear you, man.
We all know the arguments. We all know how important he is to the Warriors. But if you're not a championship team, that's the other thing, man. You know, they go into next year and Steph tweaks an ankle and he's going to be out 6 weeks. What kind of Draymond are you getting?
Yeah.
Anyway,
you
there's
said
no
it up
malice. There's no right decisions. There's no wrong decisions. There's just really, really tough decisions for the Golden State Warriors. And that's what I'm doing. What are you doing? 888-957-9570.
I got 2 quick follow-up questions for you. Can you elaborate when you say you would be careful with Jordan Poole? Like, what's that mean when you say, I would look to trade him, but I'd be careful?
Well, my philosophy is that I care very much where we are going to be. If I'm Joe Lacob, I care very much about where we're going to be in 2 or 3 years. And I think for the most part, a lot of fans, I shouldn't say a lot, I don't know, but for the most part, there's a big group of fans that they don't care. They don't care. They want to push every single chip into the middle as long as Steph Curry is under this current contract. Again, I'm not saying they're wrong, but I'm not doing that. I can't do that because I don't have 100% faith that this is a playoff team. Not playoff. It's a playoff team, but I don't have 100% faith that it's a championship team. So So I do like I don't like the idea of let's do Poole and a 2026 for Markieff Morris or and I of course that's not a great name, but yes, because listen, and I think this is where older Warrior fans may come into play. Older Warrior fans who saw this franchise really be down for a number of years in a row, I think they're more like me, worried about that kind of dip for that long a time. I don't see it,
Wow,
Bob.
it's real, it's legit. And the second part of what you talked about is Draymond Green, Stoney. And again, this is not me not liking or appreciating what Dre has done. But if I were to ask you and Warrior fans who's the best rebounder on the team, it's not Draymond Green. His name is Kevon Looney. That's one. Then in the playoffs, when we saw your boy from Reading, PA, Lonnie Walker the fourth, go off, Draymond, when you say he's your best defender, he no longer like Klay Thompson. Can you say, sick him, go get him? Because he wasn't even an option. Like, that's why you're like, well, Goo, when you left here, you were like, bring Dre back. But
how are you going to put Draymond on Lonnie Walker when they have Anthony Davis and LeBron James? He's got to cover one of those two guys.
Right. No, I'm just saying throughout the whole season, every time we said the best player on the team, go get him, we talked about Gary Payton II. I never once, it's game 5 against the Lakers, did I see the old Draymond to where you could just go put him on the other team's best scorer and shut him down. So to me, it just boils down to what he's going to be in year 2 and year 3. If you want to give him the 90, give him the 90. But Joe Lacob, at some point, Stein, has got to make a tough decision, and the decision is going to be predicated on not loyalty. It ain't like, how loyal I am. Dre would have made a lot of money in a Warrior uniform, but I'm just wondering if Joe is like, this can't continue forever. It's got to stop. And Klay Thompson's under that umbrella too, Steiny. This is a big offseason for him. And what about before the playoffs started, Woj with his report? And we don't know where it came from. The sky. Klay Thompson expected a max deal. Like, really? You didn't have the best playoffs, Klay?
Yeah. Mike's in San Jose disagrees with me about Draymond. You probably you want to hang on to Draymond, Mike?
Mm-hmm. Yes, but for a little bit different reason.
All right.
Listen every day, but I am one of those older Warrior fans who spends a lot of money to go to Warrior games.
All right.
56, taking my family for decades, right? We love it.
All right.
I look at it a little different.
Okay.
I'm watching these playoffs, and teams have no heart. They're quitting. They give up. Phoenix, Boston, nothing. No heart, no soul. As a guy who spends $200 a ticket, I will go watch Draymond, Steph, and Klay because we were blessed that they drafted 3 Hall of Famers who care more about winning than anything else. I do not see that in Poole, Kuminga, and the rest. So there is no rebuild to do. None of them are close to what those 3 could be ever. So the only way I could see moving forward is if Lacob decides it's over, they pull some kind of massive trade. There's no one on that roster that becomes Klay, Draymond, or Steph that people are going to pay $200 a ticket to go watch. So if I'm Lacob, I'm faced with the loss of that, or do I try somewhere else? I mean, I could easily trade Poole. Just that he doesn't have that killer instinct they have. I could trade Kuminga because you could probably get something. He has a future. They're 1 or 2 players away. I don't know who those 2 are. You guys are far more better than me. But they're 1 or 2 players from being in that top 5 teams. And I mean, what more do you want? That's really all you get. But there's no heart and soul that. I mean, if I go buy a ticket and my kids are there, they like watching Draymond get in somebody's face.
Right.
So I believe he's going to get 3 years and 80 or 90 million somewhere. I guess I'd rather it be here because I know when I go and spend my money, at least I'm going to leave entertained. Appreciate your thoughts. You guys have a great show.
I mean,
he was on fire. But the 1 and 2 feel like 3 or 4, Steiny. How are you going to afford them? How are you going to get that 1 or 2?
1 or 2 what?
Players. He says they're 1 or 2 players away. How many teams in the association of the 30 are 1 or 2 players away?
I got to make something totally clear. Like what his name was? Shoot.
I got to get better.
The gentleman just called.
Mike in San Jose.
Yeah.
Look at Evan.
Like, Mike is right on the money. I'm just going in a different, like, everything he says, like, you know what? Like, by the end of it, I'm thinking, it kind of is the way they have to go. But then I think they don't have to go anyway. So,
well, you think they're done winning titles?
They are.
You feel that way. You don't know.
No, I know.
No, you. It's just what are the lotto numbers, Stoney? You don't know.
But okay, we're not doing this for another year. Sorry, Goo, we're not. We're not giving them the benefit of the doubt of being in a championship team from this point forward. We can't. Because then I'm going to say, well, the Celtics won it in 87. Like, you know what I mean?
Well,
like, we can't,
I need Draymond and Jordan Poole to be apart. Everybody failed.
Well, that's fair.
The culture failed. And, I was thinking about that while I was off. We talk about the Warrior culture, and the first time you had, a problem, it looks like it couldn't be fixed. And I'm talking about Steph, Clay, Bob, everybody. They could not fix what ailed Draymond Green and Jordan Poole to the point to where it ripped the team apart. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you, Steiny, they got action. I'm juiced until that's rectified. And the way that's rectified, if Joe Lacob really feels like he doesn't want to move Jordan Poole, that's why you don't bring Draymond Green back. And then I would be, okay, just like Missoula was up at the podium yesterday. You got to give Boston reporters credit, Steiny. They're like, have you lost a team? Is there something, even after that, is something going on in the locker room? I'm like, man, that's what I wanted to hear as to Kerr. Because I feel like something obviously is not right. Now.
Well, it isn't.
But is that why they lost to the Lakers in 6?
That's one of the reasons.
I think size and the lack of two guys in the lineup. Well, no, and the one thing I'm talking about right here is brotherhood. That's a big thing.
They don't have it.
So you can't expect him to come back.
Exactly.
But until we find out.
You can, but to me, that would almost be the worst thing you could do. If they have their top 6 coming back next year, that's a fail to me. That's a fail. Because you know what your strategy at that point is?
It was an F.
Hoping.
Nice.
Hoping that everything will go right.
Oh, man.
That would, like, to me, I would if you're going to re-sign Draymond for 3 years, re-sign Draymond for 3 years and move Poole. Fine, that's fine.
Man.
But you cannot bring the same 6 guys, the top 6 guys.
I want you to hear something because we talk about Bob Myers, Steiny, and I know you're cutthroat more than myself, but I'm hoping he's a fixture, man. And we're giving him all the compliments for just being a down-to-earth dude. No matter if it's us, Willard Dibbs, whoever he's talking to, he's just a real one. But there was a report that he has a substantial financial contract offer in front of him from the Warriors. This is Bob Myers, and he's still undecided. But listen to Draymond Green talk about his thoughts on that.
Reported that the Warriors, that there has been no significant extension talks as of late, and the Warriors are bracing, and Bob Myers are bracing for a separation. I tweeted, that sucks. That does suck because, again, as I told you all, Bob is one of the guys that I rode in with, that I've been on this journey with for 11 years, and we've all been plugging away each and every year to try to deliver championships. What makes us go. That's what we're all in it for. And so to know that there's a possibility that he may not be here does not sit well with me. Even if he is gone, that relationship will still be like this. That is a relationship that I've built that will last for the rest of my life, someone I confide in, someone I trust. And so to know that, like, he may not be here, like, that sucks. That hurts because I've appreciated going to work with him every day for the last 11 years and the things that he's taught me. I think in life we all need people who hold us accountable, and he holds me accountable at a totally different standard. And he don't hold me accountable like, oh, I'm the general manager of the team. He holds me accountable as a man. He holds me accountable as a leader. He holds me accountable from a friendship standpoint. So that sucks, and quite frankly, I hope something is worked out and Bob is back next year. I also hope I'm back next year.
So, Steiny, even though I need to practice this, that was sobering because I was hoping Dre put a spin on it, like, yeah, that report was kind of erroneous, but that was almost like it's inevitable. But if you got that 11-year run with Bob, I guess here I go. And Joe, if you're listening, I love you to death. How can you not get Bob to come back to this?
Maybe Bob doesn't want to.
And I guess, and I'll never know, Steiny, why?
Because the run is over. It's a.
He said the run.
Like to me, it is mind-boggling why people would say, why would Bob not want to come back? Again, he's got 3 kids.
I know.
The youngest of which is 4.
No, I got you.
All right? The Warriors are looking at tough times, or at least brutal financial decisions to be made. Like, to me, it's the perfect time for Bob to walk away.
All right.
So, now this is an interesting one. The run isn't over until Steph retires, Steiny. You know what? I'll meet you halfway there. I agree. And you know what? See, this is the way I interpret it, and I'm dead serious. When you say, do any Malcolm X with Steph Curry, by any means necessary. Well, you know what that means? That means maybe having to kick Klay Thompson and Draymond Green to the curb. Because I just heard Danny LaRue talk about, I think, they don't have to be in that much of a hurry. Okay, well, if Steph Curry has 3 more years, why don't you maybe take next year to try to start the pivot into something where, to me saying, well, Steph, Klay, and Draymond could win it again, that to me is more almost outlandish than to think, I think Steph could win it, maybe has a better chance to win it with Wiggins, Poole, himself, and 2 guys we don't even know 2 years from now.
Damn, man.
Like, I don't subscribe to the theory that their best chance to win a title in the next 2 years must include Draymond Green and Klay Thompson.
Damn. That's
like, to me, Curry. Let me tell you what Steph Curry proved this year. Yeah. He's it. All right, there is no big 3. The way I would move forward with the Warriors is there is no big 3. There's just Steph. That's it. And how do we put pieces around Steph? What do we need? Well, we got another backcourt guy, young guy, Jordan Poole. Wiggins is under contract, very team-friendly contract. Looney. Well, you know what? Is there any chance you could replace a Draymond and or a Klay in the next 2 years and get guys back who complement Curry?
Man. Stoney, I'm looking at Klay's numbers, 22, 4, and 2, and he shot 41% from 3-point range. Now, I know you could say goo, and I'm not going to give it to you. Give me the playoff stats. I won't even give you that, but at some point, the chickens come home to roost. Is Lacob going to be not an ass, but is he going to look at his business and say, Klay, you are not, like, Klay's got to take a major pay cut.
What's major? Bobby Marks was on last week from ESPN.
50%, Steiny?
Well, he was talking. He says Klay's still a $30 million player.
30?
That's what he said. And I'm not, and I don't necessarily think he's wrong.
Hey, you are what the market says you are, but do you think Klay, I think I know the answer, we do, but do you think Klay Thompson is going to get better at the game of basketball? I'm talking about everything, Steiny. Right now, would you bet on Klay to have a better season than he just put forth?
I would not. But we just had Danny LaRue on, and he seemed to suggest maybe, you hope Klay will be better next year than he was this year. So I don't know. I don't know who's right. I'm just telling you, I wouldn't count on it based on age and injury history.
And the odds would be in favor that he would not if Vegas was taking it, based on just what you just mentioned.
Malik in Oakland. What's up, Malik? How you doing, man?
How you doing, man? Hey,
doing well.
Steiny, you own it today. Steiny. Listen, we thought that Monte Ellis was better than Stephen Curry at some point in time. We had to replace Monte Ellis. Let's just get down to the nuts and bolts of it. Sometimes it's other guys
that's better than other guys. There's somebody out there that's better than Klay Thompson at this point in time in his career and Draymond Green. The Warriors got to find that player. They got to make a decision this season. Draymond Green and Poole are never getting along again. Let's nip that in the bud. And if we're going to keep Poole, we got to get rid of Draymond Green. Draymond Green is in love with LeBron James. He play on the team with Stephen Curry, one of the greatest players of all time. And you talking about LeBron James is the GOAT. And I would keep my opinion to myself until I retire.
Wow.
So, Draymond Green, and plus Draymond Green sabotaged the team when he called Durant out of his name. He hit Poole, and I don't have anything against Draymond, but I'm a Warriors fan, and players get old. Sometimes, the team need to go in a different direction. And, Goo, if you was the general manager of a squad and you had 10 or 11 good years, you'd have made a whole lot of money, you want to probably move on to greener pastures as well. So when it comes to the general manager, you want to leave, hey, we all got a life to live. And the Warriors got to, if they're going to keep winning, one person, first domino got to fall is Draymond Green. He gave us some good years, but it's time to move on. He did what he had to do, for the squad. But he got a lot of players up out of there and tarnished a lot of good relationships. So that's just my take on it.
Appreciate the call.
That was a lot. And, Steiner, if you hadn't did it, but I feel like at your core, you get mad when I bring up Wiseman. But I'll bring him up in this sense. Jonathan Kuminga was right behind him. And if Jonathan Kuminga has shown what Vincent and those, and I know different positions, but what the Miami undrafted guys or however they're getting it. I don't know if it's a scouting department, but had that clicked, Joe Lacob and Dub Nation would be excited about the next iteration of the power forward, and his name would be Jonathan Kuminga. So the decision would already been kind of made. Hey, Dre, you could play this one out, but I'm not giving you 3. But Joe Lacob can't do that because he doesn't know if Kuminga could answer the bell. So there's failures everywhere. And the other failure that is not on Lacob or Myers or Kerr or anybody is Draymond hitting Poole, because now guys like me and gals everywhere are saying that Draymond Green, if you do decide to keep him and Poole can't coexist. You're 6th man. So it's almost like everywhere you turn, Joe Lacob is stuck by either a bad decision or a player not panning out as of yet.
888-957-9570 is the number. Where are you with the Warriors right now? Draymond Green's going to be the first shooter. Well, Myers may, but Myers is out of anybody's control. What happens with Draymond, the Warriors, Joe Lacob, maybe another team? That seems to be something that could be figured out one way or the other. What are you doing? What are you doing? Bottom line is this: would you re-sign Draymond Green and extend Klay right now, so you have all 3 big boys under contract for the next 3 years, and they're all coming off at the same time? Is that the best way to go? 888-957-9570 is the number. And we also got to talk about Miami. Can we stop comparing any team to the Miami Heat? Because they are an elevated franchise that many teams cannot reach in terms of development and never will. Today, we've got our Warriors Summit. Where is it? It's at Buon Vino. You're all invited. This is a roundtable with Bonte Butcher, myself, Goo, Willard Dibbs, John Dickinson. We're live at Buon Vino in Walnut Creek, 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138. All right, the show, we're doing the show on the radio, and it's open to the public at Buon Vino. That's from 4 to 6. And if you get there and you register, you'll have a chance to win an autographed Klay Thompson jersey. That's today from 4 to 6 at Buon Vino in Walnut Creek. Love to see you out there.
Okay, bro. I hear you.
The Warriors.
The days I think you complete me. Today's not one of them.
Watch yourself and know who you're talking about.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You doing okay?
Yeah, I'm ready. Evan puts me in a good mood, and I missed you too, man.
Well, no, your boy, night.
Who's our
Your boy went night. Carmelo.
Oh,
Anthony,
yeah.
Night.
He already was
He's retired.
Yeah, I saw that.
Boy,
I was going to say that
could have
too.
used him, huh? Warriors could have used him, right?
Melo reinvented himself, got back in the league, but yeah.
He'll go down as one of the game's, greatest scorers?
Yeah.
More respected than Jimmy Butler, probably.
Yeah, right.
Not a winner.
No chance.
Jimmy Butler.
Well, that's where...
This is... Go ahead.
Well, first of all, Carmelo Anthony won at Syracuse.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and here we go again.
Yeah,
here we go again.
Come on, I love Melo.
I don't really even like Melo, but to say he's not a winner...
Oh, I would never...
You just said it.
Well... He's with Barkley and Karl Malone and the rest of the guys.
Right, they never won a championship.
But a championship does not make me forget how great of an individual scorer Carmelo Anthony was. He arguably is one of the greatest scorers to ever play.
See, this
now,
is what...
you didn't say defense.
This is
but
what...
Melo, I love you.
This, Evan...
3 gold medals.
...is at the core
good God, 3 gold medals.
Of my gut. This is where we've changed as a society.
Talk to me.
I don't like Carmelo Anthony either. But to say he's not a winner is everything that's wrong with what our society right now. And here's another thing. I'm watching the Celtics, right?
Oh,
and everybody's making fun of the Celtics. Oh, he quit. Oh, Jaylen Brown. He ain't on. Look at Tatum. What a paper tiger. Marcus. They all stink, don't they now?
I didn't do it, but
well, they're still one of the last 4 teams playing. So if we denigrate the Celtics players and the Heat players and the Lakers players, what are we saying about the other 26 teams that have 12 players each on them? Like,
yeah, you're going in on
Eastern
social
Conference
media.
Finals.
Yep.
They're 2 good teams. The Celtics are getting beat.
Yep.
They might have to make some changes. They don't stink.
Yeah,
but you come in here.
I don't say I came in here and said anything about Boston.
Let me tell you, Anthony Davis, he stinks. Okay.
Yeah, please. I'm not saying that. Well, see, now this is a gripe. Get it out. But that ain't me. That's why I've been off.
You.
I'm telling you, Sonny, social media is whack. But you can't put it down because you're addicted. You don't know you're addicted. Because if you know that's what they're saying about, it's just...
No, I watch Mike Malone. I watched Michael Malone.
I'm loving this.
Hey, I knew him when he was Mike. I go way back with him.
Oh,
what about Joe Mazzulla?
Joe Mazzulla.
Dude, he's got Napoleon complex, and he ain't even that short. I don't know what.
Division I player, West Virginia.
Yeah, but he's got. If Udoka could have kept it in his pants, he would still be coaching. There it is. There.
You know what? She's been on the text line and on the YouTube. Chef Amy. I think she's going to agree with me here. Hey, Chef Amy. How you doing?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I'm doing great. How you? Hi, Guru. Hey, listen, I've been thinking about this over the past couple weeks, and you brought up this issue or point of, winners versus not winners, and, where does that rank and how does that lay with people? And I want to compare that to Michelin-starred restaurants.
All right.
Michelin-starred restaurants, as you know, or may know, they put, extra effort into getting those stars, right?
Yep.
So they might, be able to afford a great wine list with hundreds of thousands of dollars in wine. They might be able to afford, beautiful plateware, super high-end cooks. They pay, 60, 70 grand a year just for, being a commis. That doesn't, negate your favorite local neighborhood restaurant love. You can love a restaurant and go there and feel good and just support the heck out of them.
Yeah.
Sorry, I almost said no. But it doesn't mean that they're not great just because they don't have a Michelin star, right? Exactly. Does that make sense to y'all?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. We need to appreciate.
That's all I'm saying.
A rising restaurant raises all restaurants. Rising tide raises all boats.
I've never heard that one. So just now.
A rising tide raises all boats, not just one.
Yeah, but the thing with the Celtics, Steiny, is we saw them give it up last year in the finals.
Give it up.
They were up 2-1.
But see, this is what I mean. If the Celtics gave it up last year, why wouldn't you ever acknowledge that the Warriors got all kinds of breaks and they ran into a team with no experience and they didn't have the margin for error that everybody thought before the year?
Well, I don't know about that.
Don't talk about that.
Yeah, I'll give the Warriors their just due because that experience and pedigree is what got them down from 0-1 and down 2-1. But the bottom line is nobody's telling you, at least I'm not in my world, that Tatum, that the Celtics are loaded, Steiny. It's happy hour. They are loaded. But now nobody's empowered them to get to the next level. And now they're going the wrong way. They're playing the wrong way. You can see it. And something's festering. And I don't want to, maybe I'm not being fair because you talked about Mazzulla. Maybe he wasn't a man for the job. I don't know. But right now, I know you got to put forth a better effort. And I don't think they quit last night. They just got their ass kicked.
See, that's the other reason why I would be like, if I were a Warrior fan, I would be like, we must move on.
Explain.
Who are the most connected teams in the NBA this year?
The Nuggets.
Yes.
Miami.
Stop right there. That's it.
He says no.
I mean, the Lakers got connected after the trade. But my point is this. The Denver Nuggets took the season seriously. Not over seriously. They didn't overdo it, but they were very conscientious. Then they had that little blip at the end that everyone said, Denver.
My hands are up.
Of course.
Jokic was rested.
Of course. So Denver, start to finish, has been the best team in the NBA. Okay, then you got the Miami Heat, the only team in this league, I don't care what anybody says, with a legitimate culture, with a legitimate program, where players go there and they progress and they develop and they become really good players.
Damn.
The reason Miami Heat, if they're not as talented as the Boston Celtics, why are they winning? Because they got better chemistry. They got better coaching. They got a better understanding. They got a better philosophy. They play harder. All those kind of things because they all matter. That's why I'm not bringing the same Warrior team back because they won't be connected. They can't be connected enough to be a championship team anymore.
Okay,
after all that's happened.
Hey, that is real.
So
but
go ahead and try to
put your blame on why the Warriors? The connectivity is off. Who's it on?
It's on Lacob and Myers because Myers is going to leave.
What about Kerr?
It's on Kerr. Fine.
What about the scouting department?
It's on everybody, Goo.
This is incredible. And Miami,
it's on
for
Klay
the people
Thompson.
in the back too, Steiny. But again, we're watching Jamal Murray recover. He's kicking the hell. He's kicking that Achilles tear's ass. That was one injury. Klay had that and another one. So I'm just wondering, maybe this offseason, another year for Klay to get ready. But I'm not ready
for what?
To be back to as close as pre-injury Klay as he was before he got hurt. Because that's the goal, right?
You think he could be better in the last 2 years?
No, I do believe he could be better. I think not picking up a basketball last summer, not doubting him, did not help him. My 2 cents.
Okay, that's a coin flip to me.
Okay, I got you on that one.
What about Steph Curry?
I mean, there's no question, Stein. He needs help. That's all now.
But he's not going to be better. Can he be better next year?
If he stays the same, that's better because you ain't falling, you ain't regressing.
Well, it stayed the same. Well, Draymond and Klay, Draymond's declining.
Right.
So let's put it this way. You got one guy who's maintaining.
I got it.
You got Curry who's maintaining. First of all, he's not maintaining.
Okay. The formula is declining. The formula,
Steph Curry is slipping.
Okay.
But he's slipping less than any other star I've seen in a long, long time. Klay Thompson, what he's going to be like next year?
He fell on the ground.
Flip a coin. Okay? Flip a coin.
But in the playoffs, he slipped and fell.
Exactly.
And Draymond, we need offense. We need to. That's what I'm saying. Joe Lacob going to give $90 million for what? Because guess what? Dre ain't going to guard Bookers. Dre ain't going to guard Tatum's. He ain't going. Those days are done. So what are you giving the $90 million for? And again, I know you keep saying somebody had to guard AD. You could have put Looney on AD and said, Dre, go get him. Those days are over. So Lakeup, if you know that, and now you know sometimes my favorite saying, your best defense is your offense, you got to get somebody that can score. That's all. That's what Steph Curry needs. The pressure off of him to be able to throw somebody the ball and they can get you 15 to 25 points. And it ain't got to be from deep. That's what I'm yearning for. And maybe he's not out there, Goo, but to pay 90 for what you've been getting? Okay.
God, what happened in Vegas?
Stays in Vegas.
Well, apparently you got new information in Vegas.
I've just been thinking. Just been watching, sitting around, like, man.
Jesus. No church. Should we burn Wednesday's audio?
What did you say while I was gone? If I had that at my disposal, I could be like, start explaining
I'll
yourself.
tell you exactly how it happened. So Wednesday, I didn't listen to any of the show.
Well, you just said you did, but go ahead.
No, your show with Evan, I listened to none of.
Oh,
I was playing
thought you
golf.
said you were golfing.
Yeah. I was golfing.
Evan, but he did say earlier, I thought I heard you wrong.
Yeah, no, I heard nothing.
Wow.
The next day I came in, though, and I said, what'd you guys talk about? And we talked about the three things definitely want to do.
Yeah.
All right, Bob Myers is back. That's one. And I said, what would you say? And Evan told me, I said, what'd Goose say? And he goes, re-sign Draymond for 3 years.
Yeah.
That was on Wednesday. So I figured I'd come in today, and it's like, oh, this would be fun to talk to Goo about, because there is no right answer. Well, maybe there is a right answer now, and it would be, I was going to take a shot at it.
Yeah. No, go. I'm Teflon. You can do it. It don't penetrate.
Yeah, you've never done that before.
Yeah. Thank you, Evan.
Thanks for saying you didn't
Dude,
listen.
I'm fired up, man.
For what?
Just this Warrior off season that's ain't even got off the ground yet. I think we're going to know something about Lacob in the next week or two. Draymond, football, OTAs. We got the Giants showing a pulse. We're lucky, dude. We don't dig ditches. That's what I try to get you to see, man. This is the toy of life. What was it? You said I stole it, but I forget it now.
Kolsky, the toy department.
Right. Shout out Kolsky, our dog.
Right, and sometimes I feel like you can't take it like it's more important than a toy. It's actually a career. So I hope you're not treating it like a toy because you got to work in this business to be good. You know
24/7.
Yeah, so
no days off, Stoney.
As he just got back from Vegas. Dublin Marge. Hey, Dublin Marge, how are you?
Hey, gentlemen.
Hey.
I have a new theory I want to share.
Give it to me.
Go ahead.
Okay. So we're back in the early season. Dre punches Poole. Lakeup says, I'm done. I'm done with Dre. I'm moving at the end of the season. I'm moving off of him unless we win a title. At that time, Bob says, "Oh man, I don't want to be a part of this. I'm not signing anything right now because I don't want to be a part of the dismantling." Then we roll. The season is whatever it is, and we get to the exit interviews, and Kerr and the big three are like, we don't know who's going to be making the decisions, but we got to get on the same page here and say, we got to save Dre. We can't win without Dre. And so I'm thinking that's the precipitous to those exit interview comments about it's got to be the big three. So anyway, that's where I'm leaning. That I think that Joe is done with Dre. And
interesting.
For my money, the only keepers for me, the only untouchables, are Steph, Looney, GP2, and Wiggins. Really, I think Moody's a keeper. But other than that, it doesn't matter to me. I think the culture matters more. Kind of like Steiny was saying about the Heat, the culture matters, and we have lost the culture because of this Dre, Poole thing and.
Interesting.
I could let them both go and move forward with that. But a quick thought on getting rid of Poole, with trading with the Nets maybe for Dinwiddie and Finney Smith and getting some vets off the bench. You know,
it's not a bad idea. Go ahead. One more. Yeah.
Yeah, I just have a question. Maybe you can answer it.
Juan Vino, 1501 North Broadway. Juan Vino. Marge will see you at 4.
Yeah, you know what, Steiny? I just tested positive for COVID, so I'm laying low.
Yeah, there you go. You're doing the right thing.
Night.
Yeah. But listen, talk to me a little bit about the order of Bob's decision, the draft, Draymond's decision. When does the trade season open? I mean, how does that all? What happens first?
It's a good question. I mean, Bob's contract isn't up till the end of June, but I mean, the draft is late June. He's still working, but I think it's a formality. Draymond will probably be Draymond's contract's up at the end of June, so can it's really not hard to understand. All right, here's what we're talking about. I just want everybody to put this in the cap. All right, so Bob Myers has been here 10, 11 years, all right? And over the course of that period of time, he's had, he's acquired Durant, drafted Clay and Draymond, got Iguodala, da-da-da-da. But it's clear that the strength of Bob Myers, strength of Bob Myers has become within the organization and how he keeps this thing together. There are now other people, most likely with more knowledge of personnel than Bob Myers. Bob Myers doesn't go see a boatload of college games. That's for this staff. That's for Kirk Lacob. That's for Larry Harris. That's for Dunleavy, okay? So the Golden State Warriors have a general manager who is a phenomenal manager and somebody who has kept this thing together. Mm-hmm. At the same time, he has taken more of a step back from the draft and, trades, if you will. So now Bob Myers realizes that the Golden State Warriors are in a transition point. And they're going to have to make some really hard personnel decisions. The draft becomes more important. Who they keep, who they trade is becoming more important. Well, guess what? That's not necessarily his strength or, I think the word's auspice anymore. It's for the scouting department, and they compile information, and he makes a decision, and then Joe either approves it or not.
Yeah.
What I'm getting at is, why would Bob Myers stick around here knowing that there are going to be really hard personnel decisions to be made, really tough decisions to be made, consequential draft picks to be made? There's a very good chance that this thing may begin to decline because of it being a dynasty. Why should he be the one that has to go out at a press conference and say, yeah, we really liked Jimmy Schwartz, the 19th pick in the draft, when it's not even his pick? Yeah. He didn't make the pick. Why does Bob Myers, what did he do to have to be the spokesman for the next 3 years when his decision-making isn't the be-all and end-all? When we all know that Kirk Lacob has taken a bigger role and Kurt Lacob has taken a bigger role. We keep hearing those names. Okay. So those guys, maybe Joe Lacob's sons are rising or elevating, and they're going to be making moves just like Joe Lacob made moves for Jeremy Lin. And Bob Myers is like, well, it's not really even my team anymore. We're transitioning in the front office, so...
But when Steph jumps off, it's my team, and I'm sitting right next to Andrew Wiggins, and I had to take them bullets while he was gone. We didn't know where he was at. When Draymond hit Poole, so Steiny, you could be totally right, but I always go to Bob Fitzgerald when, I think he's playing around. When he'll retire, he'll leave when Steph leaves. I always thought when you love what you do, and stuff remains the same. I'm not saying it has for Bob, but you point out stuff that may have in the background. You kind of ride it out with the with Curry.
Be better at your job.
I mean, Curry was here before Bob.
Yeah. Didn't Clay? Clay was drafted. Bob drafted Clay. No.
Jerry West gets all the credit for Klay Thompson.
Look at you.
He does.
J-Dub.
888-957-9570 is the number. What do you do if you're the Golden State Warriors? Is it time? Is it time to let Draymond maybe go? Is it time to start the transition? Or is it time to double down on the champions? Let's make sure Draymond is back. Let's make sure Klay is as healthy as possible. Let's sniff around for Jordan Poole offers. Maybe get rid of Jordan Poole. Maybe get two players back for Jordan Poole. Run it back. What are you taking, A or B, Bay Area? 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget, it's prime whale watching season at Bodega Head. A great time to plan a special getaway to the iconic Inn at the Tides. Enjoy delicious meals at Tides Wharf, stunning views, and free breakfast. Book your escape today, inatthetides.com. Wow. The only thing Curry's got on me... though. I wish our listeners could have heard the conversation between Spinoni and Guru during the break. It was unbelievable.
Stitches get stitches started.
So Guru was like,
"Oh my, you're gonna tell."
Guru was like, D'Angelo Russell, he can't make a shot again. And Guru with the, D'Angelo Russell, he made all those shots against the Warriors.
Kyrie on line one for the Lakers.
But D'Lo made all his shots against the Warriors. Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Has nothing to do with defense, though. Nah. By the way,
Nuggets balling, man.
By the way, these are the days where I don't usually bring it up, but I just every once in a while I get something wrong, but I'm just happy. Yeah, I'm just happy that from day one I've been saying. Yeah, keep disrespecting Denver. And you kept disrespecting Denver. And I mean you. I mean the plural, not you specifically.
But I was one of them,
you
though.
People.
Yeah. Hey, a great movie. But, Eddie Murphy, Snotty, I was just like, I'm Missouri. Show me.
But
and they're showing me.
But you got to be better than that, Goo. You got to be able to see something building and not just say, well, they didn't win it before.
Hold on now with that.
Hey, Crypto Dreams. On the YouTube channel.
Oh. The $2 donation. Yeah. Did we have any while I was gone? Can you remember?
Gosh. One or two, I think.
Trade Poole, Kuminga, and draft picks and get Giannis. Okay. What was that video?
Well, that was the biggest waste of $2 I've ever seen.
Hey, but listen, if I were a Buck teammate, why did he do that giddy stuff on the video?
Don't. He didn't.
He.
So did obviously Guru saw the edited one? He didn't see the one where Giannis is like, no.
Oh, what are you telling me?
I'm telling you.
Evan, was there a
fell for the banana?
No, it's called getting duped.
Tailpipe.
I lead the chat with getting duped. Did I get duped? I heard him say the Warriors.
You get duped more than you don't.
You do too. Hey.
No, I stopped doing
So what did I miss about this video?
Nothing.
I heard Warriors.
Guru, don't do this.
Eric.
You do, Guru. Okay, yeah. When you were gone, Giannis said he wants to be a Warrior. He's going to force himself out of Milwaukee. Please, can we not waste a second on something so preposterous as Giannis on the Warriors?
Actually, it's pronounced Milwaukee.
Seriously,
we did.
Seriously,
I don't know, a half a year of shows on it way back when.
Yeah, and those were real worthwhile.
Dude, real quick, before you take your victory lap on Denver, the people did not see Murray coming back like Jamal Murray.
Why not?
That's a great question. Because I was like, but dude, he is special. Man. I don't want 9 days off. Lakers win and Boston win tomorrow, please.
Evan, can you work tomorrow?
Please. Work where?
Here.
He's with us.
I mean, here.
Oh, God.
888-957-9570.
I got snickered.
Is the number.
I'm going to do some research.
And what do you do with the Golden State Warriors? Hey. I don't understand. I know people are going to, but when people say it's all about Steph Curry, I'm willing to say, I'll go there with you. I'll go there with you that it's all about Steph Curry. But I'm going to part with you if you think that Draymond Green and Klay Thompson have to be on the team for this team to be better in the next couple of years. That's where I'm fighting you right now. Sorry, I just am.
Well, will he get his hands dirty like LeBron has? Steph, in the sense that we all laugh before the trades. Jeannie Buss did everything LeBron wanted to do. He was really Pelinka. He was making the moves. And I'm saying Steph, to me, has that gravitas, Steiny. If he wants to say to Joe Lacob, I want Klay re-upped, or I want Dre here for the next 3 or 2, I believe Joe Lacob would do what Steph Curry wants.
I believe you're naive. If you think that Steph Curry can make $100 million decisions for Joe Lacob.
Well, LeBron just did it in L.A. So you're saying he can't here? Like Joe Lacob would say.
How much payroll did the Lakers add? I think they got rid of Westbrook, didn't they?
Well, I'm talking about to bring Russell in. When they brought Russell in, that was LeBron's choice.
The Golden State Warriors
and everything
now
was out of
have
whack.
the highest payroll in NBA history.
So I'm asking you, so you think Curry's voice to Lacob means nothing?
I didn't say nothing. I said Steph Curry does not own the Golden State Warriors. And the other thing is, like, what? Why can't people understand when Steph Curry's contract came up, Joe Lacob didn't even offer the max first. He didn't even offer him the max. Like, yes, Steph Curry's important. We all know that. But he doesn't he's not the owner. He's just a player on the team with input.
Well, he's more than that, Steiny.
No, he's not. Like,
he's the franchise right now. He is your franchise player.
Well, then hire him as
No,
you
I'm
don't
not
really
saying
believe this, do you? You don't really believe.
I don't believe
that
you believe
Curry,
Steph can't make Dre get 3 for 90.
He can't.
You don't know that.
I do know that.
No, and I appreciate you.
I do know
you
that.
feel it. You don't know that.
I do. Steph.
How? Tell us. How do you know that?
Because Joe Lacob has a history of not listening to Steph Curry. Joe Lacob has a history of doing things his own way. It is beyond the point of naivete.
No,
for you to think that all Steph Curry's got to do is say, "Hey, Joe."
I'm not saying that.
Well, what are you saying?
I'm saying that he has more than just a little input.
You said if Steph Curry says it's done.
And I believe that.
Okay, well,
and
I
now
think
you're
that's
saying you got facts
preposterous.
that nobody can see or share. I'm just, okay, and that's how you feel. But you can't tell me I'm wrong. And a guy of Steph Curry's, what he means to the organization, Steiny, come on, man.
You don't get to be where Joe Lacob is by deferring to an employee. Sorry, that's the way Joe Lacob looks at it.
So now Curry's an employee.
That's exactly what he is.
So, but
were you here in the room when Joe Lacob said,
I was.
Steph
I wasn't in the room,
Curry
but I
is
was here.
just
Yeah.
a player.
I heard that.
At the end of the day,
I
they're
heard
just.
that.
So do you not
Right.
believe him? Do you think he was lying? Do you think he was like gilding the lily, if you will?
I've been around the block, not for billion-dollar organizations like the Warriors. I just know Steph Curry has some input, Steiny.
Some input. I'm not going to deny he has some input, but I am going to deny.
It sounds like you're at minimal. Like
I'm going to deny vehemently that if Steph Curry goes in and says we got to re-sign Clay and Draymond, Joe says, "Oh yes, sir." No chance. Sorry, he doesn't. Like that would be foolish of Joe Lacob.
Yeah, but you're putting it on thick with the 100%. What I say you do, Joe, but the input to me is heavy. And it's the equal of LeBron James with Jeannie Buss.
Input?
And we'll never
Does he
know.
have input?
We'll never
Yeah.
know. And that's why I asked you guys and I asked the fans,
well, then don't
what is the chef?
Don't
what is the chef
overstate it like
thinking?
you overstated it. Like what Steph says goes. Like that's not how it is.
Well, he would be the owner then. I'm just saying it's important,
Exactly.
Steiny. It ain't just like, hey, get out of here or I'll do my decision. We're talking about Steph Curry, not Clay, not Dre. Steph.
Right. Bob's in Marin. What's up, Bob? How you doing, man?
I'm good, Sterling. I never disagree with you that much, but I'm going to have to say I have to because this is Steph's team. And I'm going to go back to the same thing I say over and over again on this radio station, that dynasties are built because of one special player, and it was Michael Jordan, it was Tim Duncan, it was Kobe Bryant, and it's Steph Curry that stayed with the same team and won multiple championships. Joe Lacob thinks out of his pocket. He's never going to sniff a championship ever again because this is a once-in-a-lifetime player. And if he speaks, you listen. And if he says, I'm going to go get Kevin Durant and 3 of the best players with me, Joe Lacob was not in that meeting. Steve Kerr was, so was Bob Myers. Joe Lacob needs to listen. If he doesn't, we are not going to sniff a championship again. This dynasty is going to be over just like all the other ones because the great ones only come once in a lifetime.
You guys are so naive. It's unbelievable. No, he didn't say anything I disagreed with. All he said was it's Steph's team. I never said it wasn't Steph's team. Right. But the notion that Steph Curry's going to be making decisions about personnel is absolutely ludicrous.
Steiny,
How'd that work out in Chicago for the Last Dance?
We said input.
Why didn't Michael Jordan keep the Bulls together? You know why? Because they had an owner and a GM that had more power than him.
You're right. But it sounds like you're just trying to minimize Steph Curry's importance to Joe Lacob in regard to a decision of retaining or up and giving
You just have no
Draymond more
idea
money.
who Joe Lacob is. None.
Well, we're about to find out.
No, we've already found out, Goo. We know exactly what kind of guy Joe Lacob is.
Is that the kind of guy that Bob Myers doesn't want to work for anymore? Why is Bob not? I'm asking you, since you know. I'm just asking
why. Would you say that I know?
Well, because you're saying it like you said the guy that Joe Lacob is. Well, then the guy that he is or is not, what does that have to do with Myers not having a contract?
Myers is irrelevant.
How so? We just said he's the biggest domino of the offseason.
To the Steph Curry.
Oh, no. I'm
Steph
using that as an
Curry.
example. I'm using Bob Myers as an example.
Okay, what's the question on Bob Myers?
You just said, Joe, I don't know, or we don't know about the inner workings of Joe Lacob and how he thinks. And when you say it with the energy that you say it, you're saying it like you know him. Like you know what's about to go down. So I'm just saying, taking a step back, is that why Bob Myers is thinking about not coming back?
I don't know why Bob Myers is not thinking about coming back. It clearly has something to do with his family. It clearly has something to do with the Warriors being at a transition point right now. I don't think it's just money. But the idea, I just
like nobody's saying Steph is the owner.
Yes, you
but that's how you
are.
No.
Dude, like this is why if you would have said it's Steph's team, he has input. I wouldn't have said anything.
Input. I used the word.
You used the word Dre. You basically said Steph could get Dre and Clay re-signed.
I believe that. No.
Okay, well I don't believe that, right. And I'm not. Right. I wouldn't.
But okay, he has a lot of weight. He carries a lot of weight. I believe
he carried so much weight that they signed Gary Payton II instead of Avery Bradley. I mean, we have evidence that Joe Lacob takes input, but it's his team. It's his.
I said nothing to make that not be the truth.
Steph Curry cannot talk Joe Lacob into spending $500 million, which is probably what it will cost to re-sign both those guys if Joe's not into it.
Well, yeah, I didn't say both. I'm just saying, I didn't say both, and I don't think Curry would want both. Because he knows what time it is. Like, that would just be ridiculous to think he would go past half of 500. I'm just saying, Steiny, he's got, just like the boss here. You got some gravitas with the boss. I do.
Exactly.
Right. But I know when to stay in my lane. But for you to say Steph Curry has Joe Lacob would just
you do this all the time. Yeah. I never said no input.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm saying.
Well, no,
you can't take the comments, Steiny. Like I said, he's the owner. Come on, man.
Well, I can only take the comments of what I hear. Yeah. And what I heard was if Steph Curry wants those two guys re-signed, then they're going to be re-signed. And I'm saying Joe Lacob's got people to report to.
Yeah, that I believe.
Joe Lacob is not a multi-billionaire. Right. Joe Lacob has an ownership group he's got to satisfy. It might not even be his decision.
And let me just say this then on top of that. Do you think if Steph Curry was disgruntled, mad as hell, behind closed doors about the possibility of Dre not being retained, do you think that would have any influence on Joe Lacob's decision? I do. Specifically, Draymond Green. If he said, hey, Clay, Steph, I can't do it. We don't have the money. I don't even think he's worth it. And Curry just was like, you know what? Okay, that's what we're doing. Blah, 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 blah. I think that would be a difficult conversation for Joe Lacob. Hey, and he may not change it, but it's not something Joe Lacob does not worry about. Your star,
I don't know that Steph Curry would be pissed if they said, we've got to move on. Here's the thing. Steph Curry sees the contract situation. He knows exactly where they are. And I'm sure that if he wants, hey, Joe, we got to have Draymond back. 3 years, $30 million a year. We got it. Okay, Steph, noted.
Right.
But it's 5 times the salary.
Yeah, I got you.
5 times.
I get it.
Evan, give him that stat. Give Guru that stat. If Draymond Green opts, if all he does is opt in next year.
Okay.
All he does is opt in, which it's the least he's probably going to do. Go ahead, Evan.
Yeah, it'd be about $150 million.
Oh, my
contract
goodness.
and luxury tax included.
That's like real money.
Yeah. And Evan, that's incredible, but the three of us, I think, can agree that we wouldn't be shocked if it happened, right? That Dre got 3 for, let's just say the 90 and the 150 Lacob had to pay. We wouldn't be shocked, though, right?
I kind of would a little bit after Joe Lacob has kind of made it clear that they've got to get this payroll a little more under control, and he started to prove that last offseason. Now, they could re-sign Draymond and then let Jordan Poole go for a guy or two guys with only one or 2 years left on their deal.
Well, how about this, Donnie? The buck has not yet to stop from players getting paid yet, and Dre would be the first.
I don't know.
Well, one thing that Danny LaRue, of course, you can listen to him on the Odyssey app and YouTube. Check out our app. What I think he said earlier was about the fact that Joe Lacob would only have to foot this enormous tax bill essentially for 1 year. Do you think he'd be willing to do that for one season?
Well, I think it's one season, and then they got to get busy moving off guys.
But do you think, so if we're talking about Stephen Curry having a voice, but not, of course, the ultimate one in the room, do you think he'd be able to get someone like Draymond Green or Klay Thompson to take a potential pay cut, as opposed to saying, hey, Joe, you got to go re-sign these guys?
Can you say that one more time?
Basically, what do you think is more likely? Stephen Curry getting Joe Lacob to pay Draymond Green and Klay Thompson you're saying 3 for 90 or 3 for 80, or going directly to the source and saying, hey, Draymond, would you be willing to come back 3 for 60? Klay, 3 for 60.
And I'm too hung up on the words, Evan. I'm being honest. It's my shortcoming. Do you think Steph can get Joe Lacob to pay? No. I don't think Steph can get Joe Lacob to pay.
What about Dre?
Something Joe Lacob wants to do or doesn't want to do is my point.
What about the flip side? He said, could Steph go to Dre or Klay and be like, hey, you got to take
anything's possible. But Dre ain't taking no cut. All I'm saying is, no, I do not believe Steph Curry can get Joe Lacob to do anything.
Wow.
No, I don't believe that.
You think he can get Draymond Green to do anything?
Steph, maybe. Yeah. He might be able to get Bob Myers to do something. But no, I do not think. I don't.
And Dre, to Evan, to that question, is part of clutch. LeBron, what? He asked you to do what? Like, and again, I don't know. I'm not in the know, but I think that's how this goes down. And Draymond Green, he would take that as an insult to come back for less. Like, he's at a point in his career, Stein, it's about, I want the thing on the bottom of ESPN to say Draymond got 3 for 90, 30 mil. I don't think he's at a point of, he took a pay cut to come back. Because if you don't want to go anywhere, and I'm just putting myself in Draymond's shoes or any other player, Steiny, you take a pay cut somewhere to stay if you mean that. I want to be here with Steiny. I don't care what you pay me. Well, Daryl, we need to get I'm out. No, I'm about my money. It can't be both. But Steiny, my whole point, because I know you're so literal, is Steph input to me has some meaning to Joe Lacob.
Yeah, a sliver. Danny's in Vancouver. What's up, Danny? How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. Good, buddy. How are you both?
Hey. Dynamite.
Good. Listen, Mr. Guru, I love you. I enjoy your opinions. I respect the hell out of you.
Uh-oh.
You're out of your mind on this Steph Curry thing. I know you took the statement back a little bit just before I got on, but I'm convinced the most Joe Lacob would have a nice courtesy meeting with the players, get their input. Absolutely. Is Stephen Curry going to dictate? Absolutely not. I think, and if I was Joe Lacob and they came in, I would say, okay, guys, you want to keep it together. You want to run it back another year or two. Well, let's talk about restructuring your contracts. And this is the reality. I've got to pay this. Listen, Draymond said over and over and over that this is a business. So I think he understands as well as anyone. They're not just going to pay him, extend the contract just out of friendship. So, and the last point I wanted to make, sort of in reverse order, but I've defended and sort of stuck by Draymond for all these years. This last year was the most difficult. I think he just is at the point where his risks and sort of the amount of damage he can do outweighs the benefits now. It's creeped past the line. Unfortunately, I don't see any other way. Last point, other way to be competitive next year than just bring back everybody and just have another go at it. I don't think any amount of dealing and movement of players is going to make them any more competitive than just keeping the gang together for another year. That's it, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So that would mean Dre and Clay and lame duck. That ain't happening.
Steiny, how did Lacob increase the value of this franchise? Steph effing Curry. Yeah, and an arena, Austin. Don't forget the arena. In fact, if you really want to, I know everybody only hears what they want to hear. What about this statement? I forgot. I was talking to Lacob once, and he said, let me tell you something. Getting that building built in San Francisco is harder than winning 4 titles. What do you make of that? A throwaway line?
No, not at all.
Throwaway
it was privately funded.
I don't think it's a throwaway line.
I totally agree.
Joe Lacob said, it's probably harder to get that arena built in San Francisco than winning 4 titles. It's interesting.
You're too smart to think and not know that Steph's input counts. Because I would just tell you, well, Steph's the owner / player. We know that's not the case, but you took it there, Steiny. I just can't believe you believe that Steph Curry's decision, if he went to Joe Lacob and asked and gave his input, wouldn't mean anything.
I never said anything.
But you thought that I was saying basically he's the owner and Joe will do what you do.
You said that what Steph says goes, essentially. And what I'm saying is, if Joe Lacob does not want to pay Draymond Green $75 million and Klay Thompson another $60 million, ain't nothing Steph Curry can say to make him pay that. And in fact, because this is more about Joe Lacob than Steph or Klay. If Steph would say, well, then get me out of here, guess what? Joe would say, let's start talking about it. That's what an owner would do.
I'm not doubting that.
I mean, Joe's going to be here after Steph.
Yeah, no doubt. But that's not what's happening now. Steph is going to be here for the foreseeable future.
3 years.
Right now, Steiny, if to Steph Curry, Draymond leaving and Klay Thompson not getting re-up lessens his chances at a chip, then you got a problem in regard to not contractual, but as far as Steph being on board. That matters.
The organization, does any organization, I don't think, you don't owe Steph Curry. You owe your company, your business, and your fans the best decisions possible moving forward to remain successful.
I agree with that.
It has nothing to do with, yes, Steph Curry's your most important employee by far, but it might be more important to Joe Lacob about this team being sustainable in 2027 than winning 48 games and losing again in the second round next year. He's the So let me ask you this, just hypothetically, would you allow Steph Curry to make decisions now that will knowingly hurt this team 3 or 4 years down the line?
That's a loaded question because I would hope Steph's decision wouldn't be that's not the intent.
If Steph,
I think I owe him that. Owe Steph, I owe you that.
Okay, do you owe Steph trading the 2026 and 2028 number 1 picks? Something like that. Well, this is exactly what we're talking about.
I'm going to say no to that. But you get where I'm coming from now I specify.
Of course he's got input.
Because, Steiny, this has the ingredients of getting messy. And I don't want to scare Dub Nation. But if Steph were to what the hell is going on? I ain't got that much time. Get me up out of here.
The rat on the table is
brought to you by Echo Pest Control. Go to EchoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. But you're right.
The rat on the table is the best way for the Warriors to somehow get out of this jam. Would be to deal with Steph Curry somehow.
Man, I hate that that's a boulder, but I've never said that to you.
There's nobody on this roster that has a third of the value of Steph Curry.
Yep. Gotta go.
Warriors. Buonfino. Evan, you going?
TBD.
All right. Buonvino today at 4 o'clock. Today, we're going to be bringing you our Warriors Summit. Bonte Butcher, myself, Goo Willard, Dibbs, and John Dickinson live 4 to 6. Buon Vino in Walnut Creek. The address is 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138. The show is open to the public as we have an open discussion about all the Warrior questions and issues in the offseason. What is Steph Curry going to do? He's the owner and general manager of the Golden State Warriors, and he's got a big plate full of stuff. All those in attendance will have a chance to win a Klay Thompson autographed jersey. Get them while they're hot because he ain't going to be around. That's today, 4 to 6, Buon Vino in the Creek.
The train is off the track, Jack.
The Warriors offseason has begun.
GuruSports.com.
No, Guru's fine. I'm the problem.
He's the GMOAT. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steph Curry has input.
Hello, ding ding.
Until it's time to make a decision.
But okay,
he's got input.
But
You're
you
right.
met me halfway. You know what I mean, and I know what you mean.
But see, here's where
because this one's the
fight me
most
on
emotional.
I don't want to get the tape. That's all.
I don't want to get the tape. Help us out now.
If I made it sound like Curry has
okay,
no
gotcha.
input,
All right, okay. No,
none, zero, and Joe says, get out of my office.
Yeah.
I felt like you made it seem like Curry will dictate whether Steph and Clay.
My bigger point too, Stoney, and I appreciate us getting on the.
We're fine.
Yeah, no, we're always.
People try to pit us against each other, but they don't realize that we have a bond that's so strong that only a lot of money can
I'm going to say something real right now, and Evan doesn't know this.
Yeah.
If you could record you and I at the cafeteria, we'd be rich. I'll just leave that there.
Might also be out of a job.
The topic of conversation that we have is two men, two fathers. See, you don't remember. Dude, I drive home sometimes like I might owe them. Like, it's real, Steiny.
What do you mean?
We're bigger than just sports.
Nah, we're
responsible. See, Evan, I'm trying to give
barely make an imprint in the sports world.
I made it up.
Well, business is going good right now.
Is it?
Say that.
Oh, your paycheck getting fatter?
No, but how we get judged is.
What?
Yeah,
I'd rather get paid than praised.
Well, me too. We can't have everything.
Just like Draymond.
Payday, Dre. That was bad. Somebody said they want us to talk about the current playoffs. We did to start the show.
Yeah, I see 4 teams that are better than the Warriors right off the
That's
bat.
scary, man.
And I see a team in Denver that they're not going to be able to touch next year. Here's the biggest problem with Denver is it's clear that Michael Malone is starting to get Aaron Gordon and
go
Michael
ahead.
Porter Jr. to defend. And that means they've got 2 6'8", 6'9" guys who are unbelievably athletic who are now trying.
And they always have the skill, the tools.
Night.
Now it's just, you're right. It's scary.
Oh, you said 4 teams. More like 3 teams.
You don't like the
Boston?
Lakers? Oh,
Boston's better than Golden State.
Yeah. Man for man on paper, Evan.
Actually, no. You know what? Nah, they're not. So I don't want to get into that kind of.
You think their coach can get ran?
Not even a coach.
But where'd he play D1, you said?
West Virginia.
In the green room. You never say in the microphone, I didn't have my team ready to play. That's a fireball offense.
Except if Kerr does it. Then it's, boy, I love his honesty.
He's got bling, Steiny. Kerr's a made man, but I miss Udoka coaching the Celtics. That's all.
In his senior year at Missoula, senior year at West Virginia, they won the NIT. So don't say he's not a winner.
Nobody did. Yeah.
I bet you didn't know that, did you?
No, I didn't. But Tatum and Brown, they turned me because I thought about you on the plane.
Oh, now let me guess. Now Brown stinks.
No,
everybody loves Brown.
I'm the guy that asked our guy from NBA TV about we had on Geltz High or Sirius XM. I'm following him on Twitter. Good follow, Stanny. I said, is the gap really that big from Tatum to Brown? And in the finals, it was my thing is they play the wrong way. Is you go, I'll stand in the corner. Dude, if Steve Kerr had that talent, ain't no telling what Tatum and Brown would be doing together. And Marcus Smart, that ain't how you playing, bro. You ain't playing like your last name, Stoney. I think that's the problem. Brogdon, I see him on the bench looking like, why am I on the bench? Anyway, I'm going to leave that there.
It's funny because
very smart
a lot of people on the YouTube chat are like, we would have beaten Denver. We would have beaten Denver. And it's like, you know what? Let them be delusional. Let them be delusional.
This is a different Denver team, guys.
Let the fans be delusional. And you know what? They can call me delusional for actually thinking that a team with 53 wins who is cruising in the playoffs would have gotten beat by the Golden State Warriors.
And can I say something else?
Oh, my God.
For the people in the back in Philly, I got to say what I'm about to say. And you're going to just shut your yapper. I'm going codes on you, Steiny. Embiid can't hold a candle to Jokic. And I thought he could. And I'm gonna just leave this year's playoffs to that. Game 7 performance. And I know my boy Embiid, I'm going to give you the BOD, the benefit of the doubt that your knee was bothering you. But Evan, Steiny, Jokic right now is the best player in the game.
Michael Malone benched Michael Porter Jr. in the third quarter the other night because he leaked out and was giving poor effort defensively in Game 3. What are you watching? That's what I was watching.
And he got back in the game.
Like, that's what I was watching, literally.
Benched. Yeah.
Like, accountability. Like, Malone was like, nuh-uh. No. Like, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, 650. Dale in Cupertino. What's up, Dale? How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing great, and good to hear the conversation changing. I grew tired of everybody beating up on Poole and the young guys because...
Thank you.
Get ready. I think we have maybe 3 rats on the table.
Uh-oh. Brought to you by ACO Pest Control. Go to ACOPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. Go ahead, baby.
When I heard Kerr say he has to have Green, maybe Kerr is not as good as he is because Green has cost us more than he's helped us the last few years. But let's parallel the football and baseball, too. The Giants have had these big contracts late and get nothing out of it. Devontae Adams probably was glad he went to the Raiders because he proved he could do it without Rodgers. If I was in charge of the Warriors, I'd go to Curry and give Curry a bump up and get rid of at least Clay and Draymond and let Curry build the team for the next couple of years. Maybe you have one bad year, you get a good draft choice, but let's see how Curry can win by himself instead of having to give credit to Draymond's baby antics out there.
Yeah, I think so.
Wow. The chef.
No.
But yeah, he said give the chef a bump, man.
Like a bump in pay?
Yeah.
For what?
Just being the chef and telling Dre and Clay it's a wrap. I just cannot wait for just the decision.
What do you need? What can't you wait for?
To see a Warrior offense and a Warrior team without Draymond Green. I think it's an opportunity that Steph probably's like, "Goo, you tripping? I don't want no part of that." Dre is, he's my number one. He is a Golden State Warrior. But I just think there's another version of the Warriors without Dre. And right now it sounds bad. It can fall on deaf ears. It probably has because I don't have the player that would replace Dre. But I'm assuming Kuminga would make a jump. And we'll wait and see how it plays out. But if you're right about Joe Lacob, Draymond's not getting 3 for 90, and nor does he want 3 for 75. Now, I could be totally wrong, Steiny, but damn, man. This Charlie Sheen for real. Money does talk.
Steiny needs to pace himself or he's going to run out of gas by 4. Well, I got a 2-hour break.
Well, you said something about Bart. I'll drive you. Let's go.
I got my car here, though.
Oh, but I thought you said it's 18 steps from Bart.
I could leave it here.
And then, but I can't take you back.
But I could take Bart back home.
All right, well, there we go. Let's do it.
But you know what?
We need gas.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah. Hey, I got that
Let me ask you guys a question. I'm going to shed some, maybe ask for, I kind of want to drive because
no, I get it.
It'll
like
make
Relaford.
It'll make me more responsible.
I never looked at you like that. Well, we got one. They got beer too.
I was day drinking. When I have a car,
okay.
I try not to mess. I don't mess like that.
I hope you don't get mad because I'm like a radio station, a radio Evan jukebox. Why did my Twitter feed say, "Did I hear about your daughter? Is everything good in the Steinmetz household?"
Oh, are you asking about my daughter that got into an accident? Oh, I'm glad you finally brought that up. I know you were
partying,
self-centered about your birthday that I didn't ask you about.
But I didn't know.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah,
okay, thank you. Don't worry about it. It's old history now.
Evan, I would have called. And was it the youngest?
Yep.
Steiny, how did you find out? Is it dad?
She called me.
Oh, well,
her mom was in Mexico. She's out of the country.
So you go, hello, Dad, I've been in.
I was with Evan.
No way.
Can confirm.
Evan.
So it was about 3.
You took off right away.
Right
Immediately
away.
put the beer down.
No way.
Pop, sorry.
And was she on the freeway or in the streets?
She was on a street for the most part. And
the worst call is a parent.
Yeah, she called about 3:10, said she was in an accident. And I said, well, are you okay? Yes. Is the person you hit okay? Yes.
Oh, you're great.
Is the person, were you with anybody? I was with Fran. Yes.
Okay.
Is she okay? Everybody's okay. Okay.
How was the car?
The car wasn't great, but I made a point not to ask about the car.
Dude, you are phenomenal. Oh, on the phone. Okay.
On the phone.
You're about to see it in a minute, right?
It was clear it was her fault. She hit somebody in the back. And so I said, okay.
God bless. She's everybody would say, the last 2 questions as a dad.
So here's
were you driving to get to her, or did you have to get on public transportation to get to her?
No, I drove home and met her at home.
Good.
The car was
gotcha.
still drivable.
Right.
But here was the little conflict we had.
I love it.
Susan and myself. So it happened on a Thursday. And Mary Page on Thursdays has soccer practice in Walnut Creek.
Okay.
Okay, so she usually drives. She's a junior in high school, but she got into an accident. Now she's emotional. It was about 3:30, 4 o'clock. She was feeling bad, I know.
Oh, no doubt.
So Susan calls and says, what do you think? I'm like, she's okay. She's a little shaken up. And what do you think about practice, soccer practice? And I said, well, I think if she's, she's feeling, she's broken up and emotional, then she probably shouldn't go to practice. If she feels like she can drive and she can drive, then I think she should go back.
I know what's next.
I think she should go to Walnut Creek. And she said, well, I told her that you may, like if she wants, you can drive her to practice in Walnut Creek.
I'm laughing because I know.
And I said, I'm not driving her to practice in Walnut Creek.
That didn't come out of your mouth.
Yes, I did. I said, I'm not going to drive her to practice in Walnut Creek.
She was just in an accident, bud.
Right. That's right. She was. And she was safe, sound. And if I said to her, I said, Mary Page, if you're feeling a little too shaken up to drive, then don't go to practice.
Right.
I understand that.
Wow.
I said, if you feel up to it, I think you should drive because you need to get back on the horse.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, like, Daddy's not always going to be, Daddy will give you a ride. Daddy will give you a ride.
That's games, Donnie.
It's
I'm
like,
mad at you.
You know what?
So you stuck to your guns.
Yes.
No practice.
No, she went. She drove to Walnut Creek and drove back.
I
the other
love
thing
her.
is, I felt by driving her, in a way, it almost says, I don't trust you.
No,
I don't trust you anymore. I would have rather said, look, you got into a fender bender. I trust you driving. I think you take it seriously. I think you should
get back out there.
Yes.
All right. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm glad I asked, man.
Susan and I have now separated, but it's.
I can hear you're going to drive her. I heard that coming a mile away.
Kevin in Sunnyvale. What's up, Kevin? How you doing?
Thanks for the info, Stan.
Yeah, there you go. Kevin, how you doing, buddy? City boy. City boy.
Wish me happy birthday. What's up, baby?
Hey, City.
What's up, fellas? Hey, good. It's good to have you back.
Right on, buddy.
Yeah, it's
happening. Oh, man, I tell you what, these playoffs have been outstanding. I mean, I could not be happier. I hope these two teams move on, and they should, because what an NBA Finals. I mean, for a real basketball fan, I think these are teams that play the game the right way, two great coaches, two, exceptional talents in Joker and Jimmy freaking Butler. So I can't wait. It's going to be exciting. Anyway, yeah, I wanted to chime in on the Warriors and what I think they should do real quick. Matt, you're a grammar guy, and the Warriors still have Steph Curry. Steph Curry is the antecedent because Steph Curry is him. And I'll tell you what, they got to capitalize on that because he's only going to be that guy for another year or two before we really start to see, some slippage. It's inevitable, right? So I would, if I were them, we were talking about Steph advocating for re-signing Draymond and Clay. And, if I'm Joe Lacob and he comes into my office and says that, I say, Steph, why don't you do me a favor and go put your arm around Draymond and tell him to opt in and let's take a shot at it this year. And I tell him, look, I'll trade the young guys. I'll bring you some help. So, I mean, that's how I would play it, is I would put all my eggs in the basket for this year. But you got to understand, too, if you trade for help, I mean, ideally you're getting somebody that's going to stay. I mean, I would, Joe Lacob is a swing for the fences guy. So, I mean,
no doubt.
You go for a big boy. You try and get a Zion. You try and prize Zion or a Karl Anthony Towns, somebody away that could really, still be here in the future, And then at the end of next year, you make a decision on Dre and Clay at that point because, you need to know more about them and how they're aging too, right? I mean, you sign them now. You have no idea what they're going to look like in a couple of years.
Here's my thing, City. If I agree with you and say, everything's about Steph and maximizing Steph. Is there a scenario in which maximizing Steph as a championship contending team might include no Clay or no Draymond?
Absolutely. Absolutely possible. But that might be, I think you give those guys one more year. But you got to bring them help because they're not winning it, just the three of them.
And they don't have a lot of time, or they don't have a lot of stuff to get health with.
And real quick, Joe Lacob did say, I mean, I was listening to the interview on your station. I think it was right before the chip last year. He said we owe it to Steph Curry to win as many as we can while he's still in his prime. And that was a quote. And he also said he wants to be Jerry Buss.
Yes, he did.
He wants to go to 17 out of the next 30 finals. So, this dude he's definitely going to count his dollars, but he also wants to win, and that isn't changing anytime soon. So,
Wow.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Thanks, City. Appreciate it.
Man, the Warriors, I look at the rap. I know it's about guidelines, Steiny, and caps and tax bills and all that, but I would look at what's going on in Toronto, and there's like 4 dudes that I would love in a Warrior uniform, but the question is,
they make the playoffs?
No, they did. No, hold on now.
No.
They made the play-in.
That's not the playoffs.
Right.
So there's 4 guys on a team that didn't make the playoffs that you were infatuated with.
Well, years ago, they were in the finals in 19.
Championship coach.
You know what I mean. They got some talent. Now, I want to say something to you and Evan and anybody listening that loves basketball. I like to bet. So I like to bet at different times. So you're not going to believe me, but I watched a lot of Caleb Martin at Nevada. And Steiny, when I tell you I never would have came in here and told you he was an all-star, but there's something about swag. There's something about attitude. There's something about guys that know they're not the Steph Currys, but they live for the moment.
It's called competitiveness.
I'm asking you why the Warriors had better picks than the Heat.
Okay.
But yet the Heat.
This is like saying.
I'm asking.
I have the answer. I have the answer.
Because I was blinded to what Miami's doing.
Let me give you an analogy.
This is incredible.
It's like saying, how come we can't have a quarterback like Tom Brady? Because you ain't the Heat. They do it better than anybody else. They do it better than any other franchise by far. You know why? Because they have gravitas at the top with Pat Riley, and they've got gravitas in the middle with Eric Spoelstra. Those are 2 guys. One guy's a Don. Both guys are basketball masterminds, and so they have the juice that when you get into Miami, no matter if you're LeBron James or you're Caleb Martin, you better play hard. That's a culture. They're the only team in the NBA with that kind of culture. They just are.
And I'm being that was so well said. But before this year with the Warrior punch,
it's so special. It's so special that there's only one team like that. Only one, Miami. Sorry, Warriors aren't that. Sorry.
No, and I'm not. I wear my Warrior underwear.
Lakers aren't. Spurs aren't.
What about Boston when they were hitting with Tatum and Brown and all this was and Smart?
Were you talking about hitting on people, or are you talking about developing talent?
Developing talent.
Well, nobody will touch the Heat. Nobody can touch the Heat.
So the way the 2 chips with Durant. Oh my God! Nobody was going to say that was about developing from a Warrior standpoint.
No, they say that was culture.
It's incredible watching Miami. I don't know where they're going to end up, Snotty, but the Martins, the Vincents.
Who's the best coach in the NBA?
Now I'm being real with you, man. I'm good. Steve Kerr. Evan, Evan, I'm asking, honestly. Steve Kerr, Steiny.
He's got no track record compared to Spoelstra. Spoelstra's the best coach in the NBA.
But he hadn't won since, and they should have went last year if Jimmy Butler wouldn't have, if he would have pulled up for 3 and went to the rack.
Right.
But you can't say Spoelstra confidently over Kerr.
Yeah, I can, actually. I just
Why?
did. because he's done far more with less. Just has.
Well, he
Eric
refuses to believe that his players are actually
and where's
undrafted.
Popovich? Okay.
Eric Spoelstra is unbelievable.
I'm not saying he's not, Steiny, but what about Popovich? So all that stuff he's done is just evaporated?
If Eric Spoelstra got hired instead of Steve Kerr, do you think the Warriors would have less than 4 titles?
Now, and you and JD, we fought years ago on this. Different. I'm going to say yes.
Oh my.
Because I think Kerr's better than Spoelstra.
Why would you say that?
Because it's been a minute before Miami was up until last year. They kind of had some downtime.
So who's a better strategist? So I think it's Spoelstra. And then you go to relationships, and I say, Spoelstra did pretty good with Wade, Bosch, and LeBron. Yeah. So he knows how to coach
2 and 2
big personalities, doesn't he? And he won with Mourning.
I don't want to make this about I'm dissing Spo.
No, you are.
No, I'm giving them credit about hitting on draft picks that were lesser than Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga.
Right.
Like, why is that not do you think Joe's looking at his team like, hold on, maybe Wiseman should still be here? What would Wiseman be had he went to the Heat? That's what I'm asking and watching.
Yeah, so you can't be the Heat. Like, you can't be Brady. Like, you just can't. Like, why can't everybody be like the Heat? Well, then, because it's impossible. Because nobody's got Pat Riley. And nobody's got Spoelstra.
You called him the Don. Man.
Spoken when... do we know that Steve Kerr... Listen, I'm not here to diss Steve Kerr. He's a great coach. Do we know that Steve Kerr could win with what Miami's got? That's the question.
That's where I'm going now. As much as I love Kerr, I'm looking at Kuminga, Moody, and Wiseman.
You're not dissing him.
No, I'm just saying there's an area of improvement. He don't get over to the young dudes.
No,
that's okay, and
that's part of coaching.
There's no doubt it is.
Well, that would give Spoelstra an edge, right?
Well, maybe if Steve Kerr had been under the tutelage of Pat Riley and been brought up the same way that Eric Spoelstra was.
Well, then maybe what we're finding out is Pat Riley greater than Greg Popovich, and it ain't even close.
I thought you were going to say Bob Myers. Sorry.
Right, that's what the dude, I'm just like...
Guru must be on weed saying Steve Kerr's a better coach than Spoelstra. That's from Dewan Threshta, I think, who paid $2.
No tree.
$2.
Kurt, I mean, you don't think Spoelstra would want 4 and 8 with 4 and 9?
I think he would have gotten 4 and 9, is what I'm saying. I think if you give Eric Spoelstra the same situation as Steve Kerr, he doesn't win any fewer than 4 titles.
But they still got to close Boston out.
Yeah.
That was a joke.
What is it? What is it about Spoelstra that you have a problem with? Is it what I think it might be?
Now, I don't know where you're going with this because I love him. He was a video coordinator.
You don't love him like I love him. See,
we got to go.
Do we have to go?
Other side.
Hey, you looking for a fulfilling career? So am I. With opportunities for job growth? Do you want to earn up to $39 an hour within 3 years of starting? Then you got to apply to VTA to be a bus driver. Text it right now, VTA BUS to 333161. Again, text VTA bus to 333161 to apply right now. Go get your job.
I got body envy.
Have you been in a car accident?
He been in the lab. They call Bird why? Because he looked like a bird?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's pretty simple, really.
He's stealing my stuff.
When we talk about culture, okay?
Oh, boy.
Now, a couple things. Like I said, there's only one team right now that has a culture, really, and it's the Miami Heat.
You called him Tom Brady.
And do the Warriors have a culture? My answer? I'm not sure. I'll tell you when Steph leaves. See, here's what I believe. I believe in Miami when Pat Riley got there, he established himself and his culture. He brought Spoelstra along. They never wavered. Think about who nobody ever went to Miami, ever, and was bigger than the organization. Never. Not even LeBron James. Not Shaq, not Mourning, not Wade, not LeBron, not Bosh, not Jimmy Butler. When you go to Miami, you sign up.
Right.
To play for Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra.
Yep.
Okay? I don't know yet if people will sign up to play with the Golden State Warriors when Steph is gone.
Okay.
I don't know that the Warriors need to prove.
Why if, though? Why can't Steph get his flowers from you now about there being
that's
a
what
culture?
I'm saying.
Okay.
Steph is the culture. Prove to me
I got you.
There's a culture without Steph.
Yeah. But nobody wants that to hear that right now, Steiny, because that means the chef is gone.
Well, I'm not saying this. It has. I don't want it to happen now.
I just want to give Mickey Arison credit too for Miami.
Fine.
Yeah, for knowing and identifying and making it right. Watching Pat Riley there with Zoe and Bob McAdoo, Steiny, I'm like, dude.
925. The Spurs have a culture.
And how can you not mention Pop with Spo or Kerr? Like, people got mad.
Recency bias.
Yeah.
Recency
but then wouldn't
bias.
that be considered front running if we, like Belichick?
Well,
Are we really laughing? I'm not laughing at the hoodie. You think he's forgotten football?
I absolutely, positively believe that coaches, like players, can have good years and bad years. And I also believe coaches can decline at the end of their careers, just like players. I saw it with Don Nelson. And I think I'm seeing it with Popovich.
Well, now he's got a new toy.
Right now is, well, yeah, he'll probably get re-energized now. But you cannot tell me Greg Popovich was as engaged last year with the Spurs as he was 5 years ago. There's no way.
Now, you're going to laugh because you're going to be like, Goo, come on. But I'm telling Steiny, he was up off the bench more these last couple years yelling at these, I won't call them scrubs, these youngsters or scrubinis, whatever. Like, I was like, that dude's invested. But then you look at what happened, him losing his wife. And, you know, I just know that dude, it ain't been 100 years, Steiny. He's still one of the greats.
What, and I maybe there'll be an answer, what, like, star player, superstar, like, left Miami just because they couldn't hack it, kind of? Like, LeBron left because it was disintegrated.
Yeah, right.
And he wanted to go back to Cleveland. What I'm getting at is, you know, I think when we talk about culture, I actually do think that, you know, what about Kawhi leaving? What about the organization questioning whether he was really hurt?
Yeah, Tony Parker.
That's part of your culture.
Yeah, I got you.
Now, maybe that's the culture that said, our culture is so big and so strong and so foundational, we won't bend over for Kawhi Leonard.
Okay, I know we're not in mass, but I got to ask you this. Was Tom Brady or Belichick the culture?
I don't think we know that yet.
Because people are going to laugh.
I mean, to me, it's the same. Right now, it's
he
exactly
took a rookie quarterback to the playoffs. Mac Jones.
Yeah. I mean, I would tend to say mostly Brady.
Damn.
But I'm not close enough to that situation. Let's go to Safe at Third in San Francisco.
Safe!
What's up, Safe at Third?
Hey, how's everything, guys? Great show. A lot of stuff coming up that's good, and it's exciting to want to know what's going to happen next year. But let me say this. Eric Spoelstra is a great coach. 15, 16 years with Miami. You can't question it. What happened to the coach in Milwaukee with only 5 years in the championship recently and he gets canned.
You talking about Budenholzer?
Yeah.
Kerr, yes. That gets us to Kerr, which is still here, still producing, getting production. You know, we had bad road, and we were close in several of the two stints we did in the playoffs this year. We're not that far off. I think it could be turned around. Bob Myers or not, Bob Myers' stuff is still here. If he goes, you still have people here that know how Bob Myers would deal. Let me say this. In keeping players, I would keep the big three for one more year. You give the fans and you put butts in the seats with the big three, put Wiggs, put Looney in there, and we had to bring up Kuminga. I would get rid of Poole. Okay? I would definitely get rid of Poole because from what I'm seeing, he's not stepping up the way we thought because he's getting this big contract, and I'm not going to place money all on it, but then there's a part of it that you have to look at it. Poole didn't step up in the way we needed him in the playoffs. He should have been hitting 20, 30 points easily. So his consistency level lacks a difference with me. I don't see the consistency that it takes to be a champion. There's a couple more that should stay, but then you build from there. We need a big man. We need somebody who can push some people around, like the Joker. We need a big guy. I like to see, personally, I like to see, what's my man that left he came here from Sacramento. Oh, God, what's his name? I'm sorry.
DeMarcus Cousins.
Yeah.
Thanks, Safe at third. No, appreciate that.
You get him out of there with Cousins.
Steiny saying the Warriors don't have a culture is the stupidest take.
You didn't say that.
No, I said the culture until further notice is Steph Curry.
No doubt. It is a great culture.
You can't have a culture until you do it over multiple generations, multiple iterations. Joe Lacob, as great as he is, I mean, let me tell you, and I've said this before, people, Steiny, you look into things too much. Joe Lacob's greatest feat's going to be if he can win a title after Steph.
Right, which is no doubt, now, but that's down the road. I get you.
Is it?
Hopefully we're here.
See, I'm not arguing what the Warriors should or shouldn't do. I'm just arguing about what I think Lacob's mindset is on things from having observed him for 12, 14 years. And sometimes I think that I say he's a killer, man.
Right.
He's a killer.
But now
and when I say stuff that people think is outlandish, I don't think it's so outlandish. Like,
but this is the real killer part, Steiny.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious. And I know, and I just want to know, this is going to tell me what you think of Joe Lacob. Not, forget money. Just forget money. If Greg Popovich called Joe Lacob tomorrow and said, tell you what, we need instant credibility. We'll give you Wembanyama right now for Steph Curry. I believe Joe Lacob would do that deal.
Okay, I don't.
Okay.
All right.
And I'm not sitting here saying I'm right.
I got you. But I
believe he would do that deal.
Yeah. And I'm scared on how good that kid is going to be, Steiny. Wemby.
I don't care because you're sold out for the next 10 years.
Well, but see, that ain't what.
Yes, no, that is what.
So we're talking the gate and all that. My point to you about winning. Joe being a killer, he's never been in jail. And what I mean by that is everything he's built, Steiny, since the Chris Mullin retirement ceremony, him getting booed, none of this has been easy street. But for this take, I'm going to use easy street. This is when it gets hard now. Because if you're telling me that Curry can call him and be like, Steph, hey, I appreciate you calling me, but I got a business to run. I'm going to be here when y'all are long gone. So now it's about emotion. Now it's about, quote unquote, loyalty. This is when it gets hard. And I think the Giants win, and I can't fault them, but they went with the L word a little long. They rewarded guys that got old overnight. So now here comes Joey Lightyears up to bat, Steiny. This is when can I say something that's going to sound crazy? He didn't give himself this name, but is this when we find out if he's Lightyears? How you finesse and maneuver?
Well, not for me, because to me, when he said Lightyears,
he said it.
I mean, he was wrong. I wasn't wrong, but they're not light years. They're Steph Curry. They had Steph Curry. Really?
Yeah, but your light year.
You're right, but no, you're right.
Show me your light years.
Show me your light years when Steph Curry's not as great as he used to be, or when you don't have Steph Curry. But again, like I just don't think like if the Warriors decline or if the Warriors start to decline.
Okay.
I will be less hard on the Golden State Warriors than anybody in the Bay Area because
you're appreciative.
I know it's coming.
Oh, okay.
Wow. It has to come. Dark days are ahead. They just are. Steph Curry is 35 years old. He's still playing at an unbelievably high level. You had an opportunity with James Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody to possibly do something that would have or could have extended this thing maybe even through the decade.
Or you could have parlayed them.
Wiseman.
You could have parlayed them and got a big boy. So let me ask you this with that thought, what you're thinking. I'm being real, Steiny. Do you think the Giants, even though it was one championship shorter than the Warriors 4, which they just cashed in last year, do you think their fan base and you and I have given them that benefit of the doubt to kind of stink for a little bit? Or why were we going crazy when Farhan couldn't get Stanton, or he couldn't get Harper, or he couldn't get like? I don't necessarily know if they're going to get that. You know what? You guys had a good run. I know you got to retool. Because from my seat,
the Giant
fans were throwing rocks and everything at them.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's fair to say the Giants 6-7 years ago would have re-upped Clay and re-signed Draymond for 3 years each. I love this one. Joe says, I'm off my rocker. I guarantee at the end of the call, he'll say, yeah, you're not really off your rocker because I haven't had a strong opinion about anything. I'm just a scenario guy. What's up, Joe?
What's going on, Stanley?
Hey.
You're my guy, but everybody's seen darkness. Chris Washburn, let's go back. We've seen the dark. The worst this team will ever be is in the gray. It's seen the light, and now Lakers has a lot of work to do to get the team to stay in the light. But as far as darkness, I've seen this. Oh my God, I've seen this team as dogs. Good.
So you didn't like when I said
they're 500.
So Joe, you didn't like when I said there are dark days ahead. It wasn't.
Yeah, he said
I think Lacob would trade for Wembanyama.
I'd say gray days. I wouldn't say dark days.
I love you, Joe.
Have a good one.
He
kept
it real, Donnie. He said,
okay.
It can never be that bad, and we didn't won 4? Please.
Well, that's my point. You won 4.
Yeah.
You can't win 4 more in the next 10 years.
But technically you don't know that. But to him, he's like, even if you don't, you got me up out of the Chris Washburn days, the Vic Alexander.
Oh, okay, then that's kind of what I was saying. Yeah. You're right.
But what about these young whippersnappers that don't know that era?
He's interpreting it like I would interpret it, which means even if the Warriors don't do well in the next 3 to 5 years or after 3 years, no, you're right. To me, are they dark days? Yeah, but what did you expect? You're coming off a dynasty.
Yeah, but what if you're 14 or 15 and you're a diehard and all you know is the Warriors? Like that dude sounded our age.
You're going to get a wake-up call.
Well, hopefully
and I can't wait to be there. I can't wait
wake-up call
to be there to watch it so that those young people can understand what us older people know, and it's called the cycle of sports. You don't get to win for 40 years. Sometimes you don't get to win for more than 10.
That sounds like a book, The Cycle of Sports.
I mean, go ahead and call me professor. That's fine.
Well, who said that? Nobody.
No, you can. No. Go ahead if you want.
I'm good.
Hey, real quick, you got to pay off the T's on Spoelstra.
What about him?
Because you know I'm from Union City. I want to see where you were getting at. You go, why you don't like him? I think I know.
Oh, I know why.
And I'm asking you to pay that off.
It's why a lot of people don't like him. Because he's really good looking.
Oh,
and men are envious of him.
No, Snotty, stop.
Let me tell you something. No.
My wife would let me know.
No.
He ain't Rick Fox.
I have a wife.
He ain't Peja.
Because people know his story. Great-looking guy, works his... here's the problem people have with Spoelstra. He's not only better looking than you, he works harder than you. He takes it more seriously than you. Not you, the universal you. That's why people don't like Spoelstra. He's got it all.
Oh, yeah.
Just like Bogey and Bacall.
What are you?
And here's the other. We married a Heat cheerleader, don't you?
Who? Oh,
I have no idea.
Now
who.
he's winning.
What do you think? I have a roster of names?
No, I did not know that.
Pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Got beautiful children.
No, I bet.
He's got real estate all over.
He got a little hole up top he tried to cover up, though, the little comb over.
Just so admit, I'm right about
No,
it.
not
You're
at
a little
all.
jealous.
No, but I told you I'm jealous.
But when it comes to hey, I said, are you jealous of Darvin Ham? No. What about Spoelstra? Yeah, a little.
Dude, you're funny, but that's not the truth. But
Can confirm she's the next Miami Heat cheerleader.
Yep.
Aaron, well, if you want to talk about look up
Be
your
careful.
boy Fizdale's wife. Oh my God!
Yeah, we don't do that.
He
here.
met her in Miami.
We don't do that here.
We give love for looks.
No,
That's what he did. Yeah, we did, Sonny. Dude, you're good looking dudes.
No, this
is
where we, and when I say we, I mean you, have to be careful.
Take that for that.
It's 1:20. Kids are getting out of school. Goo.
There's nothing wrong with giving credit where credit is due. Hey, you got a great set of teeth. No, I'm just speaking of which, Donnie, he's looking a little wider.
I got some of that whitening stuff, or Colgate or whatever it is.
Rembrandt.
Been
That's
talking
the
about
brand.
Bonte's got.
He got the pearlies?
Yes, he does.
Since when?
I noticed those a few months
Well,
back.
he's on TV. He probably didn't.
I'm
going to look at him tonight.
Let me ask you a question. Let me just throw some teams out at you.
Go ahead.
The Houston Rockets.
I think they're going to be a mess for 5 more years, and if you guys think that's...
They got $65 million in potential salary.
Right, but they got babies everywhere.
They could go get Draymond tomorrow.
He wouldn't want to. He wouldn't.
Why?
Sonny, seriously.
Harden's going there.
Well, because of the strip clubs. Come on, Stoney. Why would Harden go there?
Would Draymond go back home to Detroit? They got a lot of money.
No, Draymond's red. He needs to go to L.A. or Milwaukee. Milwaukee.
If the Kings got off Harrison Barnes, they could put together $20 million.
But I don't think Sack is big enough for. He needs L.A. Dre is a big boy, Stoney. His brand.
Sack. L.A. could get $30 million under if they renounced a bunch of their guys.
Oh, they are going to do it. Kyrie's coming, Stoney. I'll send you the one.
Kyrie or Draymond?
Kyrie. And could it be both?
Well, how? I know, outside your pay grade.
No, hey, I got the video I sent you.
Yeah.
I'm the dude when I
What
worked
video?
at college
What
and
are
I
you
was number
talking
one.
What video?
Windhorse saying how Kyrie could get to L.A. I'm the guy that I'll tell you, this one, I was number one salesman. I don't know it all, but I can get you to who does. That's how you got to admit. Like when you just said above my pay grade, of course. That's why we had your boy on, Danny.
Lakers don't have money, according to Uncle Looney.
Lakers do got money if they kick D'Angelo Russell to the curb.
Yeah, we just had Danny LaRue on. He said they'd have to renounce a bunch of people, but it would.
They will.
It is
It's
within
coming.
the realm
It's
of
imminent.
possibility.
Hey, you think they're done?
Who? The Warriors?
Lakers.
Yeah.
Lakers.
I'm sorry.
Lakers.
Define done.
Like, are they going to win tonight or is it over and we got a 9-game wait, which you don't care about?
I don't care about it because I have a life. I'm not married to the. I'm like Draymond now.
I kind of wanted to get mad at you, but then I said we got baseball. Schmidt, Steiny.
No,
Bailey.
A lot of our baseball talk this summer will not center on the Giants. It will center on baseball.
Dude, the Giants are 2 games out of the wild card.
That's why we need to focus on baseball, not a team that's 2 games under 500.
Steiny, they got the babies coming up, man. Draymond to the Hawks to team up with Trey. He ain't going there. Well,
the Hawks have maybe the second worst salary cap situation in the league next to the Warriors.
Wow, man.
Seriously. I mean, they are in a boatload of trouble, the Hawks.
Yeah.
Is all I'm saying. sports radio host doesn't give a damn about sports.
Speaking of Carlos from San Jose.
Yeah, hey, Carlos. Carlos Austin. Yeah, you know what? There's another guy. It's Gary Radnich. How was his career?
He hated the offensive line talk.
I cared more about sports than him than he did.
God, that dude was great. Where is he, Steiny?
I found a dialogue you had with Evan earlier, a little bit offensive.
Now, hold on. Before you bring it up to public, you got to be careful, Steiny, because sometimes, there's a saying in this world, let him hang. And then I let him hang not knowing that you're going to bring it to air. So just tread lightly. Where are we going? Because now I'm a nervous wreck. Like Austin. You're like, hey, I'll talk to your wife. Not that I'm doing anything, but you know how you get that stuff.
Austin in San Jose.
Steiny, he's coming hard.
Steiny, great job by your buddy Schlenk. He's not there anymore. Don't you get it?
But he's playing with you.
Austin, don't you get it? They went to the Eastern Conference Finals under Travis Schlenk. The next year, they started to struggle because they all thought they had arrived. And Schlenk was like, you know what?
They took one of the NBC dudes.
You know what? I think it might be time to think about moving Trae Young. But Trae Young is best friends with the owner's son.
Is that?
And the owner's son, you can't trade Trae Young. He's not only really good, he's my friend.
You sound like Jamie Foxx in one of his greatest stand-ups.
Just telling me.
But Steiny, hey, hold on now. Let's put some respect on Trae Young's name. Yeah. He ain't no stiff.
No, but he has not improved enough. Not really a leader either.
Steiny.
Hey, I mean,
well, go get him one.
You know what's funny is even though they're the same player, Doncic and Trae Young are the same player.
I'm laughing.
They're the same player.
Trae made the playoffs.
They both made the conference finals once.
Well,
they both pound. They both shoot. They both. I have to get the assist. I have to get the assist. I have to get the assist.
In a system. Houston never tried to. Well, you know what? They went and got Chris Paul, and they had the KD Warriors down 3-2. You and I and JD are the only ones that appreciate that Houston team.
Yeah.
But, real quick.
Oh, yeah.
My sources say Travis is still getting a check from the team. So he's winning.
Why would you do this?
What are you talking about? Schlenk. He's still getting paid by Atlanta.
He's done, bro.
There was never an official Travis Schlenk is no longer with us.
He was moved to an advisory position. That's what they do.
And now that's phased out?
Yeah, he's been paid.
Damn.
I mean, he's been paid.
Okay, gotcha.
He's not getting paid anymore.
All right, but
he got paid.
I was like, he get paid.
Every red cent.
It is gone. Steiny comparing himself to radio house legend. Pathetic, but you are. You know, I'll give you flowers.
What did Jason Tatum say the other day? Look, humbly, I am one of the best players in the NBA.
And the fact that he doesn't go up there with Jaylen Brown, there's problems in the locker room.
Okay.
See, that's what I'm here for. The culture. I know. The streets. You got to go.
This is the James you don't know, and you never, ever will. Let me tell you what's going on at Buon Vino. 4 o'clock, Buon Vino. Get out there in the creek. We're all going to be out there. A whole staff of getting out there just because we love you guys. No extra. We're not getting any extra. No extra money. We're not getting any extra days off. We just want to do it because we want to appreciate you, the listener, with our Warriors Summit. Bonte, Butcher, Steiny, Guru, Willard, Dibbs, and JD. We're going to be live 4 to 6, Buon Vino, 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138. Show's open to the public, and we're going to have an open discussion about the Warriors. Anybody attending is going to have a shot to win a Klay Thompson autographed jersey. We'll also have I'll have a tip jar in front of me if you want to show your appreciation to me, like I am showing to all our wonderful listeners on 95.7 The Game. Quitting gets a bad name.
What the F do you got to lose?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You see Mike Block?
Yeah. It was a great story. I shocked you because you didn't think I knew what was going on. Incredible. The guy had to take time off from his regular job to play, and now his life has changed.
Yeah, I hope you learned something yesterday.
Oh, I learned a few things. But yeah.
You don't have to win to be a champ.
Dude, and
did you learn that at least yesterday?
I'm tired of you putting social media's face on my shoulders.
Social media.
The ha-ha is old. If you knew who I play like Rodman. That's right. I wasn't
does
fancy.
This have to do with you?
That's who I am at heart. I'm Charles Oakley. You don't got to win it all. You think I tell my kids that they finished third?
I remember talking to Goo about golf, trying to explain the game to him. And I said, Goo, one of the great things about golf is, in theory, I could play against Tiger Woods and we could have like a really competitive match with the handicap scoring system and with the tees.
I'm out. Because it shouldn't have to be that.
Oh, so then what? Why do you care about Block? He was 15th. Who cares?
No, but he didn't come up with a silver spoon. He had to earn everything. Win. But still, he won, really, technically. He won. You know what I'm saying? Because Steiny, he had different built-in mechanisms.
This guy's pissing me off today.
I'm a father.
Evan, did you get together with him today and say, let's try to take
now
let's try to say something. It's like the Summer of George. It's like everything is upside down.
No, dude,
I was the only one that wished him a happy birthday, Steiny.
No, Spadoni and Bonte says he did. He called me. But hey, I want to take a second out before we go to Walnut Creek, Steiny. And I want to just shout out one of our coworkers here. I'm being real. Tim Jordan, if you're listening, you are everything. You are my everything. It's going to be 7 of us yapping heads.
I'm not going to be saying much.
No, but you'll have a mic.
Oh.
And how he had to set this up.
It's just a mic,
No, Steiny, it's a stage he provided for us to be at Juan Vino. I want everybody to come through. Everybody. It's a party. And I don't worry about how much mic time I get. We just did 4 hours.
Right,
I'm not Russell Westbrook.
Right, you did 40 minutes before the show, too, with Bonte and Shasky.
Bonte is, I'll be looking at me like, hey, we had a show, us three.
Tell you something.
Anyway.
Billy Orange, Brandon IU. Stein's already mailing it in.
Yep.
I don't even know what that means.
Yeah,
I don't even know what that means. You know why? Because I have my own culture. And it's just like the Miami Heat culture.
To hell with the kids.
It's about reaching your potential in all things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
But
That's
you
what it's
still want to
about.
be number one, though.
Evan,
you still strive to be number one, Steiny.
Right. Was it just what I said? I said you strive to be the best at everything you do.
No, you said potential, but
you want
people
to reach all facets of your potential.
But what if that gives you third place?
Well, apparently 15th is good enough for you.
Dude, I love the stories. I can't believe, did he call me?
Quitting gets a bad name. Anyway, what I was going to say is golf was incredible. You saw absolute greatness. Brooks Koepka.
Man.
And then you saw a guy. See, here's what it's the equivalent of.
Talk to me. Talk to us.
Here's what it is, the equivalent of. You saw greatness, okay, in Brooks Koepka. It was like he just ran a 4-minute mile, okay?
Yeah.
4-minute mile.
Damn.
Woo! That's what Koepka did. But there was this guy who was also in the race who never ran under a 5-minute mile in his life, just happened to be in that race and ran a 4:30. Finished in 10th. So it's like that guy had the best race of his life. Mike Block had just an unbelievable round.
And
4
also,
rounds.
what was the, hold on, Steiny, because I had something. I was sipping something. He also had appeared in 24 PGA tournaments before and only qualified, I think it was 4.
You could make sure to get those numbers right.
It was 4-24, mother. Yeah, it was 4-20. It was 4-20.
Simmer.
That's my dog. You know I love you. 4-24, Stoney.
See, now this I don't mind. Uncle Looney usually.
Why do I think he's loony when I see Looney?
Because you know what?
Every time I see it.
Kevon Looney isn't this. He's not this. The word is
arrogant.
No. Kevon Looney isn't this petulant. Steiny's got Rockets culture. Get the job done and nothing more.
What is that? What does that mean? Yeah.
I was going to say, here we go, Gary Singh. The truth is the Warriors are a really great team and great franchise. I agree. They didn't need KD, but they went and got him. All right? They could have replaced HB with Paul George and still... all righty. Okay.
Yeah. And I told you we're like the Brady Bunch. Every episode we do, Snotty, for the last 5 years has a title. I title them Mother. But we didn't have a disagreement today. We just... we were off on Steph Curry and his, what I believe, input is and how heavy that thing is. I know he does not dictate to Joe Lacob, but Steiny, I'm telling you, I'm looking at you man to man. I feel like he's got at least 7. I mean, it's a lot. And I don't think Steph uses it a lot. So that's why when he talks, it ain't E.F. Hutton. Yeah, it's E.F. Hutton. Everybody listens.
It is or isn't?
It is.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, what happened earlier is what frequently happens is one of my imperfections is I'm literal. And so what frequently happens is you make an outlandish statement that you don't realize how outlandish it comes off, and you say things that I just can't use figuratively. I have to latch on literally because I got a brain malfunction, and then I just want to press you on preciseness. That's it.
We got to go.
Are we doing the crossover next year?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
We're going to see him at 4.
We are.
Really? Okay. Fine. See if we get over there by 4. So what, we're staying till 2:12? 2:10?
Crossover next.
Why don't you read? Coming up next, the crossover, I guess. I'm in the power chair.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next-day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake
Oh, my God.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Crossover brought to you by California Academy of Sciences. Every visit supports the Academy's mission to regenerate the natural world. Learn more and reserve your ticket today at calacademy.org. What are we getting for mileage these days?
That I don't know, but I'm looking at my two gents, Stoney. They look like they're at the Oscars. Look at you.
I can't believe I'm looking at you on the big screen here inside Juan Vino, and I cannot believe that you already put your shades on. Save it, brother.
Okay.
Because the lights are going to be bright when you get
but
here.
I'm excited to see you too, man.
There are people walking in with Sharpies, and it's not even 2 yet, Guru. Save your shades for 4.
Willard, I got to tell you this, man. I'm not mad at you and Diz for not wishing me happy birthday, but your giant tweets, I'm watching. I'm just trying to tell Steiny, hey, I ain't saying they're going to win the World Series, but they're fun.
You know what? All I did was throw out just a little question. And was it a passive-aggressive question? Yes. But I threw it out after the Giants finished off a 5-1 week there at home, and I just said, how's everybody feeling? Is it like who else is starting to feel a little bit better? I couldn't believe the responses. Bonte sent something out last night, too, and I read through his responses, and you had to go 6-7 tweets deep to find one of those negative Nellies that's like, they're not 500 yet. Look, it's no victory laps, but to say that this moment right now is not the best that everyone's feeling about that team right now, and all it took was a couple of young guns to come up and hit the ball over the fence a couple times. That's all it took. So it's starting to feel different. And by the way, there's more where that came from. Matos is getting close. Luciano hit a seed out of the place in Richmond last night. They're all
Richmond.
In Richmond. Come on.
We're talking about Richmond.
I just went through Richmond to get here today. Yeah. I'm telling you, it's starting to come together down on the farm.
Steiny had a saying, the cycle of sports, about 15 minutes ago. I said, damn, that sounds like a book. But that's what it's about, some infusion. And I watch baseball. The Pirates are in first place. There are a lot of non-good teams out there. I'm just telling you, they could compete. So it'll be interesting to watch moving forward.
No, it's exciting just to see a Giants team, win or lose, have the infusion of youth that we all expected last year, but it's now here this year. And I can imagine Farhan right now with his hands together, his fingers like dialing back and forth, giggling at his own lack of a demise because, all the talk was, all right, Farhan, this is your year. It's make or break. And even if they wind up 79 and 83, if these young people come up and do what these young people are doing, he's going to get a pass. He's going to get an extension. He's not going to be run off the way that he otherwise would with a bad team.
What about Kapler? You know what Farhan's going to say, and Gabe Kapler, to anybody who gave up too soon. You're out of order. That's what he's going to say. I got my gavel for you, Steiny. Just get in the car.
They're 2 games under 500.
I'm waiting for you with my gavel,
It's not
Steiny.
even June.
Steiny, you talk when I tell you to talk, okay?
Don't change on us today now.
Get used to the rules, okay?
Bonte and I were talking. Don't change on us, Willard. I know you won't let the power go to your head.
Dude, like Janet Jackson, it's all about control. My control. Yeah, thank you, Goo. That was for you.
First of all, Willard, I never said the Giants were going to stink.
I didn't say that you did.
Well, you're saying you're inferring that I have been like, oh, they stink. They stink. I was like,
no, I'm not.
They'll be better than people think.
No, I'm not.
So take it up with B. You got to take it up with B Hill.
I don't have to take it up with anybody. I don't look. We've all been so not even knee deep. We've been waist deep. The whole market has been in Warrior stuff. That the Giants' timing of playing a little bit better is really good because for a lot of people, they're just starting to check in a little bit, and it's still not late. It's not even halfway there, but you're far enough in to where it's like, okay, there's a little bit of meat on the bone right now, and it's not about their record. I think, as you guys know, it's not about their record right now. It's just more about the experience and how they look. And truth be told, this is right now. This is a different product than it was a month ago.
I agree with that. Hey, can I ask you two about one basketball game that was played last night? the Boston Celtics. I'm not in the know, but Dibs, Willard, and I told Steiny this all day. Mazzulla and his post-game presser, and the fact that Jaylen Brown's off in one corner where Tatum has the ball, vice versa. I got to give the Boston media credit. They were firing, the bullets at them in regard to, after the game, is something off with this team in the locker room. And on my couch, Boston looks like something is really off. And when the coach says, I didn't have them ready to play in game 3, I'm like, God, I smell a rat.
Yes, and the rat is on the table, and you can read the sponsor because I don't have it with me. It's
brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. There you go.
Dude, that's what I do. And I miss the days of liquidate all assets when you and I would complete each other because you complete me. And by the way,
just a phone call away, dude.
Yeah, the fans are lining up out the door waiting to see the goo. So make sure you get here safely because this party ain't no
Speaking
party
of which, we got to get on the road, too. The Waze is saying 350.
Wait till you see Dibs. Wait till you see Dibs. He walked here. He looks 5 years younger.
Oh, wow.
He looks like he hasn't turned 50. I've never seen him look so good.
It's that damn home camera that's been killing me, Mark.
That
I'm a fat red pumpkin, right, Grandy?
As always, you two leave whenever you want, but stop pitching to the producers that it takes 2 hours to get to Walnut Creek from San Francisco.
I got to get gas.
You guys can talk at 210 and be fine. You're fine.
The caddy, Mark. I need to find the cheapest gas.
No doubt about it.
Steiny has a famous drop that I don't know if he loves, but I love it. Remember, I think it came from Steiny, Guru, and Dibs, that great 51-week run that we had. Quitting gets a bad name. Well, actually, quitting doesn't get a bad name when you're the Boston Celtics and you have straight up quit, because that last night was an absolute one-hitter quitter, Steiny. That team gave up.
Yeah, and I can agree with both what you and Guru say. I just always think it's funny that there's 4 teams left, and now all of a sudden the Celtics are a joke.
They're not a joke.
They're younger than the Warriors. They've gone further than the Warriors this year. And you're going to talk about Celtics internal problems?
We're just saying
when you
play with some pride, Steiny. That's all. Nobody's dissing them.
Steiny,
get him, Willard.
Let's specify some questions because it's never black and white. Like, they made it to the Final Four. What we are looking at is a Boston sports market that will look at 2 players, 2 stars, who achieved less this year than they did just 1 year ago. A team that had a 2-1 lead in the NBA Finals 11 months ago and were on their home court. And this year, they will achieve less. They will do it at the hands of an 8 seed. And Jaylen Brown is due a max extension. So if they choose to in the offseason sign that, they will be at over $100 million per year for 2 players. And that's the question.
Right.
So what would you do? What would you do, Steiny?
Well, I don't know. I would do the same. It's the same process Phoenix is going to have to go through. Philly's going to have to go through because they didn't go as far. Milwaukee didn't go as far. And the Mavericks didn't go as far, and the Warriors didn't go as far.
So, but each one's got its own deal.
That's right.
And the Jalen Tatum thing, that's real. Yeah. Thank you, Guru. That is real. That's been talked about already for 4 months leading up to this. And when it ends like this, it doesn't matter what round you got to, you know?
Well, it almost makes me think that,
what?
Maybe the Warriors should have beaten them in 4 games last year.
I thought in 3, Steiny, myself, because, but you know
I gave him a 1 Willard on that one.
Maybe you guys should start driving to Walnut Creek.
You know what? I'm trying to get him to drive with me. He'll bar back.
For those who don't understand nuance, what I'm getting at is there's been a lack of recognition among some in this fan base about the Warriors winning a title last year. And for whatever reason, they equate last year's title to all the titles. Like they had as much margin for error as any of their 3 previous seasons. And if you don't subscribe to that, which I don't, I believe they were one of 6 or 8 teams last year. They won it. They played the best basketball at the right period of time. But it's almost like Warrior fans went into this season saying, we are the best team in the NBA. And I don't think they had a right to definitively say that at the start of the year. Yes, they're defending champions. No, it's not about that. It's about a team that last year had a lot of teams right there with them, and I think there was a lack of understanding among some fans thinking that this team was light years ahead of the field.
But don't you guys think the question about who's the best team is actually irrelevant? I never think of that as a fan. The fan side of me doesn't go, who's the best team? The fan side of me goes, can the team I root for win? And the Warriors absolutely, in my opinion, are one of the teams on the list that went into this year with an opportunity to win. They didn't. Sure. They didn't, and I don't think that there are that many moves that need to be made for them to be on the list again next year. That's my thought. And I can tell that you're not there. Just based on what you've said for the last week.
Tease the summit coming up 4 to 6.
4 o'clock. If Steiny and Goo can get here on time, they've got to come all the way from San Francisco to Walnut Creek, which is a 4-hour drive, as we know.
Oh my goodness!
It's got to be awful. I only do it 5 days a week.
Fight for my life, Steiny.
Yeah, jeez.
Willard, can you quick do the legal?
Oh, gosh.
I don't have it written down here.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, seriously. KGMZ, FM, and HD1 in San Francisco. It's an Odyssey station, now available on YouTube and Twitch, and the free, always free.
Always live.
On the Odyssey.
Always live, yeah.
And I'll leave you with this until 4 o'clock.
And you're welcome.
It's not anything that I believe that the Warriors have a lot of choices. I don't like many of them. The idea of bringing Draymond back for 3 more years, I'm not crazy about. If they did it, would I say, what a big mistake? I'd say no. Boy, they were between a rock and a hard place.
Man.
I'm also thinking, you know what? It might be time to transition off this Warrior team. How many games could we win if we just lost Draymond? Could we win 44 like we just did? Well, maybe we could, but then we wouldn't have a chance at a title. Well, I don't really, if you bring back the top 6 players, to me, that's almost insanity. Now, if you want to re-sign Draymond, work on moving Poole, seeing what you can get for Kuminga, all right, let's go down that road, see what happens. And I mean that. I'm not saying that would be wrong either. But I don't think you can bring the top 6 back.
I don't think that Jordan Poole and Draymond Green can play together any longer. And that's what I've said. Yeah. I said it back in February when I told Mark, don't sleep on the Lakers. And by the way, you can go back to sleep on the Lakers if you want.
I'm gonna give you a little Steph Curry.
Thank you.
I'm going to give you a night-night.
You can go back to sleep on the Lakers if you want.
Get your Nuggets and Heat gear at any local sports store.
Both of these series are like Saran, Guru.
But listen, I was like, hey, man, I don't know if I got enough bullets in the tank to do the changeover, but now I'm going Westbrook.
Do I need to bring my headset over there tonight?
Magic Johnson.
No.
How are you tweeting about?
Just don't leave your bag in the car, please. I can't have another break.
No, I got to get this off. Hey, Twitter's for everybody. Magic Johnson, you're tweeting about the Celtics, but your Lakers are down 0-3. I don't care about your Celtics.
Dude, I loved it.
The Lakers are down 0-3. It's on fire. How dare you tweet about the beat-down Celtics? I didn't get that.
Magic Johnson has been a national treasure without realizing it on Twitter for years now, basically since Twitter started. Even the last line of that tweet, he always has to do something. He's like, I got an opinion. The Celtics quit, and he gets to the end, and he's like, the Heat have defeated the Celtics and now lead 3-0 in the Eastern Conference Finals. It's like he can't even do it without throwing some obvious sentence in there.
This is the last thing. Miami. I love sports. I'm a connoisseur of it all. I get warm. I get goosebumps looking at Miami and the others with and that's no disrespect to Stussy and Vincent and all those guys. It makes me think about Wiseman, Poole, and Kuminga. And I got to tip my cap to Miami. Those guys were worse picks than what the Warriors had at their disposal, which right now is dwindling up. I just watched the Heat, and I say, Rodney Dangerfield, respect.
Yeah, that's all true, but let's not act like being the 8th seed is now the way to win an NBA championship. This is a moment. I think it's one of the most surprising things that we've seen, if you really think about it, in the history of the NBA. I don't know what the hell's going on that this is even happening, but I'm not going to start making changes with the way I would run a franchise because Miami has gone on a crazy run.
Yeah, no doubt.
I think the bigger question is, why did you pick the way that you picked as a Warriors organization? Okay. And was it a Various Lacob? Was it Bob Myers? Does Bob stay? Is it now Dunleavy Jr.'s time? All that coming up today, 4 to 6 on the summit.
See you soon, baby.
No, the biggest question is why is Steiny already
to get out?
Why is Steiny just walked in? He's already here. What day? Where are you?
But we got to get on the road, Willard. The traffic, baby. We'll see you in the bid. We love you.
Yeah, get E-Dog in his Padres shirt off of YouTube for crying out loud. Can you exit stage left, please, E-Dog? Thank you.
A bunch of punks. They don't even care that they're losing the Padres. We're all paid and we're dancing. Anyway, I'll see you in a minute.
I
go. Drive safe. Let's do Willard and Dibs, can we? Let's do this.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs. On 95.7 The Game.
Well, hi, buddy. I'm not kidding. We would have done more shows in the East Bay if I'd known that you were going to come in looking this bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. You look like you slept for about 30 hours.
Got a good night's sleep.
Yep.
And got to feed the baby breakfast and lunch. Actually, we bought some jumbo shrimp yesterday.
Shrimp?
Wife made a risotto. I was grilling shrimp at 12:30, not rushed at all, able to clean up the kitchen after that. I come in here fresh, bright-eyed, and, as you mentioned, bushy-tailed.
And a few of our listeners have as well. So we want to welcome you in to the final countdown of the Warriors Summit here at Buon Vino in Walnut Creek. Our very first statement has to be a thank you to Dan and Judy and the entire family here at Buon Vino. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Thank you for having us out here. You guys have clearly outdone yourselves, and you've surrounded us by wine, which has always been a dream of mine.
Yeah.
And so here we are. We got gold and blue balloons sitting here right at the entrance. And some listeners, thank you all for already being here.
Oh, yeah.
Part of the early crew. You are welcome to come on down now. Good seats still available. I can't speak for 4 o'clock,
right,
but good seats are still available now. So if you are planning to come join us at Buon Vino for the Warriors Summit, if I was you, I might start now because Steiny and Guru are on their way, and they're going to take a couple of these seats.
And Bonte and Shask will be here as well, and John Dickinson,
JD?
who I believe this is even more of a home game for JD as it is for me. But if you have an ego, check it at the door, because by the time all 7 of us come in here,
except for me, there'll
be no room for any more egos. We've got the PD, Matt Nahigian, look. Tim Jordan, Hall of Fame engineer, Tak Leong on the 1s and 2s as well. So we have the A-team in here.
And Lucas is still my water boy. I appreciate you so much. That's the second show in a row you've brought me water.
Some high-quality H2O is what that is right there. You know.
No, if we have to check our ego at the door, we're going to have a problem. Because seven very big voices are about to come in. And we're going to break this thing apart. And I know that we've now spent a full week of shows in the postmortem for the Warriors season. We've had now a weekend to process everything that we've heard, everything that we've thought, and what I think is something that we will talk a lot about at 4 o'clock, which is what has happened with the remaining 4 NBA teams.
Jeez.
I find it to be very relevant, direct to the Warriors, because all of the teams who fall short, and let's officially say it, the Lakers and Celtics are now a part of that group because no one's coming back here.
Is there a third place game in the NBA still? Because that'd be a fun series.
That would be. The NBA
best of 3 for the bronze.
The NBA does want that conspiracy theory. We want Lakers and Celtics. Maybe it'll be in a consolation bracket.
Right?
Yeah. So
you know what that would be, right?
It would be a consolation sensation. I brought my wallet. So let's do this. But I think it's very relevant because all the teams that are in that bucket, we are an overly emotional sports society. And so when expectations are huge and you fall short, people start thinking about changes. Because if you are the Celtics, if you are the Warriors, if you are the Sixers, is it rational to think that you can just come back as you were and then have a different result next year.
That's always the temptation because, and I think Steiny and you can get into this from 4 to 6 when the summit actually kicks off, because he is steadfast about no, and I believe that you're in the camp of yes. And I wonder where Bonte is. Bonte's closer to the team than anyone else that's going to be on the broadcast, and I think that's really ultimately the biggest question. Can they run it back? And by run it back, I mean Jordan and Draymond come back intact, and Clay, and Steph, and Andrew. Kevon is here. You've got GP2. It's going to be everybody but Dante and J-Mike. You're going to add a veteran piece, whatever. But can you run this back, and can you get back to where you were last year?
I think there's two different questions about run it back. There's two different run it back sort of scenarios, and we will absolutely play with these in more depth coming up at 4 o'clock. Run it back could mean essentially a very similar roster, or run it back could mean to some people we are going to re-up the faith in the big three. So are they still the centerpiece of this team for at least 1 to 3 years? That's the way you have to, in my opinion, the way you have to look at it. So it's two different questions. Can you just come back as is? I would actually answer that probably not. Do you need major changes in a youth movement? I would say absolutely no. I'm going to fall in the middle, which is that I'm done with calling this a foundational 6. I'm going to call this a foundational 3, and I am going to continue to put my faith in them. I do not think that they are done. I think there is more meat on the bone. I think that the surrounding cast around them could be adjusted a little bit.
Are you trading Kevon?
I'm not trading Kevon.
But you won't throw him in the foundational 3.
Well, it's different.
It's the foundational 3 and Looney.
Yes, that was probably not a T-shirt, but yes, if you want to call it the foundational 4, but let's be honest. As far as we're concerned, as far as conversations to Warrior fans, we're talking about the big 3.
Steph, Clay, and Dre.
And whether or not they are still viable as a championship core. I have much more to say about this at 4. My quick answer is...
Cliff notes.
Yes, my quick answer is yes.
Okay, my quick answer is no.
All right.
This is where I think it's going to be fascinating, because of the 7 of us, I would imagine if I was going to portray opinions, Steiny's a no, JD's a no, Guru is a hell yeah!
Well, Guru, yes.
Bonte, to me, is the interesting one in terms of the swing. And thank you. I'll give myself a 3. Joe the Butcher Boy Shasky, I think, could go either way. I think he can see it, but he's not.
The Morning Roast has had some problems with Draymond recently.
No, they put the roast in Morning Roast.
There is no two ways about it. We will get those thoughts coming up at 4 as well.
And by the way, when they pump their chest, it's the Morning Boast, and when they pay tribute to someone, it's the Morning Toast. And I told them to embrace these, and it fell on deaf ears.
I love Morning Toast. It's already your second uptick. We have a counter going over here.
Dude, I get paid by the tick.
Just remember, I get paid.
Okay.
I get paid by the gavel tap.
Thank you. I'm putting the Zennies on at 4, and you might not hear from me again.
Do it. That's fine. I half in the bag. I've watched you at a party.
I get more animated.
Watch
out. If that's possible.
You guys that are here, wait till you see how red this guy is at 4:30. You think he looks like an unpeeled apple now. Wait till you see him at 4:30.
I got the wife coming down.
In the bag?
Yeah, I got the wife coming down.
When you said that, now I'm like, oh, that's why you all cleaned up.
Dude, I got pants on and a collared shirt.
A collar. I can tell you showered.
I combed my hair.
There is no hoodie on Dibley for the first time since we started the show. But you weren't even wearing it when you came in?
No.
I'm like, is there a wedding happening when this is over?
I was this close to putting a belt on.
Oh, well.
Dude,
I got mine.
Just your handsome, dude, always.
I got mine.
Yeah.
I got mine. But anyway, no, I can't wait to really actually have everybody. First of all, speaking of wedding, I was thinking about this on the way over here. It's one of the things that makes today so special. Sure, we're going to get everybody's Warriors opinion.
Right.
And sure, somebody will probably punch someone or at least want to. That's fine. But in your life, how often do you have just about everybody who matters to you in the same room at the same time? It's pretty much weddings and funerals.
Yeah,
and funerals ruin it because they're funerals. And that's, to me, what's actually so special about a wedding. People tell you, right, you're getting married, and gosh, if it's the bride or the groom or whoever, probably somebody is too worried about something, mother of the bride, whatever. I always think, relax. What matters here is not the chair coverings. What matters here is the fact that everybody who matters to you is in the room, and this probably will never happen again. This is the work version of that.
Right?
This is the work version of that. It takes a hell of a lot for this to come together. And I'm going to say this, especially to those of you who are going to be up at these tables who might already be on your way. I mean this now. Yes, I know everyone's, oh gosh, he's got a gavel. Is he going to be an egomaniac? I want to.
Yes and yes.
Yes, of course.
Those are two yeses.
That is right. So we can move on to a more interesting question. The more interesting thing I want to say is, truly, from the bottom of my heart, our show is from 2 to 6. The rest of these guys up here, this is their free time.
Oh, man.
And I want to thank Bonte and Joe and Guru, sort of you, Steiny, even though you're malcontent about it.
Don't forget JD.
And JD and Matt and Lucas and Tim and all of you
Tack.
who have
Great
thank
Tack
you.
Leon.
You've put hours in where you don't necessarily have to, and you are, to make this happen. And I think that that's pretty cool.
No, it's super cool, and I'm glad that you put it in that frame in terms of the station, because we used to do a thing, and hopefully we can bring it back post-COVID, where for the championship game, the conference championship game, we would have a station party. We did it at Hooters down in Campbell a couple of times, and that was the only other time, Mark, where all of the on-air people would be in the same place at the same time, and it's kind of fun. It's fun for us. It's fun for the listeners. So if you're coming on out to Bonvino and Walnut Creek, get here early, get here often. It's going to be a fun one. The conversation, I think, will be secondary to the reality of the fact that we're all going to be here together.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, we look fancy. I also want to thank whoever put us in front of these beautiful lights.
Oh, yeah.
Because all of the other guys will not have that. So you and I, we look fancy.
You're
and I guess
right.
that's because this is our show. So excited about all of that. So I tell you what, when you look, we'll start the whole thing off at 4 o'clock, hopefully with a bunch of 95.7 The Game listeners, and everybody will have a chance to kind of steer this thing in their own direction for a very short period of time in terms of where their head is at for the Warriors offseason. You and I get to do a little teaser right now.
Yeah.
Like if I just said 10 seconds on where your brain is at with regard to this offseason, what is the most important thing? What would you say?
What can you get for Jordan Poole? Jordan Poole is on the market, and what can you get for Jordan Poole? And I've done a lot of Craigslist activity in my life. I had
sorry to hear that.
I had a separation sensation a few years back from the wife, and so when that happens, it's like, you got this for sale, you got that for sale. Craigslist. So if I'm doing the NBA version of Craigslist, I've got Jordan Poole, and the headline is going to be, young two-guard in search of a new change of scenery.
Well,
because he's not broken. He's not a broken. It's not like he's a coffee table with 3 good legs and 1 bad leg. He's still a very viable two-guard, but in my future with the Golden State Warriors, he's not a part of it because I want Draymond. I can't win without Draymond, and I can't have Draymond and Jordan together, so I'm afraid Jordan, it's, he's not like those kittens at the grocery store where you're like giving them out to people, please take one.
Well, that's
I'm
my
looking
point.
for a price.
If Jordan ends up on Craigslist, that's one thing, but we're not putting him on Nextdoor. Jordan is not going on Nextdoor because that means you're just sticking him out on the sidewalk and being like, whoever gets here fastest, you can have Jordan Poole.
I'm going to put him on La Marinda Treasures, and I'm going to skew local because Lafayette, Marinda, and Araga, they call it La Marinda, and there's a website on Facebook, a group like La Marinda Treasures. Who wants an Afghan rug? $150. And so you actually sell stuff on this website. That's where I'm putting Jordan Poole.
Okay, all right.
The NBA version of La Marinda Treasures.
But no, 75 cents on the dollar for Jordan, not because he's only worth 75 cents of his contract, 75 cents on the dollar because the one thing that we as a group don't know is how the finances factor into all of this. I'm seeing conversations earlier today about whether or not they can convince Joe Lacob to go to $450 million. The answer's no. The answer's no. He's not doing that. He's not going to do that. He already told you he wouldn't go over 400. So if you can convince him to go to 400 or 410, that's one thing. You're going to convince him to go to 450, I think is an absurd idea. So while they say foundational six, and Steve Kerr says everybody's coming back, I find that in this case, I find that portion of what Steve Kerr has said to be lip service, because I don't even think it's possible. I don't think Joe Lacob is going to bring the same roster back. I don't think he's willing to.
And I'm going to use your voiceover voice, and then you could pick it up and actually do it right. But one man. Only one man knows whether or not they can bring everyone back in a world where the owner pays.
In a world where one man has all the money. Yeah.
Right?
And even him. He's got all the money, but he's not going to spend it.
Is he him?
He's him.
If he's him, well, he's been him.
Yeah.
And if he offered Bob Myers, and according to sources, yours and others, they offered him the most lucrative GM contract in the history of GM contracts. So if that's out there, like a contract on the table, and he's still wondering, yes, no, maybe so, that tells me that maybe Bob doesn't want to be the GM anymore. And so, but what that told me about Joe Lacob is that he will spend, and we've known this, Mark.
Of course.
He will spend, and it's not just him, it's the ownership group as well.
Well, think about it. What Joe Lacob is aggressive. And so what does aggressive mean in this particular case? I think we always tie it to money, but it, I think, also could be to moves. If there is a move to be made, while I'm still backing the big three at this time, I think that there are questions about whether or not Joe Lacob and the Warriors have a willingness to move on at some point from the big three. Could any of them not end their career in a Warrior uniform? I also think yes. I don't think Joe Lacob would hesitate for 1 second if he thought that was the right thing for his organization. Joe Lacob is not easy to work for.
He's a cold piece.
Billionaires who are not easy to work for usually do not fall prey to emotion. And that's really at a certain point in what's coming for those three players. That's where it's going to get. It's going to get to emotion. Udonis Haslem is still on the Heat because he's Udonis Haslem. He doesn't play.
He's not making 42.3 though.
Exactly.
I don't think.
Exactly. Well, neither will Clay pretty soon.
And billionaires don't become billionaires without being successful business people. Shout out John Fisher, who became a billionaire without being a success. I was hoping for some laughs from the crowd. That was for you.
You got one.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Because I don't believe he's done anything other than be born to be the billionaire that he is. But Joe Lacob is born of a hard Scrabble upbringing, and so when you become a self-made billionaire, you're not into losing or just like, all right, Clay, here's $180 million. You know what? We're going to do $450 million this year just because I've got it, you know?
I'm glad you brought up John Fisher because...
I'm glad you're glad.
Well, I'm really glad. And
I'm really glad that you're really glad.
Thank you. I've been to, just in the last, let's see, today's Monday. Yeah, in the last 6 days, this last homestand, I went down to Oracle twice. I've been to 2 Giants games on that last homestand. And I tell you what, the reason... Thank you. Good seats both times. But anyway.
Thank you,
yeah, well, one of them was in the press box. But anyway, point being, when you talk about John Fisher, one thought comes to mind for everybody, I think, in the Bay Area, and it's an empty seat. That's to me, that's the pictures that we're looking at Oakland and seeing. And then you flash it over to the Giants. And I really didn't know what to expect in going over there. Not that I haven't been watching a lot of the games, and these were not the first games I went to this year. But with the Warrior playoff run and so much focus on that, and the Giants getting off to a bad start.
And the Preakness on Saturday.
The Preakness was huge. And then you had a lot of people preseason sort of, I think, feeling bad vibes. You remember who the Giants are playing tonight? It is the Carlos Correa Bowl starting
I cannot
tonight,
wait.
right? So there were bad vibes. And I feel like I just heard, at least from a prediction standpoint, boy, attendance is going to be rough. Let me tell you something. There is nothing embarrassing about the attendance at Oracle Park at all right now.
Relative to the John Fisher fighting A's, but relative
to anyone.
Relative to the Giants themselves,
Listen,
it's down.
Saturday, I was there It was not a beautiful day. It was actually colder than I thought it should have been.
You didn't bring a sweater, did you?
Did not. Suburbia was sunshine at Suburbia, but not in the city on Saturday.
Never.
And I looked at the crowd, and I looked at it. I've been there a billion times, and I went, this is just over 30,000. Legit. Not what they're going to announce.
Seats?
This is just over 30,000. And then they announced it at 31,900, and I don't think that was embellished at all. And then Bonte and I both, I noticed this on Twitter last night. You drip a little just thought out there, just a thought bubble to the Giants situation. And all I asked was a question. Who's starting to feel better about anybody else starting to feel better about the Giants situation?
Yeah.
And the engagement was huge. The responses were many, and they were 85% positive in terms of the response.
No Schmidt?
No Schmidt. Absolutely.
Wow.
Schmidt's Creek was out there too. It was beautiful. All of those
Somewhere
things.
Grandy's like lurching toward the dump button, but pulling back.
You're all right,
man.
Grandy. You're all right.
He knows it's coming by now.
Thank you.
Patrick Bailey, okay.
is up. Matos is moving up.
He is.
Luciano is starting to have that sound come off of his bat.
Yeah.
And it's all that it took. It's all that it took. Like, are they going to listen? What are they? 22 and 24, whatever. It's not even about the
2
record
games
right
below
now.
has never looked so good.
Well, that's the thing. And so I do wonder about that, where everyone, and we will, as always, especially we won't at 4 o'clock, but between now and 4, we would love to hear from you. There are plenty of Warrior issues to discuss, but let me take the question that I threw out on Twitter, then let's throw it out on the air. Is anyone else starting to feel better about the San Francisco Giants?
So much better.
888-957-9570.
Just to have firsts, like first home run and first hit, and this guy, I've heard of him. I heard of him 4 years ago, and he was supposed to be here 3 years ago, and now he's here. And so that level of excitement, certainly it's Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey first and foremost, and thoughts and players to Joey Bart, who will be playing in a different uniform by August, I believe.
I disagree with that. And I'll tell you why here in a little bit, but I disagree with that.
It's great, Joey
Thank
Bart.
you. Yeah.
He's beyond limited. Patrick Bailey is so much better of a player, and he's a Farhan guy, so
he's a Farhan guy. I don't know if we can call him a better player after 2 baseball games, but
maybe
okay.
He can't hit singles like Joey Bart, because that guy can flat out hit a ground ball through the 5-6 hole like nobody else.
I'll give you this. If I'm Bart, I'm pretty terrified that I've been here all year, and Patrick Bailey already has more home runs than I do.
Thank you. Yeah.
That's pretty terrifying.
And if you're going to be this team all year, and I think that the Giants will be, I don't think that the Giants get this infusion of youth, and now they're a 90-win team. They're probably going to be either 82 and 80 or 79 and 83 or something in between. So you might as well do it with the young players. That's my thoughts, my opinion.
All sponsored by CalHope.org. We'll take your calls on that next. 888-957-9570. And we are only counting down with every moment toward the Warrior Summit. And yeah, I said it 20 minutes ago. I said good seats available. I'm now going to say, mediocre seats available. Like it's starting to fill up. Thank you all. Those of you who just walked in, thank you for being here so much. And we invite the rest of you to come. And yes, you can come right now. Buon Vino in Walnut Creek is the place. The Warrior Summit is 90 minutes away. Until then, we take your calls right here on Willard and Dibs.
Life is uncertain.
say this to you often, but it means a little bit more today.
Dude.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here. What a good-looking crowd.
Great crowd.
A round of applause for yourselves. Look at all these beautiful faces. Thank you.
I'm now the 31st best-looking person in here.
I mean,
ahead only
and
of
rising.
RPD.
And rising. Come on, no, he's freshly cut.
No, he looks good. He looks good.
But no,
it's a battle for the bottom.
What we often say is that we're streaming live on YouTube, and today that means a little something different. So go to youtube.com/957 The Game to watch us live. And if anyone swears, which I feel is highly likely today.
It's coming, bro.
Right? Like
it's
someone,
coming.
but there's alcohol in the building. Things can happen very quickly. And if you're on the YouTube audience, you get to watch it. And that fun for the whole family. So like and subscribe for all of the 95.7 The Game content on YouTube. But I imagine many of you are curious as to what this looks like here at Buon Vino today in Walnut Creek, as we get ready for the Warriors Summit, which is an hour and 25 minutes away. So, Steiny, we see you. Drive safe. Guru, fill the tank all the way up, man. It's going to be okay. Friday's a payday. JD lives down the street, so I'm told. Bonte, Joe, wake up. Wake up from your nap and get your butts over here. We cannot wait to see everybody. And that goes for all of you, too. I don't know about you. My phone has been a little bit extra active since last Wednesday when we announced that this was happening. And I know a lot of people, a lot of friends who've been asking about this event, wanting to come to this event. And the fact that it looks like this already at 2:30 makes me think that we're going to have a very, very interesting event come 4 o'clock this afternoon.
I'm having a hard time. We've got the gentleman in the Oakland Invaders USFL shirt,
Actually,
1983.
Yeah, that's solid. That's really... These people, you all have been here for a minute, haven't you? Look at y'all.
I remember the Invaders in 1983, and I actually had I wrote a letter to the editor at Sports Illustrated because I thought they misreported the arbitration settlement when the USFL and the NFL had a settlement. And I got a hand-typed, hand-signed letter back from SI that I still have. They were correcting my correction, saying, no, based on the triplification of the arbitration, I won't bore you with the details, but Oakland Invaders 1983, you were like 1 year old that year.
1983, let's see.
It was like second grader.
49ers had just won their first Super Bowl.
I love the
Thank you, Grandy.
I was seven.
I was getting cut from I was getting cut from my second high school basketball team as a sophomore.
It's unfortunate. Sorry.
Second of three cuts.
If only you had known your future was in lacrosse.
Oh my
God! Tell everybody
Mark.
what you just got so we can show this on YouTube. I don't want to do the deed for you. You do it. Show that on YouTube.
So there was a thing called Major League Lacrosse, and in 2009,
there still is, by the way.
Well, the San Jose Stealth, they lasted 2 years. They moved to Washington. They won a title. But in 2009, I was hustling for gigs, and I got a job as the on-field host. So, you know Franco Finn with the Warriors. Hey, everybody. That job is easy. I was trying to hype up the crowd at
Sorry, Franco.
At HP Pavilion, which is now SAP, the SAP Center. There would be like 700 people in the place, and I would come out on the pitch. Hey, everybody, let's make some noise for your stealth. Stealth, stealth, stealth. Dude, you want to talk about three people clapping? And so the equipment manager.
You don't have to clap. No. That's part of the bit. It's okay. You don't have to follow me. It's okay. Yeah, we got it. We're under you. Yeah, you drinks, talk, we're good. Yeah,
the equipment manager from 2009 is here. And he had saved this jersey.
How the hell did you not have this?
I don't even know. It was a one and
done. Did you have a changing room for this job or something?
Absolutely.
You didn't take it home with you?
No, I had to leave.
A green room and got changed?
You wore it, you sweated through it, and you gave it to the equipment guy. And he brought this to me 14 years later, Mark. The power of radio. I mean, I'm going to. There's no doubt I will cry before this show's over.
Well, that's every show. That's every show.
I mean,
the people who are meeting Dibs in person for the first time. And I say that as if I'm not the exact same way. But, yeah, there's zero chance that Dibs will not cry. Crying outbursts have been set at 1.5. And I'm already in for the over.
Dude, I was balling my son's graduation party last Saturday. Yeah. My ex-wife is like, can you give a speech? And I'm like, sure. I get 30 seconds in and it's
Oh, dude, you can't get through something like that.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, I told you the story last week when I started crying one time when I was handing my son his Little League trophy at age 7. I mean, I don't even know if we kept score. I don't even know how we finished, but I couldn't hand out the trophy to the kids. So all good. But I'm going to stay in a nice, calm, emotional state because A, I've got a gavel, and B, I've got salami in front of me.
Yeah,
We've got charcuterie, which is a very, very comfortable place for me. If there's salami, I'm in. That's one of my mottos in life.
No, I love it, and I can't wait to get everybody's thoughts on the Golden State Warriors as we sit, because the reason why we're having a summit today is because there's really maybe between 7 and 53,000 different opinions as to what to do. Should they keep Draymond? Yes or no? Should you trade Jordan Poole? What do you do about Klay Thompson, who's going to be up for an extension at the end of next year? Can this team still win a title? Where are we with Jonathan Kuminga and all the rest of it?
It's an interesting
Did they
game
quit
right now.
on Wiseman too soon? What about Ryan Rollins' foot, Mark?
Yeah, well, the word development, it's an interesting one, right? Like, I mean, the conversation we were just having about the San Francisco Giants, I think it applies to both teams right now. And that is, how do you go about, because on the low key, the Giants as a team have been trying to do the exact same thing that the Warriors try to pitch to people. This is a fan base here in the Bay Area based on recent success. Take all 3 teams that we talk about the most and just look at what's happened over the last 13 years. The 49ers have not won a Super Bowl, but they've been twice, and there have been 2 other trips to the championship game. So this is a team that is tiptoeing around Titletown. The San Francisco Giants have 3. The Golden State Warriors have 4. When that's the case, it becomes very difficult. And in my opinion, for the front offices of these teams, they will call it a non-starter. The idea of pitching to all of you, the fans, that we are in any way rebuilding. Or you have to wait. Nobody wants to hear it. Not at the ticket prices, the beer prices, the parking prices, the getting into the city prices, all of these things. You cannot pitch to people, wait. But how do you go about doing that when you have aging assets? I hate calling players assets, but when you have aging players.
It's dirty the way you say it.
It is, I know. God, AJ Preller down in San Diego does that all the time. He'll never name a player. He's like, he calls them the asset.
Oh, man.
And I'm like, dude, this is uncomfortable.
Very cringy.
Yeah, the whole thing is very, very cringy. But anyway, point being is, that's a very, very difficult thing to pitch to fans. However, if you live in the real world, I don't know how you do both at the same time, which is, we're going to go win the whole damn thing.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, while we're doing that, we're going to develop our young players. Look at the, I don't want to call them disasters, but look at the lack of success with that idea that we've just seen in the last 12 months with both the 49ers and the Warriors.
You're talking about 2 timelines now.
Trey Lance is our starter. No, he's not. And James Wiseman is our future. No, he's not. So that's a huge question this offseason for the Warriors, for the 49ers. I know how many people are frustrated by the quote-unquote lack of development. But I sit here and go, what is it that you would have these teams actually do? Do you want them to go into their veteran locker room and pitch to them that, I'm sorry, we're going to grow pups around you while you go blood, sweat, tears, and try to win?
Well, especially with the Niners where, they're trying to develop a pup in the most important position in all of pro sports. So you're going to have a quarterback who maybe isn't ready-made, but they kind of got bailed out by the fact that Brock Purdy stepped in and was as good as he was. And, if Brock Purdy's not ready, if they go to Sam Darnold, what does that mean for Trey Lance? So the 49ers have an interesting sort of dynamic at that position. But as for the Warriors, it is impossible to do the 2 timelines plan unless you really play the youngsters all year and then you get to the playoffs and you have ready-made veterans who can then go and win. But you didn't have that this year, and you didn't have the bench to do it. And ultimately, the top guys, the top 3, the core 3, weren't good enough when they needed to be good enough. Shout out Clay, 3 for 19. in an elimination game.
How about if we don't shout that out, actually?
Well, you got to point it out. Maybe you don't shout it out, but you point it out. And so the two timelines ideology or the thought of that, it's been totally eviscerated.
Now, here's the flip side, which is a struggle. So we bring up the Giants. Now, Casey Schmidt walks into the building, and we're going to give Bailey credit today, but that's been 48 hours. Casey Schmidt.
He's the new Buster Posey, Mark. I don't know if you've heard.
Schmidt happens, okay?
Yeah.
He walks in, and it changes everything immediately. And I'm telling you, having been to the ballpark, we're going to go to the concession stands when Yaz or Crawford are hitting. People stop when Schmidt walks up to the batter's box. He's batting seventh, and people stop. And it changed everything. And that tells you the value of a young homegrown player. So you mentioned someone like Kuminga, and I get it. Like giving up on Wiseman. If this offseason leads to giving up on Poole and Kuminga as well, it hurts. It hurts like hell. I had this conversation with Ephraim last night on the Fox show, thank you, which was, I said, because he's a Laker fan. And I said, can I ask you a genuine question?
You must have been so happy doing that show last night.
I sat there. The whole show started, and it felt like I was just in, you know that
in the
feeling?
hot tub?
No, like better. You ever go on one of those tropical vacations where you get to stand under a waterfall? And it's just like, this is the first time I've been relaxed in 6 years. That's what the start of that show felt like last night. I was under a waterfall, and I tried to, be nice and topic build for Ephraim.
It's what you do.
And we got through
I would have been so, I would have gone right to the jugular.
Here comes my opening rant, and he goes, you are in heaven right now, you absolute jerk. You can't hide it. And I'm like, all right, fine. I can't hide it. But I asked him later, I go, genuinely, what's it like to root for a team that's got nothing homegrown? The whole thing
Austin
is
Reeves.
But he's a free agent.
Yeah.
What's it like when you have absolute, and I want to remind Warrior fans of this. Look at what's happening at Oracle again. And even if that's only been 2 weeks, Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey, you look at the excitement. But the intriguing thing for the Warriors is your two timelines are both homegrown, and you got to pick one. You got that.
That's where the frustration comes in for fans, though, Mark, because the fans will be fans longer than Steph, Clay, and Dre are Golden State Warriors.
For sure.
Because many of us, and I look around the room, we've been fans since before Steph, Clay, and Dre were here. So it's been wonderful that they've had this championship run with Steph, Clay, and Dre, and Kevon, and the rest of them. But in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, we're still going to be Warriors fans. And I know that Steph, Clay, and Dre are forever Warriors, but they won't be on the team. So as a fan, you do want to have that feeling of what you're describing, where these young players that you drafted, that you saw grow up, you want them to grow into being Golden State Warriors. Even if they don't ever win championships like Steph, Clay, and Dre did, you still want players that you feel like you saw as pups, and then you saw them grow up, and then you could kind of encourage them and watch them and be fans of them all the way through. But it doesn't feel like the two things can both be served at the same time.
Well, that's the thing. And, we're getting to be about 25 deep here in Bonvino right now. Let us hear, with your applause, okay, with your applause, what matters to you. Think about next year.
Is this like Star Search all over again?
It is. Everybody grab a mic.
Totally. I gave him 4 stars.
Next year for the Golden State Warriors, what should be, what is your focus? Steph, Clay, and Dre. Who says it's Steph, Clay, and Dre?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a a solid 80% of the audience.
Who thinks it's Poole and Kuminga?
Man, I'm mad at you.
Hey, Bonte and Shasky, boy, I hope you're listening. Oh, I hope you're listening.
Oh, boy.
Was that? Yeah, exactly. Baby. I hope you're listening. Because did you hear how firmly clear that is? Now, none of you are the GM of the Warriors, right? Are any of you up for the job? It might be open.
Seriously.
But anyway, I think that's important to remember.
Bye-bye, 2 timelines.
It gets very, very easy to get bored, even by something iconic like Steph, Clay, and Dre, we all get.
Are you saying you're bored with championship parades? Because last year was just so boring.
But that's the point. Mom and dad could wrap things and put them under the Christmas tree, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, whatever you celebrate. They could wrap things that are already in your room and put them under the tree. And you would still get the same, like, oh my gosh, there's gifts and I don't know what's inside.
Have you done that? Be honest.
No, I've not.
Okay.
Not yet.
Well, with a baby, I can, hey, this toy.
Oh,
look,
she don't care. Yeah, she's just going to eat it, whatever it is.
Exactly.
But if you open up that gift and you see your favorite toy in there, that's not exciting, even though it's your favorite. You want new stuff, but man, new stuff doesn't always work. So that's one of my big umbrella things today is just keep in mind that in the process of getting excited about what's new, you better not throw stuff out with the bathwater that you know really works.
It's the baby, by the way, that you
I
throw
know
out
it
with
is.
the
I know,
bathwater.
but I don't really like it. It kind of weirds me out. I don't like throwing the baby out.
And by the way, you pour the bathwater down the drain, and even my baby, who's a little bit on the diminutive side, she's not fitting
is this
because
I haven't had a baby in 9 years?
Yeah.
Do you actually pick the bathwater up and throw it out outside?
I carry it downstairs and throw it straight.
That feels very odd and
Corn.
wasteful to me. But
It's
anyway,
completely. And, oh my God, I left the baby on the bus is the other one. But I haven't taken the bus in years. But you're right in terms of, be careful what you wish for. But the other piece of it is, the idea that Steph, Clay, and Dre can't win again. So, do you add to them? And Joe Lacob, I was listening to Steiny and Guru earlier talking about how Joe is very aggressive and he's not going to stand pat and he's not going to allow this core to just go out there and age and not be competitive and not try to win. So what move do you make? What moves can you make to try to add to this? Because honestly, in 5 to 10 years, when Steph, Clay, and Dre are all gone, what will the Warriors organization, what will that product look like? It's going to look different. It probably won't be as good, but from Joe Lacob's standpoint, you got to strike while the iron is hot and, make the most of this now financially.
My phrase is always keep an eye on the future and do not become obsessed with it. Keep an eye on the future and do not become obsessed with it. When you have a one, when you're lucky enough in the NBA to have a one, the Warriors have one, and that's why they're a contender. You look around the NBA and how many of those guys are there? And some of them are not succeeding. People think Dame Lillard's a one, which means what? The 12 seed.
Oh, he's a one.
He's a one, but it hasn't worked. That hasn't led to anything tangible. I'm talking about tangible ones. There's the Steph. There's LeBron. Even Giannis. People will say Embiid. It hasn't worked. People will say Tatum. It hasn't quite yet worked. And I'm not going to say it. Jimmy Butler. But
that dude is a cold piece,
right,
Mark.
But
my God.
How many of them are there? It's absolutely unequivocally.
Gilgeous-Alexander's a one.
Is he?
Oh, absolutely.
But it's less than half the league. You get to 10 to 12 names max. And even some
we
of
had
those,
a big fight about this before because we talked about.
But we were talking about superstar, yeah.
Because that's basically what you're saying. Like if you're a one, you're a superstar.
This started with Kings fans, and they're all running around going, "Hey, De'Aaron Fox is a superstar," and I'm like, he's standing behind you at the grocery store, and you don't even know it. So how could he be a superstar? He's not a superstar. He's a great player.
Shout out self-checkout.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Why don't they open that, by the way, late at night or early in the morning? I'm a big fan of the 6 a.m. shopping, and that damn thing's not open. So that's my
And
PSA.
why can't you buy booze there? Maybe this is me playing on typecasting here, but you can roll up and check my ID. Well, I got a gray beard.
Since you brought that up.
Come on.
Because there's one emotion in life I never like to experience, and it's jealousy. And I'm looking at all these lovely people right here in front of us.
Yeah.
And all of them are drinking. And I'm feeling, boss, are we allowed to, can we drink? Oh, so there it is. So anyway,
he mulled it over.
The answer's no, and I'm jealous of all of you. And so if you
shout out the Gin Blossoms, hey jealousy.
If during commercial breaks I'm down the hall, you know what I'm doing. But anyway, what were we talking about? Oh, the grocery store.
Oh yeah,
and De'Aaron Fox. He's like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, great player, not a superstar. Not a superstar.
Let's not do this again.
I don't want to do this again.
If he's behind you in the self-checkout with his uniform on and a headband,
if he's wearing
you're like, oh my God, it's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
If he's wearing his All-Star Game fur, then I would know who he was. Anyway, the point was, when you're lucky enough to have
John
a
Morant's behind you in the grocery store.
Yes. Although now, exactly.
I didn't want to finish that line. Thank you. Thank you for the third row.
Yeah. Anyway,
it sounds better coming from the third row.
Terrible.
Yeah.
But if
terribly good.
If you're lucky enough to have a 1, you got to cherish that. And when that 1 is getting close to the end, you have to start thinking about how you can attempt to replace that 1. Here's another question we can play with, and I know we're going to get silence again.
I love it.
However, I don't want to lead the witness.
Audience participation.
Does anybody here applaud if you think Jordan Poole can be the future Golden State Warriors 1?
Yeah.
All right,
Woo!
my man.
Yeah.
What's your name?
Yeah.
In about 5 years.
That's all right.
Boy, that's the next contract.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
That's a supermax is what that is.
But that's the point. If you guys are thinking about an eye to the future, it has to be to get a new 1 because you already got your 1.
But according to you, and you're not wrong, and I'm not trying to accuse you of this, but there aren't that many 1s to go around.
There aren't.
If Jordan Poole isn't your 1, and I agree with you, I've been down on Jordan Poole, where do you get a 1? You don't find a 1. And if you look at this year's draft that's coming up, Victor Wembanyama, everybody thinks that he's a 1, fine. Scoot Henderson, maybe. And you can go back however many drafts. How many 1s have come out of the draft? Zion Williamson should have been a 1, but he's not a 1 because he can't stay healthy.
Not yet, yeah.
Is Anthony Edwards a 1?
Not yet.
Right, exactly.
But you don't have to find a 1 in the draft. You don't have to. Miami Heat have championships from LeBron James. They didn't draft him.
Yeah,
that's true. The Lakers got a sort of ring from Anthony Davis.
They got a ring.
And LeBron James. Well, they get to wear it, but it's not the same in my opinion. That's a different conversation too. But they didn't draft those guys. Who else? Milwaukee was able to draft a guy. And they got a ring.
Well, look at Boston when they won the title 15 years ago. All those guys were from elsewhere.
Paul Pierce. Paul Pierce was there.
Yeah, KG and Ray
KG
Allen.
and Ray Allen were brought in from elsewhere. You have to have a mix. And I don't know. The Warriors were able to draft their last 1. This next 1, because they're now a really good team, because of him, might need to come through other means.
Right.
Might be the way it has to be.
No, and if it's Joe Lacob who's going to be calling the shots, you feel like he would spend to go ahead and bring in that 1. But when would that be? It probably won't be for 4 years because Steph Curry's got 3 more years. So between now and then, can this core 3 be good enough with Steph Curry as the 1 to win another championship? And does it even matter?
I have some ideas. I will not share them yet because 4 o'clock is coming very quickly, but I actually do have some ideas on who the next Warriors
Have you scripted the order of opening statements yet, or are you just going to go willy-nilly?
You're going last. That's all I know.
That's a bunch of...
You're going last. I went and saved the best for last. Save the best for last.
What do you got over there, Coach? He's got a
Diet Coke.
No, he's got a bunch of stuff written down on like
That's a koozie.
Paper.
What's actually in that can?
Dude.
All right.
He's the puppet master. It's Matt Nahigi, ladies and gentlemen.
Look,
the
look,
PD. Yes.
Look.
Got to give it up for the puppet master.
There you go.
Sorry.
All right, now clap louder for us, because here we go.
Yeah.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Buon Vino in Walnut Creek is the place to be today. You have an hour to get here. That's when the Warriors Summit will begin. Right now, it continues to be Willard and Dibbs.
Let's go to Dibs, half in the bag.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I mean, I just got to be, I got to be honest.
Wow. Yeah.
No, I'm clapping for all of you. Thank you guys for being here. The early birds, by the way.
Yeah.
And the smart ones, because now look at you all got seats and drinks, and there's nothing wrong with that. And, events like these, you learn things about people. We'll probably learn some things about Bonte and Joe and Steiny and Goo. We learned something about you. You clean up nice.
Thank you.
And we learned something about Matt Nahigian, that he actually is a stick in the mud. I thought I was going to be having Pinot by now,
dude.
And you were going to be. You said you promised being half of the bag.
And Grandy
Water's
just played
not going to get you there,
no,
Dibs.
I mean, I'm more likely going to avoid dehydration than I will be half in the bag.
Let's go to Dibs, half in the bag.
See, Grandy, I'm trying to get there right now, but your boy Matt Nahigian, all he wants to do is look at what I'm drinking. And I do have a paper cup here, though, in case God, man, the guy's everywhere. Dibs, I didn't build a winner by allowing you to be half in the bag. Look. I mean, coming up at 4 o'clock, it's going to be the other 6. It's going to be you and your 5 buddies. Let me just get over here. Exactly.
That's right.
After my opening statement, you're not going to hear a word from Dibber Claus.
By the way, speaking of this gavel over here, this is all going to be our little secret, okay?
Okay.
It's going to be our secret. The next time you hear me do this, it means all rise, and it means one of the other hosts is here, okay? So I want everybody, let's think of some creative things we can do to either make them feel welcome or maybe the opposite. Let's make them feel terrible.
I mean, I think we go straight to the boo birds.
Well, you could boo. I think when Bonte gets here, maybe everybody just get up and walk out. Just walk out. Just be like, that's it. I didn't think he was coming. When we promised we'll save your seats. I don't want anyone to lose their seats.
I think when Bonte comes in, we all gotta drop to a knee and pay homage to the king because he is the king of all media.
Or we could just all throw our little mini 95.7 The Game basketballs at his face.
A little too aggressive.
I'm just saying. There are options here. I'm spitballing.
I'm
brainstorming.
When Guru comes in, we can all boo, but we were saying goo.
We were saying goo.
We were goo.
Okay, that's a win. We're doing that one for sure.
And when Steiny comes in,
everybody boo when Guru comes in.
Everybody's got to do their Steiny noise.
Or I like this for Steiny, so you won't lose your seats. Let's all just stand up and turn our back to him.
Oh, I'm so out.
Yeah. That's all I got for Steiny.
It's also scripted. We should have given him a cheat sheet.
I know. All right. Well, they're on their way.
Yeah, I can't wait.
We need someone to volunteer to be my eyes over by the door. So when a host comes in, please alert me so that we can all, throw basketballs. Act
accordingly, yes.
Yeah, do whatever it is we're going to do. Couple things to throw out there, by the way, as we do inch closer and closer. You all right?
Yeah,
what do I got, slobber on me?
Yes, you have food on you.
Well, that's because they put salami in front of me.
And what the people here don't realize is that Mark has to always be eating. It's
always.
The ABEs of radio. Yep. Always be eating. If not, he'll go into like a crash.
I'll crash. Yeah. You can't expect me to host all the way to 6 o'clock without
no chance.
17 snacks. So anyway, thank you.
You're good.
Thank you for being like my mom and wiping my cheek as a little kid. Yeah, I appreciate that.
I got you.
But no, a couple things to throw out there. NFL related. First of all, it is Super Double official. The Super Bowl is coming back to the Bay Area 2026. Levi's Stadium will host it. And I got to tell you, I've never seen a market collectively give a big old thumbs down to the Super Bowl coming to their town. That's the only reaction I've seen from people, which are like, the NFL is going to say the Super Bowl is coming to San Francisco, and it's actually an hour away. And that's one side of it. And B, just all of the other things that come along with it, from the traffic to the attention to the stadium itself and all of the things that will have to go into it. I don't know. I mean, who knows where the 49ers as a franchise will be by then. But I have no issue with this. I'm in. I love that the Super Bowl is coming. It also has some ties to the World Cup And they're getting Levi's ready for World Cup action, too.
Oh, I'm out on the Super Bowl.
Why? But how does it affect you?
Well, it affects me because it reflects badly on the Bay Area because the Super Bowl is an hour away and all the media is up here and all the events are up here and you got to go up here and down there. From a media person standpoint, it's more work than it is worth its while. And the other part of it is I don't need all the additional people and all the traffic and all the headaches and all the nightmare.
We're so jaded. I love
it.
The Super
I don't
Bowl's
want you
coming.
in my town.
I don't want people coming over.
There's already so many people, Mark.
I told you when you came in here today that you look like you'd 5 years had come off your life.
I appreciate that.
You now sound like 20 years have just gotten put back on.
Tack back
you
on.
just told the Super Bowl to get off your lawn.
The Super Bowl should be in Los Angeles, Las Vegas, Miami, or New Orleans. End of story. Let those four rotate. It does not belong in the Bay Area. It does not belong in Santa Clara. By God, I mean,
again, I've told you that I was lucky enough to be in the building when the 49ers played at the Raiders on New Year's Day. They did such a great job.
Yeah.
That is going to be an unbelievable host stadium and environment for the Super Bowl.
Right.
The whole thing is cut right out of the way that you would expect Vegas to be, which is entertainment. It's entertainment. Ice Cube performed at that game, and it looked seamless in the stands, like a stage just popped up right in the middle of the stands, and there's Ice Cube at halftime. Like, they really, really did a great job, and so I can't argue with you on that one.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I'm failing to see the negatives of that one. Now, on this one, however, I am not failing to see the negatives. The NFL, by a vote of 24-8, has just passed flex scheduling for Thursday night football.
So, starting when?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Starting when?
I gotta look
starting
at
like
what-
week 11. Is it the same flex time period as the Sunday night game? Because I don't like that at all in terms of the imbalance of the schedule. And by the way, Mark, I don't know if you know this, but the 49ers have the worst schedule in terms of days of rest in the NFL this year. They're at minus 20 in terms of their rest against their opponent's rest. They're going to be less rested than their opponents all year long. The Niners got screwed this year.
Here are the details as they pertain to Thursday night football. Flex scheduling passes 24-8. If you're interested to know the 8 teams that voted against it, the 49ers were not one of them. The teams that voted against it were the Giants, Jets, Packers, Bears, Raiders, Lions, Bengals, and Steelers. All others voted for it, and here are the rules pertaining to it. Only 2 flexes are allowed per year. So they cannot do it every week. They can only do it twice, and it must be done with 28 days of advance notice. And obviously, teams cannot play 2 away Thursday night games in any one season. When I see that, to me, that actually takes a little bit of the teeth out of the problem everyone has in it.
Deal?
Now you get, because everyone's like, oh, how are fans going to plan for this? You get a month. I do understand. Look, again, as someone who went to 2 49er road games last year, if you buy tickets on the plane, 2 months, 3 months in advance, and then now all of a sudden the game is moved 3 days, this can be problematic. But I think when we first read it, it felt a lot like someone was going to tell us on a Saturday,
right?
The following week, your game has been moved from Sunday to Thursday.
Well, already
that's not going to happen.
Yeah, and the flex system is already set up to where you have to have, I think, 11 or 12 days on any game to be flexed. So this is more of a super buffer, 28 days as opposed to 11 or 12 days. So if there's a game in December, for example, that you want to flex into a Thursday, you give both markets plenty of time to make that move, to make that flex. In general, I think Thursday night football is something that shouldn't happen. I mean, I watch it each and every week, but it's completely unfair, and it gives teams an advantage than a disadvantage based on when they have to play their next game.
Yeah, I don't know if I hear that point, and I know players don't necessarily love it, but by the same token, they've created an animal that's not going to go anywhere. It's a second-rated television show in America, so that's not going anywhere.
Right, and the Niners Thursday night game is coming up on Thanksgiving, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So they're
Seattle Seahawks.
The third game of a Thanksgiving tripleheader, and I'll say this about Thursday Night Football. I love the Thanksgiving tripleheader now, and the Niners are in the perfect dessert spot with the 5 o'clock game.
It's a day changer. There's no two ways about it. You need to think about where you're going to be. You need to think about who you're going to be with. I don't want any aunts and uncles asking me questions about how work is going. There's a 49er game on.
Right.
We're watching the game. My goal now, because I think this year in Thanksgiving, I am one of the de facto hosts.
Uh-oh.
The whole family's coming to the Bay Area from a bunch of locales. It's not going to be at my house.
Yeah.
Because good God, Lord, I don't have the room. But I'm going to be one of the hosts, and my goal is I'm going to get extra food into everybody so that all the aunts and uncles fall asleep in time for the 49er game.
That's genius right there.
Yeah,
Extra
trip to
turkey.
fan action. That's the goal.
Extra turkey for
Thank
Grandma
you. Is that a good
Ellen.
idea? Thank you.
Genius.
Yeah. You got to be thoughtful about this stuff. Thanksgiving's not about family when the 49ers play. It's about get the heck out of my face when the game starts.
In
That's
our
all
family, it's a little different because Thanksgiving is the Super Bowl for Supper and Supper's family. So it's like a full thing. He prints out the menu. My father-in-law, he used to be the future father-in-law. Now he's just the
father-in-law. Yep.
He's the father-in-law. He prints out the full menu, and then after dinner, we do bingo. And there are bingo prizes.
Oh, God.
So we're going to have to find a way to scuttle the bingo portion of the program.
You need to test positive for COVID or something. You need to go get put in a room by yourself.
Yeah.
So you do not have a participation sensation for that.
That's $1, and I'd be happy to pay it because last year during bingo, I think it was was it Cowboys Raiders? Was that the last game?
No, Cowboys Raiders was the middle game. Cowboys is always the middle game.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
Lions,
can't remember
then Cowboys, then something else.
Oh, my, yeah. Whatever the third game was, I was kind of one-eyeing it.
I feel like the Ravens were in it. Were the Ravens in it? Who played? What was it? Saints Falcons?
Saints Falcons. It was a tune-out. I was happy to play bingo during that debacle.
Yeah.
But, bingo could be a little bit of a difficult situation for your boy.
No doubt. All right. Hey, everybody here, let everyone know how many people are here already at Buon Vino. Let's go.
Dude.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Now, I want to make sure that does not discourage anybody else who's planning to make your way down. There are still seats. There is still room.
Sure.
And again, for the egos that are on their way here, they're going to want to see as many people as possible. So please keep coming down to Buon Vino. And again, another thank you to Buon Vino and the whole Dan and the family and the staff. And thank you guys so much. This is awesome. This is awesome. What a cool event. And for those of you who aren't able to make it, you can check a little bit of it out on YouTube. We will broadcast the whole thing, stream it live, as we always do, youtube.com/957 the game. And to let Buon Vino know, a healthy number watching on YouTube right now. I think people are a little interested in what we're putting all together. The Warriors Summit, which is now less than 45 minutes away with the 7 of us. The Morning and Steiny and Goo and Dibs and myself and JD.
The voice of reason.
The voice of reason.
Let's get a quick.
We should have changed his name tag to the voice of reason.
Let's get a quick preview from you as the moderator in terms of like what you're looking at as far as like your scouting report. About whom are you most concerned? Maybe running over there a lot of time. Who do you feel like you're going to need to cajole into more commentary?
Yeah.
Who do you think will be the most cogent? The most bombastic and all the rest of it.
Well,
what's going through your mind as the moderator?
Let's organize this. Give me one question at a time, and I'll answer them.
I gave you 4. It's a 4-part question.
That's too many. That's too many.
Let's go to
as you know, as an interviewer, if you ask a 4-part question, I'm going to answer the last one, and the other 3 will get lost.
I thought I would ask you 4 questions so I could dive back into the charcuterie plate. So go ahead and start answering.
I've already finished it. Unfortunately,
I know you ate all the salami.
Yeah, of course, that's what I do.
There's a drop for you, Grandy.
That's what I do. No, give me one.
Loves salami.
Give me one.
I needed
all
to clean
of them.
it.
Yes.
I needed to clean it
yes.
out.
Large, small.
Who do you
matter.
think will be who do you think will most run roughshod over the time cues? Because we all like to talk. You more than most.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm glad I
That's right.
myself.
That's a perfect no laugh by all of you. Great job. Great job.
A lot of Team Willard in the room.
That's right.
It's a little bit of a road
More
game.
of me is a good thing.
I'm not getting no respect at all.
You know what? I mean, gosh, I got to think. I could give this to a few people.
Yeah.
But, man, I love you. I haven't seen you in a while, and I can't wait to give you a hug, but I'm giving it to Shasky just because of the sheer emotion that I know that he's going to bring into this this whole thing. Plus, I also think, I think that he, of all the group, what's been really cool about having the Warriors Summit today is, for those of you, especially you loyal listeners, I think that we've gotten a week of getting a decent little idea of where everybody stands. And now we bring it all into the same room. For me, of the whole group, Shasky is the one who is most focused on the future. And I think that that's a major minority opinion based on what we just all talked about. So I'm very interested to hear what he has to say about it, but I also think he's going to have to put his dukes up a little bit on that point to try to get it across.
It's interesting because I think Steiny is of the same mindset in terms of...
Well, he thinks everything stinks.
Well, and I'll say it, he stinks.
Yeah.
Just in terms of
He doesn't have an eye on the future. He's got an eye on the past.
Well, an eye on the future. Aaron Hoff with a super chat, $1.99. Nuggets in 4.
Let's go.
Are we feeling Nuggets in 4 in the room? I think we're feeling Nuggets in 4.
Put him out of his misery. Let's go.
And Ernie Chavez says, gotta introduce the father-in-law to Binglow, which Binglow, back Jolo and Dibs, we had a bingo game with Low-isms that I dubbed Binglow.
Go to hell, Dibs.
Thank you, Lolo. Corporate eventually put a pillow over the face of that once great bit, but Binglow was Ernie paid $2 for it. So, therefore, it had to get uttered.
Well, we're filling out a Binglow or a bingo card right now. Give me another one. What's the other questions you asked?
I think maybe the person who you're going to have to encourage to be a part of it. In a 7-person fray, things can get a little bit, conjoined, and it can get a little bit conflated with too many voices.
Easy. That's an easy answer. It's JD. It's JD. If you guys don't know how the media industry works, when you get one of these gigs that the 6 of us have, your ego goes through the roof and you think that the whole world wants to hear every word that you have to say. And JD, obviously, is in a little bit of a different position as he's centered around the game and covering the team. So in other words, he's probably the one who knows the most here. And we're all going to treat him like he's the one who knows the least.
Yeah, because we all are.
So I'm going to have to go get him. I'm going to have to reach out. JD, you speak as much and as long as you want.
That's a problem.
I don't actually mean that. Go ahead. All right. What else?
Part 3, Mark, if I can ask part 3 of my 4-part question.
Sure.
What topic do you think will be the most controversial? Is it the Draymond extension? Is it the idea of trading Jordan Poole? Is it the Bob Myers stay or go? What do you think is going to bring about the most passionate back and forth?
The most passionate. I mean, I almost want to put that out to you all. Like, fire out some answers. What's the most? Jordan Poole, what?
Should he talk or not?
Should Jordan Poole talk or not?
We did a whole show on that, and I'm glad you threw that out because it was fascinating what Mark said, and I tend to agree in terms of...
If only the morning show had heard it. But anyway, go ahead. Because they did a whole show on what I didn't say. But anyway, go ahead.
They heard it, they just didn't listen. There's hearing and then there's listening. Just the idea of, would it serve Jordan Poole well to come out and own his own narrative?
It's a good answer. What about the idea of can the Warriors win with the same roster?
Yeah.
Now, well, you're all saying no, they can't, right? See, by the way, this is the pickle in this whole thing. Everybody wants a new roster, but very few of us have sat down to figure out what it is they even can do. What is it that they can do? What is it that the Warriors can do to change this roster significantly by October?
Well, and I don't want to take Bob's job, although I already told Mr. Lacob that I'm open. I mean, Nahigian said I could work both jobs at once.
You heard the word lucrative in my report last week.
No doubt.
You were intrigued.
One thing you could do would be to trade Jordan Poole and bring back a veteran asset or veteran assets. The other thing you could do is agree to a sign and trade with Draymond Green. If Draymond wants to be elsewhere, like the Lakers, and you saw the tweet about, my king is going to come back and win in 7, which was a fraudulent tweet.
Thank you.
Which was so hilarious.
You made my heart skip a beat. I'm like, please. Whoever tweeted, this is one of the things that's wrong with Twitter. He tweeted that out, and then underneath he replied to himself, and he goes, "You guys know I made that quote up, right?"
Right.
Oh my gosh! Like 1/5 of the number of people saw that. Yes, you made it up, and people run with that stuff. So. No.
So that's another thing you could do, though, in terms of reworking the roster.
Steve Kerr flatly says we are not a championship team if Draymond's not on the team.
Right.
Flatly said it.
But if Draymond doesn't want to be here any longer.
But he does. He said so.
Well, we'll see.
He said so.
He said so to the tune of, yes, I want to be here, but if they don't offer him a new contract, does he want to come back on a player option?
I mean, what indicator do we have that is anywhere near on the table? Draymond has said he wants to be back. The Warriors have said we can't win without you. The Athletic immediately reports that they're going to work on an extension. That doesn't mean that it's automatically going to happen.
Right.
But what I don't see is any desire whatsoever on either side's part to move on.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what the offer is and what the other offers are out there in terms of, if the Warriors want him at 3-65 or 3-70 and he has 3-90 out there, then maybe he's in a spot where maybe he wants to go elsewhere.
Don't you think they already know? I always look at that. Like whatever, this is what probably you look in the history of sports. Like what's the kind of chasm, if you will, between players and the media? It's that what we're talking about is what they were talking about 2 months ago. Draymond and his agent Clutch, they know what the offers are. They know what someone would be interested in. The Warriors know what the offers are. The Warriors know what their offer is. So I read that, and maybe I'm reading into it without information. But when I see a season end and Draymond comes to a microphone and says, I want to leave as a Warrior. I don't ever want to put on another uniform. Meantime, as he's saying that, Anthony Slates is pounding out an article saying the Warriors have every interest in starting on a new contract discussion with Draymond Green. That says to me that this process has already begun and is going well. Or else, now I know some people read it and go, oh, they're trying to pressure the other side. I don't know why anyone would do that yet. They seem to be on the same page. So why would you be in a place where you are going to publicly pressure the other side?
It just depends on what page you're on.
Well.
Right, but it depends on how much it's going to be and how long it will be. And if that's the case, then if you're Jordan Poole, how does that make you feel about your future with the Golden State Warriors? If you go through a whole year where it's uneasy and it's uncomfortable and you don't love the way it's gone, then at what point do you decide that maybe you want to exercise your own voice like Jonathan Kuminga did? All
right, so we're 33 minutes away from getting this thing started. Buon Vino crew, thank you. Here we go, okay? Plus, that means coming up next, we're all into walk-up songs with baseball, right? Coming up next, here come the walk-ups of the other 5 hosts who will, no doubt, unless they're late, no doubt they're coming up here within the next half hour. So stay tuned for all that. We're brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. The Warriors Summit at Buon Vino in Walnut Creek is a half hour away. And this is Willard and Dibbs.
Have you been in a car accident?
Let's go right here in the back.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I gotta admit. Oh, JD, ladies and gentlemen, John Dickinson is here. JD is here.
It's like a little piece of you died.
Yeah. It's like a little piece of us just showed up at Buonvino.
Oh, it's so good.
No,
JD.
I gotta admit, I thought the reception for Bonte was going to be louder. I gotta admit,
that was crazy.
I really did.
It's like they didn't even know who he was.
I know. They're like, gosh, yeah.
Like you said, oh my God, it's Bonte Hill. Not a word.
No, one guy was like, there are other shows on 95.7.
Am I right?
Had no idea.
And one guy actually said, oh my God, is that Radio Bonte? I thought we were going to get TV Bonte.
Oh, no, we got TV Bonte.
Oh, you're darn right we did.
Man showed up with a driver for crying out loud, and we ain't talking golf.
Oh, my God.
But
his
anyway.
teeth are gorgeous.
Oh, yeah. Look at the presence in the room.
Oh, my goodness.
Anyway, we're filtering in. If you had Bonte as the first arrival on your bingo card, you're a winner. If you had JD as your second arrival, you are in good shape. We await for Steiny Goo and the Butcher Boy.
And I've got an update on Steiny as it pertains to his arrival.
Of course.
There's been an ETA. He's weighed in with an ETA.
An adjustment.
Yes. It's been an adjustment. It's punctuality. It's going to be close. He'll be an 11th hour arrival. I'll just say that.
All right, on their way. So we got 3 more, and then we've officially got a full Warriors Summit. And thank you again. We'll do it every single few minutes to thank you, all of you, for showing up here today. This is a ton of fun already. And thank you to Buonvino here in Walnut Creek. But all of you out there, you are still welcome. Even those of you who are still calling yourselves Game Time Decisions or what have you, make your way to Buonvino in Walnut Creek and come join us because we got some things to talk out here as far as the Golden State Warriors are concerned.
So many things. And Mark, I think about this moment being here at Buonvino on this station for a Golden State Warriors Summit, and it strikes me because I've been a Warrior fan for 50 whatever years, however old I am, and I've been on the radio in this market for 25, and the idea of 7 people getting together to spend 2 hours to talk about this team was nonsense. Honestly,
good point.
If you want to go back to 2006, and Steiny can speak to this as well as anybody, he covered the team back in the lean years, Brian Winters, Dave Cowens, and all the rest of it. The idea that people would be interested in this team, let alone a station, would devote their entire programming for more than a day. How about for like 5 years? Because we've had the team 5 years now, Coach. Is that right? 5 or 6 since we rescued this team from anonymity down the dial on, I think it's ampler modulation. I don't even know what you call it anymore. But since we took this team and we put them in our bosom and they became champions and we became champions, the idea of us spending 2 hours to talk about this team 20 years ago, you would have been laughed out of the market.
It's pretty wild.
Right?
It's pretty wild. Well, and I think we're approaching a crossroads on that, yet we don't know how quickly, which is, I think, why so many of you are here today. So many of us have thought about this and talked about it. We're at a spot where we've never arrived before, and that is transitioning out of a dynasty and what to do next. And who is that next person, and trying to identify all of that while the people who are the ones to be replaced are still here and still very viable. Now, we can all have that debate, and I think we will, in terms of whether or not you can still center a championship team around that core, around those big 3. But none of them, if you take them individually, none of them, I don't think you can argue, look anywhere near done. I think it's getting overstated right now. And this is something to keep in mind, even for Jordan Poole, who so many of us would like to see used as part of a trade package. Even with that said, one thing I'm watching around the league in the NBA this year is when a team loses in the playoffs, all of a sudden the fan base takes their own frustration and denigrates the play of their own players. who achieved things.
It's a denigration sensation.
It
Mark.
is. I mean, go through the whole. That's cash you out. Like, go through all the playoffs. Domantas Sabonis is now a lesser player. Joel Embiid, lesser player. James Harden, lesser player. Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, not even out yet, lesser player. Ephraim last night, all ticked off at LeBron, lesser player. We've done it too. Who were the players who didn't play well? Klay Thompson, Jordan Poole, all of a sudden, lesser player. And it's not that playoff play doesn't matter. I just think you got to be careful, man. You got to be careful about defining players.
You better be careful.
By the last thing we saw. Because that is just a moment in time.
I get that, but at the same time, there is a point where a player becomes a lesser player. LeBron James is not the same player he was when they won a bubble championship.
Sure, 38,
and he's not the same player he was 5 years before that. And you think about the core three, Steph, Clay, and Dre, and you think about when will they become lesser players? And maybe it's already started to happen in some way. Now, Steph Curry, I don't think that his drop-off has happened at all yet, even though he's the oldest of the three. Klay Thompson, what you saw this year was 2 months of really, really bad, 2 months of, oh, my God, he's back, and then 2 months of really, really bad. Draymond Green is the interesting one.
2 months? I don't think 2 months of really, really bad.
Well, it was at least a month. And you look at the Sacramento series, he had one good game. The Lakers series, he had one good game.
I think he did more than one good game in the Sacramento series.
13 playoff games.
Yeah,
he was Clay for 2, and he was an imposter for the other 11.
I'm going to pull up his numbers because I think this is an example of what happens, which is that we remember what we saw last, and then we sort of define the whole thing by it. But Klay Thompson was not only good for one of the 7 games. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Joe Shasky is in the building. Hey! And if I knew that someone would show up to a Warriors summit in a Giants hat, I knew it would be the Butcher Boy. That's my guy.
Fresh off a CYO baseball game, no doubt. He's coaching like 7 teams, so he's either on his way to practice or just from a practice. Straight to the VIP. No time for the people. Just straight to the VIP room. You gotta love it.
Yeah, already. How you doing, Bonte?
Dude, he's jumping.
Thank you for coming, man.
Thank you for coming. Wait to get a piece of you, Mark.
Thank you for coming.
Oh man.
Now I'm sure you didn't hear that part when I thank you guys for taking time out of nap time.
No doubt.
To come see us. So anyway, no, I want to look those up. Bonte, you might know off the top of your head. How many good games did Clay have in the Sacramento series? It was more than one, right?
2.
Only 2? Only 2?
Only 2. Is that radio Bonte or TV Bonte?
I'm pulling it up.
I can't wait for both. He's going to keep it 100.
I'm pulling it up.
Don't pull it up.
I'm pulling it up.
I asked you to pull it up before, and you just got a validation sensation from great Bonte.
You said 1. You said 1. It was definitely more than that.
And he said 2. And, Your Honor, sorry, your gavel now. I'll show myself up.
Did you just touch my gavel? Did you just touch my gavel?
Whoa, there's a drop, Grandy.
I cannot. That's why I said it. I said it twice. Make sure that they got it.
That's on me, Grandy.
Make sure that they got it.
That's on me. Thank you, Grandy.
All right. Here's Klay Thompson in the Sacramento series.
I thought we already did this.
Well, we didn't do this because you guys are wrong. You're flat wrong.
Oh, God.
Okay? In game 1, 21 points on 8 of 19 shooting.
5 of 14 from 3.
Is that great? No. Is that a bad game?
It's not good.
No.
Did they win?
No, they lost by 3
game.
points. Game 2, 7 of 13 from the floor, 5 of 10 from 3, 21 points.
I'll give you that.
Okay.
That's a good game. They lost, though.
Yeah, they did. Game 3, they win. Clay does not shoot well. 5 of 15, 13 points.
Bad game.
Okay, game 4, 9 of 15, 4 of 9 from 3, 26 points. Good game?
That's good. That's 2.
Good game.
Okay.
All right. Game 5, 10 of 19, 5 of 11 from 3, 25 points. What are we doing here? This guy, then in Game 7.
Oh, in Game 6, he was awful.
Games 8 of 20 and 2 of 9 from 3.
Game 7, they would have been better off if he didn't get on the bus, Steph Curry.
4 of 19.
Oh, God.
But I've got it here in a 7-game series at minimum.
2 games.
Debatably 4.
Nah,
He's
please.
north of
You're
20 points.
For 4.
You got to be kidding me. He's north of 20 points 5 out of 7 games. He's shooting.
But he needed 19 shots to get to 21 in the opener.
He's shooting at 40% or north in 5 of the 7 games. He's shot north of 50% in 3
You've
of
lowered
the 7
the bar
games.
for Klay Thompson, the Hall of Famer.
North of 3-point shooting, 44% or higher 3 of the 7. At minimum, you got to give me 3. At minimum, you have to give me 3.
I'm giving you 2 because the one you're begging for is a game that they lost.
This is Clayism. This is what I'm talking about. Yeah. This is what I see in the fan base right now.
You mentioned the drop-off.
You
and
see
I
something
think that the drop-off is, and we won't even get into the defensive end because that's going to be Steiny's bit, and he'll be here in 2 minutes according to his ETA.
That's fine.
We can look at offensive numbers.
I get that he's a lesser player defensively. There's no two ways about it. How could he not with the injuries?
And I think one of the big questions coming up here in 14 minutes is the viability of the big 3. How viable do people think they are on the panel in terms of still being able to win or compete for a championship? That, I think, is going to be interesting.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I see you looking at the door. Do you have a Steiny or a Guru?
No. Somebody far more important, but that's neither here nor there.
Neither here nor there.
Yeah.
All right. I know who that is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Listen. This is one of the things I really want to get to today in this whole process, which is the fact that we got artwork flying off the walls. We got all kinds of stuff going on up in this building. But I just want to say that it is important, I think, to not overstate the last thing we saw if that thing was not what we wanted to see. The denigration of Klay Thompson, for my taste, in the last couple of weeks has gone too far.
I'll agree with that.
Okay.
And I think that I may have been a little bit of a part of throwing dirt on his relative tomb because I don't think it's over, but I also look at the viability of the big 3 going forward, and I don't necessarily think that they still have enough with just those 3 to be champions, and that's why I will advocate, and I'll give you a little teaser of part of my opening statement coming up here in about 12 minutes. I am advocating for the trade of Jordan Poole because you need to bring in veterans. You need to bring in some grown men to be a part of this team and this organization to help the big 3. Because if you have young players, we know that they don't rely on young players, and Jordan Poole is still a young player.
Yeah, I listen, advocating for the trade of Jordan Poole, I agreed with you when we first discussed this. I'm behind it. I'm down with it based on what the return is. And we can throw a few out. If you Google Jordan Poole and any other team right now, it doesn't even matter what the team is. What you'll get is a list of all kinds of trade possibilities that are being bandied about right now on the internet. I have seen Jordan Poole and other pieces being traded for Pascal Siakam. I have seen an idea that sends Jordan Poole to the Chicago Bulls. I have seen ideas that send Jordan Poole to the Boston Celtics. These are all out there. The NBA world knows that he is one of the 20-point-per-game type scorers who could potentially be available this offseason. And for me, the bottom line is if the Warriors want to try to improve and if they want to try to shave some money off of the luxury tax, there are very few ways to do that. So even if you like Jordan Poole, you might need to trade Jordan Poole.
Right, but if you trade Jordan Poole, in my opinion, it's got to be about more than just a luxury tax savings. You can't sell. Can't sell to Steph, Klay, and Dre. Hey, I'm Joe Lacob. I just want to save some money on the back end. You've got to be able to bring in some ready-made pieces. So it's got to serve both ends of what you're trying to do. The one piece is if you're going to trade Jordan Poole, who is definitely a rotational guy. He's a guy who you mentioned helped you win a championship. So you need to bring somebody in who can also help you win a championship. You can't sell to Steph, Klay, and Dre oh, we're going to trade Jordan Poole for nothing or for just money purposes. You got to be able to thread both those needles at once, in my opinion, and that's why your trade I thought was so interesting.
Don't throw it out there yet.
Anunoby.
Well, there's Anunoby. I have a different trade.
Okay.
4 o'clock.
Tease it.
4 o'clock.
Tease it.
I've got the trade
that
is going to save the Golden State Warriors. I don't know if the partner wants to dance.
Man.
I don't know if the partner wants to dance, but I have got the trade coming up here at 4 o'clock that will save the Golden State Warriors now and into the future.
That's a great tease. And can you give us a little bit, can you wet our beak with an idea? Is it Poole and Kuminga? Is it multiple pieces, multiple teams? I mean, I'm not asking you to give away the farm here.
It's 2 teams.
Outside?
Inside the association.
Nice.
But I will say that it is Poole plus 2 other players.
Wow. Okay.
Poole plus 2 other players.
Okay.
I will not tell you the partner, but that is it. There is a deal that I think the Warriors can offer that would both save money and improve them now and improve them tomorrow.
I love it. And the most important part of that to me is improve them now because, as you mentioned before, 3 years from now, you're not worried about 3 years from now when Steph is gone. And Steph might at that point sign a contract and still be here. But for all intents and purposes, 3 years from now is where it's going to end. You know, after 3 years, if Steph is still going to be here, he'll be 38, 39. He probably won't be a 1 anymore. So at that point, you're looking at turning the page anyway. So if you make any trade that involves Jordan Poole or Jonathan Kuminga or any other young player, you got to do something so you have a chance to win in the next year or 2. That's it.
Well, this is the thing. When you talk about 3 years, obviously you're talking about Steph Curry's contract. Do I believe that Draymond Green is going to get a contract that matches him up for those 3 years? I do. I absolutely do think that's going to happen. I don't necessarily think it for Klay Thompson. When you say we sign up for the big 3 going forward, I don't necessarily mean that it means all 3 of them for 3 years. I think that's going to be incredibly hard to pull off unless Klay Thompson wants to take a whole lot less money.
No, half. He's taking half.
I don't even know if it's that.
No, it's half. Oh,
Matt Steinmetz is in the building.
Matt Steinmetz. Hey.
Let's hear it for Steiny.
And he's hugging my wife.
Oh, my God.
What the hell?
That's completely inappropriate. That's inappropriate.
Dude, that's my wife.
Wow.
What the hell?
That was awkward, is what that was.
It is.
All right, so
I don't know what's in bounds.
Nothing from you till 4.
Nothing.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Pot him down.
I know
him down. Too much Shasky too early.
Well, yeah.
Take him out.
Who had Guru showing up last? Who had that on your bingo
I think
card?
we all did.
And you are all winners. Congratulations.
Hey,
Please
Tibbs.
pick up your chip on the way out the door.
I got a bone to pick with you.
Joe Shasky.
No,
Every
Shasky.
morning.
It's no Shasky. I
Every
can't have
morning,
it right now.
I put the headphones on, and he's got the thing cranked to the highest level. Your eardrums must be completely shot.
Dude, I'm in my 50s, bro.
Hey,
What's wrong with
Shasky,
you?
he loves the sound of my voice. What's the problem?
Is that why the one headphone's
What's the
off?
problem?
Always, dude. Always.
What's the problem? Who doesn't? Are there people who don't love the sound of my voice?
Shasky,
I've not met these people.
I got bad cans, Shasky. I got bad cans.
Well,
Save that sound.
Cut it.
Cut it up.
Flip it. Cut it. Save it. Use it.
Dude, sober up. The big boss is in the building. Stacey Kaufman's in the
We
building,
are
ladies and
presented.
Look who's got his arm around her, too, by the way. The king is already letting.
The king is here.
I mean, he took a limo.
We are presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises. Hey,
Let's go,
Juanvito,
baby.
who's ready for the Warriors Summit? Who's ready for the summit? Everybody's in the building, and the Warriors Summit is next on 95.7 The Game. Did you just touch my gap?
Warriors Summit.
The season is officially over. For the first time in their history, Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and Andre Iguodala will walk off a Western Conference playoff floor with a series loss.
You have questions about the Golden State Warriors offseason. And for the first time ever, all our hosts are together for a live show to give you answers. Now, here's Mark Willard.
This Warriors Summit is now in session. Let's go. Yeah. Let's go. Hey. That's right, Guru. Get it all. Get it all.
Man.
Guru's on Facebook Live. Say hi to Morning Rose. Morning Rose is here. There you go. Baby. Say hi to Stoddy Goo. Hey. Warriors all over. Pre-post beyond. John Dickinson is here. Woo. And all of you are here. Good job, all of you. Hey. Look, this is so much fun, so special for each and every one of us. This is so unique, and all of you have made this really, really cool. So thank you all for coming out. And obviously, with this many voices and egos all on the air at the same time, I don't want to waste too much time. So we're one by one. We're going to go to each one of us just for an opening statement. Guys, do your best to keep it to 60 seconds. And I know we won't, but do your best. 60 seconds, state of the team to each and every one of us. And we might as well go in order as they appear on 95.7 The Game each day. Joe Shasky.
I get to go first?
Joe Shasky. Joe Shasky.
Let's go. Back
Morning
down.
Rose.
Let's go.
Well, you come in and do the the Spadoni seg. So
the
cross-jover. So come on, let's do it. Joe Shasky, let's do it.
Is this current state of the Warriors or where we go from here? Because if we're going to go from here,
state of the team.
We all love the Warriors. We love Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green. But the reality is, if you want to win a championship, another one. Right?
Another one.
It's about Steph Curry, and everything needs to be on the table. It's so difficult to make a move in the NBA because of the salary cap structure, the ramifications, where their cap is, and what their money is right now. Just trading youngsters isn't going to do enough to be able to shake things up if you want to get past Denver. Are you watching Denver? Denver looks incredible. They look incredible, and it's not just the role players. Clearly, Jamal Murray, inside-out game with Nikola Jokic, they're fantastic. And so, to me, that's who you're chasing. And to chase them, it's Steph Curry, and everything else needs to be on the table.
Wow, that was a hell of a take. Way to set the tone, Shasky, and I agree with him.
I mean, this is why I'm the best.
Joe Shasky, everybody. This is why he carries me. That's why I can steal 2 checks in this market.
You deserve an intro. You deserve an intro. Bonte Hill, Morning Rose.
I want to find the people. First of all, I'm a little discombobulated right now. Because my man right here has 5 Christmas trees every Christmas. Why do you need 5 Christmas trees in your household every winter? I love you, but that's too many. Look, the Warriors situation is simple. They got to get bigger and more athletic here. And if you're not going to play the youngsters who are more athletic, then you part ways. You try to figure out other ways here. But you have to make tough decisions. In every dynasty, there comes a point in which you have to make tough decisions. And with the core 3, are they good enough to win another championship? Are they good enough? That's the question you have to ask yourself. Are they good enough to overcome the Denver Nuggets, who have Jokic, who's a 2-time MVP, Jamal Murray, who's 26 years old, and by the way, Michael Porter Jr. is 25, and he's getting better and better and better. And they have some great role players in Aaron Gordon and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. So how can you get through the Denver Nuggets? Because the West goes through the Rocky Mountains now. I'm looking for this take up. You got to make tough choices. Situation critical. Dominoes are going to fall. You got to maybe move on from some of the core members here. We'll get to that a little later in the program.
Vontae, Trey Lance?
Oh, Trey Lance is starting. No, I'm not kidding. No 49ers starting.
Objection. That's the first
I got more texts on that. Wait, are we doing the Morning Rose? I'm sorry.
We're gonna shake the order up just because he appears at all hours of the day. John Dickinson.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Walnut Creek's on.
on.
Thank you.
The ball is yours.
Let's go. Appreciate it. Home game. Wonderful to be able to walk down here.
Thank you for being here.
Everybody for having us. It's just wonderful. And look, I think as you look at this pivotal offseason for the Warriors, they're telling the world exactly what they think they need to do, which is run it back with Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green. Are they good enough to do that? We'll see. But the one thing they've said is that they don't think they're good enough unless they keep those three together, which means it's pretty simple. How do you get better from that point on? It means you got to start looking to trade some of the young players. It means you got to look to try to start to sign some, minimum free agents that can come in and make a big-time contribution. The Warriors starts with Bob Myers. Is he going to be back or not? I think things get a lot more difficult if he's not back. To Steve Kerr, to, again, how do you get better? It's Jordan Poole and it's Jonathan Kuminga. Bonte talked about uncomfortable decisions. I know a lot of Warrior fans may be more comfortable than they've ever been at trying to look at trading Jordan Poole, but it's those two youngsters, I think, that are the pivot point to this offseason and how good this team can be. You're seeing it as far as the role players with Denver. How do you get some of that action brought to the big three that still believes they can win a title?
My partner, ladies and gentlemen, Dan Dibley. Dan Dibley, next up.
Thank you.
Dan Dibley with his championship Zenny glasses on.
Thank you, Mark.
Dibbers to the mic.
I appreciate it. 4 score and 7 failed lottery picks ago. Thank you.
That's one.
This team was an embarrassment. I grew up here, and I was here through the lean years, and so I know from what I speak in terms of the failures that we all had witnessed. Long before Matt Steinmetz was presiding over 18-win Brian Winter teams and the 21-win Dave Cowan's team. So I know from failure, and I know the sweet num-num juice, as Guru would say. I had the juice, the num-num juice, the sweet, juice. The succulence.
Not today.
Of victory. It's because look is over there. The guy's like a hawk over there. But I know how sweet the championship has been, and yes, we all want it to elongate. We want more. We want an elongation sensation. That's a buck. And so how do you do it? 3 simple words, my friends. My platform is the trade Jordan Poole platform. Jordan Poole must be traded. Draymond's coming back. They can't play together. You trade Poole, and if you need to throw in Kuminga, you throw in Kuminga. You do what you can to bring in grown men, adults, to help this thing continue going forward. The young aren't going to be played by the coach anyway. Bring in veterans. Try to win another chip, and if not, see you in Secaucus.
I'm gonna take my 60 right now and borrow one of your words, John Dickinson, with regard to uncomfortable. Because you're right, Jordan Poole needs to be traded, but it's not just Jordan Poole. There might be names on this list that some people don't love. But there is a deal. I don't know if the partner wants to do it, but there is a deal on the table that makes the Warriors better now. It makes them better into the future and saves them $30 million in cap and luxury tax money right now. And that is if you package Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga, and Andrew Wiggins and send them to the Boston Celtics for Jaylen Brown and Malcolm Brogdon.
The Celtics are still playing. The Celtics are still playing, so you can't make that deal.
Are you uncomfortable yet? Are you uncomfortable yet?
That would be highway robbery.
That's exactly why this is the kind of deal you have to do. Both sides need discomfort.
Oh, my gosh.
Jaylen Brown.
Brock,
Let's go. I can't believe you brought that to the table the first second. Let that sit on Twitter.
Matt Steinmetz, ladies and gentlemen.
Can we stop talking about how good or bad these guys have become individually? Klay's still pretty good. Draymond's still pretty good. Steph Curry, you're right, he's still up there. But you know what? They're not bringing the best out in each other anymore. It worked because Klay could guard guys Steph couldn't. And Steph could guard guys that he could guard. And Draymond could do things on both ends of the floor. They're all tremendous players, but they are losing something as it relates to chemistry and youth and athleticism and even smarts. So My point is this. They in trouble. That's what happens when you win 4 titles in 10 years.
Party's over, folks. Thanks for coming out.
The party doesn't have to be over.
I need a drink after that, everybody.
Get in the game.
Get us right, Guru.
Get in the game, man.
Guru, get us right, Guru.
Guess what we say for last? Guess what we say for last?
Was that a minute?
Chef's kiss.
Yeah, you're done.
Okay. Longest minute of my life.
Ladies and gentlemen, Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Yeah. Before I get to it, I just want to tell you I was envisioning what it would look like, and you guys have exceeded what it would look like. So give yourself a round of applause for real. This is big. Now, for all my rap fans, I'm going to steal from the great rap group Bone Thugs and Harmony. The Warriors are at a crossroads. Okay, they got decisions to make. And I'm going to say this. All of us in this room know one thing, one constant about the Warriors.
For the love of money?
Steph Curry is still in his prime.
Yep.
And I got into it with my lovely partner today because I don't hear it getting enough run. Steph is going to be involved in every decision that is made about this team going forward to secure his future moving forward. So everything's on the table. Is Steph mad at Drake because he punched Jordan Poole and kind of shotgunned the season? I don't know, but I wonder if that's on the table. But there's nothing that will be done without Stephen Wardell Curry and Joe Lacob, hopefully Bob Myers talking, and we'll put it all on the table today like the rat, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. But today we will leave here with some type of clarity.
YouTube is calling Guru Game 6 Guru, baby.
Game 6 Guru. This is the Warriors Summit. Steve Kerr, right after the season ended, said something with which many people agree, many don't. We will reset that and get everybody's thoughts on it. Coming up next, we are live. Juan Vito and Walnut Creek for the never-before-seen Warriors Summit right here on 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated.
Now back to the Warriors Summit, live from Buonvino in Walnut Creek. Here's Mark Willard.
This is the Warriors Summit!
Wow.
Well, this very, yeah. Are we at a crossroads? Are we going to see you at the crossroads or not? That actually is the question right now. Buonvino, Walnut Creek, thank you. And thank you to all of you fine people for coming out here to see us. Vontae and Joe are here. Steiny and Goo and JD, Willard and Dibbs, we are all here. And the question on the table is this. Steve Kerr said it directly to me and you. Whoop! Right before Game 5. He said that Steph and Clay and Dre still have many years to come as a championship core. He said, I played on the Last Dance teams, and you knew that those teams were done. This is not done. So, do we agree? Do the Warriors still have, under contract and in their room right now, a championship core? Bonte?
No, they don't.
What do you think?
No, they don't.
Well, can I ask a question?
Well, you want to just ask me a question.
No.
You want me to ask this question?
Because every single one of you keeps bringing up the youngsters. Did the youngsters play in Game 4 in the crucial minutes? Or was it Draymond Green that threw the ball away? Was it Klay Thompson clanking at the beginning of each one of these games and not defending a single soul? Like, why are we afraid to point out the obvious? I'm serious. Why are we so scared?
I guess.
Why are we so scared?
I guess I'm misunderstanding.
I love those guys.
I'm misunderstanding.
But they came up short.
I'm misunderstanding where the point is coming from.
The point is that we've spent 20 minutes talking about young players, and we're avoiding the real conversation. Clay and Dre didn't play good enough.
So that is what this.
It's okay.
So that's what this conversation is right now. If your answer is no, then let's hear it. Bonte,
that's
you say
my
no.
answer. No.
Okay.
Shasky, you see what we deal through? This is why I get mad at him at 6 in the morning. This out, dog. I love you. But Shasky's right. We blame the 3-7 start. Oh, the youngsters, they weren't ready to play. But last time I checked, down in Miami, South Beach, they scored 2 points in the last 5 minutes. It was Andrew Wiggins, it was Stephen Curry, it was Draymond Green, it was Klay Thompson alongside Jordan Poole. You lose down in Orlando. Who got the ball stolen from them in the last 5 minutes? We're scared to criticize the guys who have helped us win banners. Curry wasn't great, but Draymond and Klay Thompson wasn't great either. And I want to start with Draymond Green because that's the decision that has to be made. I get it. He has an opt-in clause, but with all the noise, especially this last season, and Draymond Green and Steve Kerr after the season said, yeah, the punch of the preseason affected the way we played this year. I couldn't get my voice back. Well, Draymond, you were the cause of it. Draymond Green, you're the greatest defensive player, self-acclaimed greatest defensive player of all time, right? Well, where were you checking AD and LeBron James when it came down to it? Because one of those guys were on the floor at the same time, and you did not guard them at the level that we're used to seeing you guard. So if you can't get buckets in this league, because this whole misnomer that championships or defense wins championships in the NBA. Last time I checked, getting buckets gets championships in the NBA.
No
buckets gets. So you need guys who can get buckets, and Draymond Green's not even being guarded. Look at the Denver Nuggets, look at the Lakers, look at the Miami Heat and the Celtics. All 5 guys on the floor can score, or at least be a threat to score. You can no longer win championships the way they won them before. So I think the biggest decision is Draymond Green, and I think maybe him moving on finally will be the best for the Golden State Warriors moving forward. The youngsters get way too much of the blame when they barely played the playoffs.
Shasky, what do you want to add to that?
Well, no, I think Draymond's the double-edged sword. Like, you love him at times, and at times he drives you completely crazy. And the reality is, I can't unsee Game 3. Game 3 against the Kings, when Draymond didn't play, and Steph dropped near 40, and dished out 8 assists, and everybody played well, and the ball was hopping around, and Kevon Looney gave me some of the elements offensively as a passer that Draymond Green did. I'm not saying that they're not going to miss Draymond at some point down the line, but to pretend that they can't subsidize some of his production with a combination of other players, I think that's false.
Well, another thing Steiny had, Steiny said something last week, folks, and he was right spot on. Are you a championship contender?
Wait.
You spot on.
You're giving Steiny love?
I give Steiny a lot of love.
Hey, let him go.
Steiny, listen. He said, can you win a championship with Draymond Green?
More and more people are doing that.
Hey, I'm doing it. He said something. Draymond Green, can he help you win a championship? They all say we can't win a championship without Draymond Green. Well, can you win one with them? You didn't make it out the second round of the playoffs this year. And you can reset your books a little bit here by moving off of that. I think Draymond kind of ruined the season, personally.
Guru, what do you think about this? What do you think about this? Because I have a feeling that you, at least of everybody up here, I might be right there with you, but you might have the most disagreement with what they're saying right now.
No, I agree. I've been saying this. Every great run comes to an end. And Draymond Green, I can take nothing from him. But it's time for I got Apple phone. It's time for a software offense update by the Golden State Warriors. And Bonte is right. He is not scoring the ball. They have ran their course. And you went up against the Sacramento Kings, and we all want to say, oh, it was great coaching, but they made you go to the too big lineup. They made you realize you're shooting yourself in the foot. And Draymond, I love you, but offense is what they need. And now that Steph and Clay are getting a little older, they're not perfect from deep. They need another option to throw the ball in to a guy that can give you some body punches or get buckets down low. And the last thing, to Bonte's point, he's right. Draymond Green was not guarding Anthony Davis. He was not guarding LeBron James, and they didn't put him on Lonnie Walker IV when he went Dwayne Wade. So to me, this is no shade at Draymond Green, but it's also shame on all of you that believe Steph Curry cannot flourish without Draymond Green. And I argue with this man.
Does Steph Curry believe you?
Hold on. JD, what do you think?
Well, my question is, does Steph Curry and Steve Kerr and the Warriors organization believe that they can win without the big three? Because they've told us for the last 2 weeks that they don't think they can. So if they don't believe it, it's almost irrelevant that we think, like, what are we going to do? We're going to go say, hey, Steph, guess what? We know you'd rather have Draymond, but it's time to move on. Like, get over it, pal.
Well,
like, you're still good enough. We believe in you.
But the proof is in the pudding.
You don't believe in that.
That's just talk right now.
But what's the elixir?
Well, here's the other thing. If you want Draymond to leave,
JD, go ahead, JD.
if you want, and that's fine. Like, if it's time to move on from Draymond Green, the question though becomes, well, how do you get better if Draymond Green is gone? They're stuck between a rock and a hard place in the sense that their best chance to be as good as they've been and get better is to keep what they have, because if he leaves, there's no way to take that slot and replace him with anything.
You can't get better.
So what about the oxygen?
I agree
what
with you.
about allowing the place to breathe a little?
Hold on. I agree with you, and I agree with them, because there's a reason that in every NFL city the backup quarterback is so damn popular, because you can't blame them for anything. So for you guys to say, hey, the young guys didn't mess up, yeah, has to even go out there and play. So maybe you might be right, but the best thing that we could say is that you might be right, because we haven't even seen these guys play. So to take that out on the guys who are actually putting it out there and have a resume and did it as recently as 11 months ago, I just think you have to be real careful in putting all your faith into a bunch of people who have never done it and may never do it.
May not be those guys.
Draymond, though, does deserve to be held accountable.
Criticism,
that's all.
Sure.
Like, let's
That's fair.
I don't want anything that I said. Like, hey, they're kind of stuck, and they need to keep him to be. Hey, he doesn't have to be held accountable.
JD, what would Pat Riley do? Pat Riley's about to go to another finals with a random team. What would Bill Walsh do? What would Pat Riley do?
What would Jerry West do?
He'd cut Draymond Green, and he'd miss the playoffs for 3 or 4 years in a row.
And that's what you want.
About that.
And then, that's what you want. All right.
They've done it the last 4 years.
This is Warrior Summit, Juan Vino in Walnut Creek with the whole gang here at 95.7. Steiny. Well, now Steiny's good. Steiny, what do you think?
I thought we were going to break.
No, we're not going to break.
It's called a reset. Normally, in the middle of a segment, what you do is you reset the topic.
If you ever want to know how to lead a show, just ask
Wow, Willard! He stuck it to you.
Did you just touch my gavel again? No, Steiny, what do you think? What do you think?
Well, first of all, it was that man over there who once told me, you're not a real host.
So it was traditional.
There's nothing that you can say.
Let the legend grow, Google.
I need you to be.
Let the legend grow.
I need you to be a little more specific.
What do you think
about what?
About what's being said here as to in terms of whether Draymond Green is actually the centerpiece of what's wrong, or if he's the centerpiece of how to fix it.
Yes.
Exactly. No, that is
the correct answer. It's a good answer. Good answer, Steiny.
The problem with the Warriors is that they can do one of two things. They can hold on to Clay and Draymond, pay them a little bit, and I don't even care how much it is, but they're getting worse. Or They could start to move off them right now, and they'll get worse, the team. So this is kind of the inevitable end of a dynasty. You had to overpay those guys to become a dynasty. You had to underpay everybody else. They're getting caught with their bench, too. They can't pay their bench players because the system is set up to not allow them to now. It's going to get worse. You just got to look in the mirror. That's all you got to do.
Well, you know what I've been wanting to ask you, and before we go to tips, no, you know what I've been wanting. I do a lot. No, what I've been wanting to ask you with, because your tone for 6 days now has been they're hosed, they're up a creek, so you don't like any of the options,
right?
But you got to pick one. So what would you do?
I think I would start to come off my guys, and Draymond Green has 1 year. It's an opt-in. I would say, Draymond, look, you, of all people, know the salary structure, the league, the business. We can't give you 3 years. We just can't. Okay, well, is he open to 2 with 2 for 50?
Oh,
well, he may be like, hit the pike. I can go to L.A. for 3 for 80. Then you have to say, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And, well, now next year, maybe Clay comes off at 42, 43. And see, I don't necessarily believe that the Warriors need Clay and Draymond to win it again in Steph Curry's cycle.
Well, who do they get?
I don't know.
And how do they
We don't
get
know
them?
that.
I mean, if you're
we don't know that.
Wait 2 years and sign Giannis. You can't get anyone in the next 2 years.
What I'm saying is I'm open to it.
Let's get dibs.
Okay. I'm very open to it.
Do the next 2 years. You're screwed either way.
My issue is this.
That's 3 points.
So if you do everything for Steph Curry, does that mean that means no, you can't touch Draymond? I don't believe the best for Steph Curry necessarily is. We've got to keep these both guys.
Get dibs in here because,
I agree with Steiny.
I mean, it's one of two courses. Either you keep the big three together and you believe that you can win with them, which, by the way, they've told you that they believe that they can win with the big three. Do you believe that? No, of course not. But I'm not the one making the decisions. It's Joe Lacob and it's Steve Kerr.
What would you do?
What would I do?
Yeah.
I would say, Draymond Green, adios, see you later. I would tell Clay, if you want to stay, you get half pay after next year, and you would move forward. But that's not me making the decision.
Your platform 15 minutes ago was trade Jordan Poole.
Well, that's because
now you want it. Now you want to go.
My platform is to trade Jordan Poole because I know they're going to keep the big three. They're going to keep the big three. So if you keep the big three,
we know that for
then
sure.
You trade Jordan
What
Poole.
if a new GM comes in? What if Bob Myers says, I'm going to take a year off?
It's not about the new GM.
And you get a new GM who says, you know what?
Dunleavy.
I don't want to come into the situation with this current core. Can I have the green light to make a couple moves like Brian Sabian did with the Giants? He came in and traded Matt Williams, who was a fan favorite, maybe the best third baseman in Giants history. Traded Matt Williams. The fans went crazy.
I think this goes back to what Drew was saying about Steph Curry. Steph Curry, I believe, wants to play with Draymond.
I don't know if that new GM's going to be married to the core.
Now, this is something that worked earlier, and now we got an even bigger crowd, obviously. So let's let the crowd weigh in on this, okay? So, by a show of noise, do you want Draymond Green on this team next year? Say yes.
Okay.
Do you want to move on from Draymond Green next year? That is interesting.
Sounds like Dub Nation agrees with certain people.
That is interesting. That is really interesting.
Now do Jordan Poole.
We did.
Everybody watch Jordan Poole go?
Yeah, I think everyone does.
Yeah.
I think, and this is the other part. So, everybody keeps saying either or.
Joe
I'm listening to Dibs talk about either or, which I think there's some to that. if I was running the team, both of them would be gone. I mean, I can't deal with either of you two right now. Take a hike. Like, I'm trying to win championships. You two are arguing about God knows what, and you sabotaged my season, and I spent $200 million in luxury tax. I'd be furious if I was running this team.
But how do you get rid of Draymond Green? If Draymond he opts in, what are you going to trade him?
Or sign and trade. If he signs with another team, there's only so many teams with
Draymond is not going to get a deal, a 3-year deal, and they say, you know what, Draymond, we don't want to offer you a deal, and he says, fine, I'm out of here. They get nothing for Draymond.
Well, only if he goes to a place that's under the cap. Right now,
which is a lot of teams. The Lakers are under the cap. For example,
until certain things happen, and you never know what ends up happening.
The Lakers roster going into next year, they're well under the cap. And it feels like that would be where he would go.
But where does he fit with that roster?
Right,
like that
LeBron
Laker
wants
thing
shooters.
Makes sense before the trade deadline. I don't know if it does anymore.
Doesn't LeBron want shooters around him?
LeBron can get shooters in February. Like this year, they got players.
So where does Draymond fit, though?
What was the Lakers in October?
Take Draymond and lose Vanderbilt. They probably move off of Vanderbilt.
So then they play Draymond 12 to 15 minutes a game? Because
he'd play more. I'm just saying that roster.
Right. Do you know what I hear a lot? And Guru jumping on this. What I hear a lot of what the Warriors should get rid of, and I don't hear a lot of what the Warriors should bring in.
Perimeter.
It does not. Okay. But how do they do that? This is not an under the cap team.
Offense was the problem.
This is not a team that's got draft capital that they can go get. So a lot of you are speaking from a place of get rid of said person without any solution as to how you're going to give all of these fans something to look at next year. Guru.
But, and I'm passionate about this subject, we keep omitting the fact that they drafted James Wiseman. They drafted Jonathan Kuminga. They drafted Moses Moody. Jordan Poole should be able to step in for Klay Thompson. And knew how to do what Miami was doing with their youngsters and empower them. Jonathan Kuminga could be Draymond Green. And Bob Myers, if you're listening, you've been good to me. You've been good to all of us. But my partner today told me it ain't just on him. But those are 3 strikes that those kids aren't ready. This is a forum for them to step up. If you wanted to say 3 for 90 for 3 for Dre is too much for our blood. Jonathan, here we go. But Miami Heat, I'm watching, doing it with lesser. Okay. So this is a problem of player development that nobody's talking about, that the Warriors got 3 strikes on.
Steiny, you and I.
20.
Hold on.
No, Guru's right.
Yeah,
Guru's right. 29 teams have a player development issue. He's right.
Well, you and I have talked a lot about this, though, when you were talking at the beginning of the year about this whole 2 timelines thing. And it's not, Guru, that you're wrong. However, we've even seen it down in Santa Clara with the 49ers. The idea...
Oh, they're in trouble.
The idea that you can look at a clubhouse of winners, veterans, and tell them, sit here and go through the lumps with our young guys who we're going to try to bring up, is chasing clouds. It's not realistic.
But they tried it, Mark.
You can't do it. It's not doable. Yes, they tried it. And what happened?
It's a fail right now.
So you can say that those were bad draft picks, or you can say it was bad timing for those draft picks. They ended up with what they thought was, hey, we're going to have our cake and eat it too, even though that's the stupidest phrase ever. And it's not really
I think Kuminga can play. I think Moody can play.
And maybe they can.
Jordan Poole can play.
Okay.
Can they play at a championship level?
Right.
They did last year.
Who?
Jordan Poole and Moody played in the Western Conference Finals.
Jordan
was unplayable in the NBA Finals.
Well, we know why.
He played half the time.
Right, he got hit in the face.
He had moments.
Like he didn't need to be consistent last year for them to win it. As they get older, he's got to become more consistent. He became less consistent as the big 3 became less consistent.
I would push back on the Niner thing, too. They played 4 guys that no one had ever seen before. Aaron Banks at guard. They played Hufanga at safety. Like, they played a ton of young players. Football's different. Yeah. I get that. They played a ton of young players and still won games.
Here's the thing. If you're good enough, you'll play.
Exactly.
Like, that's the thing. Like, if you're good enough,
Keegan Murray.
Like,
but you guys know
Keegan
the
Murray,
NBA.
people talk about Keegan Murray. Keegan Murray made more 3-pointers than any rookie ever.
No,
if the Warriors had Keegan Murray would be playing 30 minutes a game.
And Jordan Poole plays almost 30 minutes a game. It's not that, but you guys know in the NBA more than any other sport, it's based on a very few number of people.
But let me ask you this.
Yeah, go ahead.
How do we feel about the team, Steve Kerr, Draymond Green saying that what happened in the preseason ruined the whole season?
Well, they're right.
Let's just be real.
No,
it ruined Jordan Poole. It ruined the development of youngsters. Draymond Green, who's been
team chemistry.
Kevin Durant, right? Remember the Kevin Durant situation? Yeah. We know how mad we were about that. Saying that Steve and Bob, it was their fault. What happened? The podcasting, LeBron, everything that goes with Draymond Green. I'm not ripping him. He's done what he's done. His number's going to be retired. He's going to be a statue guy. But when the team comes out and says, you know what, we maxed out.
No statue.
Yet the incident in the preseason caused all the turmoil this year. And then we couldn't do anything about it. We didn't do anything about it. I feel like that guy has to go. You got to clear the air to get your culture back. Your culture's now fractured for the first time.
Hold on. If Jordan Poole goes, if Jordan Poole is gone, the culture is fine.
Jordan Poole got hit in the jaw. How you just leave Jordan Poole? He's the victim.
Because Jordan Poole is not a good enough player to be a part of your core, and they believe in the core.
Is Draymond right now good enough to be part of the core?
They believe so. Yes, absolutely.
Do the Warriors?
They won a championship 12 months ago.
Hold on. Game 4, they had the bench. Game 2 against the Mavericks.
It's too many voices.
Game 2 against the Mavericks. The best thing to happen was Draymond getting in foul trouble.
It's too many voices. Go ahead.
Do the Warriors win it last year without Poole?
No.
Yes.
I don't think so.
Oh, see, I think you're in the minority there, Dave.
I don't think so.
I would say no.
Ask the audience.
Yeah.
Ask the audience. Do the Warriors win the championship last year without Jordan Poole?
Yeah.
No.
There they go.
There we go. They may not beat Denver without Jordan Poole.
However, when we sit there with our hand.
Game 1 against Memphis.
Bonte, when you sit there with your hand and point out all of the frustrating things that Draymond has done and it has led to, everybody in the room agrees. But you have to use the other hand to point to the 4 rings that don't happen without him.
Yeah, but that's yesterday. Sports moves forward.
Yesterday,
teams are always
not that
Kansas City
long ago.
Chiefs always trying to reload.
11
Good
months.
teams trying to reload.
So Willard, are you saying give him the 3 for 90, whatever he wants?
Not 3 for. No, of course not. Not whatever he wants.
Was Draymond Green that player this year? Was he that impactful? He was so impactful. Steve Kerr had to call him and say, Draymond, I need you to come off the bench in Game 4. In a gotta-have-it game against Sacramento, he came off the bench.
Second year in a row in the finals. Don't forget against Boston. Whatever that was, he had to come out for a little bit, and then they put him back in.
So we're mad at Draymond because he's coming off the bench.
He's not that player anymore.
Jordan Poole's coming off the bench and giving you 0.
Well, there's a reason.
0.
There's a reason. He went Mike Tyson punch out on him.
No doubt. No doubt.
If not treated, it will linger. That's PTSD.
So, JD, here's my question. If the Warriors get Draymond back, whatever, it doesn't even matter, 2-3 years, 2 for 90, then how do they, then what? Because you know that the top 6, what?
Well, you have to look at trading Jordan Poole, and you have to look at trading Jonathan Kuminga, and you might have to look at trading Moses Moody, and you might have to.
But that gets you what, $35 million worth of salary?
I don't know.
But that's what they're all making.
Yeah. I mean, approximately. Poole would be 28 or whatever it is.
28 plus 4 and 4.
7. Yeah. I mean, you try to make that. Well, you try to get a really good player.
Not to get inside, but like, okay, they go that they re-sign Draymond. Now they want to trade Poole. Yeah. They got to take back either $140 million worth of salary, which they don't want to do, or they're going to take 28, or a guy on a shorter deal.
Well, if they want to continue to try win championships, they're going to have to continue to pay the freight.
What is the value of Jordan Poole right now, JD? You follow the league. What's the value?
It's not what
Jonathan
it was.
Kuminga. So that's why when I see the trade for Jaylen Brown and Malcolm Brogdon.
Well, that's silliness.
I agree with you.
Why?
Because
you're overpaying for getting rid of Wiggins. You need Wiggins.
No. Yeah, well, no.
Go ahead.
Give me the trade again. Give me the trade again.
The trade is, and it does save you about $30 million in tax and salary. The trade is Jaylen Brown, who is even 25 yet, 26 years old.
Supermax.
Exactly. And it is Jaylen Brown and Malcolm Brogdon for Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga, and Andrew Wiggins. And I tell you what.
I don't think Boston would do that.
They may not. They may not. They very, very well may not. I'll tell you a little bit why it makes more sense than just player to player. And we got to get into Bob Myers. We want to hear from everybody.
Why? He's cool.
Bob Myers.
Don't say that.
So we do that. They'll do that coming up next. This is the Warriors Summit at Point Vito, Walnut Creek on 95.
Looking for the right senior living situation can be a challenge. Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility named as one of the top skilled nursing facilities by U.S. News and World Report. Visit us at lifegen.net or call 415-566-1200.
Hey, Brad. I thought you had a date tonight.
Hey, Mom. She just left. Using my phone for a Wi-Fi hotspot backfired again.
I keep telling you to get Xfinity. What happened?
Well, everything was great until the movie started buffering. Then she started asking questions like, why are you using bed sheets for curtains? Why is this hamster cage so dirty? Where is your hamster?
Oh, honey, it might be time for real Wi-Fi.
Yeah. In the meantime, can I come use the Wi-Fi at your place?
Sorry, baby. Date night's still on for one of us.
It's time for real home internet. Get fast home internet on the Xfinity 10G network. The future starts now. New customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet for just $25 a month for 2 years during our Xfinity 10G network launch celebration, now through June 21st. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
Hi, sweetie.
Hi, Mom.
This is a nice surprise. Usually I'm the one calling you. Is everything all right?
It's better than all right. I have a huge life update. I tried the new Dr. Pepper strawberries and cream.
Oh, honey, that's amazing news.
Mom, it's incredible. It's Dr. Pepper swirled with a refreshing strawberry flavor and a smooth, creamy finish.
Oh, my goodness. I'm crying. Oh, this is just what you've been looking for.
It comes in 0 sugar, too. Now I'm crying.
I am so happy for you, honey. Oh, you deserve this new flavor.
Oh, you don't know how much it means to hear you say that, Mom.
I'm so proud of you for trying new Dr. Pepper strawberries and cream.
I love you. Okay, I should go. I just opened a fresh can.
Wait, I'll get your dad. Greg!
New Dr. Pepper strawberries and cream. The new flavor you deserve.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Safeway with great news. Now through May 23rd, earn 2 times rewards points when you purchase participating items with Safeway for you. Then use your rewards on groceries or discounts on gas at participating Chevron or Texaco stations. Download your exclusive digital coupon in the Safeway for You app and start earning 2 times rewards today. Limit 1 offer per household. This is Stephanie from Safeway, and we'll see you soon. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/for-you.
This is a message for all Bay Area homeowners. If you want to sell your house, but only the thought of it gives you a headache, John Buys Bay Area Houses has great news for you. John Buys Bay Area Houses can help you avoid any headache and will buy your house for cash in as-is condition, and you won't even have to do any repairs, cleaning, or paying any fees. Just call 415-985-7000 for a fast and easy solution and sell your house today. John buys all kinds of houses. Inherited houses, vacant houses, fixer-uppers, and also beautiful houses. All you need to do is call John Buys Bay Area Houses at 415-985-7000 and let John take care of everything for you. Call John Buys Bay Area Houses, 415-985-7000 and get the peace of mind you deserve.
John Buys Bay Area Houses. Sell your house the easy way.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Dazzling decal on Daisy's Donuts window. Bold banner at Barry's Barbershop. Prominent poster at Penny's on Park Place.
This is your sign. Well, signs. To try Staples and see the difference. Get $15 off signs, banners, and posters when you spend $75 or more.
From Staples, and I couldn't miss it.
N617. Visit staplesconnect.com/printbig for details.
Discover credit cards automatically double all the cash back you earn at the end of your first year, which means... Wait, hold up. Question for the audio engineer.
Go ahead.
Did I read that right? Discover automatically doubles all your cash back?
Yeah, that's what the script says.
So if I get a Discover card right now, I can earn twice the cash back.
Apparently. Wait! Unlimited first-year cash back match. Only from Discover. See terms and learn more at discover.com/match.
Humans can do a lot of amazing things. Fighting bugs?
Ew, a bug, get it!
Isn't one of them. STEM is powered by active ingredients found in plants to fight off bugs safely and effectively when used as directed. STEM, rooted in nature, optimized by science.
Yep. Nope. Now back to the Warriors Summit, live from Buonvino in Walnut Creek. Here's Mark Willard.
Buonvino in Walnut Creek.
I tell you,
this is great. This is the Warriors Summit, flanked by the Morning Rose, Sponte and Joe.
I wonder who I'm pissed off in here. Somebody said they're mad at me.
Flanked by Midday, Steiny and Goo. They're not saying boo, they're saying goo.
Oh, wow. Might be saying boo.
They might be saying boo.
I'll determine.
Flanked by my partner, Dan Dibley. And Warriors pre and post, John.
The one
Dickinson.
and only.
Yeah, baby.
All right, listen, I threw it out there for discussion purposes before we get to Bob Myers. JD, I wanted to finish that conversation with you. And the thought process is this, again, for discussion purposes about what the Warriors might be thinking, because the Warriors in any trade are not solely going to be thinking about what they can get back. They're also going to be thinking about the finances of a move. We know that Joe Lacob has said publicly that $400 million is not going to happen. Maybe he changes his mind. We shall see. But he has said that publicly in the past. You look at what the Celtics might be thinking. We can't do 5 years of two players that equal $100 million. So for the Celtics, cutting that up into players who make less that are already signed for 4 more years might make sense if you turn a Jaylen Brown into Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins. And for the Warriors, could it make sense to bring in a player that is available, ready for a supermax in Jaylen Brown, who could be your future one? Now, it may mean that Klay Thompson's days are numbered after 1 more year, or would need to take money at a severely reduced rate. But if we're going to talk about younger, more athletic, more dynamic, and less cost, I think it's worth a phone call. That's all I'm saying.
From a basketball standpoint, if I'm the Warriors, I would absolutely do that.
And the Celtics may hang up. I get that.
And the Celtics may hang up. And look, if I'm the Celtics, not to get lost in the weeds on them, but the only way I'm trading Jaylen Brown at this point is if Jaylen Brown walks in and says, I'm out.
Exactly.
Like that. Because if I'm the Celtics, I'm thinking, hey, we're still closer than you guys are to winning it, even though they're going to go out.
They're going to be frustrated in Boston. They're going to be frustrated for sure.
But I don't think that that's a deal that Boston would really want to do. Bonte, what did you think of that? I know you kind of threw it out, and I was just curious which side.
So I look at it like this: Andrew Wiggins, is he comparable to Jaylen Brown?
Yeah.
We look at the finals last year.
He's comparable, but
Jaylen Brown's really good.
Player.
But who performed better on the biggest stage last year in the playoffs?
Wiggins did.
Yeah, Wiggins did, right? Wiggins did in that year.
That's 2 weeks of his life on the basketball court.
He had a great postseason.
He was good for 2 months. Are we trusting Wiggins is going to be better than Jaylen Brown?
That's a great question.
I'm not. I wouldn't do that.
I don't think the drop-off is that severe, though, from Jaylen Brown and Andrew Wiggins. That's just my opinion.
Because really Tatum was their problem in that series more than Brown was.
Dribbling was a problem. Jaylen Brown can't dribble. Jaylen Brown's a great player. I'd love to bring him back to the Bay Area. But now I'm looking at Boston. I think they would do that deal. You get a wild card to Jonathan Kuminga, who could still be a two-way player, and they have room. Then they clear up the number one angle, because right now they're talking Boston, who's your number one, Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum? And you see them playing my turn, your turn, my turn, your turn. There you trade Jaylen Brown, you're saying, Tatum, you're our guy. You're our guy. Everybody's playing off of you. We noticed that Andrew Wiggins loved being in the backup role, a 2-3 option. He loved it in Boston. He's close to Toronto, all that stuff. And then Jordan Poole, doesn't he need to change the scenery? Would Jordan Poole thrive with a change of scenery and a new setting and a guy who could get to the cup? This guy's a starter, averaging 24, 25 a game in the NBA. Chumps don't just average 24, 25 in a game as a starter in the NBA. So if I'm Boston, I'm doing that deal. And if I'm the Warriors, I'm saying, okay, if I get this up, how many picks am I getting back? It can't just be two players. With Malcolm Brogdon, we see him get cooked left and right, dude. You're not getting athletic. It's one player basically for three, in my opinion. I wouldn't do the deal if I'm going to go to school.
Real quick, Jordan Poole's getting cooked as much as anybody on the defensive side. So let's keep that in mind as well. Shasky, what you look at? Everybody
when Montana went back to Boston, I know JD can attest to this. I was blown away at the perception in Boston of Jaylen Brown. They were ready to move off of him last year in the summer, and I couldn't believe it because we were sitting there going, "Are you crazy?" Like he's one of the young guys that you are going to trade everything for if you're another team to try to get him in town. He clearly is unhappy there. I just don't see why they would accept that deal. Personally, I love it for the Warriors. I want him. What did I say to you this morning? I walked into the studio. I said, Boston's got to break that thing up, and I'm doing anything I can to get either Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown. Because either one of those guys with a Steph Curry, now you're cooking with grease.
Does that deal put you over the top?
I don't know.
Does it put you over the top against the Denver Nuggets?
I don't know.
It's a Joker problem.
I don't know.
It's a Joker problem.
Get bigger.
I agree it gets you closer. I'm with JD.
Yeah.
I'm with JD.
What do you think, Steiny?
I mean, I always look at it from the other side, and I have no interest. And I know he just signed a pretty good deal last year. I got no interest in Andrew Wiggins. None.
Really?
Zero.
He missed 45 games.
If you're Boston?
Yeah, no.
I thought you were high on Wiggins.
Can you tell us why?
Yeah.
Because I don't think you can rely on him. He's had 1 year where he met expectations. He had 6 years in Minnesota where he didn't meet expectations. Then he had an unbelievable season where he was a championship cog. And you know what? And I know he's a nice guy, but then he got paid.
Do you think his absence...
Then he got paid, and he took half a year off.
Got paid less.
Yeah, he's picking...
But that was Steiny's... I'll ask you to. I'll ask Steiny. Do you think he lost some people on the organization with his absence?
$100 million, and then something happened, and he said, I'm going to take half a year off.
But see, that's hard.
What do you to me? Yes, it is harsh.
Yeah.
It's harsh, but it's a fact.
No, I find it disingenuous.
Yeah.
What if he would have been on a contract?
He wasn't in Cabo, Steiny.
You'd already made
Do you know where he was?
No, I don't.
No, nobody does.
But his dad was sick.
He was good in the playing year, too.
I'm just saying. I don't want to. You know what? I'm sorry. I don't want to get bogged down into that. Scope.
What about this?
But no, Andrew Wiggins doesn't do anything for me if I'm on another team.
Wow. 7-5 in Game 5. I mean,
he was arguably your second best player.
Is Andrew Wiggins?
He's playing with 3 Hall of Famers.
Steiny.
Who else has 3 Hall of Famers on their team?
Steiny! Shut it! Dibs. What do you think? Is Andrew Wiggins trustable?
No, absolutely not. And we had a bit when we did middays for 51 weeks talking about K-Wig because every single night he was 6 of 14, 16 points, 6 rebounds, 1 assist. That's what he was until he wasn't for the course of, it was 2 weeks, was it 2 months, whatever it was. That one postseason, he was the player we all thought he should have been his whole career. I'm more on Steiny's boat in terms of trusting him. And if I'm Boston, there's no way I'm getting Andrew Wiggins back in a Brown deal because he's way better than Andrew Wiggins.
Can you trust Jaylen Brown?
Brogdon win a title in Milwaukee?
Jaylen Brown
was awesome in Indiana for the most part.
Jaylen Brown has had games. Jaylen Brown has had games where he's had 3 field goal attempts in the last 3 quarters.
Right.
Like, what's going on there? He just disappears.
And he didn't have an answer for it, but he wanted to throw his teammates under the bus.
And defensively, Jimmy Butler's having his way with anybody. But Andrew Wiggins, he was able to shut the faucet off of a lot of good guys last year in the playoffs.
If
Wiggins was
we're
coming out. I
saying
don't
that
know.
Jordan Poole is a guy who needs a change of scenery, then why isn't Jaylen Brown the same guy who needs a change of
I'm not
scenery?
saying that. I'm just
opinion.
saying the drop-off between Wiggins and Jaylen Brown, I don't think it's that drastic. I think, Jaylen Brown's the better player, the bigger prospect.
Right.
Maybe he has the better future, but Wiggins, as a 2 or 3, has played at the championship level. And I just think
and
that's
whose
giving up a
contract
lot.
is favorable?
That's giving up a lot. Yeah,
whose
Wiggins has a
contract is
team-friendly
favorable
deal.
right now?
You got to give Jaylen Brown a supermax at some point,
Oh, my
right? It's a lot of money.
But to me, both Celtics players in a way are very defined. And Jaylen Brown, you might think is overrated or underrated, but I almost feel like it's 3 unknowns for the Warriors at this point. Where Wiggins is at.
I mean, I feel like all 5 players in that deal, you could put the word unknown on them in one way, shape, or form. But
who's the most valuable guy in that deal?
To me,
Jaylen Brown. No doubt.
Jaylen Brown.
No doubt.
Warriors Summit, Juan Vino here in Walnut Creek. All right, let's get to Bob Myers. Steiny, why don't you lead us off on this? The situation that is surrounding it, and it's really 2 questions. Is he going to go? And if he does, what does that mean for the team?
Well, I think it just feels like a natural transition point for a guy like Bob Myers, right? He's got 3 daughters. The youngest is 4. I think the oldest is 12. He told me that the other day, and I forgot because I don't listen very well. But he's got daughters that apparently need some attention.
The other day?
From their father. No, but it just feels to me like he's at a point. He's been here 10, 12 years. What more can he do? It'd be a great time to reassess a career, late 40s. Like anybody here who's late 40s or older, boy, how nice would it be to reassess a career in your late 40s knowing you don't have to worry about money. You can spend that year with your family. I just think it makes perfect sense. It's the job from now to the future is indescribably harder than the job in the last 10 years.
Matt, I just want to let you know I'm in my late 40s. I'm not looking to reassess my career at all. Let's go to JD. What do you think? What do you think?
Yeah, I think, and I've said this, I mean, to me it feels like Bob wants to go, and he's trying to muster up, I don't know, the courage maybe, or to really go through with it or not at this point. And we'll see if Steph can maybe get a hold of him, or Draymond, or even Klay Thompson, and convince him maybe to run it back one more time, because I think everything does get more difficult for the Warriors if he isn't around, just based on the fact that he's so tied to Steve Kerr and Steph and Draymond and Klay. They all respect him, and they all agree that they're in this thing together. So taking that little piece away, I do think it upsets the fabric of the culture that they've been able to build. He's a big part of that.
Yeah.
Just as a human, he's a big part of that.
Well, let's bring in Guru, who texts with him every other day and sits in his seats whenever possible. No, but I mean, like, you guys have him on your show a lot throughout the year. Like, what are you thinking right now?
Every great mob movie, the top dons, that they're made. And Bob Myers should be made. He should never, after what he's accomplished with the Golden State Warriors and put together, that Saturday against Boston on a pregame where Woj comes in, Greeny, I have information that Bob is working without a contract. So Steiny might be right. We're dads. It might be about his family and his daughters. But to me, I go to the TK podcast where Joe Lacob, the Don, the owner, was on there, and he talked about the depth in the department that, to me, was led by Bob Myers. And then here's my son, Joe Lacob. You got Dunleavy. To me, if I were Bob Myers, let go of my ego, that would rub me the wrong way. I should be a Christmas gift wrapped up under the tree with everything I've done. It shouldn't come down to the fourth quarter.
Can you take offense to that when you have been offered a contract that would make you the highest paid GM in the history?
I worked with somebody that broke that news.
Which contract?
What's that?
The first one he was offered?
Because we didn't know.
When was the first one?
Yeah, there were 2 of them.
I know, but when?
It's on the table right now.
I just know that Joe Lacob confirmed he offered him at least 2 contracts.
That we all missed.
So
that nobody heard anything about.
So the ball is in Bob's court. Bonte, Joe, what do you guys?
Joe, you go ahead.
Joe, what do you think?
You haven't talked in a while.
I just think the job is so hard.
hard. Like NFL GM, you can cut anyone you want. It's guaranteed money. It's super easy. Not easy. The roster flips over 40 to 60% every year. Baseball, if you have unlimited funds, Yankees could buy a left-handed pitcher and not pitcher them, and they could still be in the top 2 or 3 of the AL East. NBA, you sign one bad contract, Duncan Robinson, he's on the bench, you're in trouble. And then Duncan Robinson ends up playing.
Unless you're Miami, who can develop it.
Exactly. But they had Tyler Hero waiting in the wings, and they were playing him. Gabe Vincent gets an opportunity. I think NBA GM is the hardest because it's so penal once you get up there in salaries. They've made it so difficult to create moves. Right. It's so difficult to find a trade partner. I think the job is way harder than we're making it out to be.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1, San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. I think about it this way, and Bonte and Dibs weigh in, but like when we talk about drafting, developing, Bob Myers is so much more than that. This is not just a GM. If we're going to say you're behind the big 3, then to me, Bob Myers' presence is an even bigger deal, because who are the big 3 without Bob Myers? What happens when Draymond goes sideways and Bob's not there to set him straight? I think that's a fair point. One thing that we haven't brought up yet, for those of you who are behind the idea of Draymond not being on the team next year, who is Draymond Green if Bob's not there? That you might get that version of Draymond Green. We've not seen it before, and that frightened me a little bit, to be honest with you.
Oh, we've heard about it, right? I mean, look, maybe Bob Myers doesn't want the blood on his hands. Maybe he knows this isn't a championship core. And maybe personally he's like, you know what? I just can't do it. I can't tell one of the core guys, bye-bye. I've won championships with them. I don't want to have that on my resume. Let me just take a year off. It's been a lot with this dynasty. The first run, the KD years, the play-in, you win 15 games, you come back, you win a championship. Maybe Bob just says, you know what? This is the perfect time to walk away and reset my mind and see what options I have moving forward. Because, I don't know, it's tough. You get a new GM in here, he's like, I'm not attached to Draymond Green or Clay, and I'm ready to make moves.
And Steiny made a good point, first time in months, but the idea that whoever takes the job is going to have to preside over the dismantling. Unless you're a guy who takes a 2-year deal, which never happens. If you're the new GM, you know your job is going to be saying goodbye to Draymond, Clay, and maybe even Steph at the end of it. And if you're Bob and you're not a guy who wants to be ego-wise, the highest-paid guy, if you want to stick around just for the money, you look at what the job is going to entail going forward, and it's not a comfortable job for Bob.
How much control does Bob or the other GM, whoever it might be, how much do they really have in these decisions? Is Joe Lacob involved at all?
He told us Joe Lacob's involved in every decision.
Is he involved?
He told us personally. He's like, I'm involved.
That's my point.
Well, think about it in terms of the draft picks, and that's what I'm looking back. It's like Wiseman, and to a lesser point, Kuminga. Were those Bob picks? Were they Lacob specials? Where did those? Well, picks
Anthony
come
Lamb
from?
certainly was not Joe Lacob.
Right. Well, yeah, and nor was Ty Jerome, I'm sure. But
aside from that,
Go ahead, JD.
Steph, Clay, Draymond, and Kerr are telling you that Steph, Clay, Draymond, and Kerr are staying together.
Well, they all want extensions too.
So when you talk about power and who's got and
it's
Lacob,
a money play
you're right
for sure.
about Lacob.
Well, look back to
Lacob's
the
involved, but those 3 are telling everybody we're staying. So the GM isn't going to have power over those 3.
No doubt.
So you're starting with that.
Well, the whole thing is always a collaboration. I think it's something that we do in sports media where you try to say whose fault is this or who gets the credit. Nobody's making picks by themselves. Bob's not in a room making picks by himself. Bob's not deciding by himself or whoever the GM's going to be on who's going to be on the team and who's not going to be on the team next year. And the players themselves have a say in this as well. All right, this is the Warriors Summit at Buonvino and Walnut Creek. Thank you, all of you, for being in this room with us. And thank you to those of you listening with us on this very, very special day. Now, Guru, weigh in. Hold on one second. Guru, weigh in on this, because this is the rat on the table.
Brought to you by ACO Pest Control. ACOPestControl.com for all your pest control.
Make sure there's a big difference between pests and pets.
I said pests.
Yeah.
I work with one.
Guru 1. The rare 5.
Signing up.
It was 6.
watch why this is the rat on the table. I don't even think we need to pose this as a question. All I have to do is say his name, and there will be, for everybody in here, somewhat of an emotional response and an opinion that will come. And Joe, you're going to start because I think you've done a lot of work to earn this subject this year.
I know where we're going.
Who's that?
I know where we're going.
Brock Purdy.
You wanted to bench this guy.
Carlos Correa.
No, I didn't want to bench Klay Thompson.
Listen, here it is. Yeah. You've earned this for sure.
Yes.
Klay Thompson.
Oh, boy.
Look, go ahead. Let's go.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
Let's go.
When you love someone so much, you understand their strengths and their weaknesses. My wife's probably listening right now. All right?
Hi, Mrs. Shaq.
And here's where I'm going with this. Pow! I didn't have a team meeting. I didn't tell Klay Thompson that he didn't come into shape. The team did. The team had a team meeting and sat him down about shot discernment, which ended up rearing its ugly head again in the playoffs. I love him. I think his role needs to evolve. No one's saying bench him, cast him away and never use him again. He's got value. But to think that he's the same player he was 4 or 5 years ago, part of what made him special, and Steiny's alluded to this many times, his ability to guard any best perimeter player on the court while Steph can go hide off, and I'm not diminishing Steph, but go guard someone in the corner, was vital to what made them so dynamic as a backcourt. To me, I view him like a stretch 4, and that's not a bad thing. I think you can pick and choose your spots. He sees himself as a numero uno or number 2 option, and to me, it's like, no, you got to get in where you fit in. You got to take better shots, and you need to find the right matchups defensively so that he can stay on the floor and not get cooked.
And going back to the fake trade that we were throwing out, this is part of the thought process. Is Andrew Wiggins is now your 2.
Yeah, and I don't know if he's strong enough to be a 2.
But on the defensive end.
Yes.
But the reason I love Jaylen Brown so much is I've heard so many people sitting at these tables in the last week say the role that is open for an audition right now with the Golden State Warriors is 2. 2.
Yeah.
Who's 2? Well, Jaylen Brown can be that.
I agree with that.
Jaylen Brown, and that's why I'm so enamored with him right now. But Guru, Klay Thompson, go ahead.
Now, I've done a 180 on this because I'm watching the NBA playoffs, and what Klay Thompson can't do and what he's a victim of is the catch and shoot. But what's eroding around him in that offense is the 2 others, and I'm just going Dre and Looney, that are no threats. And now when you watch Klay's dribbling the ball, trying to create, I'm not mad at Klay, but that's not his forte. No. His forte back in the day was, let me spot up, catch and shoot. Let me tell you who needs that. The Knicks, the Lakers. So I feel like there are teams that would covet Klay Thompson at his contract rate right now to where they had more going for their offense to where we can kick it out to shoot to Klay Thompson, and it would manifest as to now, I feel like he's the biggest victim of there's nothing really around you, so now you got to fiddle faddle to do something you never, that wasn't what you were.
Bonte, I heard Bobby Marks tell you guys last week that expiring contracts are not what they used to be in the NBA.
They're not.
And so I question what you just said in terms of the Warriors have already said, JD, they're not trading Klay Thompson. But B, I don't even know how tradable that contract is.
Why would you want to trade him in today's game? Goo hit on all the spots. Catch and shoot. The NBA's a wide open game. Everybody's hitting threes. Look at the Miami Heat. What are Miami Heat doing?
God.
Penetration kick, wide open threes, nail them. The Denver Nuggets, same thing. And to Guru's point, having 2 guys who are non-threats offensively takes away the spacing. So Klay's coming off all these screens. And teams are saying, Sacramento and the Lakers, we're going to make Klay dribble. We're going to make him play to his weaknesses. Dribble. Klay's looking for something, and he bricks. Let's not forget Klay Thompson had the best month of his career in the month of January. Let's not forget in February, he had the 3rd best month of his career in February. And his role had to change so much. Curry's in and out of the lineup. Now all of a sudden, I'm the 1 option, I'm the 2 option. Wait, Wiggins is out. All of a sudden, I'm the 2 option again. Wiggins is back. I'm the 3rd option. Wait, Jordan Poole is starting next to me? So it wasn't just DiVincenzo, Poole, and all these other guys affected by their roles. Klay Thompson, his role changed throughout the season. And you really want to get away from a shooter who's a knockdown shooter shooting over 40%?
Need shooting.
They need
Warriors
shooting. So you need better shooting around Klay Thompson. To Guru's point, having Draymond as a non-threat, Looney as a non-threat, GP2 as a non-threat affected Klay Thompson, and he struggled mightily.
This is the Warriors Summit on 95.7 The Game. All of the hosts together at one time talking out Warrior offseason. Dibs, you and I have had this conversation. I'm with Bonte, which is I I'm not saying that Clay is perfect. I'm not saying he's what he was. I am saying that the way we saw him last, which was in a terrible series
3
against
for 19.
the Lakers.
Yeah,
we see a terrible week, and it is shading the way we feel about Klay Thompson too far. We've gone too far. Is it coming down a little bit? Maybe. But the feeling we have about Klay right now is too far in the negative direction based on a really bad week and a half.
I think it's more than that, and I go back to what Joe said about shot discernment, because that was a thing not only in October and November, but in April and May as well. And what happened against the Lakers, he missed open shots. It was less about shot discernment. He missed wide open shots. And the thing that struck me about Klay this year is he got away from his ability to score in any way other than the catch and shoot three. You remember the mid-range game he used to have? The back-to-the-basket post-up game he used to have? It feels like he doesn't do what he used to do to be Klay Thompson anymore. Steiny's made great points about his defense. When he's not a good on-ball defender and you can't play him on the ball, he's not a good off-ball defender. So now you're weakening 2 spots defensively. Ponte's right. You are too about shooting. You don't get rid of Klay because you need what he can bring when Klay gets hot, but those days are fewer and further in between. I wonder if Klay can put in an actual summer of work. Last summer, he didn't do any work. He didn't scrimmage at all, and he came in flat and out of shape. So does Klay put in the work this year, knowing it's a contract year, and get back to doing Klay things? If he can, then absolutely you need Klay Thompson.
JD, before you weigh in, because I see you nodding a lot. Okay, crowd, here you go. Listen up. Listen up. How important is it to you that Klay Thompson finish his career in a Warriors uniform?
Smart people. Smart. You got to credit.
Congratulations. Your titles are officially over.
Okay. Steiny just poured vino all over your head.
Dude, snuff
I did that on purpose. We got a few.
Messing around.
Hold on. We got a few thumbs down. Make some noise if you think you're getting about ready to move on from Klay.
You're trying to get these people run out of here, Mark. Mark.
You know, there is one thing.
No, JD, you were doing a lot of nodding while Dibbs was talking.
There's a lot of different things.
I don't do that. I don't nod when Dibbs talks. Go ahead.
Klay Thompson has to get a grip.
Thank you.
This offseason. And Klay Thompson has to understand that for the time being, he's no longer a max player. Now, he can prove himself to be a max player by coming out next year and being an all-star and being efficient and putting in the work in the offseason. The thing that, and this was I think he exemplified one of the Warriors' biggest problems this season, which was the inability to acknowledge the fact that you weren't quite good enough. You weren't quite as good as you used to be. And rather than being stubborn about it, change your game a little bit. Take better shots. Understand on nights where you are a little bit cold that you got to keep the ball moving and get it back. And just quit being so freaking stubborn. That, to me, was the biggest problem Klay Thompson had this season. He has to get a grip on that and not let the bad games kill you. His bad games absolutely killed you. We can talk about great month. We can talk about 40% from three and 300 makes. Like, we can get into all of that, and there's some good things in there. But his bad games basically were automatic losses because they were so bad they completely wrecked the game. You got to limit the bad games.
Yes, what do you want to say?
I want to follow up on that, JD. Like, no one's saying he can't be good, but in the playoffs, De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk outplayed them. Like, Steph Curry was really good. Klay didn't come along for the ride. Jordan Poole didn't come along for the ride.
Didn't outplay Steph.
And then let's go to the Lakers series. Like, Schroeder and D'Lo are outplaying you, and Austin Reeves. Like, that. I'm sorry, that can't happen at $43 million when you're the 9th highest paid player in the league. And I know they paid him prior, but like, you cannot get outplayed by 7 guys in the playoffs.
Okay, but it's not that easy. The Lakers had a great game plan, and they said, we're going to make this guy catch and shoot.
We're going to shut down wide open shots.
Plenty of wide open shots. He did. He bricked them. He was cold. He was cold by that point. It was done. It was rattled. But when you have 2 non-scorers on the floor, I don't think people understand what it does to the spacing and what it does to your motion offense. Klay can't function like that. If he's not the same player he was before the injury,
he's not a player.
You need to flip that. You need to figure out a way to not put him in that position to where he's dribble, and clanking shots.
I'll agree with you guys from this standpoint, and Steiny and Goo, love to hear what you guys think about this. Like, what you guys sound like you're talking about is awareness, not more than basketball. An awareness of yourself, where you are in your career, And one thing for me, huge fan of Klay Thompson his entire career, but there were a couple of moments this year. It didn't feel right when he played so poor and kept holding up four fingers at other teams.
His attitude stunk.
Right? It's
Let's
like
be honest. His attitude stunk. His energy stunk.
Right. It's like, Klay, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Yeah, but you know what?
But it's not
Devin Booker.
Sure.
Front runner.
I'm not talking
John
about Devin
Morant and the
Booker.
Grizzlies, front runners.
I'm not talking about
they
Devin
need to be
Booker.
checked.
It's not
they got to be reminded. Y'all have done nothing. I got 40, so stop talking to me.
Right,
I don't care about that.
Wouldn't you rather see the four fingers go up when you're up by 15 as opposed to down by 25?
Man, it is.
I don't want to hear. I don't want to see four fingers when you're getting cooked. Yeah. You're getting cooked. Go ahead.
But the four fingers wasn't just about the said game. It was about I've been in the dark place without ball for 2 effing years.
Yeah.
I've been watching. I'm watching this young pup Jordan Poole not take my spot. But the thoughts I had to go to bed with those thoughts. And then JD, because you're my dog. Who is there for him to really pass to? He had to shoot almost out of necessity. If it wasn't Steph, who's there? I mean, but to Looney to Dre, he had to shoot out of necessity. And I'm not defending. You made some points.
He's dribbled more in the playoffs than he has his whole career.
But that's because of the players around him not doing that.
That I agree with.
Not creating.
And if we're looking at Klay Thompson, and if you're going to, and we all do, everyone feels for what he went through. But how many years in a row can we talk about a dark place? They won a championship 11 months ago.
And he played the most minutes.
Right, with him as a key piece. You can't come back from that the next year and say, I'm in a dark place.
And
why are you in a dark place?
Every shot he makes, he looks around like he wants to start giving everybody the bird. Like, bleep you. You all said I couldn't make, I'm not as good as I used to be. He played angry in the worst way. He had a horrible energy this year. Everything was chip on my shoulder, bleep everybody with every shot I made, and that sucked the life out of this Warriors team as much as anything Draymond Green did.
No, I disagree with that. I disagree with that.
Michael Malone, put your pipe and smoke it.
Draymond literally almost broke a dude's jaw. And they all said after the season,
and Klay looks like he wants to break a dude's jaw with every shot he makes.
Well, 40%.
No, this is interesting. Steiny, what do you think about that? Because you and I have had our Klay conversations. Defensive end, offensive end, what have you. This is a new arena that I think this is under-discussed. We're talking about attitude now about Klay.
I've come up with what's the most under-discussed thing.
What's that?
And I'm being serious.
Take your time.
We're talking about Klay Thompson. Are we going to extend Draymond Green? Are we going to do this with Klay Thompson? You know what? Again, the titles are over. They're over. We haven't talked about their biggest decision in the offseason, and that's who are we drafting at 19?
No one. No one is.
You might be like, oh, okay. Oh, you know what? What about John Collins?
I don't see this.
He can help you going into the future. Let me tell you who else was at 19. You want Josh Okogie? Kevin Huerter? How about Anthony Simons? He'd look good in a Warrior uniform 3 or 4 years from now, wouldn't he? I think we need to start talking about the draft because you can get somebody good at 19 that might be able to help Steph Curry 2 years from now.
Steiny, you know that 3 years ago, this whole fan base...
Yeah, I know. Nobody wants it, do they?
No, because this whole fan base...
Let's get a bad draft at 19.
No, but this whole fan base was told 3 years ago, you're myopic and you're done winning titles and you're all wrong for believing in something.
That's right.
And then they won another one.
Right. So
let me ask you this.
If last year was the most improbable title that most people have ever seen, the definition of improbable is it will not happen again. It won't.
And now an 8 seed is going to the NBA Finals, and
they lost the play-in game.
you're victory lapping this team as if they are the blueprint in the NBA. They were 12 minutes from not even making the playoffs. This is not the blueprint. This is an outlier. This is not what's to follow. I'll follow Steph, Clay, and Dre over an outlier 3 weeks that the Miami Heat are having.
Go ahead. Have another good 40-win season.
Not 44. And why would you worry about who they're drafting at 19 when they're an organization that doesn't play young players anyway?
Because
you'd be better off trading the pick.
It's transition time.
Pick and you trade.
It's transition
You trade
time.
the pick with Jordan Poole because you're not transitioning yet.
Yeah.
You're not transitioning when you have the big three for another 3 years.
No,
so there's no reason to draft anybody at 19 if you have a coach who the coach doesn't want to play young players.
Well, so
did he play last year?
You would still treat
not at all.
If you could get another Kevon Looney in this draft, you would take him, knowing you'd have to wait 3 years to get the Kevon. Like, so
But who
of
wants
course
to
you want
wait
to go.
that
They don't
long,
want to
Stoney?
wait 3
People
years.
are worried. Well, they're in here today about next year.
How does Stephen Curry?
He's 35.
Man,
35.
You guys are living in the past.
No,
Seriously,
we're
like,
living
what are
in
you?
their
What are we
future.
doing?
Right.
Like, what are we doing?
Steph Curry's
We're bringing
35.
everybody back.
No, I don't think
things will be better.
Not
I
saying
don't think
that.
you do that
Nobody
at
said
all.
that.
Nobody's saying that.
Because we
Nobody
already
said
know
that.
Poole and Drake can't exist. But hearing JD and Butch and Bonte and Steiny and Dibbs, I mean this, and I got to be careful. My pops told me characters define, son, when things are not going good. Everybody's front running when it's going good, but you find out what people are really about when things aren't. And the Warrior culture, every parade, the Warrior culture. But you know what? I think that Warrior culture failed the whole team in regard to repairing Poole and Draymond Green. And now, just hearing my guy Dickinson go in on Clay, did the Warrior culture help Clay get back or deal with whatever he was dealing with if Jay is right and has some merit to what he's saying? From my vantage point right now, I'm ready to say no. And now Bob is sniffing the Warrior culture, and he may be going the other way.
Wow.
So what is the Warrior culture that we magnum cum laude, but now what was it really? What was it really? I'm asking.
Go ahead. Practical question for everybody here, because I don't know this. If you're of the camp, we're going to bring Draymond back for 2 or 3 years, re-sign him, right? What are you going to do with Clay? Is Clay coming back on a last year of his deal, or do you extend Clay?
Is it October 19th? You need to have a decision on extensions? Something like that, isn't it? Like early October,
Right.
JD?
Yeah, I think it's a little later than that now. But
Right, so now you can't.
Yeah.
You guys agree we can't have Clay on the last year of his contract with Draymond and Steph having 3 more years.
Absolutely not.
That is not ideal, right?
No, and so Draymond gets re-signed to a 2-year deal with the second year would be a player option. So he picks up his player option for this year. He gets $2 and $50 with the second year. Hey, if you're not happy, you can opt out then. And Clay takes
Who are you
a
betting on
massive
to be
pay cut.
better? Who are you betting on to be better over the course of the next 3 years?
I think
Draymond or Clay?
Clay.
You're betting on Clay?
I think Clay fits better on many other teams than what Draymond provides.
That's interesting.
All right. I think Clay, plus, also, Steve Kerr has 1 year left on his deal. He's going to want an extension.
Yeah, okay, we got a Buonvino question because you just rolled over something that I think everybody would love to weigh in, and I'm saying you, the guru. This is the Warriors Summit on 95.7 The Game with all the hosts here at Buonvino and Walnut Creek. And to everybody assembled here at Buonvino, this is a yes or no question. So here is the question. Can Jordan Poole and Draymond Green coexist on the same basketball team? Hold on.
That's amazing.
Who says yes? Who says no?
Dibbs.
Wow.
10, yeah.
So
she knows.
Bonte, what do you think?
I don't think so. They didn't coexist this year.
Yeah.
And then they all blame the season on what happened in training camp. So, no, hell no, they can't coexist.
And it sure didn't seem like Jordan Poole's any closer to getting over it.
Wow. No, why would he? Honestly, how do you blame Jordan?
Hold on, one at a time.
That's
great. Go ahead, Bonte.
No, I was just going to say, Draymond Green comes off the bench against Sacramento Game 4, and everybody makes the headlines about Draymond Green coming off the bench and yada, yada, yada. I volunteer. The fact is they were better in that series with Draymond Green coming off the bench. But he mentioned in the article, I knew I got my voice back in the month of January when I went up to Jordan Poole and told like your decision making. Leave JP out of it. Just do what you got to do. Leave JP. JP's having a hard time. Then you tell Stephen A, well, February I got my voice back, but we struggled because of the punch. Hell no, they can't coexist. One of them needs a fresh start.
I don't blame. Just real quick. I don't blame Jordan Poole.
That's
for
what I'm
that.
saying.
But my point is, if you get to the end of the year,
exactly,
and you start saying, okay, can they coexist? And Jordan Poole still seems as upset about it as he's ever been. Fair. No. That's fair. That's fine. He can feel that way, but then you can't coexist.
I mean,
then it's a wrap.
Here's the. I think the question about it, and maybe this is a little conspiracy theorist-esque, but I wonder, JD, what you think about this. Is it equal parts Draymond is just a mouth and he's going to say to Stephen A. whatever he wants because, or when the Warriors come out, because it was Steve Kerr the day before that as well that certainly lent credence to the idea that the punch ruined the season, is that almost a way where the Warriors are telling the league, oh, no, what you saw in the playoffs last week, don't look at those stats because it was the punch. So you're up in the trade value by saying if you got Jordan Poole, Toronto Raptors, he would be the old Jordan Poole that we saw before because no one on your team has punched him.
I think that's interesting. I think they are trying to keep it.
They're pumping him up.
I think they are trying to keep the value of. I think there's two players they've tried to say really kind things about. They've tried to say really kind things about Jordan Poole. They've tried to say really kind things about Jonathan Kuminga because they know that those are the two chips that they have to try and get better. Even though they may not believe that Poole and Draymond can get along. And how can you? I'm with all you guys on that. I don't think you can. And then you're basically trying to with Kuminga, you're trying to make good on a player that may want a trade, which is kind of mind-boggling in its own way, but I don't want to get
Well, then you have to staple him to something. You have to staple him to sweeten the pot out of any deal. Like, because his contract isn't really that much. He's just like a throw-in that people want as a high-end guy.
He's a high-end prospect.
Though. Absolutely. But I'm just saying, in terms of financial value to get something back, you have to staple that to something else to get something of significance.
And just remember, Joe Lacob may disagree because $6 million also quickly turns into about $30 million.
That's luxury tax.
Right.
I'm talking about to absorb a contract back of significance. Yes. The good players are all making 25 plus. So just trading all the young players and stapling them together doesn't get you any real significant mover. Right. You have to trade one of the big guys.
And that's why I think you trade the pick as well, because it
has no money value until it's selected.
But what I'm saying is that you talk about stapling things to make it sweetening the pot to other teams. This organization has not shown a willingness to play young players. Yep. So why would you bother drafting someone at 19 who you have to pay $4.5 million to, which turns out to be $20 million because you're already over the tax? You might as well trade that pick with Poole and Kuminga and get more back.
But why real quick are we buying the idea that the organization won't play young players? Jordan Poole's a young player. He's been playing for 3 years.
4 years.
Like,
he had no choice the first 2 years.
Exactly. Sometimes. Like,
let's not also forget they started Wiseman day one.
He was their second best player in the first couple games.
Let's go to the 49er comp when all the Trey Lance conversation, that was always a young quarterback. Well, so's the guy who ended up coming in and playing just fine and winning the job out of the 7th round. So I think sometimes the organization gets that thought out there of, well, they're just a young player. They need reps.
But then why didn't they draft a more seasoned player in the kid out of Michigan? Then why didn't they trade back down to get someone like Okogie? There were a variety of players that had more seasoning. They went with high upside. The Jordan Poole thing, I think, is the most important thing. Draymond is a bully. We all know this. Right. Why are we afraid to say it?
No, go ahead.
And we love him when he's on our team. We love him when he's on our team. He didn't bully AD, and they got bullied, and now they're out at home.
Picked him up off the floor.
Draymond did the same thing to a lot of young players. James Wiseman got screamed at in a COVID year in an empty gym, and Draymond got a technical because the referee thought he was yelling at him. I love Draymond, but Draymond bullied this kid, and I don't think Jordan Poole's the greatest vehicle for empathy. I don't think he is, because he had a horrible year, like by his standards, because we believe there's more to it. But I think this is a microcosm of how young players have to assimilate. Kevon Looney is so much wiser beyond his years to be able to fit in. Like, very few players come into the league as mature and as just wise as Kevon Looney. So to expect someone like Kuminga or Jordan Poole to be able to play on the level with a bully like Draymond Green, who demands excellence from others but never looks in the window, That's on the organization for bringing in the wrong guys, knowing what their roster was.
Well, I'm listen.
That's 2 timelines. Is what that was.
And drafting, it's always a crapshoot.
But
You're not wrong.
Moody tends to be a more seasoned guy, right?
No doubt.
Which would I agree.
Play college basketball.
But then why did you play Anthony Lamb all year?
Because Moody stunk when he played.
No, I agree.
Like Moody, if Moody had played in the regular season the way he played in the playoffs, Moody would have played all year.
But then why not play Anthony Lamb in the playoffs if you loved him so much? They needed a body.
Because Moody had gotten better. That's the thing.
Go ahead.
I think when you look at what they tried to do this year, they wanted to play Wiseman and they wanted him to be good, and he wasn't. So that got scrapped, and they wanted to play Kuminga, and they did. But then Jonathan Kuminga regressed, and you got to a point where you didn't feel like you could.
GP2 came back. Wiggins came back. I think
Jonathan Kuminga got into his own head. I thought late in the playoffs, and he stopped
playing 20 minutes a game.
Yeah, and he went from 23 minutes a game to 9 minutes a game.
But what happened in Sacramento?
Yeah, he got pulled 3 minutes. Boom, boom, boom. Close some assignments.
Keegan Murray was unplayable after 3 games.
When you're a young player.
And then they kept playing him. And then by game 4, he looked great.
I think they underestimated the difference between a championship team and a project. Like, let's say theoretically they would have drafted Keegan Bradley, Halliburton, and Okongwu.
Keegan Murray. Keegan
What
Bradley,
I say, Keegler?
T12 in the PGA this week.
But even seasoned college players would have they would have figured it out, I think, and helped in a limited role. Wow. But Kuminga, Wiseman, and even Moody are on a different level below those 3 guys in terms of the understanding of the game.
Kuminga's closer in age to Riley Curry than Steph Curry.
Wow.
What?
Right.
No, this is a fact.
I don't even want to put words.
This is a fact.
That's maybe the greatest thing. I had a great one, too, I was saving, but
look at
I don't even know if I can touch that.
Well, they got 27 minutes to get the material out now.
I know how my 2 counterparts on my right and left feel about Kuminga, but if I threw his name, just the mention of his name, to me, makes some Warrior fans, their skin crawls. Because when I say his name, they almost feel like he hadn't earned anything. But I look at different junctures and sectors of this season, Jonathan Kuminga showed promise.
Yes.
He was a fan favorite, and my partner, you just like the dunks. It was bigger than the dunks.
Yeah.
He had a lot, and they empowered him. But hold on, let me just finish this. My partner told me Moses Moody, he's not a player. He ain't nowhere near ready. And I feel like Coach Kerr got lucky and backed into Moody staying ready from home, his family, whomever, because had you knew Moody could play in the offs, his ass should have been playing all year. And had you done that with Kuminga, where would this team have been?
Well, that's
all I asked about Kerr.
Well,
how you going to sit Moody but didn't play him in the playoffs?
Because it was bad.
Yeah, JD. No, listen to JD, because Guru, the one thing,
he was bad.
But
Moody was bad in the regular season.
The energy is great, but it doesn't account for things that are happening during the regular season. You don't know if he would have played like that in the playoffs if he had been relied upon in the regular season and played poorly and lost his confidence. That's part of what coaching is. Why do you not bring players up from the minors all the time, the G League, whatever? If it's too soon, it's too soon. Moody's even talked about. JD, you're saying it. I hear you in the background. Moody got his shot and didn't play well. Right. He didn't play well.
And you got to play well in short bursts, which is what got Kuminga bit in the playoffs, was the fact that when Wiggins was out and they didn't have GP2, Kuminga was starting. They were starting DiVincenzo at the 3. Kuminga was playing the 4. He was playing his 20-25 minutes. He knew he was going to get his time. He played pretty well. They carved out a role for him, defend, rebound, cut. Basically, your offense is made completely by everything else the Warriors do offensively. You're going to get a dunker spot cut. You're going to get a corner 3. You're going to get all those things. And in the playoffs, Wiggins is starting. Peyton plays the same position as Kuminga in the Warriors' eyes. He was really, really, really bad in 2 games against the Kings, like the worst player on the floor.
Yes.
And so Steve Kerr went away. Kuminga was the worst player on the Warriors in the Sacramento series.
I agree with that, but DiVincenzo was also unplayable at times. He wouldn't even take a 3-point shot. But I know, and they stuck with him. And they stuck with him, and you saw he actually came around in the Lakers series.
Don't you guys
But here's the thing.
Go ahead, JD.
What bit Kuminga, though, is when they asked him to play 10 minutes, he couldn't play 6. He couldn't do 6 first half, 6 second half. He became
so incapable of being productive in that role that it was easier to not play him at all.
I think there's a difference between playing poorly and not playing hard. Those are two very, very different things. And I think the reason that Jonathan Kuminga got pulled off the floor, I love the kid. I hope he stays with the Warriors. I hope he pops. I love a lot of the things that I saw at the end of the regular season. But when a ball bounces you right at you in the playoffs, I don't care if you are Riley Curry knows to go after the rebound. When it comes to
Mark, everybody says that, but there were 6 other players.
Yes.
Thank you. Like
Draymond should have went up with a layup when he had a guy on the block.
Like nobody questions it. Watch the beginning of the second quarter of Game 2.
Yeah, and he should have gone. It was Schroeder. Go ahead, Teddy.
I just watch the beginning of the second quarter against Sacramento in Game 2. Kuminga gave up 10 straight points.
Yeah.
And he was
a minus 10. But he was done then, though.
And
mentally, he was fried in the playoffs.
In Game 2, he was in the rotation.
That's not his fault.
Well, here's the thing we have to do. My last thought. I'm speaking a lot.
No, go ahead.
We need to stop. And you kind of said, Goo, Warrior fans think this or that on Kuminga. We got to stop acting like Jonathan Kuminga is a victim of anything, of Steve Kerr, of the Warriors, of their culture, of all this other stuff. Jonathan Kuminga needs to put in the work. He's got superstar potential. Yeah. He has to put in the work to do the little things, to rebound, to hustle, to be a dunker, to hit a corner 3 if the defense leaves him open in the context of the offense, and be a consistent, high motor player. We need to stop with this Steve Kerr wrecked Jonathan Kuminga's season. He had a good season overall. He had bad playoffs.
Two questions. Did Steve Kerr do a good job with the youngsters, and did Kuminga not get better from February 1st through the end of the season when you needed Kuminga to get to the damn playoffs in the first place?
He played well.
He played well, right?
He played well. That's why he was in the rotation in the playoffs.
But he got the quick hook right away.
Because he stunk.
You know,
That's what happens.
He couldn't play LeBron James one time.
When you're
couldn't play no minutes. You need to get more athletic and more physical.
I will say this. I'm talking about the Sacramento series.
Yeah,
I will say this.
Sacramento's a
I will say
different
this because I'll say this about the Lakers series. Because here's the thing about the Lakers series. To me, he didn't play in the Lakers series because he pouted about not playing in the Sacramento series. So the Sacramento series was his own thing. He deserved to not.
I told you that. I think that sealed his fate.
I'm with you on the Lakers thing.
I thought he should have gotten a little more leeway. He played 25 minutes a game. I get it.
I'm not even a monster Kuminga guy, but think about this for a minute. So he played like 2 months. Things kind of counted.
Yeah.
And then, again, Wiggins gets to take 10 weeks off.
Wow.
And they get to reacquire Gary Payton II.
Was that a good trade?
And when they bring those two gentlemen back, what Kuminga has done is rendered almost irrelevant because he's now behind those two guys.
Right. That's a good point.
I don't love, it's nuanced.
It's nuanced. Yeah.
But if I'm 20 years old and I'm Kuminga, I'm like, jeez.
He helped you get into the playoffs. You don't get to the top 6 without him.
Right, but that's sports in the playoffs. You don't wait. There's no waiting around for people to show up for sports in the playoffs. It's like a pitcher in a playoff game.
The Warriors waited for Wiggins.
And JaMychal Green pouted, and he got to play.
That's different.
Why?
That's a veteran who's proved something. That's a championship player. Just 11 months ago.
All right, well, then you got to be, okay.
Yeah.
You got to be prepared to lose Kuminga then.
Juan Vino, Walnut Creek, Warrior Summit.
You guys are great.
And there's time for one more question coming up and an answer from all 7 of us and you, the crowd, as well. And that is, how should Jordan Poole handle this offseason? What should he say? What should he do? All of that is coming up next. Warrior Summit on 95.7 The Game.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient.
Vino and Walnut Creek. Here's Mark Willard.
Hey, Mark, we're back.
Hey, welcome back, Mark.
Whoa.
Like the Warriors coming out in the third quarter. Nobody's ready.
A little flat.
Wonder why we're down 11.
They call those strays.
You're in your bag. You're in your bag.
All right. Before we get any final thoughts out, a humongous thank you to Buon Vino here in Walnut Creek.
My
Danny!
A humongous thank you. A huge thank you to every single one of you in this building.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And a huge thank you to all of the hosts sitting up here. And I say that honestly from the bottom of our hearts because as we said off the top of our show today, this is our show slot. These guys all came on their own time off to come join us today, and it means the world. So thank you.
So I'm expecting you to come in 8 o'clock Friday.
I'll be there.
Give us a little.
I'll be there.
He tried to come in last week, and you guys gave him the Heisman.
We had to keep it moving on you.
Keep it moving. Only to call back. Only to call back.
We can only produce 2 shows at a time. So the third one was a little too much.
And you misproduced our show, but that's a beef that you guys have with him. That's fine.
A misinterpretation.
Sensation. That's a
Spinoni, how much time we got?
Exactly. All right. So why don't we just
my favorite.
Let's go left to right, and whether you want to weave in a thought about that Jordan Poole question about how he should handle the offseason, how the Warriors should handle it, but for each and every one of us, some final thoughts on where the Warriors are and where this is all heading. JD, what do you got?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of where we started it as far as the fact that, Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green appear along with Bob Myers if he wants to come back to be committed to keeping the core together, and they believe that they are good enough to make another go of it. And whether that's 1 more year, 2 more years, all of that remains to be seen. But I think that's the first step toward what I think everybody in this room is hoping for, which is the fact that they can get back on top. It's just how do you get better beyond that becomes the question. And I think that's where it leads down this path of can Draymond and Poole coexist? Probably not. But even if they could, how do you get better? Poole now making $28 million. Kuminga is somebody that's a chip as a very talented young prospect. Are you willing to give up some of the young to bring back players 6, 7, 8, 9 on the roster? I think that's the bet. Whether it's the right call or not, we're going to find out. I know Steiny's already like, well, they're can't do it, right? If that's what they want to do. But to me, it's about, the three that are committed to each other. You like Wiggins and Looney, I think, are kind of part of that. But then everybody else, can you get better 6 through 10 on the roster? And you need better seasons from the big guys. Like Klay needs to have a better year.
Yeah.
Like it may not statistically be with the 2 months in the middle that were maybe the best ever, but he's got to have a better year than he did last year. Draymond's got to have a better year than he did last year.
John Dickinson.
JD.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Guru, what do you think, man?
There were many nights that I'm nosy by nature that I wanted to know what Jordan Poole said that day that Draymond Green decided to punch him. But as a grown man, I realized it doesn't matter. The bottom line is he got hit, and it wrecked their season. And not too long ago, I don't know how many people are familiar, but they asked Jordan Poole about the punch and just where his head was at. And he quoted the Bible, and he talked about his parents. That's how heavy it was and how I took his answer. The Bible, and he talks to his parents on a daily basis. And I said to myself right then, they can never play together. And that's what the Golden State Warriors are facing. I think they gave it the old college try. It didn't work out. And if my partner is correct about Joe Lacob being, when it comes to X's and O's and the dollars and cents, he's an assassin. Well, he's got some decisions to make, and the parallels between the Giants years ago, handing out contracts and money due to loyalty, I get it. But Joe Lacob's at that juncture right now to where he can make some, unpopular decisions, but they'll be greater later. that can go to Klay Thompson in regard to shopping them. Draymond Green, hey, you know what? It's been a good run, but we're not giving you this. So I'm eager to see how that pans out because, again, Steph Curry is in his prime, and you cannot waste the 3 or 4 years he has left. It's close to his prime, I feel possible, and that's all that matters.
Leave some meat on the bone.
Go Room.
Oh.
Go Room.
That was my short version. Yeah. That was the condensed version. Little shafty motherfucker.
We do have 6 minutes left. Steiny.
Well, he needs 4.
He needs 4.
Well, the closing act is always the largest.
Wow.
Steiny, what do you got?
I think the feeling should be we all should be more grateful because I've been around for 30 years, and this team used to be totally irrelevant.
Wow.
Not only irrelevant, they stunk. They were the worst franchise ever. They went 10 years, they're now a dynasty. They're going to get into something here that is unknown to everybody. But it's going to kind of be fun to watch. It's going to stink to see Steph grow older and retire, but how they handle the next 5 years could determine the following 10. And there are wins in there, even though they might not be championships necessarily.
That's that mess. Hey.
Steiny.
Let's go.
A man of nuance.
Dan Dibley.
I don't see it, Bob.
Dan Dibley.
Well,
Come on, Dibs.
Kind of playing off what Steiny said. If the wins are not there, if the title days are over, then I would want to hold on to what we have, which is Steph, Klay, and Draymond. Jordan Poole, to me, is not a part of it. What happened, and I don't think they can coexist. And I do think that Draymond Green and the value that he brings to Steph is here. Klay's going to be here. If you're not going to win titles, and I don't think that the three of them will, if the three of them are gone, you're not winning titles either. So if the championship window is in the past, then let's just enjoy the three of them. And if they want to pay... Wow. If they want to pay through the nose for the three of them, it's not my money. It's Joe Lacob's money. Tickets are already going to be expensive. Everything's expensive anyway. I'd rather see the three of them go out together. Wow. Whatever will be, will be. Que sera, sera. Let's have the three of them together, and let's see what can happen.
Let's go, Dibs.
Well, I ain't mad at that.
Dan Dibley. Have some cheese.
That's peace.
I'll just say this really, really quickly. If you know me well, Dibs knows me well. You guys getting to know me. My lovely Christy knows I'm a dreamer. And it absolutely shades my opinion about the Golden State Warriors. And along the lines of what you just said, Dibs, there's only one thing I know about the Warriors, and it's that the Big Three works. I don't know if it can work anymore, but that seems more rational to me than thinking that what's coming next is going to work in the near term. So even if it's a bad choice, having watched the Warriors win another one when they were already told they were done once, having watched the Giants, Buster Posey's Giants be told, get out of here, you're done, and then come back and have a magical season, I'd rather check and see if that can happen than give up on it a little bit too soon. Thank you very much, guys.
Mark Willard.
Yeah.
That was short for him.
I got two of these left.
Willard usually takes over the whole crossover, right?
Yeah.
Hey, first
you want me to do it again?
No, the first thought is, boy, 95-70 game is milked every ounce out of the Golden State Warriors, man. It's set up. Hey, it's really helped all our careers here, really.
Look at me. Mainly yours.
No, Steiny, JD, everybody here, man. We've all benefited from the Golden State Warriors.
Sir.
But two, this offseason could alter the way we feel about Joey Lightyear's Joe Lacob and the decisions he makes. Whether Bob Myers goes and leaves and moves on somewhere else, it could alter how we feel about Draymond Green, Jordan Poole, Klay Thompson. So I just think it's going to be a fascinating offseason. We don't have to talk a lot of Giants, right, Shasky? I know you're happy about that.
Hey, hot! Schmidt happens!
The Warriors have it. And then, we have Trey Lance and Brock Purdy. So it's going to be a fascinating offseason. Not like Steiny said. The Warriors used to be on like D3 at a Sporting Green. My man right there is a Sporting Green. What's your name right there? Craig, he has a sport degree. He's like, I got a sport degree for you. Back in the day, the sport degree, the Warriors would have like 5 paragraphs in the month of January. Now they're the hottest item in the NBA. So it's a testament to where this organization has come from. Now we're having watch parties. Now we're having summits here.
Summits. Yeah. Bonte Hill.
The king. Not the king. Not the king.
The king.
Not the king.
Look at each other.
Quick tease. You do not have the last word. We got one more after you, but Joe Shasky. Go ahead.
Well, you know what? What can be said about the Warriors that hasn't already been said? Trade Klay Thompson. No, I'm just teasing. What I will say is, honestly, like to Bonte's point, all of our careers have been obviously positively affected by the Golden State Warriors. But we're not in this room if you guys don't love the Warriors and love 95.7 the game. So, like, honest to God, being able to see Ernie Chavez, who's in our chat,
where is Ernie? Take a picture right here.
Back over there, who's been tweeting at me for years. Everybody in this building, like, from the bottom of my heart and from everybody on this panel, thank you for being out here because you guys are the blood and the lifeline of the station. I was on the other side and I would call in and I would listen. I'm still texting these guys and driving them nuts because we all have that shared commonality of loving, obviously, sports way too much.
You're going to give away a jersey.
Oh, go ahead.
Giving away? Okay.
He's in his bag right now. Why you guys cut the ball? I'm weeping over here.
Juan Vino, thank you. I hope this is the first of many. As a community, we need this. All right. 95.7 again. All of our audience, without you guys, we have nothing. We love you guys, and I just want you to know thank you for taking the time to come out here and meet all of us. Like, seriously.
Okay. Thank you. Speaking of our great listeners, we're going to bring a very special one of them up right now because she's not only one of our favorite callers and one of our favorite listeners, she is also the mother of the owner of Buon Vino. Judy and Moraga.
Judy.